The Tibet Code. Author, Hippo. Translator, Luke Hong. Audio NLJ Channel February 2023. Chapter 1, Capture. From one sheet. Image. Feng Tan saw himself that he had experienced life, nothing could attract him anymore, but now, what Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought, had once again touched his heart. He was eager to see what is possible after all. Makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba respect. So, Trak Mok Kwong Ba teased him again, hesitatingly refused to open the golden casket, seeing Feng Tan staring at him. Staring at the casket, eyes about to fall out, then pushed it in front of him, respectfully said, "Teacher, please open it and have a look. Start with a photo. Juo Mok Kwong Ba, 1 meter and 8 feet tall. 77, to be exact, a bear's waist, long hair, antique bronze-colored skin, and nowhere else in his body that he couldn't hide his strength from. But normally, he is an extremely gentle person, straight Western clothes, wearing small framed glasses. Square, always smiling on the face. Laughing, some people called him Juo General, some people called him Professor, and real close friends all called him Kwong Ba. Juo Mok Kwong Ba, Tibetan, 4. 22 years old, General Director of Thien Su Dog Training Company. He is also a visiting professor at Fudan University's Department of Biology, specializing in world-famous dog breeds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was born in a small village called Dat in Gyeongnodho located deep in Tibet, next to the no man's area, his name, the meaning that only people can. Big C victory. He did not disappoint his parents. He is now the general director of a company with assets of hundreds of millions of yuan, and is also a professor of a prestigious university. His profession, none other than that, is dogs. State of Pennsylvania, USA. For thousands of years, the whole world has recognized that the dog with the largest body, the most aggressive character, is called the clam. It is a specialty of our Tibetan land, existed for thousands of years ago. About 2,000 years ago, it was passed on to Greece, then to the Roman Empire, then introduced by the Slavs in Eastern Europe, into European countries, so far in the body. The world-famous dog breed still retains the genetics of the Tibetan Mastiff. In Lhasa, and all over Tibet, the most unique dog breed must include the clam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Stand eloquently speaking on the ornately decorated stage, telling the guests who came to visit the history of the Mastiff. Tibet. This is the opening ceremony of the world-class Mastiff tournament organized by his company, on the one hand, to promote the Tibetan Mastiff in the media and improve people's understanding of the breed. This, on the other hand, is also to introduce his breeding facility to Mastiff owners around the world, let them open their eyes and know what is called a true Mastiff. In the hall, hundreds of foreign reporters and guests attended the opening ceremony, more than 8,000 people, among them a large number of Mastiff lovers from the country especially took the effort to attend. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said, "Show. Today, purebred Mastiff dogs cost about $100,000. Although there are many people who keep Mastiffs, I can assure you that the most purebred Mastiffs in the world are only found in our base, the Snow Mastiff, the Red Mastiff, and the Metal Bow, where we are all the best." In the ridiculous head hall, everyone knows that this general manager Trak, originally from Tibet, is a Mastiff raised in the country. His office, in the country absolutely can. Ranked first and second, and he himself also researched very deeply about Mastiffs, and never made a mistake. Those who have dogs participating in this competition, in addition to hoping to win a high place. No one does not want their clam to catch the eye of General Juo, to be able to enter the facility. Breeding the Thien Master Dog Name Training, to have more purebred Tibetan clams. If Tibetan clam leaves Tibet, will it still be called clam? Usually when General Trak talks, everyone just listens quietly, looking forward to being able to learn a little bit of knowledge related to nurturing and coaching. Mastiff training. However, in the middle of a big conference like this, I don't know who, suddenly broke the silence, making everyone angry. Some clam buyers immediately protested, why not call it clams? Again. You take off all your clothes, are you still called a human? That's nonsense. The other man obviously couldn't stand up to the angry people, and suddenly he was nowhere to be seen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed and stopped everyone, saying, it's not wrong, only the mastiffs in Tibet have a large and fierce body, their strength and overwhelming temperament. There are also a lot of people asking me, why the mastiff in our facility compared to other places, looks more powerful, more charismatic. In fact, the mastiff in our place, which has always been chosen in Tibet, raised in Tibet, trained in domestication also in Tibet, is absolutely the Tibetan mastiff. Main. The crowd is quiet now. Again, continue to listen to Trak Mok Kwong Ba lecture. Although everyone didn't know who just spoke up, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba had long noticed, the person standing by the door, his wide-brimmed hat drooped, sunglasses, and a windbreaker covering his face, just now it was him, inquired. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still on his way. Confident and proud, continued to lecture. He took pictures of some of the best mastiffs in the facility, projected onto the back wall with a projector. The whole crowd let out loud and surprised noises, making Duo Mok Kwong Ba was extremely satisfied. Countenance. Also because of the excitement that rose up. Blue veins jutted out across his forehead, indicating that he was starting to get excited under the flash of a flash. Just then, a child was holding something unknown, pushed through the line of people to the front, almost to the podium, when they were stopped by some famous guys. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced, saw that it had no weapons to attack, only holding an envelope-like object in his hand, immediately raised his eyes to signal. The bodyguards immediately accepted the boat he was going to hand over to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, directly gave it to him. The child who delivered the letter immediately ran away, almost like being asked. Trak Mok Kwong Ba with one hand pointed to the big picture behind, talking about excellence and purebred mastiff at his establishment. With the other hand he opened the letter. The moment the envelope was opened, the familiar smile disappeared from his face, and his whole body suddenly froze on the brightly lit podium. Everyone was listening attentively to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lecture. He just stopped. The whole hall of nearly 10,000 people became silent, only the sound of camera shutters resounded somewhere in the corners. Incident. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Trak Mok Kwong Ba, only to see him staring at the photo with his eyes open, like a lost soul. His face lost its original pink color and turned white. Immediately they recognized Trak Mok Kwong. Father lost control, from one hand holding the letter, changed to two hands lifting it, trembling. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. Those in the front row also discovered that the eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba were twitching. Obviously, was extremely excited. The sensitive reporters did not miss the opportunity, immediately raised the camera to record the event. This. About half a minute later, Duo Mu Kwong Ba suddenly woke up, grabbed the microphone, shouted, "Dude, wait. Little." His voice was lost, becoming hoarse. He didn't seem at all. Saw the reporters and all the others, just staring at the kid. Other, asking, "Who gave you this?" The child was clearly frightened by Trak Mok Kwong Ba's expression, did not respond to any words, only panicked and looked towards the door, frantically squeezing out of the crowd. Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed his child's eyes. When she was young, the black windbreaker person from earlier had disappeared without notice. He did not bother to continue his lecture, but jumped down from the high platform and squeezed out the door. Gesture. This sudden event caused a commotion in the hall. Reporters jostled each other, and a group of bodyguards tried to pave the way to help Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who wanted to break into the city. Forward, those who want to step back. The situation is temporarily impossible. Giant. In the midst of chaos, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Disappear. Everyone was excited to discuss, what did that child finally give to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, how could he let lost face right in front of reporters, despite the solemn opening ceremony that he personally chased. An even more surprising thing is that a few days later, in this world-class Mastiff tournament, there was absolutely no sign of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the proponent and host of the tournament. Someone said it was a letter. Blackmail. Inside is a photo of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and his lover. The people in the front row can clearly see the photo in the envelope, so a lot of people believe this theory, and the reporters are sure that there is no fire. Why is there smoke? Adding fuel to the fire, specification. For a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's reputation became 20 times greater than it was 20 years ago. Before. While the reporters were stirring up the story, Zhuo Muchangbo was in Shanghai, at the professor's house. Feng Tan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is only a visiting professor, and Feng Tan is a real professor of zoology, specializing in the study of dog breeds. He is 65 years old this year and has seen Trak Mok's dog research guide. Kwong Ba later became a cooperative couple specializing in the study of Western Mastiffs. Tibet, but Professor Feng Tan only. Stop at the academic aspect, patiently. Firmly oppose the use of Tibetan clans to business, causing them to separate from each other. Later on, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's business career grew as the kite meets the wind, and Professor Feng Tan is still just an anonymous researcher, but to express his gratitude to Professor Feng Tan for opening and supporting expertise in biological properties, Trak Mok Kwong Ba strongly supports his academic work, now a professor. To become a prestigious figure in academia specializing in dog research, any dog who wants to become an international dog, the best way is to be recognized by a professor. Recently, he began to write a thesis on Tibetan clan bloodline, almost compiling a genealogy for Tibetan Mastiffs all over the world. In the future, anyone who wants to trace the Mastiff's history must search in it. The thesis was written to participate in the Biologist Matthew Lear Conference, heard the conference. This time will give Professor Feng Tan a special award, meaning no different from the Nobel Prize in Zoology, an honor supreme for zoologists. Feng Tan's hair has been white for a long time, but his spirit is still very sharp. His eyes are bright with God. He lit a Chinese cigarette out of habit, took a puff, and said, "Next week I will go to Germany to attend the event, biology conference. Heard you brought something very special. Is it something that can make you miss the chance to show?" I went to the American Mastiff competition and flew back to Shanghai. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Teacher, he still keeps this title, please take a look." This, as he spoke, he placed the small suitcase in his hand on the table. It was a steel anti-theft suitcase that was used to transport money, with a leather exterior. Only now did Feng Tan notice that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had carefully locked the suitcase in his hand with handcuffs. Feng Tan was startled and surprised, must know that Trak Mok Kwong Ba has won the title twice. Ko by Army, also known as Swaytuk I of the Tibetan Special Zone. He is very good at martial arts. The ordinary policeman is not his opponent. He used to help people bring a diamond worth $20 million, but it just depends. By the way, he found a cloth bag, wrapped it up, put it in his pocket. Never seen him carry anything so carefully before. But after Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened in the suitcase, Feng Tan was even more surprised. Inside the suitcase was a square gold foil, about 30 on each side. Centimeter. The relief above is lifelike. The four corners are inlaid with rare cat's eye jade. The smallest bead is 13 carats. Feng Tan. You know, this is Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heirloom treasure box. Only the value of the casket can't be calculated with money. This casket was used to Buddhist scriptures, later passed down to the life of his father Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Buddhist scriptures donated to the state are considered the only complete Ninma Bibles. Asked to the palace of Bodala, This casket has always been empty since then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba often laughs and laughs loudly. All his life is afraid of not finding anything that can be put in this casket anymore. But today, what was put in there? Feng Tan saw himself that he had experienced life, nothing could attract him anymore, but now, what Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought, had once again touched his heart. He was eager to see what is possible after all. Makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba so important? Trak Mok Kwong Ba teased him again, hesitatingly refused to open the golden casket, seeing Feng Tan staring at him. Staring at the casket, his eyes were about to fall out, before he pushed it in front of him, respectfully said, "Teacher, please open it and see." Feng Tan put on white silk gloves, carefully opened the casket. There was nothing else in it, only one thing, photo. But Feng Tan's face is the same as Trak Mok Kwong Ba when he just saw this, as dull as. Log 1 Subtitle, Human Wrestling. Tibetan. The secret in the photo. To be precise, in the casket were two photographs. The first picture has the background of a vast steppe, a few shrubs. Dumplings scattered over the grasslands, the sky was blue with white clouds, and in the center a black whirlwind rose. Looking closely, it turned out that it wasn't the wind, but a looming shadow of an animal. The whole picture is very blurry. Anyone who is good at photography knows, it's because the photographer's hand is shaking too much, but he can still recognize the animal's fur. The second photo, the background is still the steppe. A closer look will reveal that the shooting location has not changed, the same mountain range, the same bushes, even. The grass also remained in place, only the blue sky and white clouds were replaced by night colors, which means that the photographer was in the same place from early morning to late evening without moving. The other shadow was already completely engulfed in darkness, but the second image was clearer than the first, because the shadow was closer to the point where the camera was placed and moreover facing the photographer's position. On the second, a translucent face that appeared to be that of a male African lion, the wrinkles on his neck juxtaposed with a sunflower-like mane that framed the face. But considering its body, it is different from that of a lion. Africa, due to geographical and climatic reasons, only hair around the head and behind the pillow. Mane, and this animal, covered with thick and long hair, just like a yak cow, strong and sturdy. Professor Feng Tan holds two photos. Up, for a long time did not speak a word, body like a yak, a monk's head. Death, leopard-like outlines, the animal covered with black fur in the photo, every muscle on the body is outlined in almost perfect lines, inside it hides unparalleled strength, at first glance like an arrow can leap at any time, each movement is like that of a feline animal on the defensive. But he knows for sure, this is a canine animal, with a square head, small ears, a short snout but an extremely wide open mouth, and a large back. Straight belly, 4 legs as big as pillars, no matter from any angle, this is a standard Tibetan Mastiff. Moreover, it is not the ordinary Tibetan clam. The ordinary Tibetan clam is not so big, not so stocky, not so strong and calm, so majestic, it appears to float, like a giant. Made of steel, with the aura of the regal, the natural nature makes the eyes seem to cover heaven and earth, extremely majestic rushing in the middle of the steppe. Professor Feng Tan watched for half an hour. Did not say anything. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled at him. He knew what the professor was thinking, the time in his head. This must have been a white area, like he'd seen these two pictures from time to time. Because only in the picture can it be called a genuine Tibetan clam, only in the highlands can there be such a clear blue sky, white clouds swooping down from the ground so low, as if reaching out to have a hand. Can remove a cluster, those clumps of trees, cedar, ephedra, hard-leaved willow, are all typical plant species of the plateau. In addition, there are also a few species of special plants of the plateau. In addition, there are a few species that are found almost exclusively in the land of Tibet. As for the clam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Professor Feng Tan are all elders. A village in the world. Without a second glance you can be sure this is the best clam they have ever seen. The most perfect body, the most perfect aura, even more rare, this clam still possesses. Possessing something that no other Tibetan clam can have, absolutely impossible. Use language that can describe what is. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to control his breath, lightly tapped his thigh with his hand. Every time he looked at these two photos, he was so excited that he wanted to. Crying, can't control my hands. Even though I've watched it countless times, my fingers are only free. Reluctant to tremble. Feng Tan took off his old glasses, a moment later, put them back on, then took them off again, repeating this for dozens of times, then pressed his hand firmly on the photo said, "No way, this is fake, it's computer generated." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up and pointed. Put his hand on the professor. His face suddenly turned white. He couldn't believe that Professor Feng Tan looked at it for so long, and came to such a conclusion. If he wasn't someone he respected, I'm afraid he would immediately hit people out. Professor Feng Tan signaled him to calm down, pointed to the photo and said, "Let's see this photo first. This is a daytime photo, although the background is very vague, but the plants in the picture can still be seen. Can be clearly distinguished. You see, this is Sichuan spruce. Looking at the diameter, it must be mature, the height of. They are about 30 to 40 meters, and the seeded tree next to this clam is full grown, maybe 30 to 15 feet tall. Meters, if the photographer's position is fixed. If we are determined, we can use eye measurements to infer the distance between these two stumps and the animal, on the same line, based on the scale of reduction, so its height can be calculated. I calculated roughly. A little. If it's real then its shoulders should be between 2.5 feet tall. Then, when it stands up, it's over 2.5 feet tall. That's not a dog anymore, basically a calf is more correct. The dogs that I have come into contact with, the tallest one at the shoulder is not more than 1 meter and 5, but according to current reports, the tallest standing dog is no more than 2 meters tall. I know how tall the Mastiff is. The shoulder height can't be more than 80 centimeters. The length is no more than 1.5 meters. Have you ever seen a dog as big as? Like this? Trak Mok Kwong Ba excitedly said. But, Mastiffs are indeed the largest of all dogs. Four-leaved dogs, one-eared clams. Originally the word, mast, in Chinese refers to a large breed of dog that is good at fighting, shepherd dog, and hunting dog. The German dog, the Danish dog, the Swiss St. Bernard dog, which are recognized worldwide as the largest in size, also have the bloodline of the clam. So have a child. The clam's exceptionally large body isn't anything out of the ordinary either. Especially huge. Professor Feng Tan smirked. It's not wrong, but you have to know that its environment is where it is, the plateau, the highest plateau in the world, the Tibetan plateau. Trak Mok Kwong Ba blushed and muttered. Say that. So what then? He knew well that his professional knowledge was still not comparable to that of a teacher. Feng Tan said, the plateau is the lips. The habitat is very specific, the air is thin, the oxygen content is low, all species have adapted to the oxygen-deficient atmosphere, the higher the terrain, the better the shape. Fascinatingly, the animals here are mostly very short and small, have thick skin, long hair, 4 big but short legs, in order to save the energy needed for the blood to transport oxygen in the body, to ensure a clear mind. I've already learned that the animals on the plateau are shorter and smaller than their counterparts in the areas with elevation above the level. The sea level is lower, and in this photo, there is a dwarf fern that only grows in the highlands, which also means, the Mastiff in this photo, lives in a place higher than that of its fellow Mastiffs, then it can't be taller than its kind. Fang Xin finished speaking, opened the computer on the table, and slowly continued. We use computer analysis, Mr. Look at the sharpness of the picture. The grass's blur index is only 2.4. It can be attributed to the unsteady hand of the photographer. but look at this monster's blur index, it's as high as 6.7, conventional camera, from opening the shutter to the time when light comes in, time from 0.005 to 0.01 second, which also means, in 1/100th of a second, this monster moves 20 centimeters or more. We calculate the equivalent, its speed can be reaching 40 meters a second, or 140 kilometers an hour, but the jaguar is the fastest animal on the continent. The highest speed is only 120 kilometers an hour, he thinks, this clam, run fast than the gepper leopard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba started to feel a little shy. Even, mumbling, but, teacher, just. The number of smudges is very unstable, relying on as low as 1/100th of a second to calculated, its speed is only about 80 kilometers an hour. The explosive speed of a clam can completely meet this requirement. Fang Xin nodded, okay, then even if the speed is satisfactory, we will analyze its bloodline. Mastiffs in the world today are almost all derived from Tibet. In total there are 3 types, 7 genera, 6 families, plumage color with jet black, pure white, reddish brown, gray color, yellow legs, black back, yellow clam, as well. There are also red clams, white-eyed lion clams, rare leopard clams, but look at this one, its coat color, look closely, this isn't black, it's not brown. If it does exist, this is basically a breed of clam that never appeared. Its fur, purple, a very dark purple-red. Feng Tan said this, subconsciously raising his hand to raise his glasses. His face became serious, the existence of a clam-like. So it is a challenge to the prestige of his profession, even. Lake is a disdain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered to himself, constantly wanting to explain something. But he found it extremely difficult, anyway. In this academic field, he is only a student of Feng Tan, although he has developed a very neat masturbation establishment, but in terms of academic knowledge, he is far from equal to his teacher. How can I convince Professor Feng Tan? After all, even the person who gave him this photo doesn't know where it came from. But Feng Tan gave more evidence. This color thing, this speed and form. This, very similar to the ideal mastiff image that someone had built with a computer. The computer uses a 32-bit color resolution, which is still not equal to the resolution chemiluminescent, so when rendering color, black is easily faded to dark red purple. These two colors are not much different. The Montaga is clearly not a mastiff either. He knows some of the features of the clam, but he's too pompous and perfect in some places, leaving a loophole. Feng Tan looks at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Sweating profusely, he switched to consoling, okay, I know you've always wanted to find the best clam in the world, so you're so sensitive to elite clams that you can't tell for a moment. I can't tell if it's true or not. I can't blame you for this. Think about it. How many veteran experts study antiquities all their lives and sometimes look at them? I'm wrong, let alone I'm not a specialist in this mastiff. Not, Trak Mok Kwong Ba Kian decided to raise his head and said, Teacher, I believe this is a real clam. It is true that it lives in Tibet, and is there now. I have made up my mind. I have to go find it, this time to the teacher, who wants to ask him for a hint, if he did not believe the truth. If its existence is true, then I will have to find it alone. Feng Tan looks at the most satisfied student and best collaborator from. Up until now, he could not help but gently stroke his head, softly asked, Kwong Ba, my son, what makes you try to? So stubborn and steadfast, I decided. With such a big mind, how could you want to find the living animal in this computer? Trak Mok Kwong Ba holds some pictures in Feng Tan's hand, pointing at the second plate. Tu said, Teacher, look, these are his eyes. I just saw these eyes. These eyes tell me, they really exist. Professor Feng Tan looked at the second photo again, his face turned straight to the clam's camera. The other places are a bit hazy, only the eyes are very clear. He looked into those eyes, also feeling a little surprised, deep eyes, sparkling in front of the dark night. Falling down, like a bright star in the night, exuding a kind of human magic. I was afraid, the strength and temperament in those eyes showed the wildness of their own. Grand, Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely said. A computer-generated photo, how can there be such vivid eyes? These are the brightest, most powerful eyes I have ever seen. Teacher, do you know the feeling when I first saw it? At that time, I was completely dumbfounded. 1/4 chains, ancient Chinese measurement unit, equivalent to about 1/3 meters. The first madman. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stares. Looking at the picture in my hand, it's like being hit with a stick in the middle of my head and in my heart. Apart from the shock, only the shock, the true image in the photograph, the blink of an eye had captured his soul. He looked like a researcher who had spent his life studying dinosaur fossils, when suddenly, he saw a living dinosaur in the distance, the rarest of all dinosaurs, standing right in front of him. Face, can only reach out to touch, his excitement can be imagined. A voice spoke from the bottom of his heart, like a call from ancient times, yet so genuine and intimate, go find it, for your soul and your faith, for your values, your existence. Is this life of yours not existing because of seeing it? Suddenly he started mocking himself again, still here, wow, teaching people, the owner of that photo is laughing at you, you've never seen a mastiff dog at all. Yes, you don't know what a clam is at all. He was dumbfounded for a long time, then suddenly woke up, like crazy, asked the postman about the identity of the photo, but the boy didn't know at all. Trak Mok Kwong Ba no longer cared about anything, jumped off the podium, he knew, master. That secret person just now is still standing at door. If he misses this opportunity, he will never know where this clam is, where this photo comes from. But at that time, it was too noisy and chaotic. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had a hard time entering. Get out of the hall, don't say master. By the picture, not even the guy holding the postman was nowhere to be found. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like crazy, asked passers-by, asked the driver, asked each person he encountered, if he saw a man about 7 feet tall, wearing a windbreaker, wearing dark glasses, and a cap. But no one had ever seen anyone dressed in such a striking fashion. He seemed to have lost 3 souls, 7 astral bodies, and his body. Tall, immediately no longer vital, became so depressed, no longer in the mood to participate in the mastiff competition, even though he is the one who calls and also presides over the tournament. But after that he never visited the arena once. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is like a mentally ill child, can't eat rice, can't sleep well, all day dumbfounded looking at the 2 pictures in his hand, looking at it over and over again. That picture is blurry, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba is almost could count the number of hairs on that clam. He knew that on the hind leg, about 2 inches above the clam's 3rd toe, from front to back, the 36th hair was forked. He also knows, the first toe on the left front paw of the clam, the toenail has a scratch. All the details in the photos he knew. The only thing that he didn't know was, who took these 2 pictures, and where they took them. If it weren't for that phone call, Trak Mok Kwong Ba would probably continue to be immersed in his whole life, because the 2 pictures had robbed him of his ability to think. The phone hung for a long time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still didn't get up, because someone would answer the phone. Next to him there was a secretary, a professional director, a bodyguard, and a work phone he had never used before. Never listened to themselves, and those who know his personal phone number, only limited to closest friends. Miss Huo gently pushed the door and said in a low voice, President Chuo, it was to find you by phone. Trak Mok Kwong faced frowning. Said softly, say I'm not here. These days, no phone calls tell me I'm not here. Miss Huo lowered her head awkwardly, but, the caller said, just tell him about the photo, he will definitely answer the phone. When she raised her head, She was surprised to realize that President Duo was no longer in the restroom. Again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gripped the receiver tightly and forcibly said in English, "Brother. Friend, are you the one who gave me those 2 pictures? Please don't hang up, no matter what your request is, it can be negotiated." The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt his heart pounding. The lake suffocated, as if in a moment of waiting for a death sentence. Finally, the person on the other end of the line said, "That picture is it a dog?" One voice. "Youth, is a genuine Mandarin." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately said, "Yes, yes, the best dog breed. I'm in. Where shall we meet and talk?" The person on the other side hesitated. "Actually, I sent you those 2 photos, just to confirm a bit. I don't think there's a need to meet and talk." Trak Mok Kwong Ba is like a dead man. It's so hard to catch the song. Life-saving tree, don't let go, immediately say, need it, I want it. What confirmation? I can satisfy any request from you. I need to meet you to talk. If you are free, I will drive over now. The other person mumbled, "No need to make a big deal, huh?" Seemingly surprised, the person let out a strange laugh. 5 minutes later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba went to Andrea's hospital. In front of the hospital door, he saw the person who sent him 2 photos, a Chinese guy, about 17 or 18 years old, handsome. Tall, arrogant, he introduced himself as Tang Ming. Just got off Trak Mok Kwong Ba car. Ask, what do you want to confirm? Maybe you don't know where that picture came from. That have. Tang Ming smirked and said, "Of course I know where this photo came from. I just wanted to confirm a bit. Is this really a clam, a real clam?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "Of course it is. In this world, there is no more noble Tibetan clam than it. It is the real clam of the clam." Tang Ming sheepishly scratched his head, doubting, "I don't mean it. I mean, does it really exist? Or is it just some kind of hallucination?" "Illusion," Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. "How can it be an illusion? Why haven't you asked the photographer? Plate. Where did this photo come from?" Tang Ming mumbled, "But, I've asked a lot of people. They are also experts in dog breeding. They all say it's fake, and some say it's a computer-generated photo." Trak Mok Kwong Ba clenched his shoulders. Tang Ming impatiently asked, "Where's the photographer? Find that person. Let's ask him together. Isn't that obvious?" Tang Ming's grip was so painful that he quickly took a step back, not expecting his strength. This elegant-looking professor was surprisingly strong. He rubbed his shoulder and said, "The one who took the picture is my brother, now. I can't ask him any more." Duo Mok Kwong Ba was excited and grabbed Tang Min again, but he was one step away from him. He quickly said, "Where is your brother? Take me to see him." Guang Min looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with a strange look, as if he had never met such a crazy person, thought for a moment, then tilted his head and said, "Follow me." Unexpectedly, he turned his head to go to Andrea's hospital. Andrea Hospital, America's most famous psychiatric hospital. In the hospital room, Trak Mok Kwong Ba met his brother Duong Min, also saw many more pictures. Duong Min's brother is lying on the bed. His face looks like Duo Mok Kwong Ba at. When I saw the photo, I kept staring blankly at the wall covered with pictures. Suddenly seeing a stranger come in, he immediately trembled like a plow. Tang Min could not help but walk over to gently pat him, gently saying a few comforting words to calm his brother. Tang Ming introduced, his brother's name is Duong Tho, 5 years older. Tho Street is as high as Min Street. But the body is much more muscular, the skin is black as iron, at first glance is extremely strong, the hair is parted, each strand stands up like an iron needle. Face. Duong Tho is very handsome. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels like he has met him somewhere, but he did not pay much attention to him, but was attracted by the pictures on the wall. It's all such famous landscapes. World, there are delicate panels that Trak Mok Kwong Ba has to secretly praise. He knew these pictures had to be taken by a professional photographer, no matter what photo magazine they sent to, would. Posted on the cover, moreover the price. It's not normal either, Guy asked. Are they all taken by your brother? Dang Min arrogantly replied, Dang. Course. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked around the four walls. The sharpness, shooting position, and context in these photos were all optimal, but Duong Tho didn't seem to be. Sadly looked at it once, just staring at the opposite wall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes turned back. On the opposite wall of Duong Tho, the surprising thing is that the pictures glued on it are completely different, only more than a dozen pictures, extremely vague, all of them are pictures of that mysterious mastiff. Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that the two pictures he held were the clearest, number. The rest, the faintest panel looks like a dark cloud floating in the middle of a blue cloud background. Only then did he ask, your brother, what's up? Tang Ming sighed and said, I don't know, he turned out like that this time. The doctor said it was because we were too scared. We came here from the country to see if the doctor in the US was better. This time my brother is being treated. Hypnosis. A few days ago, I watched the news and said that Professor Trak was here. Mastiff competition, that's why I'm trying. Show him pictures. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, he seems very peaceful now. Tang Ming said, it's the fear of the dark. Saying that, he pointed to the lamp above his head. Only now did Trak Mok Kwong realize that during the day, the lights in the room were on, and he couldn't help but wonder, what did this photographer see in the end? That day. Tang Ming said again, I also believe this is true, my brother has never been. Fake photos, but I don't know where he took this time, all 10 pictures. None of them are clear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly asked, your brother was so traumatized, how did he come back? Tang Ming replied, June of the year. Last year, the Karte Lai Mountain Patrol discovered him, heard that at that time, he was running for his life. His mind was already unstable. If it weren't for the people in the security team pressing him to the ground, he kept running until he ran out of breath and died. Listening to those people say, my brother just fell down and lost consciousness and fainted. When he woke up, his mind was hazy. He kept saying 2 sentences over and over, the madman in Mong Ha speaks the truth, the door to hell. Come on, they arrived. Scamper. These 2 sentences, I don't know what they mean. Later the security team discovered that my brother's off-road jeep was abandoned 300 kilometers from where he was found. The fuel in the car was empty. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned again. If Duong Tho abandoned the car when he ran out of gas and ran, that is, he ran for 300 kilometers, but still refused to stop, in the end he saw something that turned into something like this. So, but in his heart, he was mainly happy and excited, because the other 2 sentences that other people didn't understand, he understood. Suddenly, he remembered a name, hastily asked, single action. Your brother is the lone wolf. Though, Tang Ming seemed to want to say, finally. He finally remembered, nodded in acknowledgement. It is true that Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally remembered. No wonder this person looked so familiar. It turned out to be Doc Han Hai Duong Tho, one of the few leading celebrities in the country. His father is Duong Min Wei, one of the 3 Chinese dairy tycoons, but died at the age of 40, leaving his 2 sons a fortune of over 100 million. The eldest son Duong Tho, unknown since, who loves adventure travel, starting alone crossing County Lap Road. Paint, then alone through the desert. Taklamakan, alone to the top. Chomalungma, alone sailing along the Yellow River, along the Yangtze River, along the Nha Lo Tang Bo River, alone swam across the Bohai Strait. Then he set his eyes on the world, the most dangerous mountains, the most rushing waterfalls, the most terrifying valleys in the world. He has all set foot in, usually where no one else is. When he came, he wanted to go check it out, but he went alone. Every time when everyone thought that Guangdo was certain of death, there was absolutely no hope of returning, he once again returned to this civilized world. Someone once asked the question, why is that? He said, do so, not because. Something else, other than to prove your existence. His interest in photography also arose from those solitary trips, but his photos did not sell, and many magazines paid high prices to publish even one picture. Landscape without being. Track Mok Kwong 3 Red Eyes, last. Argue together, teacher, you think. See, the picture is from someone like that, how can it be fake? Feng Tan said, looks like your determination is great, son. You go, good luck. But the expression on his face clearly said, this is almost a myth. Track Mok Kwong Ba is very depressed, he. Not being able to convince his teacher is like losing an assistant. Important. He angrily collected the 2 photos, walked heavily to the door just as he was about to step out, suddenly turned around and asked, teacher, do you remember the first time you gave me a lecture? Lectures by Feng Tan. Professor Feng Tan stroked his silver hair, imagined the old story, woke up, yes, the situation that day, he remembered. In the hall with a capacity of 3,000 people, on the first day of class, there were only less than 50 people. Sporadically sitting in the lecture hall, the whole hall was wide open. Clearly empty but too quiet. Fang Xin didn't pay attention. The students who chose to study this major were very few, they didn't know the value at all. And the meaning of this science, he revised the document, opening with his distinctive humorous tone, today, everyone who needed it has already arrived. He pointed to the sleeping practitioner opposite and said, those who don't need to come have also come, it's really exceeded my expectations. I know, I'm not very handsome, I heard that Ms. Lang taught biology yesterday, the lady with a flamboyant bust went to class, you guys were all packed in this hall. The atmosphere in the hall lightened somewhat. Feng Tan changed the topic and said, I know, a lot of people think that the problem I research is too monotonous, too simple, what to study, that dog, what good is there to study? You can see them all over the street, some big, some small, some barking, some biting people. Do any of you feel that you don't know anything about dogs and still need to learn more? There was a whisper of conversation below, but no one admits to himself. Knowing nothing about dogs, Feng Tan smiled and said, well then, I will check, first a simple sentence. Here are some pictures, please tell me, the names of these dogs. A series of dozens of photos were shown, unexpectedly no one could say the name of those dogs, all looking at dogs are dogs, who knows what dog is what dog? Feng Tan thought for a moment, then said, this issue is probably a bit too specialized, let's ask a simpler question, in your opinion, which dog breed is the most evil in this world? The atmosphere in the lecture hall immediately became noisy. Some people said it was herding dog, some people said it was a hound, a bulldog, a Siberian dog, an Eskimo dog, anything. Feng Tan noticed that, when everyone was talking loudly, in the middle of the lecture hall, there was a tall, speechless person with a scornful smile on his face. That was the first time Feng Tan noticed Duo. Mok Kwong Ba. Professor Feng Tan waited for everyone to stop talking, then brought up the picture of Tibetan clam, a purebred lion-headed iron-clad lion. Someone below immediately shouted, this is a lion. At that time, mastiffs were not well known, and people who knew Tibetan Mastiff were even less pitiful. He said, this is the most aggressive dog breed recognized in the world, it is called the clam. He turned around and wrote on the blackboard a big word clam, then said, this breed lives in the Tibetan region of our country. At the first turn of the Hoang Ha, there is a place called Ha Kuk. The clam in Ha Kuk has the most dominant shape, this clam is a standard shape Ha Kuk clam. What about clams? Most ferocious, loyal to protect master. Most human, born in the vicinity of Dat Ma district in Tibet, a high point of the plateau, the geographical environment is extremely harsh. There are many ways to talk about clams. There are many types, according to the explanation in the Kangxi Great Dictionary. Clams, 4-meter dogs are clams, aggressive, household owners, can beast fight. Normally, a dog with a tall body, aggressive, and still loyal to its owner, is called a clam. The land of Tibet is sparsely populated with wild beasts. Tibetans raise clams to protect the goats, fight against the cruel and cunning highland wolves. There is a saying in that area, a clam fights 3 wolves, a good clam can fight alone, 3 evil wolves. Professor Feng Tan turned on the phone, began to talk about everything related to mastiffs. The students listened passionately, did not expect that there are so many strange dogs in the world, and many legends about clams. So, while the professor was excited, the tall man sitting in the middle said, "You are an expert on dogs, so I want to ask, among the clams, which species is the most dangerous, do you know?" The students froze, not expecting the mastiff to be classified as high or low, good or bad. Feng Tan looked at the student with different eyes. Surprisingly, there were students who wanted to test the teacher. Of course he did not. Could be so poor, immediately replied, "You asked very well. Clams also have subspecies. There are also differences in bloodline. Based on existing research, clams are distributed from Tibet to Eastern Europe. Northern Europe, according to current preliminary statistics, there are 3 strains of 5 species and 11 major systems, in which the mastiff has a relatively perfect body I mentioned earlier, the Harcook clam, and the filial clam. The most powerful, the strongest, is probably the clam Dang Xiang. But in general the bloodlines are very close together, so the speed, strength, fighting instinct. Not much different, but in the land of Tibet, only in the land of Tibet, there are mastiffs more powerful than in other places. That is not born of God, but trained by humans. Tibetans say 9 dogs 1 clam. This is the point." Hearing this, the students became more and more excited, eager to know what 9 dogs and 1 clam was. Professor Feng Tan said, "It is a kind of cruel competitive selection. In order to get the best clam, they usually drop 10 clams born in the same year into the hole. Worms, no food, or very little, only enough to feed only 1 clam. These 10 clams were forced to go through a brutal competition, ultimately surviving only 1, either by obtaining that little food, or by cannibalism. We all know, dogs are domesticated from wolves. In the body still retain many characteristics of wolves, but in the wolf family, there is a rule like this: in the same pack, the living wolf is a fellow. Once it dies, it becomes food. Especially in cold areas, this is even more evident. Obviously, the reason why the Siberian wolves are so aggressive and strong, there's nothing they don't dare to do. It's because they have such a terrifying concept of survival that they can survive and evolve in the cruel natural environment. The only remaining clam is the clam of the clam that people say, because it has the most resilient will to survive, the most tenacious vitality." Professor Feng Tan found himself to be persuasive, and the students' enthusiastic attitude of listening to the confusion of the students. Members of proof, but looking up, the tall man sitting in the middle still had a scornful smile, that kind of smile, making Feng Tan feel very uncomfortable. Course, he thought for a moment, oh, that's right, there is another explanation, the esoteric interpretation of a certain part of Tibet, a way of saying that even many native Tibetans have never heard of. When he arrived, he continued, go back. 9 dogs 1 clam, there is another explanation that is the natural clam god. This explanation, the more mysterious, the more cruel, the more remote, also. Ancient folk. Old, Tibetan mastiffs are also dogs. They, like most other mammals, can give birth to 4 to 6 cubs at a time, rarely 7. As for a litter of 8 children, it must be said that phoenix feathers are scales. But if once a mother clam gives birth to 9 cubs, there will be a magic clam in it. Mother clams have only 8 nipples at most, which means there is bound to be one that is not breastfed, after all, like The situation of 9 dogs and 1 clam due to me. The Creator. This time it is divine. There will be a clam that eats all 8 of its brothers, and then also eats the mother's mother and becomes a clam of the clam. Legend has it that this clam has an extremely strong temperament. When it is an adult, it can even hunt grizzly bears. It takes its place. Plateau wolves and polar tigers spread across the vast highlands, becoming the last link of the food chain. But this legend, the scope of transmission is not wide, and basically no one has corroborated it, so up to now, people have only considered it as a legend. In comparison, I personally believe the explanation of selecting clams from 9 dogs under artificial circumstances. After telling this legend, Professor Feng Tan seems to have seen. He saw the other student's appreciative expression at his knowledge, but next he asked, "So, Professor, what's better than 9 dogs and 1 clam?" Oh, the lecture hall immediately stirred. Someone said that this student just kept his head in a dead end, asking until the end, how could he? There are also people who say that this guy has a stupid mind that can't be opened, only a big and strong body, but most are surprised because there are only dogs and dogs. Such legends and secrets. Everyone is looking forward to seeing Professor Feng. How does Tan respond? Professor Feng Tan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Did not expect this student to be knowledgeable about. The clam is so deep. He realized that the tall guy sitting in the middle had a typical pink face of the highlands, rough skin, angular lines, completely revealing his origin as a Tibetan, even though he was not a Tibetan, is also a genuine highland boy who has lived on the plateau for a long time. Front. Tibetan people tell Tibetan stories, almost. Was a hammer dance in front of Lu Ban's house, but Feng Tan, a professor after all, could not afford to lose face with his students. Moreover, this was still a new student entering his class for the first time. Professor Feng Tan adjusts his glasses. Every time he is seriously preparing to arrange something or deep in thought, he likes to adjust his glasses. For a moment, the students held their breath in silence, as if preparing to watch 2 opponents duel, not daring to speak or ask anything for fear of causing disturbance. Professor Feng Tan's face did not change, first looked up at the ceiling, and then looked directly at the large student. As if he didn't want to reveal it, he said slowly at last, "It's not wrong, more powerful than 9 dogs and 1 clam, has the highest position in Tibet, called War Clam." As soon as Feng Tan finished speaking, a student immediately couldn't help but cry out softly. He continued, "Called Battle Clam, hearing the name means knowing the meaning, the mastiff used to fight. The position of the war clam in land of Tibet, similar to the bodhisattva's sitting horse in ancient Chinese mythology, the status is equivalent to the statue in Thailand, this animal, only people of status. Supreme in the newly raised Tibetan land. Care, ordinary people cannot have, nor dare to have. War clam, main fact. A 9 dogs and a clam, the elite undergoes rigorous selection by gods or humans, in addition to the experience of many generations of mastiff breeders, trained to be intelligent mastiffs. The most loyal, most capable of attack and combat. I take an example, a heron, you have more or less seen it. A service dog, everyone knows, most of the service dogs are herding dogs, but an ordinary breeder dog fights at home. With a service dog, even though the body shape and height are not much better, the probability of the winning dog is much higher. Because they have undergone rigorous training, know how to attack like that. Which is the most effective? In fact, just like us humans, we are all human, but there are athletes who are normal people. For example, tell me to go to a weightlifting contest with a weightlifting champion, even 3 people like me can't lift weight that a weightlifting champion can lift. It is said that after going through the selection of 9 dogs and a clam, the wild nature of the animal is extremely stubborn, one of the 3 most difficult animals to tame in the world, because it is arrogant, wants to make it submissive, absolutely not an easy thing. But Once the clam training is successful, its submission to its owner is much more loyal than a regular mastiff, even more touching. Our love story. When I was surveying in Tibet, there was a story like this. The hunter Avong Gutai, who used to be a war clam trainer for the Earthlings, after liberation became the captain of the Tibetan hunting team. He had a war clam, called Darkat. The year I went to Tibet to survey, old Avong went with a hunting team, unexpectedly had an accident along the way. When everyone in the team brought his body home, the Darkat was being chained by an iron chain the size of a finger, hand-locked on the stone pillar, suddenly as if madly jerking the iron chain. At that time there were 6 or 7 excellent hunters, all of them completely stunned by its aura. 3 of them were knocked down on the spot, the others. No one dared to step forward. It sniffed the old man's nose. Avong, licking the old man's forehead, seemed to sense from that frozen body what is called death. Darkat is like. So don't let anyone near Avong. It stood there, like a stone statue. If anyone tried to approach, it would immediately ruffle the mane around its neck to warn. Avong was dragged to the door by Darkat. Then he began to refuse to eat anything. His mouth kept making painful groans. He didn't know what death was, but he still kept trying. Find a way to wake up old Avong. 5 days and 5 nights, when the bravest hunter approached Darkat again, he found out when it was dead, still squatting next to old Avong. Looked up at the sky. That pose of it, after all these years, I still can't forget it. Speaking of this, Professor Feng Tan was a little choked up. There were also many students with tears in their eyes below. At this point, the bell has rung. Professor Feng Tan waved his hand, let out a heavy sigh, said, "There are many legends about Tibetan clam, but today time has run out, so I have to leave everyone with such a tragic ending. Okay, if you are still interested, come again tomorrow." Everyone complained that time went by so quickly, but had to leave. The next lesson the teacher and other students needed to use this lecture hall. When the students stood up, Feng Tan called the tall guy who asked the other question, asked, "Classmate, wait a minute, what's your name?" That big guy raised his head, arrogantly replied, "My name is Trak Mok Kwong." Father Fang Sin nodded and said, "Oh, you're a Tibetan. What part of Tibet are you from?" So, Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said, "County Dai people, Dat Ngoa No village." Pork. Feng Tan's face changed slightly and said, "No wonder, you know Mastiff so well, so you come from the motherland of the clam. Go Dai is located in the most remote part of the land of Tibet, thus preserving it. He has rare purebred mastiffs, so it is called the homeland of mastiffs. But Dat Ngoa No Tho village, even he has never heard of it. It must be known that Tibet is 1,202 wide million square kilometers, but the population is only less than 3 million people. Each village is sometimes larger than a city. Local level. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Exhale, say, Professor's research on Mastiff really makes me admire, but I wanted to ask, Professor Feng has ever heard of the legend of the 2 Kai Lan? But the professor doesn't seem to know. Feng Tan furrowed his brows, trying to search through his memories, but a little impressed. Neither. He is very confident about his memory. His own, just having heard it, is bound to have an impression, but he has not even the slightest impression. Legend of the Dead Unicorn. Finally, Feng Tan bowed his head. This was the first time he had to bow in front of students, but as a scholar, he was very pleased to bow to academia, especially academic matters he had not yet learned, have been in contact with, but are within the scope of his research. He calmly said, "Oh, it seems that I do not know anything about this. Do you have time to eat? You told me the story of death. Kai Lan okay. What kind of dog is it? Also a Tibetan clam. Follow me. As you know, Tibetan clam is not purple." Trak Mok Kwong Ba grinned. "Thanks for the invitation, Professor, let's go." So, while eating, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told Professor Fung Tan the story of Tu Kai Lan. He slowly started from Catechism. The Tibetan people were originally uncivilized, used to wildness, belligerence, and repeated wars and divisions, until Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva came to the world, using his teachings to transform the people, in 629 AD. Primordial, the 33rd generation of Tan Fa. Position, quickly concentrate power on. Central, sweeping away the eightfold, worshipping. Teaching, worshipping the Buddha, respecting the Buddha, improving the people. Professor Fung Tan interrupted. Wait a minute, I understand everything you say. The 33rd Tan Fa is the king of the Dharma, Song Tan Kanbo, building the Dofon dynasty, unification and peace of mind. In the land of Tibet, using Buddhism to teach the Tibetan people to be good, but, what does this have to do with the Zikilin you mentioned? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, No, I don't want to talk about Western history. Tibetan, I am talking about a sutra. Just now I just translated it into modern Chinese, and the story about Zikilin, also recorded in the series. That sutra. Fung Tan nodded, tacitly agreeing. Only now did Trak Mok Kwong Ba continue. A.D. 641, the land of Tibet. An earth-shaking incident happened. In January, the Nepalese princess Chitung went to Tibet with a statue. Golden statue of Shakyamuni at the age of 8. In March, Daidwang Princess Van Than went to Tibet, bringing with him a golden statue of Sakyamuni at the age of 12. Vong Tung Tan Kanbo started to worship the Buddhadharma. From then on Tibetan Buddhism began to develop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not seem to be good at it. Translated very well. Every time I speak a paragraph, I have to stop and think. Professor Fung Tan was a little impatient, and interrupted again. You don't need to translate, just read the text of the sutras. I understand the ancient Tibetan language and the Tibetan language. The sects of Tibetan Buddhism such as Hunjism, Chinese, and Bach. Catholicism, Pope, Archdiocese, I've all done my research. Trak Mok Kwong Ba showed his joy and said. It turns out that the professor used to study Tibetan Buddhism, so I'll just say it. He began to speak in fluent Tibetan. For a moment, like the Emperor Thich Kung Morn, such as Cao Lao, Kwang Morn, Trung Lieutenant came out according to his sexual ability, and students fulfilled the four wonderful results, i.e. Dharma, talent, sex, and liberation. Professor Fung Tan understood everything. The main idea of this sutra was that Tung Tan Kanbo unified the land of Tibet. After the war ended, he began to summon all the people to worship. Worshipping the Buddhadharma. For this very reason, she married the princess of the land where the Buddha's teachings originated, and the princess of the empire who worshipped Buddhism at the time. Later, Tung Tan Kanbo worshipped. Worshipping the four wonderful dharmas, he himself became the first great Dharma king of Tibet, sent out 4 guards, in turn guarding the 4 remotest regions on the Tibetan border, and at the same time preached Buddhism to the 4 directions. These 4 protectors are called Dharma powers. Protectors in the border areas of hardship, have very high positions in the land of Tibet, and always keep direct contact with the Supreme Tibetan King. Every few years, the kings of Tibet transmit the 4 dharmas. Ability of the scriptures, the Tibetan history that they can record. The reason is that the Dharma powers are at the very end of the distant border. If there is war or the change of dynasties, the Mahayana Buddhism and the history of Tibet will still be preserved. Hold. The ancestor of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, is one of the 4 Dharma powers, guarding County Dai located in the south. This sutra is a complete Tripitaka that the family still preserves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba told a very long history of the sutras, but his face was absolutely not arrogant, always calm and gentle. Professor Fung Tan understood that he said that for no other than the purpose of making him believe in the authenticity of the scriptures. Finally, Chuo Mo Kwong Ba said slowly, Great Tang. Vong Lang Dat Mao, passionate about hunting, likes to chase wolves on the wild steppe, succeeds, declares Buddha to be abolished, forces monks to take off their robes to go hunting, destroy Buddha's hand, and do not tolerate heaven. In the 5th year of Kong Hong, hunting on the southern beach, he brought more than 10 war clams, 500 cavalrymen, and 300 crossbowmen. Going to the east 100 miles, meeting heavy rain, Deputy Prime Minister Ba Tong said there was no cloud in the east. Good, should not go. Vong did not listen, continue to go. Chasing a goat, a horse ran for more than half a day, passing through mountains and hills, deep forests and grasslands. The steed suddenly stopped. Back, lowered his head and neighed. The grass trembled, not knowing what it was. Vong was shocked, ordered to release the clams. No doubt, dozens of war clams all fell to the ground, eyes showing reverence, beating with whips did not go forward. Suddenly heard a low roar, resounding in the mountains. Fighting clams stood up and regrouped. The horse galloped and neighed. Vong fell to the ground and ordered the archers. Shoot arrows. Archers are afraid, do not dare to pull the rope. When Professor Fung Tan heard this, he had a lot of doubts in his heart, that Tang Vong Lang Dat Mal was the last Tibetan king of the Earth Kingdom, also known as Lang Dat Ma. Because Sheikh Tajuk Tan too worships Buddhism, causing many great ministers. Dissatisfied, they secretly agitated, overthrown the reigning dynasty and annihilated Buddhism. First they plotted to kill the great godfather. Blamed the religion of Bat Zion Bo Bei Kat Vin Dan, then harmed Tang Ma, the devout Buddhist brother of Exik Tajuk Tan, and finally plotted to murder Tan Phu Sheikh Tajuk Tan, nominating the brother he did not like. The Buddha Dharma of Sheikh Tajuk Tan is Lang Dat Ma succeeding Tan Phu Tho Fan. The legend of Vong Lang Dat Mao, a long time ago, is very much, but most say that Vong was executed by Tantric Buddhist monk Long Baikat Da Kiat. Liked, then the land of Tibet sank into a melee for 100 years. It is said that this Tibetan king hates Buddhism the most. Why write down the story of Am I in the Buddhist scriptures? And the legends after the death of Daizong King have some mythological nuances, from. At this point, the true meaning of the other sutras may not be as true as Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Professor Fung Tan was still thinking. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued. The king was angry, personally holding the bow, and using his strength to shoot into the forest. At this time, the roar was like thunder, the sky and the earth changed color, an object jumped out, the body was as big as a horse, and a purple color all over the body. Needle, head like a pole, eyes like a bronze bell, legs like 4 pillars. At that moment, the person tilted the horse and fell, the war clam fell to the ground groaning, reverently. Deputy General Ba Tong exclaimed. Deadly leopard beast, this beast has a purple body, hidden golden eyes, good clouds, only the tail is like a dog, facing Vong. Vong does not dare to look, shouts, God dog, throws it away. In the palace, all the soldiers knelt down to worship, not a single person did not confess. First 3 kowtows, 9 bows, the beast has disappeared. After leaving the hunt, Wang was sick and couldn't get up, said that the beast he saw during the day was Tu Kai Lan, sick for dozens of days, and was extremely afraid. King of the underworld came and said, See Kilin, the divine beast under the Buddha, this time has come to blame. What we do, must be directed towards the Buddha's mind, to be able to solve it. A few days later, Wang returned to the Great Zhao Temple and was tortured in front of the bier. Professor Fung Tan still remembers, at that time, I raised some questionable points, and later also argued many times about it. The authenticity of the legend, but every time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has no opinion. For him, arguing about the authenticity of Tu Kai Lan is like arguing whether dinosaurs existed or not, is a completely meaningless affair. Fung Tan. Of course, we have to ask where this guy's words come from. The reason for Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also very simple. In his village, someone has seen Kilin, moreover, every few hundred years. Every person has 1 or 2 fake positions that will see Tu Kai Lan epiphany, they have heard since childhood. The story of Zkilan growing up, that's sitting. The cavalry of Kwan the Bodhisattva, together with the lower. Always with Avalokitesvara, moreover always in the no man's land living in Tibet, whenever people are in trouble, have difficulties, need help, those who are sincere and single-minded towards good will receive it, the help of Jui. Then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Professor Fung Tan if this was a rare mutant in Tibet, but was denied by the professor, because of such a large body characteristics. Such an example, if there was any real existence, with the power of today's science and technology, it should have been discovered from. It's been a long time since it's been true, moreover, it's still right. Long recorded in the records. But the truth is, the legend of death. Kailan, except for the people in Trak Mok Kwong Ba village, passed down from generation to generation. Mouth for each other out, did not find any. There are no records related to Zkilan anymore, and no one has discovered the whereabouts of Zkilan. Researching more deeply, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told Fung Tan, it is not clear if Zkilan and his latest theory, alternative genetics, are related. Intermittent inheritance is only a certain characteristic in an animal's body, which is not expressed in the next generation, but only after several generations, or even decades, to manifest. This has genetics as a basis. The recessive gene combined with the dominant gene, initially manifesting as recessive, which also means that outwardly there is no problem, until another recessive gene is encountered, combined, finally become a dominant gene that expresses the characteristics of the gene, having a good side, and also a bad side. Professor Fung Tan's theory of alternative genetics is the assumption that there is a certain animal. If the genes in its body have the best combination, how will it evolve? But in fact, although the ratio of the nest type. This case is small to almost zero, but it is confirmed to exist. They studies canine animals, so this alternative heredity theory of course also applies to dogs. Trak Mok Kwong Ba analyzed this. The clams breed in the highlands, so only in the highlands can the purest mastiffs be produced. It needs to adapt to the plateau to survive, so the body's ability to absorb and use oxygen needs to be higher than ordinary dogs. This conclusion basically means that the speed of blood circulation increases, the rate of oxygen transport is faster, but because the plateau environment always has a high level of oxygen. Oxygen is low, so its appearance clearly shows that the blood vessels lack oxygen, which everyone knows. The lack of oxygen will manifest outwardly, which is the dark purple color, so it has a special purple color. 2. Adapt to specific geographical circumstances. On the plateau, the legs need to be big and powerful. The wrinkles on the neck are for when drawing. Enemies bite its neck, it can turn around to bite its enemies, its eyes go wide, it can expand its ability to receive light. In this foggy highland, receiving more light means seeing farther. The nose is shorter than other dogs, the nostrils are larger, making the olfactory cells distributed more evenly. For more subtle flavor discrimination, the curves of the body are for reaching high speeds in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of energy. Theoretically, Trak Mok Kwong Ba makes a bold conjecture, but is not accepted by Professor Fung Tan. Except, if you don't see it with your own eyes, teacher. The monk never believed. This is also the difference between him and Trak Mok Kwong Ba. When he first saw the two photos, he thought they were fake, but he was extremely excited. Professor Fung Tan bowed his head in thought. He did not expect Trak Mok Kwong Ba to combine these two photos with the legend of death. Kai Lan is in his hometown. But, if these two pictures are real, is that shadow really Zkilan? For the second time, Fung Tan felt her heart pounding, just like when she received an invitation from the conference president Matthew Lear. No, this time even stronger. For the first time in my life, Professor Fung Tan feels skeptical about ants. Their expertise. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw the professor. Fung Tan seemed to be shaken, so he immediately seized the opportunity and raised his voice. Teacher, let's go. Why have you studied canine animals all your life? We do not support propaganda about. What's the point with everyone? Up until now, I have always believed that my destiny is closely tied to mastiffs. They are tenacious, loyal, they are my beliefs. Finding the most perfect, strongest clam is my life's mission. Teacher, I need your help. Chapter 2. Legend. Billion kindly. Professor Feng Tan excitedly said. Kwong Ba, my young master Kwong Ba, it seems you still don't understand. The madman is talking about, not just a death. Just Kai Lan. If everything is as it is in the scriptures, then there is a treasure of history and culture in front of us. Mong Ha trip. Professor Feng Tan pondered for a long time. When he seemed to have made a great determination, he raised his head and called out to him. In the room in English, Marie. There's someone inside, Professor. Immediately instructed, contact Professor Google on my behalf, tell him, the conference. Matthew Lear this year, lest I be unable to attend, I am deeply sorry. Remember to say it with flexibility. Little. Do you appreciate Trak Mok Kwong Ba? What can I say? Just grabbing Professor Feng Tan's hand tightly, stammering, teacher. Teacher, teacher. Marie, Professor Feng Tan's Filipino maid, rushed out, looked at him with surprised eyes, and asked, Professor. What did you say just now? I think, I must have heard. Wrong, you said, you don't go to Germany anymore. Professor Feng Tan nodded affirmatively. Marie repeated, Professor, Professor. Direction, you really don't go to that conference anymore. But that's the conference you've always wanted to attend. Feng Tan sighed, smiled kindly at Marie, lightly patted her shoulder, said, Go, Marie, the contacts are under the lamp shelf to the left of the desk. Marie held a doubtful belly, turned away angrily, and said in her heart, Crazy, definitely the professor is crazy. Quietly. Research for a lifetime, who would give up even the top prize that can prove valuable? Your own, after all, for what? She thought again, that tall guy must be the devil incarnate. Professor Feng Tan turned around and was hugged by Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He could no longer express his mood at this time, shouting. Teacher, you are my best. The best. The professor struggled to say, Enough, Kwong Ba. Enough, I'm suffocating. We still have a lot of unresolved issues. Now let's take a look at the two pictures. Trak Mok Kwong Ba grabbed the professor's hand and said, No need, teacher. Car in. Downstairs, we got in the car and continued talking. The plane will take off in 2 hours. Feng Tan pointed at Trak Mok. Kwong Ba, smiling, said, It turns out that your little guy already has a plot. But at least let me get the clothes, okay? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, No need to prepare, evening gown. I had brought them before the teacher left them in Tibet, and 3 sets of Chinese standing collars with a whole day of socks would suffice. There is only one question, do you need to bring a meter or any equipment? Feng Tan laughed and said, Then it's simple, I just need to bring a laptop. As soon as the professor finished speaking, Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked out with a suitcase in one hand and a laptop in the other. The guy standing at door, both hands are busy, but still politely motioned for the teacher to go first. Professor Feng Tan can only laugh. This stubborn Tibetan is also the best student he has trained. On the extended commercial line bends, Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened the casket again. After looking out of the mirror, Feng Tan looked at the 2 photos and said, The first problem, our clues are too few, the only thing that can give us a guide, only these 2 photos, moreover. Mr. Glance at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, seriously said, I still can't confirm that they are real. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled, Teacher. Teachers need not worry. After listening to Tang Ming's story, I immediately contact with friends on the Tibetan border, gate. They went to Mongha to investigate. There was actually a middle-aged man in ragged clothes, acting crazy. It is said that he came to Mongha almost a year ago. During the year, he was half begging and half collecting for a living during the day, and at night he hid in an abandoned house. Based on the date on the photo, Zhuangdo went there in May, but Mongha is a small locality. The people are sparse. If not surprising, the crazy person is the crazy person in Mongha. Tang though mentioned. Tang Shou can get information from his mouth, can't we? Professor Feng Tan looks at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with interested eyes, smiled and said, "It seems that you have already prepared." "Done, just wait until you convince me to go now." Trak Mok Kwong Ba so cute. With an honest smile, Feng Tan blinked and shook his head. "Not yet, there are still some bad points. Some places are very important. First, has not yet determined that the crazy person is the person that Zhuangdo mentioned or not. Secondly, even if it is true, but he is crazy, his mind is foolish, even if he can find it, it is not certain that he has said what he said to Tang Shou. Moreover, we still do not know in what situation. How did Zhuangdo meet him? Was it intentionally looking for him, or was it by chance? If he was looking for it on purpose, he would have known before. What? We are completely unaware. If you don't prepare more carefully, this trip to Mongha will only be in vain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned, thinking that the teacher was right, so he asked again, "So, what other way do we have? Not, or should I fly to the US? Another trip? Not." Feng Tan waved his hand. "If Zhuangdo's condition doesn't change, it's a waste of time to go again. Won't you still keep it?" How to contact Zhuang Min. One phone call and you'll know. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly took out his mobile phone and asked for a while and then hung up. His face became heavier, shook his head and exclaimed, "Love. Image does not change. What to do now?" Feng Tan sighed, turned on the laptop, said, "For now, I have to ask my friends. I'll send some pictures to my friend at the Beijing Meteorological Department." Duo Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Beijing Meteorological Department?" Feng Tan pointed to the photo, explaining knowledgeable, "Look at this photo, the dim trees here are clues. First of all, cedar, ephedra, beautiful flowers. Near the location of the photographer, this cedar grows at an altitude of 3 to 4,000 meters. In areas such as Kutrai, Tu and Hoa live. Fan Hai all have, happy yang phase, Ma. Dwarf pygmy, growing at an altitude of about 2 to 4,600 meters, found in many places on the Tibetan plateau. Hyacinth phase grows in lava crevices, sand and gravel, forest edge, America. There are more and more flowers, grasslands, and mountain slopes are innumerable. From here inferred that the photographer was facing the direction of the sun, and Tibet Qinghai was all lying down west. The date in the photo is May, Tuesday after the summer solstice. The sun rises in the east, passing through the vicinity of the Tropic of Cancer, relying on the sun's shade, said the. This cedar design grows straight, according to the inclination of the shadow, can calculate the altitude angle of the sun. Compare and analyze the altitude angle of the sun in the Tropic of Cancer, can deduce the relative latitude, the type of machine. This digital image is mostly set to Beijing time, that means 5:12 minutes Beijing time. We already know the altitude range above sea level, can also be based on the altitude inclination of the shadow, relative to degrees tilted in Beijing at the same time. The range of longitude can be inferred. Like so, at least we have a roughly great range of sutras, not so much that a blind cat catches a mouse. When the signal came, Fang Xin typed on the computer and said, "Okay, they are in Beijing comparing the sunlight and sending us pictures." Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a look, only saw on the world map between the computer screen, a long and narrow area. Vertical marked, orange-yellow highlights, middle part has a lot of space. According to computer data comparison with their photo, this area has upper part at about 90.2 to 104.5 east longitude, part below from 86.5 to 91.5 longitude. Winter, latitude range from 26 to 37 latitude. North, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is overjoyed. Said, "It is within this range. That's great, didn't expect the Bureau of Meteorology to have this ability as well." Feng Tan frowned and shook his head at a glance. "Oh, this range is too wide, wow. You see, this long twists and turns, starting from Qinghai, across Ka Te Lai is desolate, the tail is across the Himalayas, reaching out to the water. Abroad, as far as Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan. In the middle there are places of uniform color which are the high mountains in the Himalayas, including the tops. Chomolungma too, such a large range, how can you find it? The longitude mark is not bad, but the latitude is influenced by high mountains, it is really impossible." Exactly 10. Looks like I have to contact my friends from the geological department as well. Saying that, he transmitted the picture again. Then continued, "Tibet is the region with the richest geological and geomorphological structure in the world. Do you really understand your hometown?" Juo Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. Except for dogs, he didn't see anything in Tibet. In particular, Feng Tan told him was giving a lecture to students. The Himalayas stretch from the northwest to the southeast, arcing southward at the edge of the Tibetan Plateau, bordering India, Nepal, and Bhutan. Down the Ganges and the Assam plains of the Indian subcontinent. Mount Kunlun, Mount Urgyen, and Mount Kilian at the northern edge of the 4 to 5,000 meter high plateau connected to the Tarim Basin in the arid desert of Central Asia. And Ha-Tay Corridor. The high terrain of the west is probably the Kashaklan Mountains and the Pamirs Plateau, bordering Kashmir, Afghanistan and the former Soviet Union in the western Himalayas. To the southeast of the plateau is a mountain range. It cuts across Burma and the Van Nam Plateau of our country, and at the same time is close to the Land of Heaven, in the Sichuan Basin with a humid subtropical climate. This border is broken by the fault lines of the mountains. Jade Dragon, controlled by Longmen Mountain. Bordering the south and east slopes of Ha Ba Snow Mountain, Dai Tuye Mountain, Zark Kim Mountain, Kung Lai Mountain and Man Mountain. This is an extremely large and sacred land, the third pole of that world. Speaking of which, in his eyes appeared devoutly, Professor Feng Tan has been to Tibet 7 times, not only because of the mastiff, but also because of the mountains there, the people there, the blue sky and the white clouds there, only standing on the vast land of Tibet, feeling the storm. The breeze is cool and gentle. It turns out that one can be so close to the gods, the feeling of worshipping the gods from ancient times. Sublime from the bottom of my heart. The car sped away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mood was both impatient and excited. Dynamic, he knew, the professor's friends were all world-class experts in their fields, their conclusions were highly accurate, the people doing the work. Normal research can't keep up. If it weren't for the participation of the professor, this action could have been exactly as the professor said, had not yet started and died prematurely. This is also the reason made him decide to invite a professor. Join. The data was transmitted again, and the computer analysis showed, according to the distribution of vegetation on the plateau in the photo, this is definitely a plateau in Tibet. Not wrong, the rock above has erosional marks of ice, the surrounding ground has typical geomorphology of the 4th century glacier, the distant frozen peak proves the degree of at least 7,000 meters above sea level here. Because there are both wet plants and cold and drought-tolerant plants around to coexist, based on the amplitude of the sun's irradiation at that time and the temperature of the sun. Vegetation cover is easily noticeable. They are most likely influenced by the Taifeng air current. To sum it up, the land on the photo could be in China. Himalayas, heading southeast, likely to cross national borders. The orange area on the picture sent by the Bureau of Meteorology, there is a small patch painted in dark red, from the north of Chomolungma to the border. Sikkim and Nepal. Fung Tan clenched his fists and couldn't contain his excitement. That's great. I only saw the expert on the other side typing a joking line. Old Fang, are you going to Tibet to catch dogs again? It is said that the last time he went there, he was freezing cold before returning. I still plan to go to Shanghai to visit you, see if it's real. Professor Fung Tan smiled and replied. My fingers and toes are all gone, brother. At this moment, the plane appeared in the distance. He turned off the computer and muttered, if you enter Tibet, you don't use wireless networks. Okay, it's just that there's a lot of useful material on the computer. That's right, the plane goes to Chengdu first. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said. No, we fly straight to Lhasa. Ha, Fung Sin said suspiciously. There is no direct flight to Lhasa right now, right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Because we need to go to Lhasa, there is a direct flight. At the airport, Fung Tan couldn't get better. Looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, took a deep breath and said, did you rent a private jet? One. Sikkim, a state in India, located between Nepal and Bhutan, close to the Tibetan border. Second. Madman. The two boarded a plane and flew west from Shanghai to the sacred Tibetan plateau. On the way, Professor Fung Tan constantly blamed Trak Mok Kwong Ba for being a waste. Both of them rented a private plane, in fact waiting for a day or two, or changing planes in Chengdu is also possible. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't wait another second, he just can't wait. Immediately appeared in Mong Ha, looking for that strange madman and asking for clarification. The plane is already in the sky of the Tibetan plateau, looking through the cabin window. Passengers only see under the white clouds of green mountains stretching. Although it is near the end of autumn, the plateau still retains its color. It's endemic green. The scenery is as beautiful as endless. The plane has passed over the mountains. When landing in Lhasa, unexpectedly there was a bit of trouble, because Lhasa had fog, extremely low visibility, the plane could not land at the airport, and the fuel was almost exhausted, even gasoline to divert, go to the airport. Gonga is not enough either. After asking for permission, building the bridge, they directly contacted a nearby military airport. At this time, they could only make an emergency landing there. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little nervous and said, but, my company car is waiting at the airport. Now it's foggy on the road, I'm afraid we have to walk to Lhasa. Oh, it's all my fault, didn't think before. To this, Professor Fung Tan said, it's okay, last time there was a special reason. We were also reluctant to land at this military airport. There was a very good commander who also arranged a car to take us to the airport. Headquarters of the scientific survey team. This time it should be possible too. He helps, see what car they have. Are you free? Can this plane make phone calls? Juo Mu Kwong Ba said, maybe. Call by radio. Division Commander Ban Jak Tu Enan, a native Tibetan, tall and strong like buffalo like a horse, square face wide mouth, under two dark eyebrows are fierce eyes. Ban Jak Tu had just had dinner. A soldier ran in to report. His superiors called down, said that Lhasa airport was foggy, a private jet was about to run out of fuel, about to make an emergency landing at our airport. People who get off the plane will go straight to Mong Ha, hoping to get a car. The first person Ban Jak rubs his stomach. Slightly puffed up, asked, oh, the cold air is going south. The fog will reach us soon. How is the preparation for the anti-fog at the airport? When is the plane coming? The other soldier replied, probably about 10 minutes. Who is that? One is Professor Fung Tan in Shanghai, and one is a Tibetan merchant, called Trak. What? There. The first sensei said to the young officer. Age next door, Tiu Trong, you and Tiu Hoang go to the airport together. After all, they are guests from far away, from Shanghai flies straight to Lhasa. going in such a hurry, is there something very important? Tiu Trong is a subordinate of Ban Jak Tu Enon, named Trong Lap, assigned to the division for 2 years, brave, good at fighting, is an elite member of the monk group. He is 1 meter 76, tall and tall, only second to the division commander Ban Jak Tu Enon. His face is like a knife, his eyes are as bright as a torch, his individual fighting ability and improvisational thinking are absolutely second to none in this division. Trong Lap calculated the time and said, "But it takes at least 20 minutes to the airport, and it's raining again, so the road is not very easy." The first person Ban Jak said, "Don't rush, go slowly, if they come first, let them wait for a while." Feng Tan, this name sounds familiar, what is this person researching? The soldier named Tiu Hoang went to the door, suddenly remembered something, said, "That's right, heard from the crew member, the businessman who rented the plane, his name is Juo Mo. Trak Mok Kwong 3 then." "Right. Young Master Kwong Ba, the Board of Censors." Enon heard this, lying on the bed immediately jumped up, put on his clothes and said, quickly get the car, go to the airport. We must arrive before the plane lands." Wing. Tiu Hoang glanced at Trong Lap and said, "But, it takes at least 15 minutes to get to the airport, that road is not easy." Ban Jak Tu Enon strode to the door, turned around and said like cutting nails, "I don't care what you guys use, I must get to the airport in 10 minutes. He just rolled his eyes. Tiu Hoang was sweating, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. 20 minutes later, when Juo Mok Kwong Ba and the others came down, Ban Jak and the others. Tu Enon has been waiting at the airport for a long time. Trong Lap asked, "Don't. Chief, that person, that young Master Kwong Ba, what kind of person is he?" For the whole board. Tu Enon is also known as a young master, and Trong Lap does not dare to speak disrespectfully. The first person Ban Jak replied, "The son of the old man Duke Enon. Old Duke Enon. In the south of our land of Tibet. Apart from the living Buddha, he is the most intelligent person." He glanced at Trong Lap, who was standing upright, and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba has twice won the Kubai championship of the Tibetan region, half a head taller than you. Although you are the elite among the elites of our division, if you fight empty-handed, you won't be able to defeat him." The plane landed, the first person to step out of the cabin, tall and strong, with a calm and resolute face, wearing windshield, 2 suitcases in both hands. The wind blows, the muscles under the grey jacket exude a strong aura. Followed by a thin grey-haired old man, bright eyes hidden many things. At a glance he knew that he was no ordinary character. As soon as Ban Jak Tu Enon saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he smiled widely and walked out to meet him, bowed his head and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, welcome back." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded and asked, "You are?" "The First Enlightenment said." "The First Enlightenment?" "Enon, I used to follow Duke Enon the old man to Kwong Enon Ba Ti Mountain 1 to worship there. I heard that Kwong Ba young master. I've been out on business for a long time, but I didn't expect to come back in person." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled. Friendly, nodded. He was half a head taller than Ban Ju, standing in the middle of everyone like a bull. Gorgeous, extremely outstanding. Feng Tan knows that Duke Enon is the father of Juo Mok Kwong Ba, who has great influence in southern Tibet. As an acquaintance, the problem is also much easier to solve. Ban Jak Tu Enon was busy with work, so he reluctantly let Trong Lap personally follow Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Feng Tan to Mong Ha for a trip. Along the way, he said many words of admiration, saw them off for dozens of miles, and then returned. On the way, it was pouring drizzle again. The car ran smoothly on the highway. In the Sun Nam area, narrow mountain roads, craggy cliffs, through canyons, Professor Feng Tan breathes fresh air, immersed in silence, mind free of thoughts, mind clean. A few hours ago, he was still in the most prosperous city in China, worried about whether he would win the greatest honor in his life. Now, his mood is like being swept away by the rain, melancholy. The rest is just reverence in the depths of the soul and a mind of admiration for the roots. Source: only Tibet, the high plateau. The most beautiful things in the world could have touched him so much, where there were no misty rosebushes, no sky-high buildings, where the air was purified, there were holy mountain peaks like fairies. Drakmok Kwong Ba's mood is also affected. This voiceless world was infected, but in his heart he thought of something else. How many years have not returned, busy wandering in big cities. His life, except for mastiffs, seems very difficult to shake. Until now, he has met a person who causes a stir in his heart. Here, back to his hometown, where Thankoa oil tea and flour raised him, the sky is still vast and boundless. The atmosphere is still familiar and fresh. High mountains in the distance stand like giants, for hundreds of thousands of years, still proudly look at this land as if they used the sacred pure sweet milk to nourish life here. But the earth changed. Civilization took long strides to reach this final garden of paradise. Civilized people have come here with admiration for the fairyland, but at the same time, they have brought civilization, and this vast fairyland is also turning into a city. Civilized people can't see. It's hard to see herds of wild cows and goats running wild in this place like in the past, when there was no national highway. It is difficult to see pilgrims wearing robes and carrying bags on their backs going to the land of Buddha. When he was a child, he himself used to give food to people who came from all over Tibet, bowing every 3 steps, kneeling down to worship, going year after year, just like that, bowing in the sky. For thousands of kilometers, worship until you reach the temple of Lhasa, the holy mountain of Kwong Enon Bati. There are also those who are unfortunate, who have abandoned themselves along the way in the wilderness. The journey is almost an austerity. The movement is repeated tens of thousands of times, monotonous and trying. Such attachment, all just to set foot in the holy place in your heart once in a lifetime. When passing by Drong Trak Ung Tho, Yamdrik Trong Lap was proudly driving his car to introduce to guests, this is the lake. The famous Yamdrik of Tibet, which means coral lake in Tibetan, not only has many branches sticking out like coral trees, but the lake water also has 5 beautiful colors like coral. There is a legend in the area that Trong Lap was talking suddenly, because he looked in the rearview mirror and recognized 2 people. The passenger in the back seat closed his eyes, folded his hands on his chest, and seemed to understand. Fairy eyes. Much more than you. They passed Yamdrik Lake. The car turned to the west, towards Nhatca Thich Chagats Mongha, in fact equivalent to a village in the interior, which is a rare place. Heard of, natural outsiders generally can't know, but the area of Mongha is 6 or 7 miles wide. Horizontal, 10 miles in length, lying in the mountains. There is a road, on both sides of the road are residential areas with hundreds of households. The mountain road is rough. When the Chuo Mos Kwong Ba reached Mongha when it was almost dark, asked the people in the area that they had found the madman. Trong Lap saw this man with messy hair, a tattered Tibetan shirt, a dirty black vest outside, a 6-armed bodhisattva statue on his chest, lying on an equally dirty wool rug. He can't help but frown. Too close. Fang Tan saw this person, was startled. First was a golden 6-armed bodhisattva statue on his neck, not to mention bronze or gold, but this is the 31st generation of Tan Fa. Cultural value and historical value are immeasurable. In Shanghai auctions, at least millions must be taken as a unit of valuation. Next is the wool carpet on the ground, although it is extremely dirty, but the picture above is still very clear and conspicuous. It is the Buddhist monk of Sakyamuni. Next to him smiling is Ma Jia Deep. A little way ahead is the great Brahma Thien Vong Brahma Gaya Lula Tung. The author and Sitigava Bodhisattva are whispering. On the right is the great man Naam Wuguan, and a few others. The characters' faces are very lively. Feng Tan said to himself. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably a very elaborate staircase to, from before the Song dynasty, using embroidery techniques. Rank. So, cannot be assessed. As for the jewelry on his head and back, it looks tattered, but it's not an ordinary thing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was the first to approach him, not paying attention to how dirty he was, squatting in front of him, asking. Have you met a dog? This tall, jet black, the head of a lion, its eyes are. That beggar-like person didn't react, didn't bother to let Trak Mok Kwong Ba in his eyes, lip sinking. Mouth, turned over, turned to face the wall, propped his butt towards him, then stretched out his black-stained arm and raised it in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He quickly pulled out his wallet and said, You need money, don't you? Okay, how much do you need, tell me. 200, is that enough, another 100. The man put the money in that black hand, the other person unexpectedly swallowed a sound, dropped the money, and looked at Trak Mok with a wide grin. Kwong Ba smiled blankly, still holding out his hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. Thinking that he didn't have enough money, he was about to take out his wallet, a passerby was right next to him. Said, he doesn't know money, what's the use of giving him money, he just needs food. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately arranged, told Trong Lap to go buy some food. Mong Ha did not have a shop specializing in breakfast, and did not understand how Trong Lap used to get a few flour cakes. Fan Koa mixed with butter molded into shape, and also 2 pieces of dried beef. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gives cakes to people to eat. Please, ask, where are you from? The other person did not answer, nor was he afraid of burns, took the cake and stuffed it in his mouth, swallowed it, and then stretched out his hand and smiled stupidly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gave him 2 more, asking, Do you understand what I say? Not. The other person just ate but didn't answer, laughed again after eating. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to give more. Let's try to find someone and ask, is he crazy like that all the time? As a result, the answer of passersby was, this madman has always been like this since coming here. Sometimes he is so hungry that he even grabs people's clothes, but no one sees him talking. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is depressed. Could it be that his teacher accidentally guessed correctly? This is not the crazy person they want to find. But Professor Feng Tan said, I am 9 times sure that people are crazy. It was him that Tang Shou met, but how should he open his mouth now? Trong Lap said, It's already dark, it's better if we go back first, think of a way tomorrow and come back. Trak Mok Kwong's father also said, Teacher, how can you make such an assertion? So, the 2 of them spoke at the same time, so they couldn't hear clearly, so Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again. Professor. Feng Tan said, this person, with many rare things on his body, must have come from a place very isolated from the outside world. Things on him, things. Any value is not trivial, not something that crazy people in the literary world. Wearable, it can be said that he comes from a place civilization has not reached. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has not thought about this. Trong Lap was surprised. Does this professor think that these things even in the toilet that cannot be used are very expensive? Meanwhile, the madman saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba holding the cake in his hand without giving it to himself. Suddenly reaching out to steal it, Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't notice, waved his hand to stop it very naturally. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body is strong, his hands are just shrunk. Back, his wrists dropped, pressed on the madman's arms, turned his hand over and grabbed his collar. The madman stepped back, immediately revealing the tattoo on his chest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. People, surprised to exclaim, the Kwei Ba, you are a member of the Kwei Ba tribe. One Mount Gang Rinpoche, the sacred mountain of the Tibetans. 2. A unique type of painting of the Tibetan people, imbued with religious meaning. Kwei Ba tribe. Crazy people at Trak Mok Kwong. Dad woke up and stole some cakes. In his arms, turned and ran. Trak Mok Kwong Ba in shock. Forget chasing. Trong Lap quickly moved his eyes and quickly grabbed his vest, but the madman was very strong, swallowing. 1 hour, he tore his shirt and ran away. Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, didn't know if he should chase after him. Just like that, the madman ran away into a small alley. Fung Tan is behind Trak Mok Kwong. Dad can't see the madman's chest clearly, but he knows there must be something, so he quickly asked the Kwai Ba tribe. What's on his chest? Shang Lap asked. Yes, is it the head of a wolf? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. No. It's not a wolf, it's a purple unicorn stamp. What? Fung Tan couldn't believe his ears anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba repeated. I told you, teacher, have you forgotten? The Kwai Ba tribe, in the south of our village, is a tribe. Live deep in the wildest land. Legend of the dead unicorn from their place. But spread it out. Fung Tan immediately understood. Oh, I remember. Then, it was the original tribe that, before liberation, burned forests for farming and residential areas. Hunting you mentioned. Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered, yes. Then, they live in a place where there is no highway. To get there they have to climb over a mountain 7,000 meters above sea level. In the last primeval forest of the plateau, is a tribe that lives with wolves. They are brave and good at fighting, are the best hunters of the plateau. I once intended to find them, but was prevented by my father, Mr. Told not to come near. They are closest to that Tan Ma. Because the ancestors of the Kwai Ba people depended on Tan Ma, causing epidemics, deaths, and accidents. Later on, when Tan Ma was suppressed by Kat Tuing Thien Mao, the people were also imprisoned in evil city lying on a mountain, grassland plains, pulses. Surrounded by sharp copper poles in the sky, red-brown bald eagles flying overhead, ghosts wandering everywhere, poisonous snakes filling the ground, in the middle of the sky. The Crimson Mountains are a sea of boiling blood. And Tu Kai Lan is the beast that helped Kat Tuing Thien Mao defeat and guard Tan Ma. These ancient myths have been buried in the dust of history for a long time, only my father remembers. Shang Lap asked, now that you've run away, will you follow? Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded strongly. Must find this person, now. It was almost certain that he knew about the purple unicorn. Trong Lap listened to the two people's conversation, also understood a few clues, knowing how much effort the two put in, just wanted to find a dog, so he could see the impatience on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face. Inwardly, he couldn't help but laugh. Fung Tan advises. Rest assured, he's been here for a very long time, it's certainly easy to find. The three of them got on the car and went around, looking for someone in the area to ask, and that person pointed out for a path, then grumbled. What's so good about that crazy beggar, that people are always looking for him? What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Fung Tan was shocked at the same time. Surprised, hastily asked. The other said, so 2 days ago, a girl, about 17 or 18, also asked where the madman was. Do you guys know each other? Fung Tan shook his head. Trak Mok Kwong. Dad's eyes widened and he said loudly, a young girl. Can't you see? Where did she go after that? The other man was startled, and quickly replied. I don't know, she's just asking for directions. How do I know where she's going? She's not human. Tibet. Are you familiar? Fung Tan asked. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw two people looking at him, quickly covered it up. No. Not. Yes, I was just thinking, is there anyone else looking for the purple unicorn? If someone else finds it first, it'll all be ruined. Fung Tan knew very well that this student of his did not know how to lie, so he raised his head to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. An hour, is Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Dare to look straight, embarrassed face, very much like an elementary school student. Something wrong? Confused? Let's go find that crazy person. or else, if not, he'll go away. The three of them came to the madman's temporary shelter. The house was all built of wood, supported by pillars, 4 or 5 meters above the ground. The 5-colored cloth on the roof was covered with soot marks, and the front door was painted with the moon, the sun, and the sun-good clouds. The 2 sides of the door sill are made of white stone. In the middle is a buffalo horn. The door wasn't locked, pushed open to step in. The room was empty. The wind blew past. The smell of urine mixed with the smell of rotten food blew into the nose. The three of them looked around, saw on the ceiling there were traditional Tibetan frescoes. An inner room facing the sun was the Buddha hall. The shrine was cleaned. In the dusty room, a corner piled up countless ragged clothes, out to be used as a bed. All 4 rooms are empty. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Fung Tan were secretly worried, not knowing where the crazy person had gone. Suddenly heard Trong Lap exclaim, "Here it is." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Fung Tan rushed into the Buddhist hall where Trong Lap was searching, saw him open the window, just hands down the alley below. The madman is lying in a pile, black as a hedgehog, hard to spot if you don't look closely. The three of them quickly left the house, rounding the back. Trong Lap walks on the left, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the professor. Fung Tan goes to the right, cornering the crazy person into the alley behind the house. But soon they realized that it was unnecessary, because the madman was curled up in a pile, his whole body huddled in a thick black blanket made of unknown material, shaking and trembling, his head shoved into the blanket with all his might, sometimes peeking out from side to side, eyes rolling with uneasiness and fear, a strong stench rising from a huge septic tank, unexpectedly losing control and urinating. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart was full of surprise, following his eyes, seeing a messy hair. It turned out to be a small black dog about 4 or 5 months old, still walking and walking. Tibetans consider dogs as gods. Many places of worshipping stamps, worshipping gods are all dog gods. Tibetans respect dogs like Indians respect god cows, so dogs large and small can walk across the main roads and alleys. In the holy place of Lhasa, there is a dog that is so numerous that it becomes fatal. Just the things they give off are enough to make people groping carefully every step of the way. No matter where in Tibet, it is not unusual to discover a few packs of wild dogs, if you are an experienced person with a keen eye. You can even find a good breed of dog in it, even a clam. But this little dog, Chuo Mu. Kwong Ba and Fung Tan knew at a glance that it was just an ordinary wild dog. With its size and strength now, it is indeed. Can't threaten an adult. They don't understand why crazy people are so scared. Little dog was looking for food, saw the bread of the madman falling on the ground. Of course, Monman ran over. The madman's eyes want to pop out. His mouth keeps making hoarse cries. The dog comes closer, lest he faint. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately strode forward, light. Gently put your hand on the dog's neck. It stopped on the spot. The madman shouted loudly as if in a fit, "Go! Scat! Carried away! Quickly take it away!" He speaks in a dialect in South Tibet that is very rare for people to understand. Fortunately Chuo Mok Kwong Ba is originally a human. That country. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled, picked up the woolen dog, swung it in front of the madman, and said, "What's wrong? Do you know how to talk?" Crazy man's chest heaved violently. His eyes did not dare to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand. He pleaded, "Take it away, hurry. Please, sir." Fung Tan held out his hand to hold the dog and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "It seems that he is really afraid of this animal. Don't make him so afraid that he will die." Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand slightly, gave the dog to Trong Lap to stand behind, then asked, "I asked you, are you from the Kway Ba tribe? Where is your village? Why are you here for a while?" "Me." The madman stared at the little dog in Trong Lap's hand, revealing extremely frightened but also full of resentment eyes, teeth clattering together, but as if trying to clench. "Dead. It's here, it's dead." Although Feng Tan didn't understand what the madman was saying, he noticed that his left ear was chipped, although the wound had healed for a long time, but looking at the remaining scars, it was very similar to being bitten by a dog. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned and asked, "What is dead? Tell me clearly." Crazy people drooling, eyes drooping. Dreaming, foolishly said, "All goats have been bitten to death." He seems to recall. Gain something, in a flash of fear revealed apathy towards death. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw, in the fear in her heart could not understand where the cold, almost lifeless gaze came from, faintly sensing something. He grabbed the madman's shoulders and shook him vigorously. "And you? Where are the people in the village?" The madman seemed to smile, but did not laugh, and calmly said, "Everyone, you have been bitten to death." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was prepared mentally, but his heart was still beating wildly. In that village of Kway Ba tribe, what happened in the end? The lone survivor went crazy. What did he end up seeing? So, if he shows extreme fear, he can comfort him, but he pretends. Cold and indifferent, the life of a person in an entire village, to him, is like a swarm of ants being trampled to death. This cold facial expression makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba cold all over his body, his spine numb. The madman suddenly opened his mouth to read aloud a Sanskrit passage used in sacrifices, sounding like a curse. "The devil betrays the Buddha with blood to dye the house of the god red, the beasts guard the four directions of life." Again. Shang Lap stood next to him and saw the madman crying and laughing, sometimes groaning, sometimes roaring, not knowing what he meant, muttering, "This madman, what are you doing?" "Is that so?" Feng Tan quickly put out his hand to stop him, signaling Trong Lap not to speak. Although Feng Tan knows Tibetan, "Do you hear this dialect?" "I understand," but looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face, he realized that he understood and was listening to what the madman said. About half an hour later, Chuo Mu. Kwong Ba just stood up, his expression heavy. The crazy person still laughs while singing, sometimes crying to tutu. Feng Tan asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his mouth, surprised. Realizing that he was too tense to speak, he swallowed hard, and after a long time, said hoarsely, "The unicorn is probably near their village, I just don't know what happened. The people in that village are all dead, only he can escape." Feng Tan impatiently interrupted, "Death. The unicorn." When he said this, he choked up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, No, he didn't say so, this is just speculation. Teacher, do you know Tu Feng Temple?" Feng Tan was dumbfounded, he was knowledgeable Tibetan culture, but Tu Feng Temple seems to have never heard of. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows many things. Tibetan stories are not recorded in historical scriptures from his father. Still, Trong Lap can only listen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pierced straight, from when the 33rd Tan Fa revived Buddhism up to now, Lhasa was considered the center of the Holy Land, Mount Kwongenan Ba Ti, Mount Mordar, Mount Kongbo Nhat Than, Mount Neem Than Duong. Countila, the four great gods of the mountain like a hand, cherishing this pearl in the middle. As for Dai Chiu Temple, in the center of the old citadel, is the main heart temple. The east has the oldest Tang Jia Temple, the north is the Chong County Temple in Neem Than, the west has Bak Bang Sia, and the south has Tat Jia Temple. These four temples are called Tu Feng Temple. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finished speaking. Feng Tan immediately remembered, and continued, "I know, it is the Tu Feng God Temple that the original teaching one handed down. When I heard this legend, I was very surprised. Theravada Buddhism, which is the original religion in Tibet, is completely incompatible with Buddhism. Buddhism, the holy shrine of Sao Lai Buddhism, can be passed on through the Ban Tao to transmit it. Moreover, in these four temples, there is Bak Bang Sia built during the Tang period. Tan Kanbo, Tang Jia Tu, Ta Jia Tu, built more than 100 years ago, while Chong County itself was more than 200 years away, is the architecture of the period when the Buddha Dharma developed. These temples and shrines are based on the versions have nothing to do with each other. Why do they combine to make the temple of four? In the eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, there was a hint of uneasiness. He looked at the color of the sky that was gradually getting gloomier, muttering, I don't know, maybe the old man I know, it's time to go home. Feng Tan patted him on the shoulder as if to comfort him, gently said, Go home, you have to go home anyway. Oh, I'm waiting for you. One also known as black religion, but not a branch of Buddhism like Pope, white religion, which is the original religion in Tibet, is similar to shamanism, the worship of gods in the natural world. Primitive scriptures divide the world into three parts, heaven, earth, and earth, the gods in the sky called Tan. Et San, gods on earth are Nine Nian, gods on earth are Lu Klu. After Buddhism was introduced into Tibet, Buddhism and Buddhism had a fierce conflict, until the time of Chizu Duke Tan. Tanfa stood to preside over a debate between Buddhism and Buddhism. The copy of the spear is lose, then have to retreat, let Buddhism return. Official religion in Tibet. About after the dispute had not ended, the great minister Lang Dat Ma took power in the hands of Exik to Duke Tan, advocating to destroy the Buddha, and the Ban Tao took the throne again. This can be seen as a severe counterattack of Buddhism against Buddhism. After that, Lang Dat Ma was assassination, Buddhism returned to its official religious position in Tibet. Wise people in Dat Ngoa know though. The madman danced to his filthy house, and the three of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, seemed to have the information they needed to know, and they didn't stop him. In fact, in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, there were still many doubts, but he knew that even if he asked more, he couldn't know more from this madman's mouth. Watching his back go away, he sighed. Ha, let's go. Trong Lap looked at the sky and said, It's too late, why not stay here for a night and leave tomorrow? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, No, night. I must return now. Feng Tan nodded and signaled for Trong Lap to drive. Feng Tan could read the fear in his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is afraid of his father. The old man Duke Enon is not as tall as Trak Mok Kwong Ba, his age is already high, his body is great. Both mental and physical qualities are not comparable to Kwong Ba, but he is very respectful. In front of his father, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a child who did something wrong, did everything carefully, every little thing. If he did something wrong, didn't need Duke Enon old man to scold him, he himself had so scared that my heart was pounding. Even listening to his father's cough, he felt his heart beat faster, his hair stood on end. Because Duke Enon old man is a great scholar of the South, their family has many rules and is extremely strict. Mok Kwong Ba is the only son. For the rules of the house, he feels very scared but can't do anything. Every time I go home, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. We all hope Dad is out, just when he's in. With his mother, he felt safe. Especially in recent years, what Trak Mok Kwong Ba did, his father did not support. In the eyes of the old man Duke Enon, dogs are people's friends, brought down to earth by the gods to save humanity. Their status compared to humans is even higher than a step. It is necessary to place a dog idol on the altar and worship it. And what is Trak Mok Kwong Ba doing? He caught all the dogs and locked them up in the cage, sold for money. Just this one point, every time he came back, he was scolded by his father. According to the rules of the house, when he was fasting and teaching, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to kneel on the ground, bow his head. His father would not allow him to open his mouth. Oral excuses. But this time was different. This time Professor Feng Tan came. The old man Duke Enon is very sympathetic to the professor. Feng Tan, two people of the same age, compatible personalities, one respects the other's knowledge. From when we first met, we talked like old friend of 10 years. Professor Feng Tan is very professional academically on Buddhism in Tibet, Being honest about Tibet and Tibetan history, this is also the experience he has accumulated while studying Buddhism in Tibet. Save Tibetan clam, moreover, the vast majority. All originate from the old Dukenon. With Trak Mok Kwong Ba showing the way. Trong Lap drove for nearly 2 hours, finally reaching Dat Ngo No though when it was already pitch black. The car stopped, the three of them went to Trak Mok's house. Kwong Ba, a typical Tibetan interior. As soon as I passed through the gate, I saw an old Tibetan man cleaning the house. Garden, around burning candles. Trak Mok. Kwong Ba affectionately called, Le Ba Lo. The old Tibetan man raised his head. Looking up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with cloudy eyes, he said with emotion, Young Master. Young Master Kwong Ba, you're back. Le Ba remembers that he wants to die. Come and see Mama. It's yours, she misses you too. Let me go tell the old man. After saying this, the old man put down his broom and ran into the Buddha hall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slightly changed his face, revealing. Pretending to be resigned, mumbled, Are you at home too? Teacher, Captain Trong, you two wait here for me, I'll come visit you for a bit. Trong Lap looked down at the ground, looked at the lights around the yard, and asked in surprise, Why is it so dark to clean? Feng Tan explained, During the day, this small yard is always tight. Who came to listen to the evangelist? Your captain was also given a ban. Happy here. Trong Lap saw that the direction of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the direction of the old man Le Ba was different, and asked again in surprise. Don't young Master Kwong Ba's parents live together? Fang Sin replied, This is the rule in their family, even if it's as close as wife and children. If you want to meet old man Dukenon, must also notify in advance. Dukenon old man agrees to meet before he can enter. Shang Li was surprised to say. What rule is this? Feng Tan explained again, This is the rule that the position of the wise must be higher than that of others. So in this south, Dukenon is like a half. Such is the living Buddha. Trong Lap said, I see Kwong Ba. Young master seems to be a bit afraid of his father. Feng Tan laughed and said, No. Must be a little afraid, but very afraid, since childhood, I have been. Such strict rules are restrictive, with Trak Mok Kwong Ba's personality. If you confirm that you have made a mistake, then you will inevitably be severely punished when you make a mistake. Even if the wound has already healed, there will still be psychological obstacles left in your heart. Trong Lap, said, Could it be that the old man Dukenon is even more powerful? Young Master Kwong Ba, he thought of the body of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, silently. Imagine the old Dukenon. Feng Tan said, No, actually Dukenon old man, not as tall as Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he is like. I'm just an old man. Yet Kwong Ba young master is still so scared. Shang Li still did not understand. Feng Tan said, It is majesty, a majesty full of wisdom. It is difficult to describe in words. If given the opportunity, you can meet the old Dukenon, you will naturally understand. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had come out. Beside him was a middle-aged Tibetan woman. Like all other Tibetan working women, she was wearing a headscarf, wearing Tibetan clothes. Her face was a little wrinkled, but very fresh, relying on Trak Mok Kwong Ba who is taller than me. Whole head. That moment made Shang Lap's heart was shaken. What is happiness? He can read the face of this Tibetan woman. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled the woman's hand. Female, pointed to Feng Tan standing far away and said, Armor, Donna. The woman rejoiced and said, the direction of the west of the Duke Lak. Feng Tan replied, Travel west Duke Lak, my door opens his father's door, set the world for his father's wallet. Together. 3 people talking in Tibetan. Zhang Li stood there, not understanding the sentence. Come on, Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw him. Confused, he explained, my mother doesn't know Chinese. Listen later. That woman named Ma Tay said, ah. Serve the promise of a prostitute. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just said, Ama invites you two to come in and sit. The three of them entered a side hall, sat cross-legged. Mrs. Ma Tay took out tea and cake to receive guests. Feng Tan took it with both hands. Trong Lap also followed, and took the tea bowl with both hands. The three people Trak, Feng and Mai happily chatted. Trong Lap looked around. This small room is still in the old way. Of the Tibetan people, the structure is very simple, but the decoration is very magnificent. Yellow metal wall illuminated by light. On top of the fireplace, painted auspicious bowls of treasure. The rest of the walls are paintings of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. On the ceiling are paintings of Bodhisattvas, all the walls in this room, so to speak. It's not wrong to be a brilliant golden wall. Some intricately carved gold-plated utensils, a Tibetan-style cabinet leaning against the wall, a small altar, engraved with sutras in Koa Dai script, and a cup. Low in the middle, there's nothing that doesn't show the owner's pomp. On the ground, a mattress is spread on a Tibetan-style carpet, and on the carpet is also embroidered with a number of paintings explaining Buddhist teachings. But this room is different from other rooms. The Tibetan style that Trong Lap saw, it doesn't have a sofa, nor does it have a good TV. Modern household appliances. Feng Tan saw that Trong Lap kept turning back and forth, looking around, and reminded him in a low voice, don't look around, that's very impolite. After a while, the old Tibetan man named La Ba came in, used Tibetan to greet Mrs. Ma Tay, and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, young Master Kwong Ba, the old man calls you. Young Master Kwong Ba stuck his tongue out at his mother, making a ghost face, obviously wanting to say, being scolded again. He said a few words that seemed to comfort him, and then Kwong Ba crept out. Not long after, I heard an old voice, who was still outside the door, said in fluent Chinese, Professor Feng Tan, this brat Kwong Ba is so rude, he didn't tell me in advance, making you wait here for so long. Professor Feng Tan stood up, went to the door and replied, Duken and Allah, long time no see, I still miss you very much. Trong Lap thought to himself, Dukenan, the old man, immediately turned his head to look. An old man with a slightly fat body and a sharp spirit was standing outside the door. Dukenan old man does not have a beard. Looking at his appearance, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks like him. Although his face is a bit wider, his eyes are gentle. While talking, he naturally exudes majesty, giving people a feeling of both intimacy and respect. Dukenan, the old man, hugged the professor tightly. Feng Tan then took the first seat on the left side of the fireplace. The professor sat next to him. Next to him was Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trong Lap sat last. Mrs. Ma Tay sat in the first seat on the right. Old La Ba stood next to him, one side. The old man Dukenan said in a very calm voice, but exuded a strange oppressive power, the madman but everyone. I also know who found it. Perhaps, this is God's will, the Kwai Ba tribe will sooner or later be punished by the gods, this was decided thousands of years ago. Professor Feng Tan said, oh, could it be? Dukenan Allah has already predicted it. The fate of the Kwai Ba tribe. This question sounded very sincere, without any hint of sarcasm, because Feng Tan knew that, for the wise, many things were beyond human imagination. The old man replied, the words that crazy person babbled, Kwong Ba probably remembered a little bit, told me again. It is a scripture in the Buddhist scriptures. Really Min King spells love except ghost. Feng Tan also thought. That vernacular sentence that sounds like singing may be the vow of a certain ceremony, but unexpectedly it is unmoving Min Vong mantra. The Buddhist scripture has three great elements. Secret mantras to bring down ghosts, unmoving Min King mantra, great compassion mantra, 6 paths of reincarnation mantra are all the highest classics in the Buddhist scriptures. Must be a high monk who attained enlightenment to keep his new heart transmitted. teach, it is a symbol of religion and status, absolutely not a scripture that such a crazy person can learn. But how could that madman know? Feng Tan doubted in his heart, revealing his entire face. The old Duke Enon recognized the doubt in Professor Feng Tan's heart, and immediately explained, according to Bodhi's Heart Sutra. We, the Kuei Ba tribe, when the ink was almost black, became the servants of the great demon Tan Ma, punished by Cat Tuing Thien Mao. Must be an evil city. Even though it's just an illusory legend, the purpose is to point people to life, but the real identity of the Kuei Ba people is the guardian of the Tu Feng Temple, the last temple in the South Pole. Worship in the village is passed down from generation to generation. They are the only tribe that knows the entrance to the southern shrine, but the rules are extremely strict, basically not allowing anyone in the village to approach the pole. Southern Shrine. As for that real estate king mantra, it is engraved on the body of the god beast. Guard in front of the shrine. Feng Tan asked again, but, there is too. Is the temple real, according to the ideas? Can I get it? Tu Feng Temple is not distributed symmetrically, but the construction time is further apart, it seems. Can't be attributed to one term. Duke Enon old man smiled and pointed with his left hand. Between the eyebrows, then formed in front of the chest, indicating that Feng Tan is people of deep wisdom, then said, fourth. Feng Mu, which is still called today, is a vague concept that later people based on the poetry and history of the ancients left behind and inferred, only in the teachings of the ancients. Nyingma religion still retains this way of addressing. As for the white teaching, later because this theory could not be investigated, it was abandoned. No more calls. The origin of how to call. The four methods of the Nyingma sect, which originates from the Tibetan tradition, is therefore not accepted by other sects. Truth, four directions. The temple that our ancestors mentioned, are the four temples from the time when Dafa King was in the dark, when he gave teachings, leaving the four faces of the holy mountain. Are these four temples located at the eastern pole, west pole, south pole, and north pole that follows Buddhist teachings, located at the corners of the swastika, according to the Nyingma scriptures, are called Dang Nha Kong Bo, Duke Kachlap Kang, Hoa. The original Tripitaka, Sak Fruit Lamau, and according to my guess, these four names are probably representative of Jangchan Kach Kiat Pagoda in the northwest, Kach Tat Lap Pagoda. Kang in the southwest, Bo Kuk Pagoda in northeast, Sak Kat Lap Kang in the southeast. What the tribe through 3 generations. Protected life. This is the orthodox Four Feng Temple. After listening to Feng Tan, he became more and more suspicious, thinking to himself, Bo Kuk Temple. Isn't it Tang Jia Temple? Which temple is Sak Kat Lap Kang? Where, he gave. Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he also frowned, obviously searching in his memory. Even the old servant named La Ba also felt suspicious about the names of the pagodas that Duke Enon Old Man just said. Obviously Duke Enon Old Man had never mentioned it. Only Trong Lap is not interested in these things. He went to Tibet. The time is still short, no understanding of the fairy tales of Tibet. From beginning to end, I only pay attention to Mrs. Maidoa's mother. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, this gentle mother, who has been staring at her tall child, has always had a gentle smile on her face, a satisfied smile. It is obvious she is very satisfied. Satisfied with the life in front of her. For some reason, Trong Lap always sees his mother's figure on the face of this simple Tibetan woman, mother. He was in the countryside, worked hard all year round, his face was soon filled with wrinkles. Mom's smile is just as happy and peaceful. Haven't come home for 2 years, just stay quietly. This cold highland, Shang. Lap knew that her mother in a faraway place was deeply remembering her wishes, just as she was missing her. But he still resolutely guarded this place, not only for the great reason the country requires but more importantly, when completing the task of defending this Tibetan border. You can get a special allowance of 200,000 for a time. With this money, after you move back home, you can buy a place to live in the city, so that both mother and family can live in the city. This is Tronglap's most urgent but also biggest wish. At this time, Feng Tan had the doubt in his heart, and the old man Duke Enon adjusted the edge of the Tibetan shirt, making it even more neat and tidy. He coaxed and said, "This is a secret, if not from when I was young, I could recite the whole thing. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and at the same time fully understood, cannot give everyone an answer. Fang Sin knows well that Bodhisattva Heart Sutra is the ancient. The Nin Ma scriptures are kept in Bodhatla Palace, which is the heirloom treasure of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's family." The old man Duke Enon sat up straighter. His whole body exuded solemnity. Everyone was affected. The atmosphere became more solemn. The old man said, "This is related to the great calamity of Buddhism." Three people Feng, Trak, La at the same time, up one sound. Although everyone's facial expression is different, they seem to be able to guess the same pair. Part. Sure enough, the old Duke Enon said. Tibetan Buddhism, too, which was propagated by the Dharma kings, propagated the Buddhadharma, but in the Tan dynasty. The 42nd spectrum did the opposite, trying to destroy the Buddha. After the 42nd Tibetan king Lang Dat Ma succeeded, he tried to destroy the Buddha, banned the translation of Buddhist scriptures, burned temples, destroyed pagodas, destroyed Buddha statues and scriptures, murdered monks, and sank into Tibetan Buddhism. Dark period. Lang Dat Ma killed the Buddha for a reason. There is a story that three brothers built a tower in Nepal. When the tower was completed, they performed a dedication ceremony based on the wishes of their fathers. Human, in turn transformed into chain. Tung Duke Trin 3, Lian Master 4, Tich Ho 5. But they forgot. If they don't do rituals for the cows, they also have to work hard. The cows are angry and swear to destroy them and prevent them from spreading the Buddhadharma. Therefore, the top of Lang Dat Ma's head is thick. Up like a cow's horn. Lang means cow. Dat Ma is circulation, that is to say, Lang Dat Ma is a reincarnated cow. 1. The auspicious 8 treasures, 8 lucky objects, or the auspicious bowl, also known as the auspicious bowls, in Tibetan is tattered masterpieces of the West, is a type of combinatorial painting quintessence that is very common in Vietnam. Tibetan, but the content is very deep. Most can present in the form of frescoes, sometimes in the form of reliefs or sculptures. This lucky symbol is associated with Buddhism, often found on Tibetan utensils and jewelry. These 8 items include protect umbrella, Sanskrit is Chhatra, Tibetan sound is Rinchen. Dug, symbolizing the authority of Buddha Shakyamuni. Treasure fish, Sanskrit is SurvanamatSya, Tibetan sound is Sergi Nya, which symbolizes freedom and liberation, also symbolizes wisdom. Aquarius vase, Sanskrit is Kalasha, the Tibetan sound is Turchin. Pahi bumper, symbolizing Amitabha Buddha, and eternal soul. Wonderful lotus, Sanskrit is Padma, whose Tibetan sound is Padma Zangpo, represents the quality of being near the mud without the foul smell of mud, which also represents the fruit itself. Bark high lower, white sea snail, Sanskrit is Shankha, Tibetan sound is Dunka Yakyal, symbolizing the Buddha Dharma reverberating in the 4 directions. Auspicious, lucky not, Sanskrit is Shrivatsa, Tibetan sound is Palgi Behu, symbolizing Sanskrit Vong. The sutra represents all philosophy and reasoning in the universe. Victory flag, Sanskrit is Dhvaja, Tibetan sound is Hogi Gyaltshan, symbolizing the victory of attaining enlightenment. The golden wheel of Dharma, in Sanskrit is Chakra, in Tibetan is Sergi Korlo, symbolizing the radiance of Buddhist teachings. 2. As one of the three branches of Chinese Buddhism, the custom is called Lamaism. 3. The 37th Tang king. 4. Padmasambhava, Indian monk. Carried Tantric Buddhism into Tibet in the second half of the 8th century. 5. Sataraksita 705–762 Indian monk. In 743 was Tan Fuchich II. His Holiness invited him to Tibet, presiding over the translation of texts into Tibetan in Lhasa. Secret of the Girl. Trong Lap was also attracted by the story of the old man Duke Enon, Now I Know. So Tibetan Buddhism was going through an extremely dark age, and Feng Tan secretly nodded, even though he had heard the story of the fourth Tibetan king. 22 Destroyed Buddha and his body, but the story of the cow is unknown. Complete reincarnation and eradication of Buddhism as the old man Duke Enon just said. The old man continued, Tibetan Buddhism because of the Lang Dat Ma incident, divided into two periods, before and after. Period. At first, Tibetan Buddhism did not distinguish between sects, only disputes between Buddhism and Theravada Buddhism. Also because after the extinction of the Buddha, the scriptures handed down were not the same, so Tibetan Buddhism was divided into several branches as it is now. Virtue. The old man saw everyone's excited eyes, smiled slightly and said, No need to be impatient, now I will talk about two. The temple is here. First let's talk about the story of building Tu Fung Temple. Please, Dafa King Song Tan Kanbo. Because of opening people's knowledge, asking Buddha for blessings, he sent emissaries to the three countries with the most powerful Buddhism at that time, India, Nepal, and Great Tang, and at the same time asked for a favor to show his friendship. Finally, Princess Chitan of Nepal and Princess Van Than of Dai Tang entered Tibet in turn. Princess Lang Jialan of India, because of the difficult road, got sick halfway through the journey. Life, but the escort still made it to Tibet, the three princesses brought. According to many Buddhist scriptures, the throne and all the tools related to the teachings. Most importantly, at that time Buddha had only 3 isometric golden statues, also following the princesses into Tibet. Because the Princess Lang Jialan was halfway to the ferry, the golden Buddha statue at the age of 25 immediately returned India, but the 8-year-old and 12-year-old statues both left the land of Tibet. Responsible for serving is Dai Temple. Zhao, Xiao Zhao later. Trong Lap seemed to remember something. Chen opened his mouth and said, I remember now. Standing like that, I also went to Dai Chiu Pagoda to see the golden statue. Duke Enon old man shook his head slightly and said, that was later recast by the monks for reference. Just preaching Buddhism, according to ancient books, the golden statue of the Buddha is equal to the body. Is of real gold. That year when it was brought to Tibet, the 8-year-old statue alone took 18 oxen to pull. Okay, really dare not hide, that golden statue of his body, has long been lost in this vast world. One can imagine, following the same precious golden body image in Tibet, there is no such thing as an ordinary thing, then the items are all the noblest and most holy Dharma treasures of the land of Tibet. Except for Dai Chiu and Tiu Chiu pagodas, 4 more temples must be built to place all the items dedicated to the Buddha. When Lang Dat Ma died, Buddhists also know that pagodas are often unable to compare with these temples. The treasures on the inside must be countless. Fortunately the monks in the temple soon learned the news. When Lang Dat Ma brought troops, the Dharma treasures in the temple. The temple has been moved to another place, buried deep under the lava layer, which is the famous Nha Trang Chi Ter Ma 1. Even if the monks in the temple died, they would not disclose the location of the holy relics. Lang Dat Ma immediately became angry, set fire to burn all 4. The Holy Temple. Professor Feng Tan's mouth rounded into the shape of the letter O. Been burned. So now, Duke Ren old man solemnly nodded. Said, it's not wrong, the temples we see now, were restored later. As recorded in Bodhi Sutras, at that time, Buddhism was handed down, partly because of the secular Nyingma followers who buried the scriptures. Then the three people Ma, Ye, and Tang ran to the area of Kang people, Ma Shakyamuni, Love Kachvai Queen Nai, and Tang Nu Te Tu to practice in Kat Tuing Kuk Nhat Mountain 3. Later, the three dummies. As a beggar, using a mule to carry books and scriptures to another country, the later transmission of Tibetan Buddhism had a great relationship with these three people. The ancient Nyingma followers also learned the way of three people, pretending to be beggars, using a thin mule to carry a large amount of magical items. Many times teleported, bringing the Buddhist treasures in Nha Trang and the Holy Land border to a safer place. Where, Professor Feng Tan could not contain his excitement, saw Duke N an old man stop and immediately asked. The old man shook his head and replied, the scriptures don't specifically record it, just saying that it is a place where the sun does not rise to the east, nor does the sun set in the west, but is bathed in sunlight all year round, shining brightly. A place protected forever by the souls of loyal believers. Professor Feng Tan's face showed a very depressed expression. He wanted to hear the old Duke Enon say a detailed result. More, for example, the place that the Kwai Ba tribe people protect, in a small lonely village, for example, but the old man Duke Enon only revealed an answer that cannot be considered the answer. The old man Duke Enon continued, but, I doubt, what the Kwai Ba tribe protects is the number of scriptures and weapons. Professor's mood. Feng Tan was immediately excited again. Trong Lap's palm was also suddenly sweaty. While the mood of two people, Feng and Trong, went up and down according to the story of old man Duke Enon, Trak Mok Kwong Ba only sat there, motionless, for his father had never mentioned anything related to the purple unicorn, other than the purple unicorn. He was not interested in other things. Professor Feng Tan asked a few more questions. Details in the history of the land of Tibet and clues about the four methods of the temple. Virtue. The most senior people used the contents of the scriptures as answers, and if there was something they didn't understand, he read the original text and consulted with Professor Feng Tan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba made a respectful listener. What he found most fortunate was that his father seemed to be immersed in that seemingly great discovery, but forgot to ask about the intention and purpose of entering Tibet this time, of the professor. Feng Tan and him. Time flies so fast, old man Le. Dad prepares smoky butter tea, and heats up dinner at the same time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mother cleaned the bedroom for two guests, finished eating, Professor Feng Tan continued to talk with the old man Duke Enon in his room, only to return very late. The professor just stepped out into the yard and saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba also. He stood there, head bowed, staring at the ground, contemplative. Surprised he said, Kwong Ba, are you waiting for me? Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba raise his head to notice and quickly asked, how's it going? Did my dad ask anything? Professor Feng Tan smiled and said, rest assured, old man Duke Ren is not. Ask the purpose of our trip. He just discussed with me about possible places to hide some scriptures that have disappeared for thousands of years. People with great wisdom like him, already enlightened to the yard, stupid already. He just wanted to ask me to tell you, if he can find the missing Tripitaka, it will be a great contribution to the country and the Tibetan people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered, I am not short of money, that number of Tripitaka and death. The unicorns have nothing to do with each other. Professor Feng Tan excitedly said. Kwong Ba, my young master Kwong Ba, it seems you still don't understand, the madman is talking about, not just a death. Just Kai Lan. If everything is as it is in the scriptures, we will have a historical and cultural treasure ahead of us. Its worth, can't use money to calculate. Pyramid. Egyptian towers, pharaohs' tombs, Maya ruins, Greek temples, and even what we are about to discover here too, is a historical relic, a human civilization, even surpassing the other wonders. Do you know how much it is? Thank you, Kwong. Father. Professor Fung Tan suddenly thanked. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt a bit bewildered. He asked in surprise, why thank me, Professor? Fung Tan smiled and said, if it weren't for you, I would still be preparing my lecture at the Matthew Lear conference. You made me feel touched and excited like never before. Professor's face. Fung Tan is so excited, it's like found that treasure. At this point, neither of them expected things to develop in a different direction. Professor Fung Tan was excited for a long time before he calmed down again. When he calmed down, his thoughts. His uniqueness also restores subtlety. Carefully, he tilted his head and asked, that's right, Kwong Ba, do you have something to hide from me? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect the professor. Fung Tan said so bluntly, stammering. What? Fung Tan laughed and said, you are a student trained by me with one hand, every move can't pass my eyes. Today, when I was inquiring about crazy people, when I heard a girl came to ask, my behavior was very unusual, and then, I was always dumbfounded. What happened in the end? Kwong Ba, son, is there something that is not convenient to say? Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately under the moonlight it was not easy to recognize. He hesitantly said, Professor, I have something not to say to you. Professor Fung Tan collected his smile and asked, what's going on? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, Tang Min, Duong Min is actually, she is a girl, her name is Duong Man. After saying that, he was like a child who did something wrong, lowered his face, and recalled the days with Tang Min in his heart. Pennsylvania. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was 42 years old, had a failed marriage once, he was too strong, his wife always felt heavy pressure when he was with him, an invisible pressure. His tall and majestic body, his stern face as cold as iron. Steel, working style is as strong as lightning, nothing is not creating pressure. Force on those around. His employees used to whisper loudly to each other. Being in the same office as CEO Trak can make people so nervous that they can't breathe. Floating. Since his wife took her daughter away from him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more wholeheartedly focused on work, when both. He himself also thinks that he will keep. So strive for a lifetime, then suddenly. Tang Min appeared right in front of him, a pure, delicate little girl standing in front of Andrea's hospital gate. When he saw her for the first time, he had the feeling that she was like a little princess in need of someone else's protection. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect that his heart would rise because of her, because a girl was only 3 years older than his daughter. During his more than a month in America, he couldn't control himself, started. Often in contact with Tang Min, the more she comes into contact, the more she realizes that this pure little princess really needs his protection. Her pure intelligence, innocent mischievousness, cheerful vivacity, bring to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arid life with immense excitement. Endless, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba can't say how he feels about Tang. Man, is it like father and daughter after all, or between lover and lover, perhaps? Both have both, but he was 10% certain that he couldn't leave Tang Min, like Tang Min can't leave him like that. Their meeting, like 2 drops of rain from thousands of years before, going through the vast universe, finally fused together, merged into one, cannot be separated anymore. His feelings for Tang Min as soon as they came out could not be withdrawn, even surpassing his thinking ability, so much so that when he met Professor Fung Tan, he had to hide Tang Min's gender. Because he suddenly felt that this old professor was mentally retarded, academically loaded with 5 cars, and more importantly, he knew the professor. Fung Tan is living alone. Professor Fung Tan lost his wife in middle age. Since then he has not remarried, son. He is studying for a doctorate in Canada. In the first moment when he met him again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba considered the professor became his love rival, for a very absurd reason. Lider. Little thing. In Mongha, when passers-by say to a young girl, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba immediately reacted, Tang Min came. Then, she is also looking for the whereabouts of the madman, how could he not be shocked? Panic. Okay. Before leaving, Trak Mok Kwong Ba both coaxed and deceived, threatened and threatened, determined not to let Tang Min went to Tibet. He knew well, the path his brother Tang Min took, was not simply 2 words. Danger, that can be imagined, revealed. In this process, maybe he still has to bet his life. How can he let the treasure in his heart endure the wind and frost, endure the persecutions? Not everyone can stand it. Yeah, he bought a huge part of insurance. The recipient of compensation was Tang Min. Her presence here completely messed up his calculations. Professor Feng Tan listened to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's self-criticizing answer, then he smiled again, saying, "Ha ha, that's great, treating the teacher as a love enemy. The old man died in a place like. I'm still so attractive." Trak Mok Kwong Ba honestly replied, "Try. A teacher's wisdom keeps him young forever." Feng Tan smiled and said, "Okay, whether it's the girl or not is still uncertain, you don't need to be too nervous. Go to bed early, tomorrow, we still have to visit Mongha." Crazy again, he can definitely give us more valuable information. Well, maybe tomorrow, you can meet the lover of your dreams again, ha ha. Professor Feng Tan looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with relief and returned to his room. His unexpected face slowly sank, thinking to himself, Kwong Ba, if that girl doesn't, if it has to be your lover, then that's worrying. The next day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba got up early, greeted his parents, didn't have time to eat breakfast, only temporarily picked up a few pieces of Fan Koa flour cake, then told Trong Lap to drive to Mongha. In the car, besides Trong Lap, the other 2 were in a restless mood. For different purposes, they all hoped to get to Mongha as soon as possible. As soon as they arrived in Mongha, they immediately met the person who showed them the way last time. Trong Lap pulled the car window, came down, said hello, but his answer startled all 3. He said, "Oh, it's you guys. Are you guys looking for a madman again? I thought you took him away early this morning." "What, was taken away?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked loudly. The other man nodded and said, "Yes, someone drove a car to take it." Feng Tan asked, "When did you take it away? Who are they? What car to drive?" The other man said, "Around 7 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't see very well. I just saw a few people carrying a person in the car and driving away, looking like the crazy guy behind. I didn't see him later, again. The cars are the same as yours. I thought it was you." Trong Lap said immediately, "Let's go there and see if there are any clues left in the house." 1. Tibetan means buried treasure. Hide. 2. A brief history of Tibetan Buddhism records these 3 people as Smasakya Muni and Laputra. Rabji Sal Gyodgehgyon Gyodgehgyon. 3. The short history of Tibetan Buddhism is recorded as Mount Ma Long Doa Kiat Tuing. Chapter 3, Cover. The Breaking of 3 Mang. He said in a slightly shaky voice, "It was simply a coincidence, or maybe our revenge, as if led by the devil. We lost our way on the Taifong Strip, traveled for 15 days in the foggy snow and wind. We didn't know where we were, only knowing that we were all still in the majestic Himalayas. It seemed that we would never be able to get there. How to get out? There are 3 people who have frozen to death, 2 people are blind, the rest are also dead. When crossing an unnamed mountain, 1 person. One of the team slipped down the cliff. Before long, he used the walkie-talkie to tell us all to come down together, because he had discovered heaven. 1. Watery eyes, eye pain, photophobia, severe maybe. Blind due to seeing intense reflected light from the snow. Live map of Tibet. Trong Lap thoroughly examined the madman's makeshift house, and finally got up and concluded, I'm afraid it won't be simply taken away. Two people see. This is a footstep and a struggle. This is a footprint. Being dragged. There are rags of rags outside the door. The madman must have been taken away. The other party has 3 people. Looking at the footprints, they are all over 6 feet tall. Who is it? Professor Feng Tan came out with a torn carpet and a small piece of jewelry. Smiling with a smile, it seems that they went very quickly. Moreover, they did not know the value of the things on the guy's body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the dirty carpet and asked, "What is this?" Feng Tan replied, "This is a carpet of woven fur. The specific fur is unknown, but it seems very Tibetan in the 13th century. This jewelry is a gold-plated cao. Inside there is a picture of the suffering Buddha. I think these are all personal belongings of crazy people. There, you can bring it home and ask your father to check it out." "Let's see." The 3 of them scurried back. On the street Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't think of. After all, who sent that madman away? Is it Man? Why did she do that? Or not, it can't be her. As soon as he got home, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately called the Thien Su branch of him in Tibet, reminding all staff to pay attention to find a crazy person. No matter how you say it, it can't be described clearly, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba still tries to thoroughly tell each employee in detail. As for Professor Feng Tan, he brought the discovered items to visit the old man Dukenon. The old man Dukenon is very busy. He has to touch. At first, he blessed the devotees who had come a long way to come here, and had to teach the Buddha Dharma, so Professor Feng Tan could only take advantage of the time when the old man Dukenon took a break, thanks to the assessment of 2 items he brought back. But just a moment later, Professor Feng Tan ran out with a happy face and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "It has been identified. This is a woven carpet of the time of the old Sat dynasty. Above it is Happy Buddha and the Min Phi." "What about material?" Dukenon old man said he had never seen this kind of fluff before. Neither horse nor cow, neither goat nor camel, extremely rare. "And the other cao is new clothes, only Kwai Ba tribe has." The small lines on both sides are Shantadeva's text. "The calamities, fears, and sufferings in the world are all controlled by me." The picture inside is the Buddha Patriarch, immersed in the hell of compassion, being 1,000 species of demons bitten to pieces. Later the legendary Z Killen crossed the 99 heavens to save the Buddha from the hell of compassion. Moreover, Dukenon old man said, this legend only exists in the Kwai Ba tribe. Not recorded in any scriptures or Buddhist scriptures. Dukenon old man said he could do his best to help us find the territory of that Kwai Ba tribe. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is now revealed. Overjoyed, he knew that his father's words were relatively heavy. With his father's influence, they were greatly supported in material terms, things just relying on their ability, which is hard to get, can now be easily returned. Shang Lap stood next to him and said, "But our only clue is now broken. How can we find it?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "No, you don't understand. We also know roughly the range of the Kwai Ba tribe. It's just that no one has ever been there before. Now all the clues are concentrated in one place. The clam and the lost Buddhist scriptures we want to find are very likely to be in that area. As long as you bring enough equipment, you can set off." Feng Tan said, "Oh, this is done early or that day. That crazy person has disappeared. It is not a good thing." Trong Lap asked, "So, we need what devices?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Cross-country car. Very strong, all gear for climbing Chomolungma, food and an excellent guide." Professor Feng Tan said, "The old man Dukenon has already spoken. I think something. Before, they were very easy to handle, but also, the guide was excellent." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately grinned. Feng Tan exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that you have made the right choice?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, "Yes." So, he turned towards the inner house, but did not enter. but only Le Ba. Tree trimming. This white-haired servant was still bewildered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba introduced. This is Uncle Le Ba, that is the map. Our living Tibet. There is no trace of the bird's wings in the sky, but he can find the scent of a falcon thousands of miles away, divine on the ancient Nianqing mountain. Lala could not extinguish the passionate fire in his heart. Nha Lo River. Tibet Yarlung Zangbo is in a wave. I can't stop your footsteps. Le Ba laughed and looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, his face full of wrinkles, like the warm spring sun, honestly said, Young Master Kwong Ba, why do you bring up the story of Prince Asu? It's me. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed, Uncle Le Ba, you are completely qualified to make a living map of Tibet. Everybody. You know, when he was young, Le Ba was the most famous horse driver on ancient Drama. Dao Tu later assumed the position. Was in charge of the ground guidance for Da Fong Route 3 surveying the Tibet-Nepal border. In the early 1990s, also led the mountaineering team to open snow to climb Nam Ca mountain. Bar Ngoa for how many deeps and high mountains Tibet has, he can count with his eyes closed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only briefly mentions 3 things. Events, but each event made Professor Fung Tan's mouth widen a little. By the time he finished speaking, it had already opened into an O shape. He moved forward, holding Le Ba's hand for a long time, no willing to let go. Le Ba couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Old hero, I apologize for being disrespectful before, said Professor Fung Tan sincerely. The professor went to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's house several times, but always thought that Le Ba was just an ordinary old servant. Tibet had a lot of capital before liberation. Serfs, after liberation they were allotted land to live free lives, but some. Who does not want to leave the host family? His aristocrats, should remain. That's why Professor Fung Tan used to be. Not paying the slightest attention to this old man with a wrinkled face. His skin was covered with tortoiseshell. Today when Trak Mok Kwong Ba mentioned it, he knew that the old servant did not expect to have so much merit. Ancient horse tea. Dao, Da Fong flight route, a famous dangerous routes for a long time. One side is Ma Bang's cargo route, the other is the death corridor. Death in the air is dangerous. But the thing that surprised the professor the most was still the feat of opening the Nam Khao Ba Ngoa route. Nam Khao Ba Ngoa stands craggy by the Nha Lo Tibetan Bo River, is the highest mountain in Tibet with an altitude of about 7,000 meters above sea level, meaning, long spear straight to the sky, in Tibetan. How difficult it is to climb there, you don't have to think about it, but Le Ba must be at least 60-70 years old now. Wasn't he more than 50 years old when he surveyed the way to Nam Ca Ba Ngoa? That's not something ordinary people can do. Le Ba loved all his limbs because of the. Professor Fung Tan's emotions quickly replied, Please don't say that. Professor Fung Tan is a wise man. Just like the old man Duke Enon, they are all Le Ba people. Extremely respectful. I'm just a mountain climber. While I can still walk, I like to go to many places. At the age of 8, if it wasn't for the old man's rescue, I would have been thrown into the river by the Ma Bang to feed the fish. The old man would have exchanged gold for me from the Kang's Tutai. Old story, every time Le Ba is emotional. Fung Tan sighed and said, So it is. Well then, with you as a guide, we can rest assured. Le Ba blankly said, What is it? What scouting is that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Uncle Le Ba. We want to go to tribal territory. Through Dad. What? The pruning shears in Le Ba's hand fell to the ground. Why? Why did the young master suddenly want to go there? Does the old man know? Fung Tan said, The old man has already agreed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, Did you go there? Why are you so tense? He patted his head. That's right, Uncle Le Ba is a living map, there's no place you haven't been. Le Ba picked up the pruning shears, shook his head slowly, No, I dare not hide the young master. Where the young master just mentioned, Labar knows, but has never been there before. The old man didn't say that it was a land that was cursed by the gods. The unlucky dark clouds bring permanent blindness. The night is evil auras envelop them. Only those beings who have lost all their conscience will be thrown into that hell forever. That's not where you go, young master. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Father's words, I also remember well, but this time he agreed. Moreover, Father also said, Medicine Master Lu Lai Kwang Fat had committed to hell, using the six-petaled mandala flower to dispel the resentment accumulated for thousands of years. Avalokitesvara with thousands of hands and eyes once took a lotus flower to preach the Dharma, saving countless lives of extremely evil souls. Even Shakyamuni Tathagata, also. Drop your mount to guard forsaken souls, wild ghosts wandering with no way to return under Hoang Tuyen. He knew very well that Labar was inherently very loyal. He couldn't use common sense to tell him. He needed to bring the words of his father's teachings to convince him. Labar still shook his head. Why did the old man agree? It's not a place a young master can go. Why would the old man agree? Professor Feng Tan now speaks. The Kwai-Ba tribe may be protecting the 1,000-year-old Buddhist scriptures from the time when Tibet destroyed the Buddha. Classics from 1,000 years ago were. It's time to be brought out of the dark ravine. This is the reason why Duke N, an old man, agreed to let we go. Labar said, no, people do not understand. The environment there is so fierce that it is unimaginable. Trak Mok Kwong Ba impatiently asked, so you know that place, where is it, Uncle Labar? Labar said, to be precise, probably in South Tibet, west of the south. Can you be more specific, Professor? Feng Tan frowned, because he knew, the place Labar had just said, was most likely the area that the Himalayas cut across in. There are the highest mountains, the coldest uninhabited wilderness, moreover surpassing them. China border, / Labar pondered, then mumbled in Tibetan. The old man probably won't agree, that's where the devil resides. Then suddenly he raised his head and asked. Young master, professor, do you too know why the Sino-Indian border is so undetermined? Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated. Professor Feng Tan said, it is a matter of history left behind. Labar gently stroked the wrinkles on his face, still looking hard to decide, eyes half closed, said, it's just one thing. But more importantly, surveying that land is too difficult. After the tournament launched, Labar used to go with the survey team. It was a long snowy mountain area. In front of you are all white snow-covered mountains. No matter how long you go, the mountains still loom in front of you, as if know how to follow in human footsteps. We camped at the foot of the mountain. 12 people made a group. The survey team sent more than 30 groups, but not a single group returned to the headquarters. They lost their way in the snow and wind, died but their bodies did not decay. Their souls were imprisoned on the top of them. Half of them were Tibetans who had lived for many years in the highlands and received special training. I should also followed Group 13 to the mountain, but suddenly fell seriously ill, so Labar has survived to this day. Young master, Labar advises you, don't go, really can't go anywhere. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked up. Snow Mountain was far ahead, but his determination was still uncompromising, only to hear him calmly say, could it be that you mean, the living area of the Kwai-Ba tribe, is there? Luo Ba could almost read Duo Mok Kwong Ba's beliefs in his eyes, breathing. Long said, that's right, young master. It is said that the Kwai-Ba tribe lives in that area. No one knows how they live. It's not a small place, within. China's border is about tens of thousands of square kilometers, and includes the land of 3 countries, Bhutan, India, Nepal again. If the young master wants to go, you can. From Asia to the west, otherwise from Din Ket or Kwong Ba to the south. We are closer to Din Ket, but the road in Kwong Ba is easier. I only know the approximate range. but many people say, in the West maybe. Meet the Quabar people, their scope of activities even extends to Neplamok district. Professor Fung Tan widened his eyes, miserable. The staff laughed and exclaimed, Brother Labar, do you know the search range you just outlined for us, the highest mountain in the world? That world. 1. Metal jewelry, shaped like a small box, worn around the waist or neck. 2. The way to transport tea from Yunnan to Tibet, to India. Bhutan, also known as the Southern Silk Road. 3. The Hump, names of faction pilots. World War II Allies book flight route from India to China. Crossed the Himalayas. 4. The top mountain in the 10 Great Mountains of China. The third madman. Labar seriously said, it's not wrong, the whole Shenshen range, it is very likely that it is a crime. Activities of the Quabar tribe. Young master, you have to think carefully, you know what you will face. The highest mountain, the coldest weather, the air is extremely thin, the traffic is difficult to go, walking for half a month may not see a single person, the wind in the ravine can blow it all away. Yak cows, the snow that falls one night can fill a tent, it's a screen not even a snow eagle can fly over. Listen to Labar say that, Professor Fung Tan couldn't help but think again. He blankly said, that's right, Kwangba, you need to think carefully, this time is different from the previous times. The place we want to go is the sun, but even the eagle is tall. Can't even fly over. The climbing team, we only conquered one mountain, and we challenged the whole Himalayas. Trak Mok Kwangba nodded. Fung Tan stared at him, then said, average altitude above water level. The sea is 6,300 meters, mountains over 8,000 meters high have 10 peaks, above 7,000 meters and above have 50 tops. The average daily temperature is minus 30 degrees, the uninhabited area is tens of thousands of square kilometers, the wind is 12th in the city. Ravines can blow rocks as high as a human head or a roller coaster. The oxygen content in the air is less than 10%, less than 50% of the oxygen content in the air inland. The blizzard, the rift, every trap is fatal, and our aim is. I'll find it, I'm sure. Trak Mok Kwangba turned his head and bloomed. An extremely confident smile, at that moment, his tall and strong body made his words increase a lot of power. He looked at Labar and begged. Uncle Labar, take us away. What I'm looking for, is what I've been wanting to find all my life. Labar's eyes showed love, his hand gently stroked the master he had raised, but in the end he still shook his head and said, young master, Labar is old, no. I can follow you to the sun again. Every day, Labar will recite 100 times the Cat Tuing Sutra, pray to the Sagittarius one to show the young master the way, and to pray for the great Sahavong one to destroy all demons and demons, on your way. Trak Mok Kwangba was a little nervous. Said, but Uncle Labar, if there is no guide, how can we dare to set foot in Dai Tuye mountain? Labar pondered, everyone was silent for a moment, the air almost froze, time was still quietly drifting like a receding thread. Suddenly, Labar woke up and exclaimed, young master. I can introduce you to someone. Ha! Just when Trak Mok Kwangba was about to prick up his ears to listen, he suddenly noticed two sharp eyes staring at him, looking evil, venomous, like a snake sticking out its tongue, but there was something about it, familiar, like met it somewhere, but when Trak Mok Kwangba looked back, that person had turned around and walked into the big house, blending in with the crowd to worship, all wearing baggy Tibetan robes, hats on their heads, no longer distinguishable. Who with whom? Professor Fung Tan vomits. Hot asked, who is it? Have people been there before? Okay, that's my real brother, I think he's probably quite familiar. In that area, as far as I know, he went at least 5 times. Besides, I guess, he might have met the Quabar tribe people. Labar replied. Then quickly take me to see him, Uncle Labar. Trak Mok Kwong Ba noticed. Return. Labar said, but this thing, I am afraid. We also have to get the old man's approval before we can go see him. Labar showed a troubled expression. Why? Both of them asked in unison. Labar hesitantly said, this, because, he said, was in prison. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Fung Tan looked at each other. Looking at Labar's face, it seemed that his brother did not have to take office. In prison, but there is re-education labor. Just listen to Labar continue to say, every time I come to visit, I also ask the old man to say an hour in advance, otherwise, I will not meet Ba Tang. Ah, Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully said. Is it a felony? Labar explained, it's not that bad, it's just, he seems to be scared of something, leading to a mental breakdown. The last time I visited, he was no different from a normal person, but the medical staff told me, under certain circumstances, he will go crazy. Neuropathy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Professor Fung Tan don't have an appointment. Think of Tang Min's brother Tang Shou, and the madman in Mong Ha. It seems that something terrible happened in the territory of the Kwai Ba tribe, otherwise it would not have been possible. Makes people who have been there also lose their minds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, did your brother say something that made him so excited? Labar said, what can't be done, the doctor specifically told me not to ask questions. Or he'll go crazy. It is said that every time the doctor thought that Ba Tang was cured, asked him about it, he was attacked by him, and 2 doctors almost lost their lives. Just don't know now. Is he completely healthy now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba remembered the madman who had mysteriously disappeared and his eyes were not cold but trembling, said, then, things can't be delayed, I immediately went to ask my father, we have to take advantage. Depart as soon as possible. Duke N. An old man hung up the phone, calm. Said, only 3 people can go at most, everyone can arrange their own. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes. Labar was the guide, needed to go, he himself had to go and see, Professor Fung Tan and Trong. Create. At this time, Trong Lap said. Then everyone go, I'm going back to the division. It's more convenient to prepare a little bit. Not, Labar said, this little brother of mine, who has been in the army before, if something unexpected happens, ordinary people are very difficult to control, extremely dangerous, Professor, you see. Professor Fung Tan nodded and said. Okay, I'll stay, see if I can find out any more clues from the things the madman left behind or not. A warden named Sat Tay was arranged to receive 3 people. He recognized Labar, immediately met him and said, his illness was first diagnosed by the doctor. Set, it's completely healed. Labar squeezed Satay's hand and said, thank you, thank you. 3, please follow me. Sha Tay led 3 people deep into the prison. Trong Lap also knew about the situation on the way, so he asked, Uncle Labar, you and your brother are not too different in age, right? After all, why did he get, Trak Mok Kwong? Ba Lu glanced at Trong for a moment. Labar smiled to show his understanding, then explained. No, my brother is almost 30 years younger than me. When the parents' relationship, we were not very good. When he was 10 years old he moved with his mother to another place, back. After the director informed me, I found out that he was arrested. Specific incident. Anyway, I think Shaanxi is probably clearer than I am. Xiao Tay went ahead to lead the way and continued. Speaking of which, it is a strange story. It was the first day I was assigned to work here. Ba Tang, his ferocious and murderous appearance was terrifying. His face was fierce, his beard was growing, his clothes were torn and torn, everyone thought he was a madman who did not know where to find him, no one expected him to be so strong, repeatedly injured 7-8 Dementors, only then did people realize the seriousness of the matter. Later the whole prison went into alarm, the Dementors had to use anesthetic guns to calm him down, The sentence that broke his breath and that scream, making the hairs on the back of my neck still stand up to me, was I in need of protection. Ma Tay turned around and saw that everyone seemed doubtful and confused, and continued, yes, I thought he was so scary, I didn't expect him to scream for protection. It is impossible to understand what happened to him in the end. We had no intention of arresting him, but he insisted to stay here to feel safe, must see the whole company of guards with guns standing next to him, he just felt a little safe. In order to be locked up here, he admitted he repeatedly poached wild Tibetan antelope, a nationally protected animal. At the beginning, we thought he was talking crazy, but he told us where the fur and skins of the Tibetan antelope were kept. In those places, we found more than 500 skins in total, which is one. It's a big deal, not a game. Oh, Trong Lap surprised and said, he is strictly guarded in the prison, does not hesitate to speak about his crimes, his thoughts are also very clear. Ma Tay said, it's not wrong, when he's not having a seizure, he's no different from a normal person, it's just that sometimes when suddenly agitated, he will go crazy and insecure, then it's very dangerous. There are many doctors want to find the cause of the excitement of him, but they all failed. Now Dr. Luo Jui said he was completely cured, but who knows, no one dares to ask him that question to try it out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap looked at each other. After all, this man named Ba Tang, brother of old La Ba, is this person. The iron doors were opened one by one. Satte said, come on, Ba Tang's small room is in it. To ensure safety, we'd better follow the order. First let Uncle La Ba come in to visit. Asked, then only one of the two people in. The doctor said, he was afraid of crowds. The more people in the main entrance, the more dangerous it is. La Ba has entered. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks around. The doors of the rooms are armored. The windows are bulletproof. It seems to have been specially treated, so that the outside can see inside. But the inside can't see the outside. Ba Tang, whose round head was once shaved, had a few sharp, needle-like moustaches from the upper lip bordered in a circle down, then stretched to the sides, connecting with the sideburns. His body is not particularly tall, but very well proportioned, well-muscled, full body. Explosive power like dynamite, especially the eyes as bright as a falcon. Two brothers hugging each other. Turn, then start talking. More than 10 minutes later, La Ba came out, nodded to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, you can come in. Okay, he said. He agreed to reveal a little about the young master's interest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has not yet stepped up. Trong Lap has argued first. Let me go in first, Mr. Duo, I am relatively experienced in this interrogation. Although the division commander told him that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not an ordinary character, Trong Lap still believed that a boss, no matter how powerful they are, they can't be stronger than soldiers who are trained every day like them. Oh, Trak Mok Kwong Ba listens to Trong Lap said so, thinking for a moment, okay. I want to know where he ended up seeing something. Zhang Li entered the room, suddenly realized that the space inside was much smaller than the outside, and Ba Tang was very likely to suddenly attack the other. It's like reaching out your hand to be able to touch it. Ba Tang said a sentence in Tibetan. Zhang Lap didn't have time to react. He let out another sentence in Mandarin. Who are you? Ba Tang slightly lowered his head, opened his eyes wide and glared at Trong Lap. Trong Lap smiled wryly, trying to appear relaxed. Relax, relax, can we all relax a little? I am in the military zone, my name is Trong Lap. This time, I want to, suddenly, just saw a fist from small to large, close to the face. Trong Lap is inherently quick to react. Sensitive, 3 times won the champion of the Slayer. In the entire Tibetan military region, the highest achievement ever was to rank 5th in the country, but this time it seemed a bit different than usual. While tilting his head to avoid a punch straight to the face, he realized that Ba Tang was soon lucky. The strength of the left hand to hit an even stronger blow, right. Not until the wind was whistling in the face, such a fast speed, Trong Lap rarely encountered. Trong Lap just had time to tilt his head back, and his body lost his balance. Ba Tang raised his leg slightly. Trong Lap. Lowering the table was not good. While panicking, he reached out and grabbed Ba Tang's left hand. What made Trong Lap unable to believe was that Ba Tang's improvisation ability was higher than his own. The right to gain half the way, suddenly turned into a hook, grabbed Trong Lap's wrist first, pushed one forward, pulled another, making Trong Lap turn back. Two hands jerked backwards. A pair of iron-hard pincers locked the two hands. Trong Lap. Ba Tang exerted a little bit of strength. Both hands lifted Trong Lap up. At this time, the person standing outside the door regained consciousness, and Le Ba quickly shouted, "Ba Tang, let me down." And Trak Mok. Kwong Ba broke in first. "Father." Tang saw the door open, didn't even bother to look, stretched out his hand to prepare to push the newcomer in and couldn't keep up, but he couldn't believe that his hand was pushed close to the wall, when he discovered that the person who had just entered was a strong man, 6 feet tall, couldn't pull his hand back. Again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba clasped his hands together, first squeezed Ba Tang's left hand, then turned around, pressing his whole body towards Ba Tang. Ba Tang's right hand was locking Trong Lap. The three of them rolled down at the same time. Land. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took advantage of his absolute advantage in bodybuilding, forcing Ba Tang to not move. 1. Fairies of Luck and Longevity. 2. Characters in the Way of the King of Sagittarius. Story: the longest epic series in the world to date, telling the story of King Catch Slap, who had a great influence on Tibetan Buddhism. Memories of Ba Tang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's two arms clamped. Cut off Ba Tang's left hand, locked his legs with one leg, and pressed Ba Tang's belly to the ground. Old Le Ba also rushed in, shouted loudly, "What are you doing, Ba Tang?" Free Tang let go of Trong Lap, struggled 2 or 3 times, but still couldn't knock Trak Mok Kwong Ba on his back. Down. At this time Trong Lap also flipped back, holding onto his other arm. Shaanxi ran in last, saw situation in the room, immediately asked, "Do you need me to call someone?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels Ba Tang stopped resisting, smiled, said, "No need, thanks." He turned over, but still controlled Ba Tang, said, "We want to talk to Ba. A little bit, Mr. Tang. It's just that this room is a bit cramped." Sha Tay nodded, turned around and reminded, "Be careful, it's very dangerous." Out of the door, he breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but shake his head. From the beginning Sa Tay saw that this tall man was not ordinary, but did not expect him to be so powerful. Ba Tang tried to escape several times, but they can't get out of control. By Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap finally said, "You two have won." Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go of his hand and said, "You don't seem to have any malice. Why are you suddenly attacking Officer Zhang?" Free Tang and Trong Lap both waved arm for blood circulation. Ba Tang only. Trong Lap said, "You use tricks." Wanted is someone in the special team of the military zone, isn't it? If it's not a surprise attack, it's relatively difficult to deal with. Then Ba Tang pointed to Trak Mok again. Kwong Ba said, "You use wrestling methods, so close yourself. You have definitely won Kobai. If I do my best to deal with you alone, I will win or lose no matter what." Can't say before. Zhang Lap heard it. His face was red and his ears were burning hot. Didn't expect that he was indeed not an opponent. By Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Le Ba stood next to him and said, "Ba Tang. Don't be rude. This is Kwong Ba, young master, the one I often tell you about." Only now did Ba Tang appear serious, glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba once, and then praised, "It turns out that it is Kwong Ba, young master. Indeed he is born with divine power. Thank you all for your patronage." For my brother. Ma Tang suddenly kneels. Hit the ground a few times, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled, and quickly bent down to help him up. Ma Tang said again. Lots of appreciation. Trong Lap was still very skeptical of Ma Tang's fighting techniques, so he asked, "What army are you from? I've never seen the trick just now." Ma Tang smiled and said, "You must have met us, because I know you have heard about us as soon as you come to Tibet." He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his left shoulder. "Sure enough," Zhang Lap exclaimed, "green spider." Ma Tang's left shoulder, on his stocky muscles, revealed a tattoo of a small green spider. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand. Immediately asked, "Green spider? What army is that?" Trong Lap mumbled like reading a lesson. Class course, the Green Spider Special Forces, known as the trump card of the Army of the N country, together with the Special Commando Team of Bugs. The Red Scorpion of Germany and the U.S. Navy's Special Marine Team Haibao are famous in the international arena. Red Scorpion Special Forces. Almost all perished after World War I. 2. As for the Special Marines Team Haibao, everyone knows it. The fastest combat speed, the highest efficiency, is a super-elite army famous for its ability to complete missions. Cannot be completed. The Green Spider Special Forces, a special combat force of the N government, founded on the model of the Red Scorpion, established in 1977, invited the most famous expert in the world at that time about military education and training special forces as training officers. They have set for this army a series of hellish training rules, many of which are also used in international textbooks. Soldiers of any country are required to have knowledge of characteristics of this army. Why did you come here? The last sentence is for Ma Tang to answer. Ma Tang was as calm as ever, saying, "Let's say goodbye." From I tell you, in the mid-60s of the last century, a series of events such as the Soviet-American Cold War, the financial crisis, plunged Asia into chaos. The king of country N is afraid in the country. Affected, dangerous to the stability of the government, so he issued a decree, establishing a small detachment to concentrate the most elite force. The main task is to protect the safety of members of the royal family. On each team member's shoulders, like members of the Red Scorpion Commando Team, altitude a green spider. This is the origin of the existence of the blue spider. But when this army is complete, as a training, Asia has returned to stability. The job of ensuring the safety of royal members is enough. Just a regular guard force is enough. So this army only has the first generation, no longer further training. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully said, "Why? Why did you join the Green Spider?" Tang's father replied, "My mother and I moved to another place not long after she passed away. Alone, I wandered everywhere, by chance. Chance to come to Country N, was selected to join the elite squad of Blue Spiders." Zhang Li interrupted, "Then why did you return to China? Why participate in the poaching of Tibetan antelopes?" Ma Tang's eyes suddenly became dull. Lead. The muscles on Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap involuntarily contracted. They both had to watch out for this dangerous character to suddenly attack. Le Ba took a step back. The situation became tense again. Ma Tang gritted his teeth. The lake seems to be trying its best to control himself, his muscles convulsing like a cramp, his hands trembled, his forehead began to sweat. Foul. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap were not much better, their backs were all sweaty. Finally, Ma Tang seems control himself. His whole body became limp as if he was about to faint, calmly said, "Yes, what did I do in the end? No matter what, you have to face it. You can't escape if you want to avoid it. It's so scary, it's all like a nightmare." Trak Mok Kwong Ba probed, "What happened to you in the end? Is it related to a dog?" Ma Tang's whole body was shaken. He jumped up, and after a long time returned to his normal state. He held his head and said, "No. Not a dog. What is it?" Why can't I remember? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was skeptical. The Ba immediately spoke to advise. No need to be impatient, think slowly, you will remember anyway. You go on from the beginning, tell thoroughly for young Master Kwong Ba to hear. Ba Tang slowly recalled, thoughtfully said. From the very beginning, since Green Spider Day established, the use is not promoted every day, but the equipment is also very good. Expensive, the Green Spider, aside from a good name, for the army, for the royal family, has become a burden. In just 3 short years, the small army was named the most elite and powerful in the history of this country. Was forced to disband. Saying this, Ba Tang closed his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned, thinking. When the belly says that, when will he come to the place he wants to hear? Trong Lap nodded silently, thinking to himself that the fate of this army was so complicated, no wonder there was no news about it later. Them too, people thought that the mysterious army was hidden in an extremely subtle way, surprisingly. Ba Tang continued, because this army is only responsible for ensuring the safety of royal members, the fact that it has not been used for a day, does not affect the state secret, so we do not destroy it, nor behavior monitoring, just being kicked out the door like trash. All the members find their own way to live. I have done all kinds of jobs, but life and death have numbers, riches by heaven, still can't do anything. At that time, my teammates from the past came to me. They told me, there is a way to earn a lot of money. Shang Lap stood up and said, that way, is the poaching of Tibetan antelopes, isn't it? Ba Tang laughed as if mocking himself, saying, correct. Unexpectedly, the Green Spider Task Force was famous all over the world. Come to the country to go poaching like this. We choose the dangerous path. The most dangerous, but also the safest for poaching. We started from Phong Track to the north, crossed the high Ha Bang Ma mountain, crossed the Nha Lo River. Tibet, go all the way to the bottom of the Kung Duang Nature Reserve, then turn west, all round the way to the north. Every year summer is our hunting time. We did not go to Kar Te Lai, because the rangers there were very powerful. Now the guard station has also increased a lot. The road is far away, the climate is not very good. We just need to serve on the migratory path of the Tibetan antelope. Each harvest is about 10 or so. We went 4 or 5 times before and after, but the harvest was not very good, many times. At most, we only got more than 60, after that, we changed corner. Ba Tang's mouth twitched, then continued. We changed the route. Ba Tang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, looked like he was trying his best to stay calm, but only appeared to be more and more tense. He said in a trembling voice. It was simply a coincidence, or maybe it was our revenge, as if it were. The devil leads the way. We lost our way on the Taifong Strip, and traveled for 15 days in the foggy snow and wind. I don't know where I am, just knowing that we are all still in the majestic Himalayas, it seems that we have no way out forever. There were 3 people frozen to death, 2 people were blind, the rest of them were also doomed. When crossing an unnamed mountain, one of the team slipped down the cliff, not sure how long later. He used the walkie-talkie to tell us all to come down together, because he had discovered heaven. Ba Tang said in one breath, opened his mouth to gasp. The Ba handed over a glass of water that had been prepared in advance. Ba Tang was like a newcomer running out of the desert, leaning his head back to drink. Drinking 1 glass is still not enough. The Ba poured more water, and on the 4th glass, Ba Tang revealed. His face was frantic. It wasn't a smile. It was a twitch of his facial muscles, causing his mouth to swing to the sides, and a ferocious terror in his eyes. West Side, standing outside observing the situation, immediately knew that she had to be ready to call a doctor. Right now, Ba Tang's patience has reached its peak. Heaven, ha, it's heaven. Road, Ba Tang's voice became hoarse. Dense, wild eyes darting over every single person in the room. I don't know how that diabolical place formed, but the high mountain suddenly receded. The extent of that recede, it's hard to imagine. Imagine floating. The altitude above sea level must be reduced by at least 2,000 meters. Furthermore, from the place, we're having a hard time going down. The first time we find our way down, we already have half of the castle's missing member. But, when we slid down to the newly discovered place, Ma Tang's eyes rolled. There was no longer the vast white snow, the tall trees, the cool green grass, the endless forest. When I first saw it, it was a paradise. But 16 of my comrades, the elite of the elite, all died in that very paradise. Trong Lap changed color. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was no more. It must be known that, a team of 10 people of the Green Spider, that is already an elite army. If you want to destroy them all, the required army and manpower is a huge number. Don't play, yet all of them die in a place that looks like heaven. What kind of place is that after all? It's easy to slide down from the mountain, but it's harder to get back up than to go to the sky. That paradise looks beautiful from the outside, but when you go inside, you will find out, it's hell, real hell. Ma Tang's eyes darted back and forth, looking at the two people, Trak and Trong, as if looking at criminals. A few. Have you ever seen a mosquito as big as a wasp? One can be burned. Make the whole arm swell. Have you seen the cannibal flowers? Butterflies as big as hands hiding under the foliage. As long as someone is caught, they will come to ask for a portion of the bloodline. What kind of trees have you seen? Midnight stranglehold, hanging in the air yet. How many people have seen leeches hiding in the swamp? Once let down, when pulled up, it's like sausages all over. Listening to Ma Tang say that the two of them were hot and cold, the feeling could not be described in words. He raised his voice and continued. Is it scary, or not? All these things are worth nothing. Doesn't scare us at all. We can fix it all. We went through the deep forest and saw a vast steppe. The grass was endless, as if it were connected to the snow mountain, and at the same time, we also discovered a herd of antelopes. Tibet is very crowded. I'm sure it's a forgotten land. I've never seen so many antelopes. They're also not afraid of humans, never seem to have seen a creature like us. At that time, we were all overjoyed like crazy. It was almost gold falling from the sky. Even when we captured their own kind, skinned them right in front of them, they didn't panic. Just like that, we killed each one by one, skinned them one by one, until our hands were soft, all the belongings we carried were full. We still did not commit, decided to transport the antelope skins. This goes first, and then comes back again. A smile appeared on Ma Tang's face, almost as if he was seeing the scene of the harvest at that time. He laughed bitterly and said, at that time, we decided, on the occasion of the antelope growing season, temporarily. Time to not sell that skin quickly. After the expert military cartographer recorded the geographical coordinates, we brought the first batch of spoils, nearly 600 antelope skins, to preserve and hide in Chinese territory, which is also the number of antelopes, skin that I showed the police to look for. We re-entered that place for the second time, this time going from the north to the south. We started at Tong Xie, went to the south, past Dai Tuye Mountain, the paradise land of deadly traps spread. Everywhere was still lying there, still lying quietly, like a sleeping golden beauty, waiting for us to wake up. Father Tang mentioned here, his voice suddenly low. Slowly, sullenly lowered his head. This time, we encountered a human. He was dressed very strangely, using the local dialect to warn us about something. Unfortunately we couldn't hear it at all. Our head is only Tibetan antelope skin, pure gold. Tibetan antelope is pure gold. To avoid revealing the news, we killed him. An army in charge of protecting the safety of the important, killing for the first time, unexpectedly for a person. Tibet's hands are without iron. When we step into that deadly forest again, we, Ba Tang's eyes suddenly became dull, his whole body seemed to be electrocuted, his eyes stared blankly at the empty space, his eyes rolled back and forth, his brows became more and more tight, his face became more and more painful, he held his head again, howling like a howling wolf. Trong Lap and Trak Mok Kwong Ba were both in a state of mental concentration, seeing that Ba Tang's facial expression was not good, immediately stood up, one left and one right clamped him in the middle, in case he accidentally caused trouble. Le Ba gently stroked Ba's back. Tang, constantly comforting, Ba Tang still held his head and shouted loudly, "Why? Didn't the doctor say I'm cured? Why can't I remember? Why? Men and cars." Le Ba looked helplessly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if to say that he did not expect it. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba had grasped the point. He waited for Ba Tang to calm down, then asked in detail about the victim they killed, did not expect Ba Tang to remember this matter very clearly. After asking, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not speak. If not, go out, ask Shaxi to call Ba Tang's therapist. Doctor. After hearing the situation, Luo Ji slowly said, "This is proof that he has recovered from his illness. If things are too stimulating, so much so that the brain can't accept it, the brain will block that information, can't. Said to be forgotten, not erased, just buried deep. If he didn't forget, the story that gave him such an extreme crisis would relentlessly stimulate his nerves, driving him insane. As for the dead person he mentioned, I think it is probably true, because man is a benevolent animal. For a person, the first person he kills or sees someone else kill, will leave an extremely deep impression." On the way out of the prison, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was silent, bowed his head in contemplation. No one knew what he was thinking. In the car, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also just stared at the floor of the car, making Le Ba restless, who was introduced by him to the owner, now almost unable to help at all. Le Ba tried to ask, "Young master, Ba Tang, he?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was lowering his head, smiled unexpectedly. He raised his head, as if he had made a great determination, then grabbed Le Ba's shoulder and said, "Uncle Le Ba, I have decided, I must think about it. How to get Ba Tang out of prison, he will be the best guide for us." Le Ba and Trong Lap were both startled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was full of confidence and said, "Remember, he said he killed a person. I asked in detail about the characteristics of that person's clothes are, without a doubt, completely with the way Ba people in my father's story, adding to the location of the place where they went, can confirm them even more, must have accidentally strayed into the territory of the Kwai Ba tribe. And finally happened. What happened? I asked the doctor. When he gets back there, he will slowly remember it." Trong Lap saw only the hair on the back of his neck standing up and reminded him. "But, young Master Kwong Ba, there is one thing I hope you can clarify. They are professional special forces, and there are dozens of people, but now, it seems that only Ba Tang has survived from their pack, but already crazy, if the rest of us go." Trak Mok Kwong Ba showed his satisfaction and said, "Now that the things we've been through are connected, it's almost possible. I can explain the beginning and end of this. The people of Go Ba might be protecting the precious Buddhist scriptures have been lost in history in their place of residence, and there is also the legendary beast, the Zekilan. The Ba Tang poachers, accidentally entering the territory of the Kwai Ba tribe, moreover killed one of their own, naturally made the Kwai Ba people angry. The two sides had a dramatic battle, at the end, with a squad of green spiders with modern weapons and the Kwai Ba people. Many people could have met the same end, people almost died. As for the adventurous Tuang Tho, who had just entered the territory of the Ba Kwai people, who was taking pictures of a giant canine, he accidentally witnessed the carnage of the two sides, perhaps at the time of a future battle, brutal and bloody. So, the madman was the only survivor of Kwai Ba, Ba Tang was the only lucky one in the Blue Spider team, and Tang Shou was the witness, so all three went crazy. We go this time. Besides having to carefully deal with the animals in the forest, there shouldn't be anything more dangerous. Trong Lap did not argue, but in his heart he thought, young Master Quang Ba, your way of saying this is too forced. First of all, the time is not right. Ba Tang has been in prison for 10 years, and Wang Do has only recently gone mad. The crazy person couldn't, if the time was right with the time Ba Tang told. He was only about 4 or 5 years old, then if the Kwai Ba people were all dead, then he was today's man. Surely now you know what to say. Story. Moreover, some of them are mentally unstable, some have lost their memories, what they say is also ambiguous, according to the crazy person's words translated by himself, the people of his tribe. All were bitten to death. Maybe. 2 groups of people rushed to bite each other. Sure. Shang Li secretly trembled, did not dare to imagine any more, and began to think again, if based on what they say. Fearful, Tang Shou was afraid of the dark, the madman was afraid of dogs, and Ba Tang was afraid of crowds. Darkness, crowds, dogs, biting to death, that is, Trong Lap seemed to have grasped something, only his spine was cold, his hand driving a car was also uncontrollable. Okay. Let's shake one. Trak Mok Quang Ba found himself getting closer and closer to the goal, in a happy mood, said to Trong Lap, we're here, let's go to Nha Lo Tang Bo restaurant. Eat Szechuan food, if not then come. Lhasa Hotel, it's not too bad there either. Then I will go to our company's facility in Lhasa. Uncle Labar can go to Octagon Street to buy some takeaways. Lhasa Hotel is Tibet's first 4-star hotel, only 10 minutes by car from the central holy site of Bodh Gaya. 3 people choose a position near the window in the second-floor restaurant. From here they can see the fountain in front of the hotel. As soon as the 3 of them sat down, Trong Lap raised an "ah" sound and stood up with a happy face. Trak Mok Quang Ba turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Hummer H1 Canastone. Off-road vehicle. Military equipment of the American company AMG, 4. Bridge. The front has a DOHC turbocharged electric oil injection engine with 2 convex flywheel shafts. Acceleration time from 0 to 100 km per hour is only 19.5 seconds. Unique, original, the world's best off-road vehicle. These are all words. The term used to describe the Hummer H1. Trong Lap finally added, this is a man's car, big, strong and extremely straightforward. The war gave the Hummer its bronze skin. I dream I also want to have one. That's the car. Trak Mok Quang Ba has also seen, strong and powerful appearance and mechanical features. Flexible movement, it is indeed a very energetic car, but what he noticed more was the license plate. That license plate was S224009. Trak Mok Quang Ba knows, it's a car of a certain country's embassy, but why drive all the way to this place? Welcoming important characters to visit Dad. How is the Dalai Lama? Ah, what's the matter? That strange feeling once again attacked Trak Mok Quang Ba, like a fish. The wet squirrel crawled on his back, a huge starfish rotting on his face, and it was like hearing the squeak of claws scraping the iron board, the hairs on his body standing on end. Just like at home, the malicious eyes that made him not cold but shivering made Trak Mok Quang Ba identify very quickly, it was the person at his house the day before. Trak Mok Quang Ba awkwardly turned. Turning his head, he saw a tall figure, sitting 3 tables away from them. He sat with his back to them, looked straight and saw that maybe a little taller than him, his military uniform of polished leather. Unbuttoned, worn on the shoulder like robe, with a red beret on his head. Golden hair and antique bronze skin made Trak Mok Quang Ba recognizable. It was a foreigner. He decided to get acquainted with that person. But Chuo Mok Quang Ba was just standing. Got up. The person sitting with his back to the other guy also stood up, his shoulders long and wide, like a diamond statue standing there. Even Trak Mok Quang Ba had to silently admire, what a great man. Mighty man. The body exudes that overwhelming aura, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba think of a car. Hummer is parked below. The other person just stood up. The two bodyguards in black suits next to him also stood up, guarding that person to go to the gate. This person walked, making the floor clacked sound. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard the sound, then the heel of his high-neck military boots was unexpectedly attached with an iron layer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat down furiously, suddenly seeing the hotel service staff carrying the food. When the three of them ate, they called out to the table, and at the same time looked around in surprise. Trak Mok Kwong only understood now, those three people. I just came here not long ago, I didn't even have time to eat and left. Just because of everything he stood up, it seemed that the person was very alert, moreover, he always paid attention to him from beginning to end. But the eyes and the back. Familiar, where did you meet that person, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba? Can't remember. Trong Lap still talked endlessly praising the other Hummer. Le Ba saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba getting up and sitting down, surprised and asked, Young Master Kwong Ba, how are you? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Oh, nothing, the food is up, try it, it's top-notch steak. At this time, Trong Lap suddenly exclaimed, See. Hey, the owner of the car is out, wow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced, in. Secretly exclaimed, Of course he is. Tall blonde foreigner. Under the leather jacket is the Swiss Army's winter field equipment, That silver fox fur coat and black leather jacket create a stark contrast, revealing the wearer's flexible leopard-like body lines, sparkling military ranks that glow in the sun. On the high bridge of his nose he wears a pair of large sunglasses, his whole face looks like. The rocks on Nam Ca Bar Nha mountain are cold and hard, worn away by the wind of thousands of years, and covered by snow for thousands of years. The other person doesn't know love. Attentive chess player glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then got in the car, drove it personally. The roar of the engine clearly revealed the power of the Hummer H1. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more suspicious. Such a special person, if he had met him, how could he not be impressed? But that back, that look, really stimulated the nerves in his brain, a very painful stimulus. The ringing of the phone pulled Trak Mok Kwong Ba back to the dining table. He took out his phone and said, Hello, teacher. Ah, have you also been to Lhasa? Why don't you come with us? Okay. We're staying at the Lhasa hotel. Okay. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Professor Feng Tan has also come. It seems that there is something special. Trong Lap said, Do you need to go pick him up too? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. No. Needed. He already ate. Now at Tiu Chiu Pagoda. We finished eating and then went to find him, then returned together. Uncle Le Ba, it's convenient to go to Octagon Street. 3 people ride to Octagon Street. Visitors to Lhasa almost come here to choose to buy small items. City. This Octagon is extremely prosperous. The shops are close, and the people walking are like flowing water. Along the street is full of types of handicrafts of different ethnic groups, such as Kin Luan, Tibetan, etc. Incense, Tibetan knives, rings, earrings, bracelets. There are also ethnic costumes, many brilliant colors. Everything you need is available. Some people from the northern Tibet livestock area wear white clothes, some from the Kang Ba mountain area wear heroic bonds, and some people live in the octagonal quarter, brightly dressed. In short, all kinds of devotees, holding scriptures in their hands, walked into Batjak Street, circled Dai Chiu Pagoda, constantly reciting sutras with their mouths. Trong Lap driving slowly, so that old man Le Ba could clearly see the shops on the roadside, choose what he wanted to buy, round the road to transfer the sutras, and arrive in front of the Dafa King Palace. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly patted Trong Lap's shoulder, exclaiming, Stop the car, stop the car. Trong Lap stopped the car, was about to ask if Trak Mok Kwong Ba had seen it. Suddenly, he discovered that his eyes were staring at the front. The soul was no longer in the car. Even opening the car door did not know. Trong Lap had to help him open it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes are blank, just like that. Dazedly got out of the car, then dazedly moved forward again. Shang Lap followed his gaze, a girl of 17 or 18 years old, wearing a yellow ski cap, a white feather coat, red high heels, and a pair of pale yellow woolen gloves. Little pink face. Pink, big bright black eyes, at first. Looks like a white swan on a frozen lake, an ice statue without dust. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about 10 meters away from that girl, she saw him. Her face was the same as Trak Mok Kwong Ba, surprised, happy. Stunned, melancholy, Trong Lap kept feeling strange. Min Man, you're here. Thousands of words that wanted to say were stuck in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest, only stammering out one sentence. The person he always longed for in his heart, day and night, dreamed of meeting him, making him hover between happiness and pain, now suddenly appeared in front of him. All languages disappeared. He just wanted to hug him tightly. Miss. Make her melt inside. Guang Man, the fairy in the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Yes, I'm here, light sugar. Gently replied a sentence. Suddenly tears welled up, like a couple who have been wronged for several generations, after being reincarnated for many lifetimes to be reunited, but in fact, they have only been apart for less than a week. The two of them hugged each other tightly, almost like no other power in the world could separate any more. Trong Lap sat in the car and muttered. Well, it's this emotional, isn't it? Is she the daughter of young Master Kwong Ba? Trak Mok Kwong Ba pressed his face to his face. Tang Min, gently caressed, he kissed her forehead. Suppressed feelings burst out in an instant. The two freely leaned on each other. You idiot, didn't I tell you not to come? When do I come? These days in. Where? In reproach filled with close concern. Tang Min replied with a verse. If the sky is high, I will definitely not let you and I break up. If Aphrodite sees it, she will definitely let us return to the world. Trak Mok Kwong Ba passionately lifted Guang Man's chin, kissed and kissed again, reclined again. Her head on his chest, murmuring. Are you all in Lhasa these days? Have. How's it goin'? Are you cold? Have been. Plateau response. Are you familiar with the food here? My brother. What about? Trong Lap said to himself. It seems that young Master Kwong Ba loves his daughter very much. Le Ba is also thinking. Damn it, why don't you remember the young master said that he still has a daughter? Am I really old? Can't remember anything else. Debate. Tang Min pressed her body tightly to her chest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, sobbing and moaning, ugh, like a small cat with a. What a great injustice. It took a long time for her to say a complete sentence. She said. My brother's condition hasn't changed. I asked a professional nurse. Take care of it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Is that so? Not there to take care of my brother. Good. After hearing this, Tang Min burst into tears and replied, it's all because of the eldest brother. You're evil. My phone doesn't work either. I'm worried I'm going to die. Trak Mok Kwong Ba comforted. I've said it before, this place is actually not covered. Wave. Okay. Look at you, you're thin. Look at you crying, like the landlady in Nasreddin. Tang Min changed from crying to laughing. Then you are the fat landowner, that old Bai. Two brothers one sentence, brother one sentence. Full of sweet love sentences, soon forgot where I was. Wait until Trak Mok Kwong Ba remembers that he still has to pick up Professor Fung Tan and Trong Lap. It feels like the wheel is also waiting to deflate. A little bit. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled apologetically. Smiled and said, it's too embarrassing, keeping you two waiting for a long time. Uncle Le Ba, you can go buy the necessary things for the house, Kang Chow, Tibetan incense, magic candles or something needed a lot, right? Le Bar stroked his beard and said, "Oh, it seems that the young master didn't hear anything. Just now, Le Bar told the young master, I went to buy things first, the young master did not answer at all. The car's full now." "Ha ha, really?" Trak Mok Kwong. Dad laughed dryly. Sorry, I was too careless. "Now, let me introduce everyone. This is Miss Tang Min, is. Tang Min looked unhappy, pouted her lips and said, "I'm his girlfriend." Zhang Lap's eyes widened. His eyes, which were already very wide, now seemed to pop out. Le Bar's mouth gapes open, his dentures almost fall out. Trak Mok Kwong Bar helped Wang Man get into the car, then he also got on, saying, "Oh, this story, I will slowly tell everyone. Now drive to Professor Feng Tan first, he must have been waiting for a long time, very much." 3 people drove to pick up Professor Feng Tan, just looking at the pile of cigarette butts at his feet. Mr. Knowing enough about his internal organs right now, Trak Mok Kwong Bar didn't know how to apologize, so he had to introduce himself briefly. Tang Min, then blankly said nothing. Professor Fang Xin coldly glared at Tang Min, then softly said, "Are you Tang Min? I heard Kwong Bar mention." "To you." Trak Mok Kwong Bar secretly said, "Broken." "Okay, it's broken, looks like the professor will take his anger out on Min Min for being late this time." Professor Feng Tan shook hands with Wang Man politely, smiled solemnly, and said, "Get in the car, it's too late. It is very difficult to return to that county Dai." Trak Mok Kwong Bar added, "Yes. Correct, we get in the car first." "That's right, teacher, why don't you come with us to Lhasa?" Professor Feng Tan said, "I didn't want to come, but I suddenly remembered later. By the way, I have a friend who studies Tibetan literature very deeply, so I wanted to send the other 2 to him to see, because the EMS has to be from Lhasa, so I came here directly." "Oh," said Trak Mok Kwong Bar, "trust me to send those 2 things away." Professor Feng Tan said, "Well, if he stays at home, it won't be long before he gets a reply." "That's right, how's the harvest this time?" Trak Mok Kwong Bar told the story in the prison once. Professor Feng Tan nodded and said, "So it seems that the area of the Kwei Bar tribe's activities is indeed in the Himalayas. The scope of our search is a bit smaller. Wait for Bar Tang to get out of prison, we'll leave right away." Luo Bar shook his head and said, "Bar Tang was sentenced to 14 years, there are still a few more years left." Trak Mok Kwong Bar patted the old man's shoulder. Confident voice, "There will be a way," then turned back to tell Tang Min what happened in the past few days, and asked her a few things. The car went to Duang Man's hotel to pick up his things, then continued to the company's Lhasa branch. Company Trak Mok Kwong Bar. Meeting Tang Man, Trak's mood. Mok Kwong Bar is extremely excited, man. Invite 4 people to come to Thien Su dog breeding facility at Thien Su Group Inn. Near Lhasa, driving took nearly 2 hours. As soon as I entered the dog area, Trak Mok Kwong Bar's whole person seemed to have completely changed. In Trong Lap's eyes, this tall, cold, quiet general manager was like a bottomless lake, but as soon as he entered the dog training area, he was like a 6-7-year-old child entering Disneyland for the first time, his eyes shining, and everything around him was very friendly. In this training facility there are 60-some clams, in addition to those newly born or just caught. Trak Mok Kwong Bar can name each one, big monsters that normally don't pay any attention to this person. Also expressed his sincerity and good feelings to the guy Trong Lap felt, Trak Mok Kwong. "Dad is really a mastiff, isn't he?" "Not in the mastiff business. Every clam here seems to be raised by his own hands. The love for clams is so good, how can you sell them?" Trong Lap thought so, then blurted out the question. Trak Mok Kwong Bar is hugging a neck. Adult clam named Hung Hung calmly replied, "I only run companies, the person who nurtures and sells them is not me. If it is my own training and nurturing, I am afraid that not even one can be sold. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, you should think like this, you can find them a warm home, so that people who really love mastiffs find spiritual support in the world. More people understand and know about this Chinese god dog, both for clams and for humans, is a good thing. Trong Lap thought to himself, how much can a true mastiff lover get? Is the one who loves the salary for more. But he did not say this sentence. Mouth. Kwong Ba, you're back. Why don't you give me an hour in advance? I will send someone to the airport to pick you up. The man who appeared to be a manager rushed out from the office building to meet him, wearing a pair of square-rimmed glasses, a dignified appearance, Western leather shoes, about 30 or 40 years old. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiles. Introduced to everyone. This is the Deputy General Director of our company, Dong Feng Xin. In the past, the senators fought together to defeat the world, now the people who have left have gone, the people who have retired, the founder of the company is left with only the two of us. Feng Xin, this is Professor Feng Tan, my teacher, you have met, this is Tang Min, you, girlfriend of I, just met last month in the US. This position is the special police of the military zone. Trong Lap, Uncle Labar, you already know. Dong Feng Xin shook hands in turn. Everyone became acquainted very quickly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba led everyone into the company. Visiting once, then let the person in charge of reception. He and Dong Feng Xin entered the office. In the room, Trak Mok Kwong Ba took out some papers and said to Dong Feng Xin, Feng. Right, the time I'm not here, the company is completely in charge of you, here is the letter. Under my authorization, you will be the person responsible for the legal entity on my behalf. Dong Feng Xin is one of the few senior managers of the company who knows the direction of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, looking worried and saying, Kwong Ba, do you have to go for a long time this time? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, well, now I feel that things are very complicated. If I'm lucky, maybe 2 or 3 months will come, but if... He shook his head, I use 3 years as the limit, during the time I'm not here, big and small. Everyone in the company relies on you. Dong's lance-shaped eyebrows. Feng Xin frowned, he said, for so long. If something big happens to the company. Trak Mok Kwong Ba interrupted, I believe. You are capable of handling any. Whatever, just wait for my news. Okay. This is not the first time, old rules, all. Just follow the old rules. Dong Feng Xin smiled bitterly and shook his head, signed his name below. He knew this partner of mine, saying he was a merchant. It was better to say that he had the blood of an adventurer in his body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba often goes to the wild uninhabited areas, fast for 2 or 3 months, sometimes for half a year. During the time he is out, no one can contact anyone. The company also sets up a standalone fund, which provides for all estimated expenses. For Trak Mok Kwong Ba's journey. That year, Trak Mok Kwong Ba lost because of a Malamute 1 Alaskan dog. Direction on plain ice, 1. I lived 3 months in a row in extreme circumstances. Last year, he helped his friends find a rock, led a group of people with light equipment into the primitive forest of Langkawi 2, resulting in the help of the Malaysian government to bring them all back. This passionate man outside is boundless, but at home he is very confused, especially recently. Even his wife has taken her daughter with someone else. Come to think of it, Dong Fang Zheng couldn't help but shake his head. After arranging work at the company, all of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, returned to County Dai. Arriving home, Trak Mok Kwong Ba helped his father. Peace of mind for Tang Min, then whispered to Amar about his relationship with Tang Min, having told him not to reveal it thousands of times, immediately went to find his father. Coming out of Duke Enan's room, the first person Trak Mok Kwong Ba met was Labar. At this moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if he had turned into another person, with his ears down, his face depressed and melancholy, looking at him. Seeing that Le Bar was about to say something and then stopped, almost unable to open his mouth, Le Bar advised, "There is no need to be upset. Young Master Quang Ba, the old man had the old man's consideration, Ba Tang himself committed a crime, there. That's the punishment he deserves. I know this can't be forced." Trak Mok Quang Ba was dumbfounded and said, "Ah, Uncle Le Bar, you know it all." Le Bar smiled and said, "If it's a small matter, the old man would have helped me a long time ago, although the old man and the prison director have a very good relationship. But there is a level of humanity. We cannot. If you ask the old man to do things beyond that level, it will not only make it difficult for the prison director, but it will also make it difficult for the old man." Trak Mok Quang Ba has a gloomy look. Gone, saying, "But, without Ba Tang to guide us, our plan before and after is still just a bubble." "It won't be a bubble." Professor Fung Tan in the back spoke up. "I and Mr. Le Bar have discussed it thoroughly. Duke N, an old man, will definitely not agree to your request. But did not indicate that Ba Tang would have to wait until his prison term was over before he could be released. We can properly go through the legal route, post-trial. I can get in touch with some friends who work as lawyers in Shanghai. They are very experienced in this respect, just need some time and only a certain amount of guarantee." Trak Mok Quang Ba revealed a happy look. The lake saw the light of hope again, immediately. Said, "The bail doesn't matter, just hope they can do as much as possible." Professor Fung Tan slightly changed his face and said, "But, Quang Ba, there is something I want to ask you." "Just say it. How are you going to arrange Tang Min?" Professor Fung Tan spoke very seriously. Trak Mok Quang Ba's face immediately revealed an awkward expression, scratched his head and said, "Min Man, she insisted on going." "It cannot be." Professor Fung Tan severely interrupted. "Listen to Ba Tang's story. I think you know what kind of place that place is. Don't say a girl, come to all of us. I still don't know how to live or die. The road ahead is dark. Wrong man is not wrong those brother. Her body, you can tell by looking at her body, she has no experience of survival in the wild, let alone snow climbing. Just being able to live a normal life on this Tibetan plateau is enough. It hasn't been easy. Today, when I saw that look in his eyes, I knew he thought so. Do you think, what if she was on the way? In that situation, it was basically impossible to take her to the hospital or get help from others. I could cure her. Or not, wouldn't that make you head to your death by yourself?" Trak Mok Quang Ba stammered, "But..." Professor Fung Tan continued, "Even if she is unharmed, then I ask you, how many pounds can she carry? If one of us falls, will she be able to pick them up? How many kilometers does she walk in a day? Is it 20 kilometers? Furthermore, all of us men, adding a female member, will have a lot of inconveniences. In fact, just thinking about it for a moment, we know that with her, we can't help us with anything, but it takes 10 times more effort to make it happen. Take care of her too, if you lead the way. Min go, I'm just afraid where is the entrance? If they haven't found them yet, they'll all be dead in the vast snowy mountains." Trak Mok Quang Ba has never seen Professor Fung Tan talk so harshly, and for a while, he did not respond well. Moreover, what the professor said was indeed very reasonable, but thinking of Zhuang Man's eyes, Trak Mok Quang Ba could not think of a reason to persuade her not to go. Le Bar continued. "Professor is very right, young master. It is better to let Miss Tang Min stay at our house to rest. That can increase the affection between Madam and Miss Tang. Min can also make you feel secure." Professor Fung Tan looks at Trak Mok Quang Ba stared. If you don't feel comfortable talking, I can help convey it." "Do not need," a crisp voice resounded in the house. "Tang Min wears Duo Mo's leopard fur coat." Quang Ba went out, tightly wrapped his shirt like A porcelain doll, lips parted. I heard it all. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at the signal. Tell Tang Min to go back to the room first. Tang Min pretended not to see, turned to Professor Fung Tan. No. Wrong, the burning body is a bit weak, can't carry much, can't walk fast, but, the professor seems to have forgotten a very important point. Professor Fung Tan turned around and asked. What point? Tang Min bit her lower lip, looked at him with wide eyes, and said, Professor forgot, you are also a 60-year-old old man. Miss, is Professor Fung Tan know? Unexpectedly, Tang Min took herself out to speak. Tang Min calmly continued, however. The professor's body is still healthy, but the years have not spared anyone, his physical condition will get worse every day, he is still young, he can accept tests, under difficult circumstances, he constantly trains himself, close. If only because the baby bird can't fly, if it doesn't let it spread its wings, then it won't be able to fly for the rest of its life. Just waiting for it to reach. Spread its wings to know, after all it is a falcon, or a puffer. As for the elderly, it's different, they're old, they're prone to osteoporosis, they can't carry heavy weights, and their organs are also fibrous. Hard work without enough blood supply, so the elderly can't do heavy work, can't walk far, let alone climb on the plateau. Miss, Professor Fung Tan's voice was close. Like lost. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his voice, Min Man. What are you talking about? Behind her, she constantly waved her hand, winked, and told Tang Min to stop talking and go back to her room. Professor Fung Tan regained his composure. Quickly, with a chuckle, said, I have been to Tibet 7 times, joined the Chomolungma Mountain Scientific Survey team 3 times, every morning I run 10 kilometers, carry 20 pounds, run up and down 8 floors, a year, 4 seasons, no matter how cold, use cold water to bathe, little girl, as long as you can do any of the things I just said, I'll consider you capable of climbing the Great Snow Mountain with us. Tang Min turned her head away, not looking at Professor Fung Tan, said, how about you? I also think that as long as the professor is qualified to go, I am also eligible to follow. No matter what, I study in medical school, no matter what, I can still help. Healer. Professor Fung Tan thought for a moment, then said, the place we are going to go is not only the harsh environment, moreover, it is difficult to say that there are creatures with no names, before and after 3 people, including myself. Your brother has all gone crazy, maybe. That thing is so scary, aren't you scared? Not scared, Tang Min's reply. Resolutely, raising her head to look directly into Professor Fung Tan's eyes, acting as if I were a determined person who would not give in to men, she said as if cutting nails, I just want to go and see it. What made my brother, make him so bad? Talk about. Here, her voice seemed to choke. Professor Fung Tan temporarily also. I don't know what to do with this girl in her early 20s, hard not to bear, soft not finished, crying is crying right now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also soon. Enjoy Tang Min's unruly quaint personality, knowing that she is a pampered princess. At this time, listen to Trong Lap inside say. Don't argue anymore, everyone says it's very reasonable. If it's conditional, I'm afraid. All of us here don't fit the criteria. Everyone turned their eyes to the door, only. Seeing Trong Lap walk out with a frown, that expression is exactly the same as when Trak was. Mok Kwong Ba came out from Duke Enan's room. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, what's wrong? Said. What's that face? Trong Lap smiled wryly and said, I have just contacted the division, and at the same time, we have learned from today's story. Where Ba Tang briefly told the group. Chief. Trong Lap said this, slightly pursed his lips, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. Professor Fung Tan impatiently asked, what did your captain say? Trong Lap replied, the captain said, seeing that the situation is too special, He will not think about providing support for us to the mountain for the time being. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Professor Fung Tan shouted together. Nothing happened. The military's support also meant that they lost all special supplies, including weapons, military communication channels, navigation satellites, among other equipment, as large as vehicles, armor, a small dagger, all of which are gone. Trong Lap added, however, our captain said, he will negotiate with old Duke Enon. Before. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed a sigh of relief now. An hour, because even a dagger, comparing military equipment to things sold in the market, was also different. One heaven and one abyss, not to mention what other materials do. Only Tang Min pouted and said, HMPH, there's nothing good about it, if you don't help, you won't help. Support, my brother has never used anything from the military. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, the goods sold on the market, most of them are just beautiful. When it comes to practicality, I'm afraid there are still military supplies. Professor Fung Tan shook his head and said, your brother hasn't used military equipment yet. He only rarely uses domestically produced military supplies. He explores all over the world, has equipment which is not to buy on the black market. Not only did he use military equipment, but also concentrate all the quintessence of equipment. The world's military on people again. Not even a bit of basic common sense. I want to come with us, oh. Guang Man listens to Professor Fung Tan saying that, pouting even more to the sky, she stamped her feet and said, I don't even want to go. If the professor said so, I can't even more. Can't go, huh? Tell everyone, I came here, originally to tell everyone the way to get there. 1. Arctic sled dog. 2. An archipelago of 99 islands, of which 5 islands are visible only at low tide in the Andaman Sea, off land. Lian 30 kilometers from the northwest coast of Malaysia. Chapter 4, Ice. Through possibility. Physical. The fire flickered in the dark, shining pink on the faces of the 3. The 7th level wind brought both ice and snow, pounding in the face. Car Tay Lai trip. What? 4 people are present. There, surrounded Tang Min in the middle, evenly looking up at her in surprise. This news was beyond their imagination. Tang Min put her hand on her chin, pretending as if thinking, oh, how should I say, I know how to find my way to that place. Impossible, Professor Fung Tan denied. At present, there are only 3 people who have been there that we know. Moreover, if you're not crazy, you'll lose your memory. How do you know how to get there? Tang Min firmly affirmed. If I can say it like that, will the professor agree to let me join the caravan? Act or not? Professor Fung Tan said. How many times have I told you, this is not a caravan. This is an extremely dangerous move. He let out a long sigh. The voice is also softer. However, in the immediate future, our starting time is not yet ripe. The guide is not yet available. The equipment is not sure how to arrange it. The health conditions are not known to be able to withstand it. Our actual situation and our initial imagination are too far apart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay, man, stop joking, if you're real. Know how to get there, so hurry up and leave. I told you, we can think about other things. Tang Min nodded, okay, if everyone is so impatient, then let you say. Actually, my brother, he always have a habit of journaling. The atmosphere in the small courtyard seemed to sink. If there was a journey record, this would be a decisive help in finding that place. Professor Fung Tan and the others all felt their hearts beat. Hurry up. The professor immediately asked, where is that notebook? Tang Min gestured to remind the professor. Don't be hasty, smile and continue. I remember he had a notebook of this size. Wherever he went, whatever he encountered, he recorded very carefully in it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rushes forward, grabbing Tang Min's hands were cut off, trembling with excitement. So, where is that thing? Where's that thing? Tang Min pouted her lips and said, but, this time when we were brought back from Ka Tay Lai rescue station, I don't see that notebook. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but later I checked my brother's luggage. I really couldn't find that notebook. I was thinking. That notebook fell on the road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was disappointed again. Tang Min shook her head. No, I think that notebook is probably at the forest ranger or the Ka Tay Lai rescue station, because that notebook is always with my brother. All his outerwear. They all have an inner pocket, designed specifically for that notebook. Trong Lap interjected. Is it possible that while fleeing in a panic, he fell at where we need to go? It can't be, said Tang Min. When I went to pick him up, the camera, the climbing gear, even the camera stand was still intact. It also means, my brother left that place, didn't suddenly run away. He had enough time to prepare. There was no reason to drop something so important. Moreover, when I found out that my brother, although he ran to the end of his life, his shirt was not torn much, then I checked again, the bag. Leave that notebook intact, just can't find it. So that notebook must have been taken out during the emergency and then forgotten to return it, I think. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clapped his hands and said, okay, if that's the case, we will go to Ka. A trip to Tay Lai. Say no way will. There should also be a surprise harvest. Le Ba said, then I will use this time to convince Ba Tang to help everyone. Professor Feng Tan continued, okay, this time I will ask my friends to be lawyers quickly to help Ba Tang get bail. Trong Lap said, so am I temporary? Return time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. No, you do something else for me. We'll tell you tomorrow. After saying that, he laughed, put Tang Min's shoulder on his shoulder and went inside. Trong Lap also turned around and left. Room. Professor Feng Tan looked at the two people's close backs and said softly. At a young age, but with a quick mouth and a sharp mind, I am so worried about Kwong Ba's future life. Le Ba said, I think the young master and Miss Tang get along very well. Professor Feng Tan shook his head. At this time, between Kwong Ba and Duong Man, outside. Love between lovers out, there is a. As for the father and daughter's feelings, he would yield to Tang Min in everything, but one day, when he realized the relationship between the two was not what he imagined, between the two children. These people are very strong, the conflict that breaks out will be very fierce. He has. Le Ba smiled and said, using the Buddha's scriptures, it is a person and a predestined relationship. France. The next day, early in the morning, Chuo Mo Kwong said to Trong Lap, I want to invite you to come with us to Qinghai. Why? Trong Lap was very surprised. His duty was to entertain the professor. Feng Tan and Trak Mok Kwong Ba live in Tibet, to the rescue station in Ka Tay Lai is no longer within the scope of his responsibilities. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed and said, I talked to your captain. He also agrees. Possibility. Tay Lai, you probably know, the environment is not very good. I am afraid that man's health can't stand it. Adding one person is an extra part of care. Moreover, these days, I feel that you are a very good driver. I have prepared a good car for you. He patted Trong Lap's shoulder, as if he was very leisurely walking past him. In fact, he just didn't want Zhang Lap to see the uneasiness in his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little scared. This was an unprecedented thing for him, but it was true that he was a bit scared. His eyes made him shiver down his spine. His eyes were cold like a venomous snake. Insecure guy. An intuition he had learned from clams made him feel threatened, especially when he brought his family with him. Tang Min went there together. Who knows what will happen? Therefore, for a military elite like Trong Lap was by his side, more or less able to help. Le Ba ran out. holding a gilded card. Gold gave it to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, said. Young Master Kwong Ba, the old man told me to give this to you. Everyone must. If you come to Lhasa to take a plane, the old man said, bring this card to Deacon La Tang Duke Ni of Bo Lakla Palace, invite him to come here immediately. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubtfully said. Deacon nuns are not only things. The first 3 of the first month of spring every year come to my house. When I was a child. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew La Tang. The nun, now managing the telegrams in the Bo Lakla Palace, was formerly the Dalai Lama's teacher, in charge of explaining Tibetan history and culture, and had a very close relationship with his father. Each once a year, the 2 old men came to his house to read scriptures and interpret the Buddha's teachings. Le Ba smiled and said, the old man said it, the young master just follow it. Whether this has a favorable relationship with the young master's departure or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba arrived in Lhasa to deliver. Postcard to Deacon Ni, find a helicopter flying from Lhasa, landing in Tridar City District. 3 people have lunch at. The city district is considered the first district. Source of this Yangtze River, and then prepare to enter the no man's land. Trong Lap asked, didn't you say that you have prepared a good car for me? Where's the car? Trak Mok Kwong Ba pointed and said, in. Yes. Tear off the huge canvas that covers the top. When he got off, a large, powerful, and camouflaged off-road vehicle appeared in front of his eyes. Trong Lap's eyes lit up, immediately jumped to caress the body of the car, carefully inspecting every small part. Of the car, 6.5-liter V8 engine, torsion-mounted chassis, at least 1.5 feet above the ground, 4 exhaust vents. 2 hidden oil chambers. Trong. After watching a place, he was surprised to say a sentence, and finally asked, is this a cross-country car? Or a rocket racing car? Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said, get in the car and take a closer look, then let's talk. As he spoke, he opened the car door for Trong Lap. Tang Min was also beside him and said, this car, just a little bigger than a regular off-road car, is a little more flattened, nothing special. Trong Lap looked at the steering wheel, couldn't compress it, but listed, ABS-1 hard braking system, control system. Electronic dynamic dispersion stabilization. EBD2 dynamic stability control system DSC3 emergency brake support system EBA4. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat with. Tang Min in the back seat said to Trong Lap, this car is a Chinese-made Kulong, new to the market, and has been improved in a few details. Engine cylinders doubled, magnetic exhaust pipes. 1 to 4, reserve fuel tank. Also increased by 1, there are some systems. Anyway, these are all engineers' data. Tell me, I don't understand very well. Test drive it and see how it goes. Trong Lap stepped on the accelerator. The whole car jumped like an arrow leaving the bow, but the stability of the body was still so good that there was nothing to say. Trong Lap looked at the speedometer and said in surprise, from starting up to 100 kilometers per hour. It took just over 3 seconds. This car must have at least 400 horsepower. My God, what kind of car is this? Tridar district is famous for being located at the headwaters of the Trongjiang River, known as the Great Wall of Trongjiang First District. Hailed as the source of the school. Jiang, the nest of hundreds of rivers, the land of woolly cows, the birthplace of Sievu, the source of ecology, the animal kingdom, the ancient Daofian 5 and Nhat Jiang Kuha 10 Daidan. Going west from Tridar district, you will enter the uninhabited area in Kar. Talai, in fact, it can be said that this Tridar district is a part of Kar. Talai. The Kulong car ran on the vast prairie with a speed of 80 km per hour. In the car did not feel a bit of vibration. This is the first time Trong Lap has been able to drive a car that is both fast and stable. Tang Min looked at a green area on the horizon and whispered, Ki. Daylight, you are heaven after all. Or hell, are you beautiful or cruel after all? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at her tenderly. Little princess in her arms, asked. Isn't Ka Tay a desert? What's so beautiful? Geography is a bit stupid. Tang Min smiled and said, Ki. Daylight is Hmong language. Its meaning is a beautiful girl, maybe. The interpretation of the blue mountainside is to visualize the beauty. But the uninhabited area of Ka Tay that we see here covers an area of nearly 80,000 square kilometers. Is called the second largest uninhabited area. Free world, and the largest China. Right now is a large step near the county city. Go forward, go deeper, you will see its true side immediately. Ka Tay has another name, the forbidden zone of life. Trong Lap looked around in all four directions, surrounded by grasslands. At this time, he no longer saw any traces of human or animal activity, and they had only left Tri Da district less than 10 minutes by car. Worriedly asked, Miss Tang, do you really remember the location of that rescue station? Driving in this wide range is the easiest way to get lost. Tang Min said, rest assured, as long as the direction is not wrong, before the sky. We will reach the guard station tonight. Nature first. They supplemented the necessary things and then departed in the northwest direction. Along the convenient road, it only took 4 or 5 days to reach the rescue station. Already, the usual lifeguard or security stations have signal flags or balloons that can be seen a few dozen kilometers away. Shang Li nodded, that's fine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks at Duong Man. Said, I know a lot. Tang Min said, they are all my brothers. Previously recorded in the book, he went to Ka Tay and the remote A-flat 2Ha area. More north than once or twice, it's already very familiar. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, that's right, what does that notebook look like? Tang Min replied, oh, it's a notebook. Black leather cover, outside there is a waterproof leather case, this thick. Tang Plum showed her thumb and index finger, roughly 2 fingers overlapping each other. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered something, hurriedly asked, that's right, because to find me, you went to Mongha to look for the crazy person, right? Tang Min nodded vigorously, older brother. As soon as I left the US, I immediately remembered about that notebook. At that time, I searched everywhere, only to discover it. That notebook isn't in your stuff, so I wanted to tell you, but your cell phone kept calling but couldn't, so I had to follow the address you said to find that crazy person. I thought, if you went looking for that crazy person, maybe he could say something. Unexpectedly he didn't know anything. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed and said, if you are a crazy person, how can you treat them? Like a normal person, that's right. Do you go looking for the crazy person after that? Or have you told anyone else about your journey here this time? Tang Min blinked her big eyes, wondering. Asked, there is none. I couldn't ask anything from that crazy person. Mongha was remote, so I went straight to Lhasa. I have never mentioned these to anyone. What's the problem? Trak Mok Kwong Ba hummed and said, Then good, nothing. The bad premonition struck again. If Tang Min didn't go looking for the madman, then the person who took him away, he thought again. To the big body and eyes like those poisonous snakes. 1. Anti-lock braking system. 2. Electronic brake force distribution. 3. Dynamic stability control. 4. Emergency brake assist. 5. The road connecting China time. Sugar with the Western countries collectively known as Fan Bang. Fight to the death. The Kulong keeps a speed of 90 km per hour, steadily glides on the car, step. Unspoiled Ka Tay, the sun is close to setting, the early moon has risen above the horizon, hanging in the eastern sky, but the sun has not yet completely gone, red. Adventure in the west sky. The sunset sun is not dazzling, but appears in a coral-like color, like a red crystal ball, variable shades, enchantingly beautiful. Tang Min looked up at the sky for a long time. The sky here near sunset is not the color of sunset needle, but blue, deep blue sky. Each white cloud is like random brush strokes stroked by God's hand unintentionally, becoming the ideal that human painters forever pursue. The darkness gradually falls, the blue sky is mixed with green color, the white clouds dyed in the afternoon become more infatuated with people, the sky is blue and white clouds, the sun is red and pink, the moon is white and silver, and the stars are new, rising with the moon, both. The picture of the sunset is enough to make people move to tears. Under that sky, there are vast wild grasslands and snow-capped mountain ranges. The mountains in Keke Zili belong to the southern branch of the Kunlun range. Unlike the mountains in Tibet, the mountains in Tibet are the crust. The earth was squeezed tightly and then rose up into mountains. Each top was close like a spear and a sword shot straight up into the sky. Ka Te Lai, the mountains are low, most of them are gentle slopes. Looking from a distance, it looks like a giant cotton blanket piled up on the ground. In addition, is the vast horizon, the blue color of the ground is like. I want to go with the deep blue sky to show off my talent. Along the way, there are wild donkeys grazing. There is a scene of a mother donkey licking the donkey's head lovingly. Under the remaining light of the late afternoon sun, their shadows are pull out very long. Suddenly there are two cute little pandas playing around. Increase, close to the horizon, a yak is standing alone in the shadows. The dark red sun is behind, the people in. On the car, only a giant black figure was seen, almost as if he was on guard against strange intruders. Every place is a perfect scene, every step is a new sight, the beauty of nature, but it is a picture that the maesters yearn to show but can never fully express, is a hymn that poets yearn to read but can never finish reading. Tang Min sincerely praised, "It's so beautiful, it's so beautiful. Drive there for a bit, yes. The camera here is great, I want to capture all of these places." But Trong Lap drove away from that direction. Tang Min unhappy said, "Oh, why did you drive further than that?" Trong Lap was busy driving and didn't answer her. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly explained. "Cannot be approached, yak is a herd animal, the ones that go alone are often very dangerous. They are not the leader of the old herd. If you chased away from the herd, the same animal will fail the challenge. After leaving the herd, the personality will become extremely lonely, frantically attacking any animal that comes close. The monster weighs more than a ton. If being attacked by it, the consequences are very scary. Its sharp horns can even overturn a car." Tang Min stuck out her tongue, didn't dare to mention it. To the other excessive request. In order not to lose direction, the car drove along the dry river. Sometimes there were wild animals running across, trying to dye the sky in the afternoon. The sun was slowly fading. Sunk behind the mountains, Tang Man, constantly amazed and delighted with new discoveries, new scenes, while Juo Mok's hand. Kwong Ba put on the girl's shoulder more and more cold, so quiet, so peaceful, all the scenery in front of him did not match his feeling. Since leaving Tri Da, Trak Mok, Kwong Ba felt a kind of pressure from behind them, but so far has not found anything. He also hopes his worries are just superfluous, so. But now, the feeling that made him cold all over his body became more and more obvious. Suddenly, the body of the car rushed forward. Clearly Trong Lap had started to accelerate. He coldly said, "Sit firmly." Trak Mok Kwong Ba, on the contrary, like feeling the heavy rock in her heart have fallen, she whispered, finally appeared. Tang Min exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong?" Trong Lap replied, "There is a tail. Seem. We're being watched." Tang Min turned her head to observe and said, "Where did you get it? Why can't I see anything?" Shang Lap nodded, "That's right, it's very difficult to detect. Take the left yak as a landmark, 2 hands from the right side of that cow, in the middle of those 2 mountains, do you see anything? Tang Min said, there is no such thing, there is only just a big rock. Zhang Lap asked again, what about behind that rock? Have you seen anything yet? Tang Min looked up and suddenly said, oh, there is smoke. Why is there smoke? Trong Lap explained, it's probably the car has been camouflaged. From the beginning it has kept a distance from us, out of the range of the naked eye. Maybe it is speeding up. The other kachesoi is the dirt that the car is driving at high speed, splashed up. More than 10 minutes ago, I saw the big rock behind that, only then. Think of it as the contours of a distant mountain. In this place, the mountains don't look that big, even if you go hundreds of kilometers, they're the same, so I didn't notice. But now it's been so long, and it's getting closer and closer to us. While talking, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba and Duang Man both saw, the small grey rock in the distance broke out, revealing the strong iron frame inside. Despite the distance, Trak Mok Kwong Ba recognized it at first glance. That angular line is clearly a car. Hummer H1. Trong Lap also saw it through the rearview mirror and mumbled, isn't that Hummer? Why are you so smart? Yes, in just 2 short days saw 2 Hummers. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, it's not clever, it's the same car, only that the number plate has been removed. Only guy. I don't understand why that person can do this. If the other person doesn't know where he is going, then he probably chartered a plane in Lhasa to follow him. The car also took him. At the same time, very cleverly disguised. After all, who is, why has such a great ability? Why is he following him? In the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, too many questions arise. Tang Min said fearfully, is it bandits? Trong Lap replied, it's not a robbery. Robbers do not drive such vehicles. The cars are all types that can be abandoned at any time mercilessly. Moreover, clever camouflage, not impatient to take action where there are people, but waiting for us to go deep into the place where no one is present. It seems not only aimed at us, but also has a long-term conspiracy. In the end, there was a problem in. What's the point, young Master Kwong Ba? Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't answer. Just mumbled, I don't know, what's the matter? Tang Min exclaimed, they're getting close. Shang Li stared at the glass. Rearview mirror, low voice, how is it possible? Okay, as far as I know, Hummer's top speed is not even 130 km per hour. We've already run 135 km per hour. Driving a cross-country car at this speed in Kar Tay Lai is already a joke. They're even faster than us. Duang Man said contemptuously, nothing is good. My brother used to play cross-country cars. The speed is over 150 km per hour. Chief. Shang Li said to himself, my lady, your brother is already a person who doesn't need a life. But the mouth still says, Miss Duang, the advantage of cross-country cars is not in speed, but in the ability to pass the test of the road surface and time. Because it is a 4-wheeled vehicle, the traction force exceeds the 2-wheeler vehicle a lot, so it is possible to cross mountain passes in places where there are no public roads, go to places where normal cars cannot go. Because of the terrain, it is complicated, so driving a cross-country vehicle needs to be most careful. Its highest average speed is only 80 km per hour, a car with a high speed. The highest reaches more than kilometers per hour like. Hummer is already reaching the limit of dynamic force. Just a little carelessness will turn the car deadly like a game. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, can you still accelerate? Trong Lap shook his head, no, this is the maximum speed, good luck now. Running on flat terrain, otherwise the car would have flipped over a long time ago. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, the car behind has caught up with us. Trong Lap also saw, the rear windshield of the Hummer looked like a giant pair of eyes, staring at their Kulong car. The body of the car was flat, even a step bigger than their car. This situation like a lion chasing a cheetah. So, at this time, Tronglap was surprised to discover that the Hummer car's window was pulled down. A masked person wearing dark glasses poked out half of his body, then, two hands pulled out from the window, holding a huge cannon. Tronglap quickly turned to the left. The Hummer also rotated. Couldn't escape at all. Tronglap panicked and shouted, "Quickly lie down. Danger!" The back of the Kulong splattered with fire flowers. The cannons stuck out their terrible flames, shooting at the steel and making a jingle sound. Tronglap turned again at an angle of 90 degrees. Duangman sitting in the car was thrown to the side. Fortunately there was Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Hugged her tightly, otherwise she would have been thrown out of the car. Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly said, "Don't panic, drive carefully, this vehicle is bulletproof." Tronglap breathed a sigh of relief now, and there were fire flowers behind. It seems the bullets have been bounced off by the bulletproof glass. Tronglap did not understand the question. "Young Master Kwong Ba, it seems that you have already prepared in advance." Trak Mok Kwong Ba explained, "It is. Feel bad, when we're still here. Lhasa, I have a vague feeling, this action is just afraid that it will not go well." "Did not expect it to be true." Zhang Li muttered, finally. "What, within China's border? They also obtained weapons." Duangman snuggled into Trak Mok's lap. Kwong Ba said, "They intend to kill." "How are we? Why so?" Tronglap said, "It seems that they didn't have that intention, just wanted to capture us alive. Dangerous, they've been aiming for the wheel, if we let hit." Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly said, "Don't worry, don't you realize, our wheels are solid. 2 fuel tanks are also very hidden under the car. It can be said that, except if you don't run into a mine, this car won't be destroyed easily." Zhang Lap still uneasily said, "However, their speed is faster than ours, how can we escape?" The man with the gun on the Hummer car pictured. As if realizing that the attack was not very effective, he retreated back inside. The car immediately accelerated to chase. Tronglap also accelerated to full throttle. 2 off-road vehicles raced across the endless steppe, leaving only 2 puffs of smoke. Tang Min was so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not speak a word, afraid to distract Tronglap. At this speed, just a little. The fate of 3 people is difficult to say. Tronglap glances from time to time. The sky above, the color of the sky is getting darker and darker, and the road underfoot starts from the steppe turning into a desert. The soft humus soil solidifies, everywhere is sand and gravel, the wind blows the sand, smoky dust. If it's completely dark, driving on the road like this is extremely dangerous. The Hummer behind seemed to know this as well. Not long after someone poked their head out of the window and grabbed something with both hands. Given to him by his accomplices, holding a round tube on his shoulder. Tronglap swallowed hard, gulping. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a recoilless cannon rocket, silently exclaiming, "Oh man, young Master Kwong Ba, after all, who are we being chased by? After all, you don't know. Or pretend not to know." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duangman clearly. Apparently, he also saw it, and Tang Min exclaimed in horror, "Missiles! Rocket launcher, they have rocket launchers!" Exclamation mark quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hands hugged Duang Min tightened. He calmly said, "Don't make noise man, there's nothing wrong with rockets." But he himself also heard that his voice was a bit awkward, and patted Tronglap's chair gently, bitterly saying, "Rely on me alone." Exclamation mark quote. Bump, the rocket traced a beautiful curved smoke in the air. In the moment the fire flashed, Tronglap tried. Turn the steering wheel all the way to the left, using both the handbrake and the foot brake. The ABS and EBA systems were soon turned off. The result of this is the bodywork is almost stand still and rotate 180 degrees. then dashed in another direction like an arrow leaving a bow. As soon as I turned my head, I heard the sound of rockets whistling over the roof of the car, followed by a bang, a strong shock wave that threw up rocks, countless numbers of people. The debris hit the body of the car, plus the pressure of the explosives, causing the whole car to wobble non-stop. Trong Lap tried his best to keep the car from tipping over. Escaping an accident, the 3 people in the car were all pale, only hearing the sound. The engine rumbled. Trong Lap knows well. The enemy intentionally did not shoot at the body of the vehicle. They just wanted to shoot up rocks or overturn their car, making them unable to do so. Can only act, he thought to himself. Use this method to limit your actions. You're definitely not friends. Most importantly, young Master Kwong Ba didn't know what this was. You have to think of a way to get rid of these people, or else you will be passive forever. Stop. Suddenly, Zhang Li's eyes looked at. Staring at the rocky riverbed, he shouted, "Sit firmly." The car went straight into the river. The rocks on the riverbank are more and more colorful. Sharp, pointed to the sky, big and small rocks. The Kulong just entered it. It started shaking violently. The people in the car seemed to be sitting on a broken boat in a storm. Trong Lap slowed down to 100 kilometers per hour, if you keep the speed. 130 kilometers per hour. The car will immediately shoot into the air. Somersaults are not wrong. Shoot! The second rocket fell right on the right side of the car. The deafening explosion brought a lot of rubble and shot towards the Kulong. Trong Lap was startled to discover that the bulletproof glass had been so shaken that cracks appeared, fearing that one more rocket would break. Seeing the Hummer following closely behind, Trong Lap finally showed her. With an indignant smile, turning the steering wheel, the Kulong began to run along the 2 banks of the river bed into the shape of the letter Z. They've been clinging like this, which means that we don't know which direction we want to run in the end. They will definitely follow behind, unless their cakes are also the same type of thick as Kulongs, otherwise just more in a few more turns, the rocks on the riverbank will break their wheels. Trong Lap thought so, controlled the Kulong to move on the riverbank full of sharp rocks, encountering a big rock. He even turned around. Under the wheel, white smoke and dust rose together. But Duo Mok Kwong Ba and Wang Man sitting in the back seat had to suffer. The car almost overturned a few times, all relying on Trong Lap's driving technique to keep it steady. In comparison, the driver, that Hummer, is surprisingly adept. More mature, also draw a Z line. The speed of the Hummer must be at least 20 kilometers per hour faster than the Kulong. Trong Lap couldn't help but admire. The driver behind must be a savage. The person sticking out the back seams was about to fire a rocket for a 3rd time. This time it seemed that it no longer fired at the rock, but directly aimed at Kulong. Trong Lap shakes all the left and then right tilts, still not before and after. Escape the rocket launcher, the black muzzle still visible in the rearview mirror. The story of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Tang Min exclaimed in horror. They won't shoot at the ground this time. They're looking at my car. Trong Lap did not say a word, stepped on the gas, braked the car, turned the steering wheel, stepped on the gas again, turned the steering wheel backwards, stomped on the foot pedal. Clutch, I understand very well. Can it be avoided or not, depends on the shift. In this direction, round a large rock as tall as a person, taking advantage of the smoke and dust behind the car, hoping to block the view of the Hummer driver. If they hit the rock, it's best. If it didn't hit, at least the rocket wouldn't hit their car. The Hummer casually rushed through the smoke and dust, steady as if it was speeding on the highway. Trong Lap's pupils began to dilate, facing an opponent like. So, it was really beyond his imagination. He saw the flash of fire. A boom sound was heard at the same time as the light of the fire, not the sound of rockets, but the explosion of the tire. In this crucial moment, the Hummer's wheels finally could not bear the friction with the sharp stone ground. The tire exploded. The rocket was deflected right at the moment it left the launch tube and flew over the roof of the Kulong, did not know where it flew, leaving only a swirling smoke in the air. Through the rearview mirror, Trong Lap can see clearly. The rear Hummer tilted to one side, flipped twice in the shallow river bed, and then stopped, but it was worth it. Trong Lap rushed out of the river bed, accelerated at full speed, the engine howled and skyrocketed. Go! Hummer's car door was kicked open, a tall and stable blond man stepping down, the soles of military shoes covered with copper grinded on the clumsy rocks under his feet, making a crack. He leaned against the front of the car in frustration and left. Sunglasses down, revealing eagle eyes. Watching the smoke rising in the distance. Smiled and said, "The boy driving is not bad, next time we will compete." There was a clinking sound. A masked guy struggled to get out of the car, stuttering in English, speaking. "Boss, our satellite navigation system is broken, can't continue to track that car anymore." The blond man was burning with anger, the blue veins on his face were raised, his hands were placed on the front bumper of the car, and he roared loudly. Lifted the whole head of the giant Hummer, and then dropped it down, the ground rose up a layer of dust. Another masked man still on the car was scared to death. Man, he knows well, the boss is angry again. But, the blond man took it back. Calm down very quickly, the corner of his mouth shows a mysterious smile, leisurely lights a cigarette. Using his not very good Chinese mutters. "Track Mok Kwong Ba, boss track, even if I can't chase you, I still have a way to find back Ba Temple before you. Just wait and see." Kulong's car was immersed in heavy silence for a long time. Anyway, death had just passed by them, everyone felt that their heart was still pounding, still could not calm down again. Especially Trong Lap, his hand is still shaking slightly. Track Mok Kwong Ba is the calmest of the three, but at this time, even if he asked him what happened in the end, he would not can say. Zhang Lap asked. "They temporarily can't catch up with us anymore, what should we do now?" Tang Min said, "I remember going around the mountain in front of me, I'll probably see the signal balloons of the ranger station." Zhang Lap grimaced and smiled bitterly. "Miss Tang seems to have forgotten our previous situation, right?" Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "Leave Mr. Trong, she doesn't understand, don't blame her, man. Our situation right now is not as optimistic as you think. The car behind is not badly damaged, its anti-seismic performance of the off-road vehicle is very large, maybe they just need to change the tires and they will catch up with us right here." Trong Lap added, "A professional driver, it only takes less than 5 minutes to change a tire." Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "So if we go to the ranger station or stop to rest somewhere, it's like giving them a chance to catch up with us. Now we need to do is choose a path they can't think of, or quickly find a safe place, make them not dare to use weapons. Now we have reached the middle of Te Lai, want to find a safe place. It's all like that, I'm not able, I only have to choose the road to run straight to the rescue station where my brother was found. Find that notebook, and quickly return." Tang Min bewildered. "But in such a wide range, how can they find me?" Trong Lap replied, "Probably using the system. GPS Global Satellite Positioning System. On the plateau the air is very thin, the atmosphere is very transparent, if they can use French and American spy satellites, even the grasshoppers on the ground can look see, let alone a car this big. However, it might be getting dark, it's not easy to use that thing at night. This is also one of the reasons why they want to catch us before dark." Track Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Is there any other reason?" Trong Lap replied, "After dark, stay in. The desert is everywhere with rocks and holes. This depth depends on the visible distance and possible distance. Brake, no one dares to drive at a speed of more than 50 km/h, the speed advantage of the car. Hummer seems to have lost everything. Even if they detect our position, they still have to be a distance that can't be shortened. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to ask. Duong Man, Min Man, how far is the rescue station you talked about from this ranger station? Again. Tang Min said, a few 100 kilometers left. But the road is very difficult to go, for several hours it is difficult to get there. If we go halfway and the car runs out of battery or gas, then we. Saying that, she sullenly shook her head, showing that it was not good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, Yen. Mind, this pride has been renovated. There are 2 gas tanks, there is also a reserve of gasoline in the back, fuel is not a problem. I think the engine system. No problem, except. Driver out. He looked at Trong Lap. Shang Lap nodded and said, you can't drive in a dangerous place like this at night. Yes, but it's also a no-brainer. That's all. I hope I don't run into any big rocks or fall into a deep ditch. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay, hard work. Give the photo. Let's go straight home. Northwest direction, the 2 of you take turns driving. Shang Li slows down to 50 kilometers per hour, the powerful headlights in front of him shone on the bright road, but he couldn't help but blurt out the question. Young Master Kwong Ba, in the end, who helped you to renovate this car? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, I don't know, I just need to pay someone to do it, what's wrong? Trong Lap said, human technology. This is too smart, if there is a chance, you must definitely go to him to study. Even the front headlights are equally well improved. This car uses Japanese H4 type sloping lights, the improved person has controlled for concentrated light. Now the light flux of the car lights is about 3007 lumens, the color temperature 1 from 5700 to 6300 degrees K. The left lamp is parallel to the ground, the right lamp is 4.6 degrees higher. Does not affect the width of the halo diffused to the sides, increasing the ability to project far to the limit. Every renovated part of this car makes me very impressed. Speaking of this, Trong Lap couldn't help but feel ashamed in his heart, secretly saying, say. In fact, the skill of the driver of that Hummer really impressed me. I drove this superbly renovated car, and still completely under his hands, that son of a bitch. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man. Sitting in the car eating some fast food, then Trak Mok Kwong changed his driving seat for Trong Lap. More than 100 kilometers later, the 2 of them kept driving alternately. The deeper they went into Kar Tay Lai, the weather. The colder it gets. After a hard day, Duong Man lies snuggled in the coat Trak Mok Kwong Ba spread out for her. Tired, fell into a deep sleep. Trong Lap and Trak Mok Kwong Ba were silent. For a long time, the atmosphere seemed to solidified. The night was quiet and still. Only heard the soft sound of the engine, the wheels grinding on the roadside rubble, and the occasional small noises. The moon was bright and the sky was bright. Zhang Lap looked at the street in front of the car lights and suddenly felt an urge to smoke, even though he had never smoked a cigarette. What happened today seemed like a dream, adding a feeling of quiet confusion at this moment, making Trong Lap unable to breathe. He felt suppressed, suddenly wanted to explode, shouting a few times, finally, I came to this place to work, what the hell? This is a hellish place after all. What's up? How much longer to go after all? I just saw you again. In the end, Trong Lap couldn't stand it anymore and said softly to Trak Mok Kwong Ba is sitting next to him, Kwong Ba young master. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is almost contemplating awakening. Trong Lap said, let's talk about something, young master Kwong Ba. Otherwise, I'd probably suffocate to death. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled. What do you say now? Normally I don't like to talk. Trong Lap shook his head. That's not good at all, young master Kwong Ba. If you are already so tall, you don't care to talk, which will put a lot of pressure on others. This pressure. Only after sitting next to Trak Mok Kwong Ba did he feel it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Really? You also know, my father is a wise man, there are many rules in the house. From when I was a child, I was asked not to talk indiscriminately. Later it became a habit, I don't like talking to other people." He turned his head to look at Tang Min, who was sleeping soundly, and said to himself, "This girl is an exception." Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered the window glass. He went down, took a few breaths of fresh air, then closed the door immediately, then turned his head to see if Tuong Man was startled awake or not. He saw that Tuong Man still seemed to be sleeping very well, so he was reassured. Continued to say softly, "But, you know, children often have a lot of questions, a lot of things to say. So at that time I really liked talking to small animals. In my hometown, other small animals are very few, only." Trong Lap continued, "There are many puppies." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said, That's right, do you know, just. A dog's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 4-year-old child. They can understand and remember about 2,000 to 3,000 single words, without a doubt. Also, they can understand some simple words and sentences, and based on muscle, body and body odor secreted to feel human affection, sad, happy, angry. I feel very happy because I chose them as friends. I have never seen an animal with as many advantages as all of them. They are loyal, intelligent, friendly, easy to tame. Once they receive their owners, they will not change their whole life. Many puppies are separated from their mothers shortly after birth, so the owners are in their eyes, it's the mother. Regardless of whether the mother is rich or poor, good or evil, they will follow to death, never leaving, unless the owner wants to throw them away." Trong Lap said, "Kwong Ba seems to have a lot of emotions." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Let me tell. Listen to 2 little stories, both of which I have seen with my own eyes. I once saw a beggar dog in the small town of Barfu, England. It was a Charles hound named Doro. Doro didn't know his worth. Following a beggar who was drunk all day, money passes by. When those eyes look at you, you really can't refuse. But that beggar only threw the dog a few broken bones. Most of the money he got turned into good wine poured into his stomach. Sometimes he even punched and kicked the poor dog. I originally intended to pay a high price for the beast. Poor thing about it, but the people around told me that dog was sold it countless times. Every time the beggar can sell it at a very high price, but after being brought back by the new owner. At home, the dog neither eats nor drinks. Keep whining, the new owner has no choice. Had to bring it back here. I stood at the top of the street, observing it for several hours straight. When it is tired, it will return to the side of the beggar, quietly squatting, as if pointing. Needing to see that beggar is already a thing. Happy with it. Every break. Less than 10 minutes, it jumped again. Hard to walk on 2 hind legs, not tired, not resentful, loyal for a lifetime, never leaving. This is the quality of a dog. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes became resolute, turned to look at Trong Lap. Trong Lap didn't say anything, he continued. Again, a French businessman, his German Shepherd dog injured his leg, can no longer participate in the world selection of dogs. He intends to bring a shepherd dog named that Thor is going to destroy humanity. But Thor was tall and strong, his teeth were extremely sharp, ordinary people could not get close. That French merchant had to personally mix poison into Thor's food. He brought the poisoned food to Thor and finished, because I don't want to. Seeing him writhe in pain so. Was out. 10 minutes later, when he returned. Entered the house, opened the door, and immediately discovered that his dog was struggling with his house slippers for him one last time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly fell silent. Trong Lap suddenly felt the bridge of his nose stinging, as if there was something stuck in his throat. Making his saliva choke and unable to swallow, he said to himself, "What's wrong with me? It's just an ordinary story, right?" But Trak Mok Kwong Ba's last sentence, "My dog is struggling to take his slippers out for the last time," kept echoing in his head. Trong Lap. He seems to have understood a bit. This is an old love. Never experienced it, so it's easy to be moved by it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said with a calm voice, but filled with sadness. In human society, have you had a friend like that? Central City, to humans, is just a word. Vocabulary, but for dogs, it is an oath that they adhere to all their lives. Forever will not betray, even death will not leave. Is the God who gave this animal to man as a friend. After telling the story, the two of them pondered again. Outside the car the cold wind blew. Trong Lap seems to understand how Trak Mok Kwong Ba's feelings for dogs are. Why is he just looking at a dog? Take your own safety lightly, not at all. Faltering towards the dangerous land ahead. A moment later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, "What time is it?" Zhang Li glanced at the clock on the car, 3:40. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Let me drive the car." Zhang Lap shook his head. "No need, let it be. I drive." Now the road is frozen. The further north you go, the lower the temperature. You see the road we have just walked. At first it was a steppe, later turned into a desert. Now it's a desert, frozen into ice. This is the area of ice. It's the original source. Just a little bit careless, the car will be very susceptible. I used to be trained on how to drive on snow and ice, because the roads are covered with snow in Tibet a lot. No, now is the time when my mental concentration is at its worst. I can't drive while tired. Attitude of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very clear. All right, Trong Lap is preparing. Slow down, facial expression becomes very weird. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw 10. In the 30s, it was clear that Trong Lap had turned the steering wheel to the left, but the car still did not turn, but kept aiming for a stone half a meter high ahead, crashing straight into it. One color temperature, a characteristic of visible light that has very important applications in lighting layout, photography, videography and many other fields. The color temperature of a light source is determined by comparing its color precipitation with that of an ideal radiating black body. The color temperature of the source light, usually in Kelvin K, is the temperature at which an ideal radiating black body is heated that has the same color as the light source. Survival on raw ice. Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned forward. Helped to turn the steering wheel, but it didn't seem to work. Trong Lap pointed. Said one sentence, "I'm just afraid of overturning the car." As soon as the words finished, one side of the car was tilted up. Then it was like a car flying in a variety group, sliding with the two wheels next to it. About 10 meters, then the car window on Trong Lap's side hit the ground, the car kept. Then he slipped, slid again for another 4 or 5 meters, the body flipped upside down, the four wheels were up in the sky, the roof slid for another 10 meters, rammed into another rock, turned a few times on the spot, and then stopped. Tang Min was suddenly startled awake, sleepily muttering, "What's wrong? Did they catch up again?" Trong Lap was lying in the car upside down, trying to open the door while saying, "Because of my negligence, the ice on the ground was." The wheel shot up, dissolving into clear water in shaft. Running for a long time without turning, the water froze again, causing the bearing to slip. Ugh! What is this? Trong Lap's hand seemed to feel like something was coming out, swiped his hand, brought it up to his nose, sniffed, and exclaimed, "It's gasoline!" Exclamation mark. It's out of gas. At this time, the wires on the meters sparked, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Drenched in cold sweat, he exclaimed, "Run away!" One hand hugged Duong Man, still curled up in his jacket, kicked off the right car door, threw Duong Man out first, and then jumped out of the car. Then Trong Lap rolled out from the car on the left. The fire billows in the dark night, reddening the faces of the three. The wind is 7th. Bring ice and snow, rush to face, spray into every pore on body. 4 o'clock in the morning, the air temperature on the whole ice is only -10 degrees. Along with the 7th degree cold wind, 3 heroes were stricken in the middle of the 80,000 square kilometers Kar-Tay uninhabited area. Trong Lap smiled bitterly. The fuel tank might have been shot up by rubble when the others used rockets to attack it, but it still hasn't leaked fuel or only flowed very little, if Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't help turn the steering wheel. The front wheel glides over the other half-meter high ice rock. It would not have tilted to one side like that, if it hadn't been for the rocks behind. The dashboard on the car also did not spark. A series of events coincided. Continuity makes people unable to imagine, causing this excellent feature-packed cross-country car to die out like that. Trong Lap was right on the quiet deserted field. Except for laughing bitterly, he really couldn't think of anything more meaningful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba idly stood in front of the car. Food, water, tents, fire starters, all slowly dissipated in that blazing fire. He himself could not do anything. The car was improved. Missile bullets can't even be destroyed, again because they can't. Avoiding a half-meter high rock. Clean incineration. If you rely on your feet, how far can you go in this sub-zero temperature wilderness? When will the rescue station be found? That you have to wait for the miracle to appear before it's over. Tang Man hugged her face and cried. She didn't dare to believe this was true. She dived into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body, sobbing. It's all because I'm not good. I shouldn't have let you come. Hey. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to comfort her. Don't be sad. It's not worth it. We've been gone for 6 or 7 hours. Then, it's probably not far from the rescue station. Maybe by morning we can see the signal flag of the rescue station. In his heart, he asked himself, rescue station. Finally. How far away? Heaven only knows. Trong Lap came from the other side of the car. Jokingly said, have you two heard? There is a sentence in Kar-Tay Lai proverb, cars don't go as fast as human feet. We can use our feet now, much faster than a car. Now rest for a while to regain strength and then hit the road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and replied. That's fine, at least we still have a fire to keep warm. God did not give them such special treatment. Even the fire went out very quickly. On this snowy wasteland that dominated everything, it was almost like a fire. Can't beat the cold. The fire hasn't been completely extinguished yet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Wang Man tightly in his overcoat, patted her shoulder, then rushed to the car, causing Trong Lap to stand beside the Tangerine, beware of explosions. Monday. Trak Mok Kwong Ba no longer thinks. Praising so much, he understood in his heart, the fire burning in such a short time, will definitely leave something behind. Something, food, tents, or gasoline, regardless. What is it? The rest is good, must be found. Trak Mok Kwong 3 faces are ugly. Smeared again, he rummaged through the car for a few packs of burned instant noodles like. What made people disappointed was that the tent was burned into a piece of plastic. What made people happy was, Trak Mok Kwong Ba took out a tank of gasoline. Reserves are still intact. Fire always makes people feel warm, especially at night. In this desolate place, there is not a single person. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap discuss for a while. The conclusion must be endured until morning. The night is really not suitable to go on the road. They find a cliff to block the wind. The 3 of them surrounded the fire, trying to get a little closer together. Don't sleep, man, cannot sleep. Juo Mok Kwong Ba didn't stop. Emphasize. Tang Min looked very tired and mumbled, I'm so tired. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put his big hand on her forehead. panicked and said to Trong Lap, "Her forehead is too hot." Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He also showed a worried expression, but he also didn't know what to do. In this uninhabited wilderness, there was no water and food, let alone medicine. 2 men and a small girl. What to do? Both big men are helpless to die. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is impatient. "Okay," he said, "no, I have to take her away, the rescue station may be there." "Not so recently." Shang Lap slowly shook his head, low voice, "At least another 100 kilometers. Going like that will only make her more uncomfortable." Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed, "But you can't just leave her like this." Trong Lap does not speak anymore. At times like this, except waiting, it seems that there is nothing that can be done. "Okay." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also gradually calmed down. He stared at the fire, put on a leather jacket. His body, Tang Min's whole body was wrapped in a leather jacket, merging with him as one. Trak's arm hugged Tang Min. Mok Kwong Ba has cut even more tightly, he really can't think anymore. Tang Man lying in his heart constantly called his name softly, Kwong Ba, don't leave me. I promised you, I won't leave you." Trong Lap listens without being heartless. Looked again, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still calm and thoughtful. He always said, "No. Aren't you in? Here, go to sleep. Wake up tomorrow morning, we'll go together. Man, tomorrow find your brother's notebook, I'll take you to find Tu Kai. Lan, can you?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man spent a night in whispers. Said so. Trong Lap sometimes got up to add fuel to the fire, then quickly hid on the other side of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. This land was really cold. It was just dawn. Trak Mok Kwong Ba again reached out to touch Duong Man's forehead and said in a low voice, "No, we have to find food, she is too weak." Trong Lap bit a piece of instant noodles that had been burned into coal, scooped up a handful of snow on the ground to his mouth, because he saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba also ate it. But Trong Lap turned his cold tongue to numb, vaguely said, "But, you can't put her down." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I know. This is easy." Paragraph. Thanks. Trong Lap helps. The guy carries Tang Min got on his back, tied the two's waists together, then put on his jacket, like carrying a newborn baby, and then carrying a 2-pound tank of gasoline sandals in one hand. 30 pounds, the 3 of them started walking on the dim road ahead. It's freezing cold, the north wind howls, 2 people walk high and low on the road. Vast fields with no roads. Trong Lap's hands are empty, it takes a lot of damage to keep up with the speed. By Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he finally understood what is called divine force. Only ate a piece of instant noodles charred until the sun came to the top. The head didn't eat anything else, a little of the heat in the body had already been exhausted. Trong Lap now felt that it was very hard to lift his leg, it was almost no longer his leg, basically, just 2 pieces. Tang Man when he was awake and in a coma, his mouth was constantly muttering miscellaneous things. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still looking in the direction of the sun from beginning to end, striding forward, with no intention of stopping to rest. He knew well. Stop for a minute, Tang Min will be in more danger, must reach that rescue station as soon as possible. At midday, Trong Lap felt flowers bloom in front of his eyes, staggered and fell. On the ground, he put his hands on his hands to get up, kicking his feet a few times to succeed. But in the end, he could only kneel on the ground, panting and saying, "No, I have to rest for a while." Trak Mok Kwong 3 stops, difficult. Tal turned his head, he knew, his physical strength had been exhausted to the limit, but the 4 sides were still just a white area. But Tang Min was on her back, he could feel her rapid breathing, couldn't stop. What to do now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba squeezed his brain to think of a way. But his memory is just a vast white area, he has never experienced such a thing, until now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels that knowledge is born. to survive in their wilderness, to be so poor. When he was 10 years old, he went into the mountains alone. Not afraid of wild beasts and darkness, at the age of 14 he began to come out of Tibet. Take advantage of all the leisure time to travel around China, carry a sincere heart, earn money by doing temporary jobs, also eat the wind and lie down. At the age of 19 he made his first money in the business. School, he was the first to bring the items. Small unique Tibetan jewelry to display in the reform and opening up area of Shenzhen. Sell. 24 years old, he first became. Returning to Tibet to win the title of Kobai, 3 times after that, he did not miss a single time. At the age of 27, his company was established, and he began to manage 3,000 employees distributed in dozens of cities. He has never been afraid of failure, every failure makes him stronger, the sea of business sinks, the heart is deceitful, he has never known fear. What is it? Just because he knows that effort will win him over. But what about this time? Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels a pressure. Unprecedented effort, the person he loved fell on his back, he was unable to help himself. The vast moorland, the north wind blowing, this great nature is an opponent no matter how hard he tries, cannot win. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes turned too. The side of the dry grass looks dense next to it, the grass is very small, with a stem as high as Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back, he raised his hand to pull a bunch of it, both long and hard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought it in front of Trong Lap, hugged the last ray of hope, and asked, "Can you eat it?" Trong Lap smiled and shook his head, he turned over and sat down on the snow, saying, "It's grass. Purple flowers can grow so well. This is the only one on the original tape, but other than supplying yarn, it doesn't work anymore, we need supplies. Eating can provide energy. What's the best animal to catch now?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba suddenly said, "Oh," and said, "It seems to have arrived." Sure enough, behind the jagged rocks, as if something was moving, moreover the sound was directed towards this direction, Trong Lap said softly, "Listen to the noise, it seems like a big enough animal. Already fed the 3 of us. Be careful, we can't let it run away. I don't know where to get the strength, I can stand up again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully took his coat. Carefully wrapped Tang Min in, put her in a relatively safe place, then hid behind a large rock, he reached out and touched the Tibetan sword hanging on his back, feeling the blood in his body boil again. It's close, getting closer and closer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap are hiding together. Behind a rock, wait for the other animal to appear. With a sound, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled out his sword, was about to jump out to stab the other animal. The stone in Trong Lap's hand was also raised, but the 2 people still did not take action, because the beast was indeed. It's too big, making both of them not dare to move. A full-grown, swaying grizzly bear. The big head passed over the big rock. As soon as he saw something dared to block his way, his front legs hit him hard. Wow, stand up, the type of giant beast that is. These old hunters called blind bears have great destructive power. It is said that in the deep forest, even tigers have to give it up. 4 parts. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is in front of the monster. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he suddenly felt so small, his hand clutched the sword, momentarily dumbfounded. Trong Lap reacted quickly, immediately put down the stone in his hand, the strength he had just now suddenly gained. Completely vanished, lying on the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't lie down. Although he also heard that lying down holding his breath and pretending to die, usually can avoid the attack of the bear, but in this moment, if there is no food, Tang Min said maybe, he was forced to face the giant beast alone, a head taller than himself. Weighs several hundred pounds. His Tibetan sword could not pierce the rough skin of the bear. His strength also seemed to be stronger than this monster, and this large animal, just one slap is enough can. Smashing his head, This is a battle without even the slightest victory. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's palm is wet. Sweaty, heart beats faster than anyone. At any time, but his eyes, showing the spirit of fearlessness, stared into the eyes of the bear, one man, one bear, every time. Facing each other, this energy, also because the mastiff taught him, people call the clans, big fat fool, because they have. The spirit is not afraid, not afraid, not afraid of any creature whose body is many times bigger than them. If dogs and bears are kept in the same cage, only clans will dare to rush to bite and tear with bears. They seem to lack the emotion of fear. So scared. Life and death were decided in that instant. Surprisingly, the big bear faced Trak Mok Kwong Ba, unexpectedly losing his momentum. He didn't slap Trak Mok Kwong Ba with a fly. On the contrary, plunge into the ground, use the whole 4 legs that run in the other direction. Trong Lap heard the noise, turned over and got up, looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in surprise, his eyes showed a cold look, and asked, "Go." "So what? How could you do that?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba put the knife back in its sheath and discovered that he was holding the knife handle too tightly. The fingers holding the knife could not be straightened. He also did not understand why the other bear ran away. Not knowing how to pay what to say, suddenly felt cool behind. A strong wind rushed up. The two people saw each other's darkened faces. Their faces became very unsightly. Just looking at the shadow on the ground, one could imagine how big a monster it was. The two of them looked up at the same time. "Up," Trong Lap said dully. Dai Kim Dieu, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also, raised a voice. The Great Golden Condor, also known in Tibet as the Great Golden Goat Condor, is a powerful bird with a very large body, an adult golden condor with a wingspan of up to 3 meters. Its strength can easily steal a golden goat, weighing several dozen pounds. The name of the Great Golden Goat also came from here. This bird is now pitifully small in number. Only a few remain deep in the forest of Kangba Mountain. For a while, there are scholars who once declared the Great Golden Condor extinct. In Tibetan Buddhism, the golden eagle is also the eagle, not only the spirit animal of the Buddha, but the last link in the chain. Food anymore. Trong Lap forced a smile and said, "The big bear just now, wasn't it you who threatened to run away?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba also laughed. I'm also feeling weird, now I know the reason." But in the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not feel the same. Just now when the bear stood in front of him, it seemed that he had seen something. It was just that his mind was in a panic. "Just can't look closely," Trong Lap said. "That monster is also very pitiful, which can claim to be a one-way hegemony, but unexpectedly encounters the last link in the food chain in this place." The Great Golden Condor whirled around in the air, suddenly retracted its wings, turned into an arrow, and dived down on the other bear. 1. Color temperature, a characteristic of visible light, which has very important applications in lighting layout, photography, videography and many other fields. The color temperature of a light source is determined by comparing its chromaticity with a heated ideal radiating blackbody of the same color as the light source. Ice Emperor. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The Great Golden Condor was getting closer and closer to the bear. Duo Mok Kwong Ba knows their attack pattern with the large animals. 2-legged claws take advantage of the momentum to dig into the spine of the hunted animal accurately. It is the least resistant place of tetrapods. If caught, it will definitely break. The spine will break, the predator will lose its action and resistance. After succeeding, the falcon will retract its claws. Between their front and rear claws there is a structure like. Pull the spring, just hit it, it will be like a lock, locking the hunted object. Of course, the grizzly bear was also not willing to let the opponent kill. Waiting for the Great Golden Condor to approach, it suddenly turned its head, opened its mouth to bite. The ferocious bird did not panic, its wings spread wide, the body stood on top. No, the wind created to make sand fly away. The grizzly bear is growling, howling. The great golden condor has already flown leisurely up in the middle of the sky, looking for an opportunity to continue to attack. On this ice plateau, the giant bear has no place to hide at all. The bear can run to the west. Dozens of meters away, it seemed that something was wrong, so I changed direction and ran. On the contrary, the great golden bird saw a rare opportunity and immediately dived. The bear raised its head, preparing to counterattack again, but this time the golden condor did not give it a chance. The master took advantage of this air momentum to lightly kick the left wing. The body immediately changed direction. Claws down on the neck of a bear, followed by a peck, taking away the opponent's right eye. The horse bear tasted the pain, roared, and stood up again. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw clearly. This big bear, unexpectedly, there were wounds all over his body, speckled bloodstains. Some places were still bleeding, but those wounds were not caused by the great golden condor, as if they had been bitten by something. The great golden condor's claws curled, clasped tightly on the back of the bear. It kicked hard with its wings, intending to lift the whole bear from the ground. Unfortunately, the bear was too heavy, despite the great effort. Can't lift it anyway. The grizzly bear roared up again, his hands constantly beating on his back, but no matter how much he beat, he couldn't hit the big bird that was clinging to it. Two big beasts are fighting like that. None of them would give in. The great golden condor kept pecking down to attack the head of the bear, but the bones of the head of the bear are so hard, it seems that all attacks are ineffective. The grizzly bear went crazy. The two front limbs just touched the ground and ran for life. The great golden condor clinging to its back did not stop attacking. The bear immediately aimed at a huge rock, pounding. The great golden condor was locked, cut the claws into the opponent's spine, no matter what. Let go, and then rammed with the bear directly into the rock. With a YNH sound, the grizzly bear rammed its head and overturned a nearly tall rock. Meters. The golden condor promptly flapped its wings to avoid it. This time it didn't seem to be affected. Love. The horse's skin is thick and raw. This collision only makes it ecstatic for a few seconds, then wakes up in the blink of an eye, turns and rushes into a larger rock. The great golden condor flapped its wings and tried to throw the bear upside down, but the bear had gone mad, and his strength was so amazing that he couldn't pull it back. With a sound, the bear rammed into a large rock up to several meters high, was shot back. The golden condor was almost crushed to the ground, hastily released. Steel claws, leaping up without jerking a bear's skin. The bear below roared in pain. Trong Lap said, "Victory and defeat have been divided. The big monster can't stand it anymore. Will the golden goat condor deal with us?" He turned his head and asked Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "Probably not. That horse bear is enough for it to eat. It's winter. As long as we don't rob it, it probably won't attack." While the two were talking, the great golden condor flapped its wings, bringing a gust of wind down. The bear stood up straight to greet the great golden condor. Not polite, aggressively pecking at the opponent's face, this time the beak. Its sharp point pierced the bear's nose. The bear's nose is soft. This one attack is almost fatal. Only hear a pitiful roar. The bear falls down. The ground. Do not move. The great golden condor stood in front of the bear, suddenly turning his head, staring at Duo Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap. Trong. Startled, he said in a low voice, This monster is looking at us." Trak Mok Kwong Ba slightly pursed his lips. Trying to put muscle on his face, he forced a smile. "We have no malice. We won't steal your food. Ha ha, we're disappearing right now." But facial expressions. He was actually more unsightly than crying. That golden condor doesn't know if he understands what Trak Mok Kwong Ba wants to say. Or not, but it did ignore these two upright animals, and began to turn its head around, glancing around, looking extremely wary. Trong Lap said, "What's going on? What is it looking at?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, shocked. When they first saw the grizzly bear, the huge monster ran out from behind the pile of rocks. Moreover, there are wounds all over his body, clearly suffering from something to chase and kill, and then meet. Must be this great diamond. Now that the grizzly bear had fallen, the thing that was chasing it seemed to have arrived in time, so the great golden condor showed such vigilance. He asked Zhang Lap in a low voice, "In Tibet, what have you heard that is more powerful?" Golden goat condor. Trong Lap was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Trak Mok Kwong Ba was going to ask. Then replied, "Never heard, maybe. This ability." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Just watch. I can feel it. It seems that something that makes the great golden condor feel uneasy is already around us." Trong Lap couldn't help but shiver. Gold looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Are you joking?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied seriously, "It's okay, it's here." Trong Lap glanced around. The wind was blowing, the grass was rustling. This was a quiet area, which didn't have anything out of the ordinary, but just then, the grass was thick. Vibrate. In the grass, first emerged a pointed black muzzle, sharp fangs, drooling, red tongue like blood. Next are two triangular eyes, ferocious gazes, staring at the great golden condor, erect ears attached to either side of the head. Trong Lap. Unexpectedly, only an ordinary grey wolf came out of that thicket. In his heart, he thought, "What is this? These two animals are not on the same level, but to the great golden condor, this thin wolf is no different from a goat and a sheep, right? This stupid wolf dares to fight for food in the mouth of the great golden condor. It looks like I'm hungry. My mind's gone." What surprised Trong Lap more? Also, the wolf looks small at first glance. The other child was baring his teeth, eyes wide, his mouth making soft growls, like maybe want to warn the golden condor, "It's my hunting object." You go a little far, and the golden condor has turned completely. Again, prepare to take a decisive stance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly thought, how could it be? The other horse was bitten by this wolf and injured. How can it do? That bear should be at least 10 times its size. The grey wolf slowly advanced. Each step was very calm and natural, but it contained murderous intent. Its hind legs, every time it was lifted and lowered, pressed deeply into the cold ground, at any time, can jump up. The great golden condor also cried, cough quack, with its legs digging behind the ground like a chicken digging for worms. It showed great urgency, posture. Fighting is completely different when dealing with last time bear. The grey wolf still kept the same pace, step by step pressed close to the great golden condor. His eyes stared at the big bird in front of him, killing intent in the air, mixed with the terrifying growl that made people scared. The closer you get, the difference in shape. The difference between the wolf and the great golden condor is more obvious, but the atmosphere is a completely different story. The great golden condor took the first hand, spreading the two blades of a strong wind, intending to interfere with the opponent's vision, but the grey wolf still charged straight into the wind. Every step was very steady and stable. Zhang Li said, "Can you chase the wolf away with just such a wind?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "Wrong. The golden condor flapped his wings because he lost atmosphere, so it is impossible not to take action first." He thought to himself, "Why are you on such high alert? Why fight before the wolf? Could it be that this great golden condor had suffered before the flood?" Wolf. Trong Lap had no opinion, just said, "I do not think that." The great golden condor flapped its wings again and again, faster and faster, even jumping on the spot. It wanted to defend its victory, but resisted extremely weakly, much like a young girl protect his chastity against a filial piety. Has entered the crime. Because of the grey wolf's attack, the great golden bird was reluctant to flap its wings and fly to the sky. Trong Lap said, "Look at it, from straight down in the air. It will certainly be a fatal blow." The great golden condor hovered in the air looking for the most suitable opportunity. The grey wolf did not seem to notice, but went straight to the bear. Trong Lap said again, "Look, I told you, wolf, this grey is starving to the point of blindness, just for a little food, but not even his life." The great golden condor retracted its wings, like an arrow leaving a crossbow, drawing a beautiful curve in the air, soaring down, the main target being the grey wolf on the ground. The basic wolf didn't bother to turn her head to look, as if completely unaware of the danger coming from in the air, but when the giant bird was only a few meters away, it suddenly rolled around on the ground, leisurely dodged a fatal blow from the great golden condor, then immediately stood up, continuing, "Go to your food." The great golden condor had to soar again. Trong Lap looked at him with his eyes wide open mouth, exclaiming, "No. What wolf is this? You don't even need to look to avoid the great condor's attack." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "It's the wind." The great golden condor rushed down to form a stream. The strong wind hit the wolf's back first. It relied on the wind to judge the enemy's position, so the bird's attack from above could not threaten it at all. Seeing that the grey wolf was standing right in front of the big bear, the golden condor was really unwilling to let his spoils be taken away like that, and rushed down with a strong wind. The grey wolf stood in front of the bear, but did not rush to bite, but seemed to be waiting for the attack of the great golden condor. Sure enough, when the bird dived halfway, it suddenly lay on its back, using its soft belly to catch the giant metal sharp claws. Sculpture, curl up in a bunch, pose. That made Trak Mok Kwong Ba think of a bow that was already stretched to its fullest extent. The great golden condor had clearly experienced such a disadvantage once. Seeing the grey wolf bending like that, immediately spread its wings and tried to fly backwards. Up, but the distance was no longer enough for it to fly up. The tremendous force of inertia still pulled the sharp claws of the golden condor straight down to the grey wolf. At that moment, the wolf's fully stretched body suddenly flipped. Its hind legs unexpectedly kicked with great precision, hitting the giant bird's leg. At the same time its mouth opened. Look at this situation, the neck of the giant. The golden condor will offer itself to the wolf's mouth. But the great golden condor is not a lamp that has run out of oil. It immediately retracted its neck, using its sharp beak to peck at it. The wolf's nose, unexpectedly this peck, hit the bear's body. As it turned out, the grey wolf curled up in front of the bear. The bear's arched back just helped it block the great golden condor's attack. Taking advantage of the bird's beak stuck on the bear's body, the wolf used strength, slamming its head, opening its mouth to bite the enemy's neck. This bird retracts its neck quite quickly, but in the end is still injured. The grey wolf snatched a large feather. The golden condor squealed, flapping its wings and flying. Speaking slowly, the situation unfolded. Extremely fast, a grey shadow soared through the air, only to hear the great falcon cry out, when it was flying high, at the tail has lost a large tuft of feathers. The great golden condor was completely defeated and flew away. The flight path is no longer majestic like. When it came, it wobbled like a kite with a broken string. Trak Mok Kwong Ba let out a breath. It turned out that there were accomplices who were still hiding in the grass from the beginning, waiting until the great golden condor had played all its tricks, transformed until the end, then dealt the enemy a decisive blow. The coordination is amazing. Now he understood why the big grizzly bear ran so fast, facing such an enemy. These grey wolves, its physical advantage is completely non-existent. Two victorious grey wolves rubbed their faces together, as if to celebrate victory. Then one of them suddenly raised its head and howled with a long voice, almost as if to declare to this snowy land that it is the true hegemony of this place. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to Trong Lap and said, "I'm not wrong." "Tu Trong, what are you doing?" Tu Trong, seeing only Trong Lap slightly lowered his head, mumbled. One person appeared, attracting and distracting the enemy's attention, arching the enemy until both were exhausted. Another person hide. Give the enemy a fatal blow. If there is a third person, he will probably be in charge of observing the situation, strictly monitoring the movements of other enemies around, ready at any time to notify his accomplices to respond promptly. The two turned their heads dully. In the grass behind them, a pair of ferocious, fierce triangular eyes were staring at them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed in horror. How do you know? Trong Lap's face was distorted as if he wanted to. Crying, laughing bitterly said, I don't know. I just recited the combat textbooks of our Special Forces troops. How can that be? Right, ugh, extreme. This is the first time Trong Lap heard his saliva swallow so loudly. The wolf stood behind the two of them, apparently the smallest of the three grey wolves, but Trong Lap did not dare to take it lightly. How to attack speed? Yes, a flash in the air like lightning, it's really scary. Who knows if this wolf has the same speed and strength as the previous two? The two struggled to turn their heads, seeing that the other two wolves were not leisurely and proudly preparing to enjoy the bear meat like a great golden condor, but only growled loudly at the bear lying on the ground. One left to bite in the bear's short tail, the other bared its teeth and nibbled on its prey's front legs. Trong Lap did not understand, asked, what is it doing? Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered his voice to explain. If I'm not mistaken, that bear is their fresh food. Fresh food, Zhang Li still did not understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, if they come here from the far north, if they want to cross this deserted plain, they can't have enough food. Survived, but in the midst of this snow and ice, it is not easy to catch small animals, but if you want to bring a large amount of food, one will. There are other predators coming to rob, too is extremely inconvenient. As for this grizzly bear, which is both big and fat, it has just eaten enough to prepare for hibernation, its fat and meat can provide enough energy for the wolves to resist the cold. Moreover, the body shape. With such a big bear, other animals are also difficult to approach, the only exception is the great golden condor earlier. Trong Lap exclaimed in horror, you say they are driving this bear across the ice fields? Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded slowly. Replied, yes, when the weather is freezing, the earth can't find food anymore, the horse bear will become their food. Sure enough, not long after, the bear lying on the ground as if under magic, suddenly woke up, flipped over, and ran west again. A wolf leisurely followed, not in a hurry nor in a hurry. Not too slowly, while the other turned around, with the wolf behind him, he formed a pincer position to surround the two people, Trak and Trong, in the middle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the grizzly bear running to the west. His pitiful eyes when he turned his head made him suddenly think. To the pigs and cows in the slaughterhouse. Trong Lap trembled and said, here. This is, after all, what kind of wolf is this? It's here. Are we surrounded? He didn't have the courage to look back. Almost like another wolf was behind him. He even felt like the wolf's front paw was on his shoulder. So, run, Trong Lap told Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but his legs are like rooted, unable to lift even a single step. Meanwhile, Trak Mok Kwong Ba took action that made him terrified. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his leg. Slowly walked towards the wolf that was monitoring him. The grey wolf let out a growl sound, grabbing his neck. Upside down, body falls backwards. The claws of the front paws scratch deeply into the frozen ground, as if ready to pounce on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's throat at any time. Every time Trak Mok Kwong Ba takes a step forward, Trong Lap felt like his heart was pounding dozens of times. He was about to say something to stop him, but he didn't know what to say, so he just stared blankly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba getting closer and closer to the grey wolf. Closer and closer. Chapter 5. Business Trip. Soul on the River. Faith Ice. Trak Mok Kwong Ba imagines, if me and Tang Min can look together, see this scene, then life has nothing to regret anymore. Trong Lap suddenly remembered a poem of hers. Human, Don't dare to raise your voice, afraid. People in heaven hear. He feels this verse is the most appropriate to express his mood at the moment. Karkak and Hodwang are also immersed in love. Mixed feelings of inferiority and shock. Dancing with wolves. Duo Mok Kwong Ba gestured almost sincerely, slowly walking in front of the grey wolf. When he was less than a meter away, he stopped. He knelt down on one knee, his right hand was placed on his chest, his face had a sincere smile. There is no malice, it's you. I am your friend. The grey wolf bared its teeth and growled. The sound seemed to make its fur vibrate. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still staring at it, her eyes exuding a benevolent affection like a mother. Look at the child, while still keeping the kneeling position. That one leg, no further steps, no other movements. One man and one wolf, staring at each other like statues, their breaths out of their mouths forming white mists in the air, crisscrossing each other. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could read in the wolf's eyes a strange feeling, as if he was afraid. Timid, yet something rare, and at the same time wanting to get closer, he said to himself. What do you want to tell me, friend? Are you both eager and afraid to approach people? I know, human guns have made it impossible for you to trust us, but, trust me, I really want to be friends with you. Trong Lap's back was drenched in sweat, time seemed to have frozen. Every second and every minute is so slow, that wolf just needs to lift its head and it can bite Trak Mok's neck. Kwong Ba immediately, look at the gesture. His other bad friends, it seems that he is preparing to do the same, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba seems to be still completely ignored. Trong Lap has never seen such a gentle face of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He is the boss of a large company, his tall body and serious face, as if closer to the wolf turns into a normal person, longing for friends, hoping. Tired of exchanging, looking forward to sharing the loneliness in my heart. Others. Trong Lap doesn't understand what this is all about. Everything occur in these four integer bands all like in such a dream. Before the friendly but attentive eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the attitude of the grey wolf seemed to also slowly change. The growl gradually quieted down, the ruffled neck feathers slowly flattened, the iron-like sharp claws were also pulled out of the frozen ground, the eyes became more and more aggressive. Return. Should be skeptical, start leaning sideways to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, examining him. A bipedal animal that is not afraid of the threat of death in front of it, emitting an indignant growl or two from time to time. At this time, the second son from behind Trak Mok Kwong Ba came, Trong Lap. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted loudly, run away. Young Master Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly turned his head, but did not take any other action. Trong Lap's scream, on the other hand, also made the wolf in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled. The monster immediately shrank back, immediately arching its back, fur raised up to look at Trong Lap and let out a growl at the same time, menacing. His sweat was already drenching his underwear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, it's okay. No need to be afraid. Hunting is their ability to survive, unless the wolf is extremely hungry, or if you threaten it. And usually they are not the best. No need to waste energy to cut and kill tasteless. As long as you don't shout at it like that, their hostility towards us will slowly disappear. You can even slowly approach it. The wolf in the back approached Duo Mu. Kwong Ba, raising his head, threw something down in front of him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked down, and it turned out that it was a piece of steel that had been burned black, with a faint camouflage paint remaining on it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba picked up the piece of iron, raised it close to observe. This is. He realized. This was the debris shot from their off-road vehicle. He nodded to the wolf, so you've noticed us already. That's right. This is our stuff. The other wolf still looked up at him, completely not understanding what he meant. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then stuffed the scrap metal into his pocket, patted it and nodded. He himself did not understand what he meant by doing so, only hoping that the wolf would understand what he wanted to express. The other wolf almost understood what he meant, looked up at his fellows. The two wolves uttered the sounds of growl, growl. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know what they meant. Only now did Zhang Lap feel that maybe the two wolves really had no malice, so he carefully lifted one of his legs and asked Duo Mok Kwong Ba, "Can I go there?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, slowly. "Stop." Zhang Lap carefully moved. At this moment, one of the wolves suddenly raised his head, letting out a long howl. Only on full moon nights, the other wolf joined the howl. That ancient sound echoed for a long time on the barren ice, making Trong Lap almost startled and fell over. The two wolves stopped howling, but in the distance came another wolf howl. Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, so they were talking to each other from afar. Trong Lap finally reached the side of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and saw two wolves, still staring at me with hostility, wanting to learn from Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Had a little friendly exchange but couldn't imitate it, just waved to the wolves, "Hey. Hi, hello." Trak Mok Kwong Ba from the beginning was still observing the two wolves next to him. Suddenly his eyes were stunned, as if he had woken up. "I understand." Trong Lap was already in a state of high stress. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted such a sound, making him feel like his heart was about to jump out of his mouth. He stroked his chest and said, "Kwong Ba, young master Kwong Ba, what do you understand?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba said slowly, "We. Them, nor are they the inhabitants of this glacial plain." Ha! Trong Lap looked and felt. Seeing these wolves was no different from the wolves seen on the farm. Just listen to Trak Mok Kwong Ba explain, "Where? This winter, the weather is cold and the earth is cold, the wind is cloudy, and you look at 'em, the hairs on their bodies have not grown yet, they still keep the dark fibrous hairs. That is to say, they originally lived in a relatively warm climate, and for some reason came to this strange wasteland. They chased the other horse past Te Lai, maybe. I just want to go back to where I lived before." Duo Mok Kwong 3 Dimensions said, I get it. You guys, you want me to take the car home. You also know that the armored four-wheeled monster is a very good means of transportation, right? Is that true?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba rejoiced and rejoiced. After asking, they realized that the wolves didn't understand what he was saying at all, but it was such a complicated thing, it was too difficult for him to use gestures to represent. At the same time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also remembered that their car was soon burned to a pile of scrap. They were still suffering, struggling to survive in this place. Maybe I still need to ask these wolf friends for help, let alone about helping them. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face fell again. He affectionately looked at the thinnest wolf, muttered to Trong Lap, "Poor guy, look, its four legs are already cold and shivering. Get hold of it." Trong Lap replied lazily, thinking in his heart, "Can't you see? My legs are also shaking here and there." Before, cold sweat drenched his whole body. Now the cold wind blows. Trong Lap only sees his whole body from top to bottom as if covered with a layer of ice. Wow! Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly stood up and pulled out his Tibetan sword. The two wolves jumped back immediately in a state of preparation for battle. Trong Lap still wondered, what happened to this young master Kwong Ba? Do you mean turning your face back? If you want to make a surprise attack, there must be a hint of some kind. But he suddenly realized, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was holding a knife, walking towards him. Trong Lap said in horror, "Kwong. Young Master Kwong Ba, Mr. Boss Trak. Man, what are you going to do?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned over, pulled up the hem of Trong Lap's leather jacket, and told him, We need to help them." After saying this, he swung his knife and cut a large piece from Trong Lap's leather jacket. Although the leather jackets of the three people were all provided by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, they were slightly different. The one that Duong Man wore was silver fox fur, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's one was snow leopard fur. Now these two are wrapped on Duong Man. only the young goatskin coat remained on Trong Lap's body. Young goat skin with fur is a very good product to keep warm. But very few people still do it. Anyway, using young goat skin as a coat is also a very luxury thing. In the past, only the natives were entitled to such treatment. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sheathed the knife. Holding the piece of skin in his hand, gently pressed his face to the soft fur, then held it out in front of him, saying, "Here, it's warm, I can't help you any more, just this, take it." The two wolves looked at each other. The bigger one cautiously approached. Trak Mok Kwong Ba constantly nodded gently to it. It raised its head slightly to probe, then suddenly grabbed the piece of skin and ran back to its companions. The other wolf also learned from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, pressed his face to the young goat's skin. The taste was familiar. The leather and the warm feel of the leather make an easy, sound. Bear. At this time, the third wolf also came running from afar. The three wolves immediately gathered their heads into the shape of the word grade. From time to time one or two turned their heads to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trong Lap froze and said, "Look, they're like. What's going on in a conference? This is unbelievable, completely unlike the wild animals I imagined." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Wolves are native animals. No one can guess how much intelligence those wildlife forms will have in the end. But these three wolves really surprised me. They seem to have the ability to think like humans. The three of them gathered together, it is a squad that can combat independence. The wolves before me. Never met a child like these three. Their heads are also different from normal wolves. Trong Lap exclaimed, "Oh, so the young master Kwong Ba used to often encounter wolves. No wonder you see them without fear at all." Trak Mok Kwong Ba solemnly nodded. "Head, that's right, I told you before, I used to like talking to animals. That's right, I forgot to tell you, my hometown is mostly high mountains and deep forests. In fact there are very few dogs there, the children who talk to me are mostly wolves." "How come you forgot? The Kwai Ba tribe lives with wolves. It is on the what's left of my hometown in the west." At this time, one of the three wolves turned to run back to the north. Just a moment later, it took a bone and turned around, coming to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, looking up. "Look up at him." Shang Li was surprised and asked, What does this mean?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and then again, kneeling on one knee, gently said, "Is it an exchange gift?" "Thank you, uncle." Without fear, he reached for the bone and put it in his breast pocket. The grey wolf growled in a low voice again, but not this time. Trong Lap also heard it. In the wolf's cry more or less contained a bit of pride, or it could be said, that it was okay if it was a grey wolf's laugh. He couldn't help but smile. Trong Lap felt deeply. Between Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the wolf, there was a feeling like he had just met, and at the same time he also discovered one more thing. This guy Trak Mok Kwong Ba is so cold that it makes people difficult to approach, unexpectedly ready to fight with wolves. Just because you were a friend when you were little. Surely it's not just that. Shang Lap thought quietly. After receiving the gift, Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly extended his hand, intending to stroke the grey wolf's head. The wolf squinted his eyes, as if he had no intention of refusing, right when Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand was about to touch its dragon. The grey wolf in front of them suddenly raised its ears, as if listening to something. Trak Mok Kwong's father also withdrew his hand. The wolf looked up again, his mouth snarled with sniffing sounds, and his face showed a earnestly, and then as if saying goodbye to him, turned and walked away, turned his head 2 steps back to look at him, and then with his companions took the other skin, and chased after the running direction of the grizzly bear just now. Trong Lap said, "What's the matter? Say go and go." Trak Mok Kwong Ba watched the 3 grey wolf brothers run in the direction of the other horse disappearing, and then gradually out of sight. Suddenly a feeling of disappointment mixed with pity, muttering, "I don't know, maybe they haven't been trusted yet." He said to himself, All I can do is wish you a safe journey, my friend. Trong Lap suddenly shouted, brother. Listen. The vast wilderness echoes familiar sounds, the sounds created by human civilization. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was momentarily startled and said in a low voice, it's the sound of a car engine. Have we been found out? But Trong Lap excitedly said. Not the engine sound. Hummer cars, moreover, not only. One was saved. His eyes were red now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba anxiously watched the direction of the three Grey Wolf brothers again, in a low voice, so that's how it is. A fleet of 3 Mitsubishi vehicles appeared in view of Trong Lap and Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the Chinese national flag. Kwok flew brightly in the sun, the two immediately waved their hands, shouted loudly. Trong Lap also took off his jacket that was cut in half, struggling to call. Platoon leader Levan Ho spoke into the ministry. Communication. Yes, this is the 1st platoon, I am the commander. We discovered 3. The person in the accident at a place far from the Tiger car. Ka Tay lie 10 kilometers to the north, in which there was a girl who was very sick. Yes, I'm about to bring them back to headquarters, yes. On the shores of Ka Tay Lie Lake, the flag of the headquarters read very clearly, the Ka Tay Lie Scientific Survey Team, China. Country, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap was able to have a preliminary examination, then stayed in a tent, while Dwangman was taken to a medical shack for medical staff of the survey team to visit. After a while, someone outside said, the captain is back. One of them lifted the curtain on the door and entered. This person is shaggy, like hanging upside down, a broom under his eyes. Such a house, nose like eyes, looks like evil god of murder. He brushed the tape mites from his bushy beard and asked, guys. Poaching. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap shook their heads together. Exploration tourism. Shook his head again. Is it like us, coming to the scientific survey? Still shaking his head. So what the hell are you guys doing here? The bearded man's voice had grown 8 degrees higher. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, we came to find a rescue station, called. It's the Lakey Thap GE rescue station. Ha, the captain exclaimed in surprise. Where did you guys come from? Trong Lap replied in a low voice, from Tridar to the west. Foolhardy, the captain suddenly shouted angrily. You two don't have a map. Sure, from Tridar to the west. The two of you also look tall and healthy, but your brains are dull. 3 people and 1 car, but want to pass car. Ka Tay Lie Ha, where do you guys think this is? Thought it was a park. If you don't die, you're lucky for 70 generations of your family. The captain's hand pulled down the map of Than Hai province on the canvas, spread it out in front of the two of them, and pressed his finger. Draw a line, then tap it down, both. The road is this big, you guys are blind. Or why can't you see it? Starting from Tridar, along the Tibetan Railway or the Tibetan Highway. It is very easy to reach Kacher Mok. There is a nature protection station on the outskirts of Ka Tay Lie, that is, the ranger station of Kacher Mok. Of course, someone will show you the way to Lake Thap GE. And yet you cross a road like this. Tell the two of you, even. We wouldn't dare take such risks. Who led the way? Who's leading the way? Trak Mok Kwong Ba at this age has never been scolded so severely by anyone, but once. This guy and Trong Lap's lives were saved by people. He could only hold back and swallow the anger inside, pointing to the medical tent. It's that maid. The captain, who was already angry, got even more angry. 2 men, listening to a little girl again. What the heck are you doing? Shang Li whispered. She said she had been too. She said she was coming. Who's driving? Isn't that you, being beaten by hands? Chief pointed at. Trong Lap immediately lowered his head. Do you have a brain? Isn't it? I'm a driver, anyway, I have to learn the terrain a little bit. Who would listen to a kid who made up? Maybe he didn't know, the internet. Of the two of them, it's all on the driver's shoulders like you. And then another round of merciless insults. Come with me to the doctor. The captain's hand once again glared at Tronglap maliciously. Look at the good things you do. Dr. Barkan is a Mongolian who has been following the scientific investigation team for 5 years. Seeing the captain kick in, he softly called. Captain Ho Duong. How's it going? Not very good. High fever 40 degrees, breathing and pulse are very fast, face, nose and extremities all have mild swelling. It seems that after illness, the body does not regulate but leads to a plateau reaction. Miss. We also consider it lucky. If it lasts for another 3 or 4 hours, it will definitely not be saved. We lack the necessary equipment for treatment here, and this place is too high above sea level. In my opinion, it needs to be brought back immediately. Rescue station. Barkan shook his shiny round head. His tiny eyes wearing round glasses narrowed into a thin line. His face was extremely worried. Dr. Barkan, come and see. Ma Lap Van and Trong Thuong Quai vomited a lot. Someone is calling outside. Bone flute. Dr. Barkan came in from the outside and said, Captain, the other 2 guys were also. The reaction is plateauing. Taking the medicine doesn't seem to have any effect. Captain Ho Duong stiffened, thinking. Praise for a moment. Okay, let's go. Immediately send a car to take the 3 of them to the rescue station. It's fine for Xiao Lu to stay here. I'll bring the 3 of them back. Be careful on the road. Tiu Lu is a volunteer employee of the scientific survey team, a graduate student of the medical university, and always follows Dr. Barkan along the way to learn rescue methods. On the plateau, when Barkan goes, only. The rest he is a medical staff in. This, Barkan said, okay, let me instruct Tiu Lu a bit. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I also want to go. Ho Duong opened his mouth and scolded, brother. Not sick, not injured, body. As strong as a bull, you go. Go do what the fuck. One of our cars can only carry 4 people. Plus the driver is too much, the car only has to load food and fuel. Where do you go to sit? Car roof. You 2, obediently wait here for me. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not committed. I can drive. Ho Duong widened his eyes and asked, do you know the way? He glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Tronglap who were confused and didn't know what to do, and then said, wait a minute. In a little while, when the supply convoy comes back, you guys will follow. As soon as Ho Duong left, Tronglap said indignantly, what kind of thing, treat us like poachers? Didn't I show the papers to them from the start? A tall and thin young man came in from the outside. He was the one who had just helped them carry Tang Min to the car. Don't raise your voice like that. Our captain is like that, very aggressive. Everyone here is scolded by him. In place. Hey, you thousands of times should not do anything wrong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard the car start, stepped out of the tent and stood. Watching the Vietnamese car get smaller and smaller. Slowly, muttering to himself, they're gone. The thin guy comforted, don't worry, I've arrived at the rescue station, the medical equipment there is very complete. Your daughter will be fine. Tronglap tried not to laugh. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw that the earlobe was a bit hot. The guy rolled his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Shang Li shook his head, nothing. Nothing, that's right, you're. My name is Lu Quang, the word Lu in Lu Tuing 1, the word Quang. In Guangzhou, you can just call me Xiao Lu. After that, your health is. I am in charge. Lu Quang is about 1.7 meters. His face is still a little childish, and the cold makes it purple. Juo Mok Kwong Ba said, Tiu Lu, in. Recently there was a patrol, which mountain of Ka? Ka Tay Lai. Lu Guang shook his head and replied, here. No, they don't go this far into the center of Ka Tay Lai, the environment is so different. They only operate in the area around the ranger station, and only during the breeding season of the Tibetan antelope do they venture into some of the famous breeding grounds of the antelope. So usually around this time, the people on the scientific survey team we encounter are mostly. They're poachers. I didn't expect you guys to lose money. Rushed in here like that. That's right. Listen to you guys say you've met bears. Horse, really? Trong Lap immediately recounted the stories they encountered after the car was destroyed. When it came to the important part, Tiu Lu's eyes immediately lit up, even more excited than Trong Lap. Incessantly asking questions. After hearing this, Xiao Lu was disappointed and said, "We have come here from Lake Kusai. It has been 5 or 6 days, besides a few yak cows and cows. When the bones of the dead are removed, nothing is found. Those animals saw the large fleet of vehicles passing by and ran away from afar." Zhang Lap comforted him, "In the future. Just see on." He friendly patted Tiu Lu's shoulder. Suddenly his palm felt pain, so he let out a low cry. Xiao Lu grabbed her gloved hand. Zhang Li said, "Wait a minute. He is light." He gently took off the glove, unexpectedly couldn't pull it out, looked through the gap, and said, "It's full of blood clots inside. Quick, I have to take care of it." Trong Lap's gloves were cut off. "Now. I just discovered that both of his hands were cut and torn. The blood seeped out and then froze. The hands and gloves were stuck together." Trong Lap recalls, "It must have been scratched when racing with the other Hummer, but didn't realize it." Trong Lap's hand was bandaged over the loudspeaker. At dinner time, the survey team members around all returned to the headquarters. They divided into 3 teams, respectively, to survey the Malanshan Glacier, the moist Ma Lake and the furthest Moon Lake. To study the change of terrain and ecological environment, each group has about 10 people, a total of 13 vehicles, of which 3 are large trucks carrying furniture and equipment, 1 is a signal truck, a forklift. The radio communication range of survey team members was up to 20 kilometers. Everyone gathers in the evening. Practice eating and drinking, as to congratulate Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap on the Great Tribulation. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba realize that the bearded captain named Ho Duong, although cursing. People are mean-spirited, but their temper is also quite good, constantly picking up food for everyone, and saying that the environment here is not good. If you don't eat a little nutritious food, your physical strength will not last. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap brought. I told the story of my accident again, only hiding the details of being chased by the Hummer car. Listening to the part about the great golden sculpture, many members' faces were revealed. Look of eager anticipation, only one. Relatively old man, his name is Tiu Kok Koi, everyone calls him Lao. Tiu, then firmly affirmed, "I can't see the great golden condor anymore. They can fly thousands of miles a day. Great defeat in such a match, absolutely not. Stop here again, we'll probably fly south towards Tibet." The next day, when Trak Mok Kwong Ba woke up, the members of the early survey team had already woken up, some of them had even left. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked alone from the headquarters to the shore. Ka Te Lai Lake, looking at the water surface. The wind blew up the waves, each wave of flowers was scattered, the inside of the dragon was as empty as the lake. I originally intended to find the mountain patrol team to get the diary and then I could return, but now I'm stuck again, at this scientific survey team. Tang Min did not know what time it was, nor did he know when he would be able to find the mountain patrol. He remembers again. 3 Grey Wolf brothers, they used to be like him, had to struggle to survive on the vast ice plains. I don't know what they are like now. Thinking for a long time, he pulled out a bone from his chest pocket, a gift from the Grey Wolf, Juo Mo. Kwong Ba chuckled in his heart, "I'm afraid only you wolf friends will give this to you." Wake up. Captain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba does not need to turn around to know who the other party is. Remember that girl, don't you? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not answer. Captain Ho Duong patted him on the back and said, "What are you still pretending to be with me? Someone who has experienced it all." Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed. Lake Duong came in front of him, looked up at the surface of Ka Tay Lai Lake, and after a long time said, "Compared to the last time I went there, the lake's surface is much wider." Wow! Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Ho Yang. His eyes seemed to contain an infinite melancholy. These are all consequences of the greenhouse effect, which has long been evident. Mount Malan Glacier is melting at an unprecedented rate, and Lake Ka Tay Lai is also getting wider and wider. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not interested. "Have fun with these," he whispers. Thought, if Professor Fung Tan, it would definitely be a good match for this captain. A professor is still a professor, knows everything. Ho Duong turned his head and saw the bone in Trak Mok Kwong's hand. "Dad, curious," he approached to take a look and asked, "May I see it?" He held it in his hand, watched it carefully for a moment, then suddenly asked, "This, who gave it to you?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect to have. Who was interested in this bone? He didn't want to explain too much, just nonchalantly replied, "A friend gave it to me." Ho Duong praised, "Good stuff." He took out his walkie-talkie and loudly called, "Old man Tiu, come out here, show me this is very good. I'm at the lakeside, hurry and hurry." Trak Mok Kwong Ba became confused, intending to take it back. Isn't this a normal bone? Who can guess? Did not expect that Ho Duong would not have the heart to pay him. He raised his hand to block Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand, turned to the other side. "What the hell do you understand?" Old Tiu Baldy, wearing a thick fur coat, looking like a gyro, puffed out, ran over. Ho Duong just saw the old man. Fa has stepped up, waving the bone in his hand, said, "Look, what is this?" Lao Tiu took it. Two people whispered, "Four bright eyes, like." The two keeper of the property saw the yellow brick falling from the sky. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped forward, only to hear old Tiu say, "You can't go wrong. It's this thing, the Tibetan Museum has one just like that." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suspected that his ears had misheard. At that moment, old Tiu asked, "Your friend, what do you do?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba answered truthfully, "An outdoor worker." Lao Sio said, "No wonder, he definitely doesn't know the value of this thing." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was puzzled and said, "Isn't this a bone?" Old Tiu took the bone and raised it to the new sun. "Look at this place, there is clearly a mark of this grinding. Have you seen it? There is a groove here, here it is. This is a stain, proved to be very commonly used in the past." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more curious. "After all, what is this?" Ho Duong chuckled and said, "This is a bone flute. Do you know, that is, the flute is made of animal bones, which can make a high-pitched sound, making wild animals a few kilometers away. Feathers up, of course, humans are no exception, don't believe me." Lao Tiu gave the bone flute to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then together with Ho Duong stared at him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suffers from. The two stared at each other, helplessly. Had to bring the flute to his lower lip, gently blow a breath. At first there was no sound. After changing 2 or 3 positions, the bone did indeed make a whoosh sound. That sound was not scary as Ho Duong said, but long, lamenting, like a lonely eagle on high. The vast raw material emits each tragic scream, like nostalgia from ancient times, each sound seeping through the tiny bone cavity. Ho Duong and old Tiu looked at each other, both seeing the sadness on each other's faces. The sound unexpectedly made people feel sad. Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba can only blow out a single tone, but that sound blends with the waves crashing on the surface of Ka Tay Lai Lake, almost making people hear a melancholy cry of the water of Ka Tay Lai Lake. After a while, Ho Duong said to old Tiu, It seems that the introduction in the museum is not necessarily true. I bet they have never tried it. Any time. A. You've never heard this sound before. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feeling. Like I was trapped. Are you joking? Lao Tiu said, Th. This bone flute, in the Tibetan museum there is. Each one we can see is good enough. Who dares to take it out and blow it? This is a weapon of the ancient Tibetan religion. Its cultural value must be equal to the jade belt, the top dragon of the Hong Sun culture, 2. The big-eyed bronze mask of the ancient Tam Tin Hill culture, 3. Grand. So I said, this bone flute, you should give it to the National Museum later, and kiss it. For archaeologists, it is very valuable for historical research. Yeah, definitely check with your other friend, ask him where he got this. Ho Duong added, this bone flute. Usually using a human fibula to grind it. What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba only now understood. No wonder he blew, he just spat. Spitting out his saliva, he said, ancient Tibetan religion, which sect uses this weapon? Ho Duong smiled and replied. You've really wasted your time being an ethnic Tibetan. You don't even know this is your ancient Tibetan tantric weapon. Secretism. 4. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, I have never had any interest in religion, let alone tantricism. Ho Duong said again, it is Buddhism. Tripitaka, that is the Tibetan transmission of Buddhism. Lao Tiu said, Old Hu, don't stay there. And show off your knowledge. How much do you understand about Tantra? Enough to. It's the end of people who don't know anything. Captain Hu Duong was able to step in and immediately said, that's right, Old Tiu, aren't you very knowledgeable about Tibetan Tantrism? Give Kwong Ba a lesson. Lao Tiu said, how dare I say that I understand, but only know a little. Tantric Buddhism was originally from Mahayana Buddhism and Brahmanism in India. Plus the types of beliefs of the local people mixed together. It is called Tantric Buddhism mainly to distinguish it from Heen Buddhism. Heen Buddhism is Mahayana, and Hinayana Buddhism is the Buddhism that the temples and shrines we often see every day propagate and worship. Around the 7th century AD, Tantric Buddhism separated from Hinayana Buddhism, having a system of thought that was clearly different from that of Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism. The leader of the hierarchy is Shakyamuni, this you must know, but the leader of the Tantric Buddhism is even more famous, he is called the Great Buddha Tathagata. In terms of tetrahedron, according to the idea, the hierarchy is taught by Shakyamuni to the audience of sentient beings without the same root, so it is open and easy to understand, depending on people's will. And Tantric Buddhism is Dhyat Tathagata who speaks the truth himself, but realizes it internally, so it is mysterious. Secret, illusory, according to your will. In particular, Buddhism spread in Tibet is basically all Tantric Buddhism, the so-called pre-Hoang Kai, late Hoang Kai, and 5 great sects, in fact, are all secretive Buddhism. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Hearing this, his eyebrows furrowed, Old Tiu said, yes, the ancient tantric weapon has many things sharpened with human bones. It sounds a bit cruel, but compared to the original teaching that King Tang Wang had, Lang Dat Ma relies on too. It is much better to destroy Buddhism. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was already about to yawn. After a long time, suddenly heard Old Tiu mention Lang Dat Ma destroying Buddhism. He couldn't look and asked a question, teacher. Did the Seo sect also know about the destruction of the Buddha by Tibet? No, a little bit, actually history. Tibet has been very mysterious since ancient times. One is that there are many remote places, there is no contact with the outside world. The other is that it has been through long wars and turmoil, and there are many historical documents. Precious has been lost, maybe it's China or the West, it's all right. Only in the 20th century to conduct studies on Tibetan history. Captain Ho Duong is standing next to him. Pretending to be mysterious, said, do you know what Old Tiu here did in the past? He used to participate in Tibetan cultural exchange activities, propagandize about Tibet with Westerners. Lao Tzu said, "Enough is enough, it is just the beginning of the survey of glaciers in Tibet. Only to mention a very small aspect of Tibet, they invite your bearded man. Well, I'm just a supporting role." Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Captain, Hu Yang went to Shenzhen in Tibet. So what?" Captain Ho Duong said, At that time we were conducting scientific surveys in glaciers. The resources of glaciers in the Himalayas are extremely rich. We stayed in Tibet for a while, and there were also indigenous people accompanying us, so everything in Tibet was okay." "Know a little bit." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the place. Ba Tang and Old La Ba mentioned it, so they blurted out, "Then, in your opinion, in that Than Sun Range, which part is the most dangerous?" Captain Ho Duong thoughtfully replied, "Probably the section adjacent to Nepal and India. The mountains there are not very high. The average altitude is only about 7,000 meters above sea level, but the climate conditions can be said to be the harshest in the area. Himalayas, anyone who has come must say that it is more harsh than Chomolungma Peak. Moreover, the mountain is still dangerous, in the part of the mountain that extends for more than 1,000 kilometers. There are a dozen or so mountains that have never been conquered by humans." Lao Tzu added, "It is said that there have been countless adventurers before and after finding their way, hoping to become the first to conquer those peaks, but it is okay to reach the top of the mountain. It is not uncommon for newcomers to reach the foot. The mountains have already given up on returning, and the majority are lost forever in that vast snowy mountain range." Captain Hu Duong put his arm around Old Tzu's shoulder and said, "It's not wrong. I have always seen your Old Tzu understand Tibet much better than me. You can be considered as a half-time Tibetan expert, I remember. Let's see, it's 1996. Isn't that right? The Science and Nature column specially invited Tzu to interview. The topic is related to Tibet, but what's the topic?" "Ha!" Lao Tzu laughed and said, "It is the melting effect of the glaciers on the plateau on the global climate, including the topic. Only mentioning some of the cultural and geographical issues of Tibet." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not very interested in this topic, so he turned to ask, "So, teacher, do you know Tu Fung Temple?" "For Fung Temple, Old Tzu and the team." Chief Ho Duong looked at each other suspiciously, obviously hearing the word for the first time. "This," Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately added, "when Princess Van Than entered Tibet as a bride, in addition to Dai Chiu Tu and Tiu Chiu Tu, there were also 4 temples built and repaired in Tibet. This is the 4. Fung Temple, apparently burned down from Buddha era is over." Lao Tzu shook his head and said, "This must be known by experts in Tibetan history. The things I know are all superficial trifles. Outside, such as how is Tantra today, ancient Buddhism in Tibet too." Lao Tzu and Captain Ho Duong immediately brought up the story of Tantric Buddhism and Ban Tao. Discussed for a while, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not pay attention to listen anymore, just thought, why is this Tu Fung Temple not mentioned in the official history, but in the ancient book? Can the Nyingma Sutra at home record the end of the world? If it is said that this bone flute belongs to Tantric Buddhism, then why does it appear in Kar Kate Lai? Ha! Trak Mok Kwong Ba also intends to inquire more story about the bone flute, then said. Ho Duong's radio called. He turned on the phone, only to hear one person frantically say, "Captain, we discovered a group of poachers at Hum Ma Lake. Karkak and the others drove after me, told me to stay. I'll tell you guys, come quickly." Ho Duong immediately said, "A member of the vanguard Lam Huk Than. Hurry up, Old Tzu, bring a few people with you, remember to carry a gun." Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "What else are you going to do? Let's go, let's see how it goes." Trak Mok Kwong Ba originally intended to call Trong Lap went with him, but remembering that the injury on his hand was still not completely healed, this matter was urgent, so he climbed into Ho Duong's car alone. In the car, he asked. Why don't they all get in the car to chase, leaving one person to guard? Ho Tuang said, that's stupid. Beyond the signal booster range of the transmitter vehicle, do not communicate by walkie-talkie. Okay, what about the coverage itself? Of the radio frequency is only 500 meters. Now we can only go to Hum Ma Lake first, and then tell Lin Zhu. Direction bar. 3 off-road vehicles started from the headquarters, quickly but cautiously, towards the direction of Dam Ma Lake. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect the scenery along the road to be so beautiful. He saw a huge ice bridge thrown across the air, like Elephant Trunk Mountain in Guilin. The car passed under the ice bridge. There are also countless stones piled up into a small mound, said Old Tiu. It is Mani Mound 5. On the stone slabs are engraved scriptures of the people. Tibet, the rock at the bottom sometimes has a few hundred years of history. The scriptures engraved on it are all blurred, which proves that there used to be Tibetans here. It is very likely that this is the route that Tibetans from the far north of Qinghai or beyond have to go through when making pilgrimages. Juo Mok Kwong Ba can close his eyes. Imagine pilgrims wearing the sutra robes, taking one step and bowing once. In front there is an even bigger Mani mound. Next to it is a flag. A completely weathered yak head is placed neatly towards the front. Southeast, that is the direction. The direction of the Father Dalai Lama. Round again. Another mountain slope. Dam Ma Lake appeared in front of our eyes. The lake water was blue. The lake shore was frozen. There was also a layer of ice in the middle of the lake. Thin, but still reflecting the blue of the sky. Hummer Lake is shaped like the belt, stretching for 10 kilometers. The survey team's vehicle along the road by the lake. The mountainside on the opposite bank was all damaged. Covered with white snow. In the middle of the lake there are a few mountains protruding like a peninsula, looking from afar like a polar landscape. Further away are the snow-covered peaks. Old Tiu pointed to the mountains and introduced. The southwest is the highest mountain in Kar. Tay Lai, Quang Trat Nhat Kangjagri, it must be as high as Mount Bo. Ca Dat Ban 6, all over 6,800 meters. It should be possible to look north. Can see Bo Ca Dat Ban mountain, but the Malay Glacier is covered, river. The Malayan Glacier is the largest glacier in. That's Kar Tay Lai. Ho Tuang didn't know if he was in a bad mood or not. He didn't say a word along the way. Arriving at the place, everyone got off the car and saw Lam Huk Than standing by the lake, looking. Indignation was evident on his face. Not far from where he stood, there were 30 carcasses of Tibetan antelopes lined up, 5 of which had been stripped of their skin, revealing only their bodies. And flesh and blood. The black and white eyes were clearly open and bulging out. Ho Tuang's hand squeezed so tight that it came out. Crack sounds. Trak Mok Kwong. Dad is also angry. Right on the shore of this holy lake like this fairy. Dirty blood is so close to them. So, greedy people. Selling souls for that money. It's true that there is no humanity anymore. Only now did Trak Mok Kwong Ba realize. Trong Lap also followed the third car to go right behind them. He walked over and patted him on the back. If you don't call me like this, you. I'm too, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. Traces. Your pain has not healed yet. What should I do? Put it in the car and talk. Ho Tuang stood sad and quiet. Minutes ago the antelope corpses, then said. Leave 1 car and 3 people to handle the pile. This corpse. The rest, follow me. In the car, a member of the survey team named Tran Kiat said angrily, fortunately, we have our headquarters on Kar Lake. Kar Tay Lai, otherwise, the Inhumans don't know what else they can do. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a bit surprised. However, Old Tiu patted him on the back and said, the West Lake Kar is a place to stop. The legs of the Tibetan antelope go to avoid the cold. The antelope herd there is much larger. We set up headquarters on one side too. It is convenient for surveying the surrounding lakes and Bo Ca Dat Ban mountain. and secondly, it can also protect the Tibetan antelope herds from the cold. Poachers often appear in two periods. One is winter, when the yak's fur is at its thickest, and can shed its entire coat as a coat. Two is spring, wait for them to grow feathers. New shoots, possibly just feathered. This person is more familiar with the behavior of the Tibetan antelope than we are. This herd, it seems that this year they came here to get grass and water. Every summer, they come to Juanai Lake to give birth to offspring. Almost all Tibetan antelopes from all over the world come to participate in this festival. The furthest herd sometimes has to exceed even more than 1,000 kilometers. It was also the time when poachers raged. Those people, basically, never cared about the proliferation of antelopes. Follow the wheel track on the ice forward. In the north, old Tiu said, "Are these people going to run into the Kunlun range?" Ho Duang nodded, I am. Yes, the Kunlun mountain range has a complex crisscross terrain, lots of holes and grooves, and once you get there, it's very easy to escape the chase. However, it took a few days to arrive. They must find a place. Somebody hid first, most likely, in a panic that couldn't find a way, hid in the glacier. Malanshan, old Tiu exclaimed. Lake. Yang nodded. They kept following the tracks of the wheels, and sure enough, they reached the Malanshan Glacier. 1. The hurdler of Chinese track and field team, Olympic and world champion. 2. The culture formed during the period Neolithic in northern China, about 5,000–6,000 years ago today, lasting about 2,000 years, first discovered in 1935 at Hongsun, Chifeng City, in the natural area. Ruler of Inner Mongolia, should be given this name. 3. The site of Tam Tin Hill is located on the bank Yangtze River, Nanxing Town, far from Chengdu City, Sichuan Province. China, 40 kilometers to the south. This area has 3 raised mounds adjacent to each other, hence the name. Tam Tin relic is a new discovery of archaeological history. The world, change your perception. People for ancient history and culture. Grand. 4. Also known as Tantra. 5. In mountainous areas, roadside, shore, rivers, lakeside. In many parts of Tibet can be seen mounds stacked with many rocks, stone slabs, above other divine shapes, inscriptions. Denotes auspicious, called Mani Mound or God Mound. These are masterpieces of Tibetan folk artisans. 6. Bo Sia Dat Ban, also known as Tan Fan Phong, 6,860 meters above the Ink. Seawater, in Qinghai Province, is the highest peak in the Kunlun mountain range. Ice Mountain Cave. Lao Tiu has always been explaining. For track Mok Kwong Ba, Malanshan Glacier formed on the flat top of high mountains, covered with glaciers, looks like a white hat, can be. It is also called an ice cap or an average glacier. Its characteristic is that it does not have a rough outer surface, nor does it reveal sharp peaks or steep slopes above the ice. The upper part of the glacier is frozen, the lower part is ice. As the global climate is warming, the glaciers are in the melting phase, forming many rare wonders inside. Ho Duang observed the tracks on the road. Looks like the Kar-Kaks are really chasing. These poachers are starting to panic. Careful little, don't let it fall. Walking in the ravine for nearly an hour, the radio got a signal. Ho Duang immediately called, Kar-Kak, listen to me. See it, Kar-Kak. A male voice said, finally you guys caught up. I'm in the north, I've seen your car. Hu Yang asked, where are the poachers? Kar-Kar replied, we don't need it. I'm already dead. I've entered the ice cave, I'm keeping watch outside. He paused for a moment and then added. Cheng Siu and the others went to check to see if there was an exit, but it seems that they haven't found anything yet. Ho Duang said, how's the situation? Kiki replied, 3 to 4 people, yes. 2 shotguns, and a converted semi-automatic rifle. They even plan to use force on us. I'm not polite, I cleaned up a magazine. The poacher's broken car was stuck in. Halfway up the mountain, listening to Karkak's report, the car was empty. His car is in. On the side slopes of the glacier, You need to drive to the right to see the weirdness. Made of red cloth, Karkak made. Looks like it's very close, but the cross-country car goes slower and slower. Looking at Karkak's car right in front of me but still can't reach it. The front wheel of the second car is still stuck in the ice groove, crazy. The machine is still slippery no matter what. Can't get out. Ho Duong got angry with his rifle and jumped down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed him. Behind him was Lam Huk Than. Trong Lap also followed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wants to be fast. Seeing the ice cave that the poachers were hiding in, they quickly walked to the front of Ho Duong, but was caught by Ho Duong pulled back, shouting for a match. You don't need a life. What's wrong with walking on the road without looking at the ground? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. On the ground. What the hell is on the ground? Ho Duong didn't say anything, suddenly took a few steps to the west, grabbed the butt of the gun and pounded it on a place that seemed like relatively flat. The ground there. The crack dropped to a large patch, and then heard the sound of rocks rolling into the cave, seemingly rolling down forever, until no more sound could be heard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed, "This is." Lao Tiu stepped forward from behind. There are invisible ice grooves everywhere, the weakest part of the ice cave. No one knows how deep it is inside. Stepping on it is a big bang. One slide down below, and then you can't dream of going up here again. Trak Mok Kwong only needs to be careful. Step behind Ho Duong, to the door. Karkak Cave is guarding. The first car has also arrived. 2 off-road vehicles are lined up outside the cave entrance. The third is still pulling the second car halfway up the mountain. Before their eyes. A total of 7 men, 2 rifles, a double-barreled shotgun, plus Karkak's 9mm submachine gun, all 4 guns, all prepared in advance to deal with the wild animals and poachers. Ho Duong carefully walked to the entrance of the cave, took a look around, then shouted into the cave a few words. Karkak said, "It's useless, I shouted a few times, they didn't react at all." Ho Duong said, "Based on the path of." They found that they were very familiar with the terrain around here. Must have been a gold panda in the past, wanting to monopolize a whole vein of gold, so I went deep into the glacier's roof. This visitor. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked Old Tiu, "People pan for gold?" Lao Tiu immediately explained, Mount Ma land stretches to the east. A few hundred kilometers away, a few gold veins were discovered there in the 1980s. There used to be a lot of people panning for gold. Here, fighting to rob each other has killed countless people. There are some people who risk their lives, seeing gold as regardless of everything, sometimes even putting their lives on the line to bet hundreds of kilometers on the road. Human footprints. Come to this ice-covered land to see if you have any luck. According to geodetic results, underneath this ice there seems to be no gold mineral about. After that, no one else came. Lao Tiu turned his head and asked, "Lao Hu, how are you? This must be a melting ice cave. I don't know what to do inside. The underground cracks are intertwined, it will be difficult for them to hide." Ho Duong said, "Can't let them outlaw freely. Let the healthy people follow me into the cave." He turned around and looked back, took a rifle and stuffed it into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand, saying, "You are one." Trak Mok Kwong Ba received the gun without knowing how to use it, flipped it over and over a few times, hastily said, I do not know how to use it." He had practiced sniper shooting at the shooting range, but this was the first time he had touched a rifle with a slot like this. Ho Duong said happily, "It's okay if you don't know how to use it. Until then it's fine to treat it like an iron rod." Trong Lap stood next to him and said, "I'm going to. Those poachers have guns, then I can help." Ho Duong looked at Trong Lap's bandaged hand. "But your hand?" Trong Lap shook his head. "It's okay, there's no problem anymore." Looking at Trong Lap's sincere face, Ho Duong thought for a moment and then arranged. Lam Huk Than, take your seatbelt out here, the cave's entrance is steep, you can't get up if you slide down. Ka Kak, Trong Lap, 2 people holding 2 guns, let's go in. Lao Tiu, there is another automatic gun in the car, you guys keep an eye on the entrance of the cave, we will warn you before going out, if nothing else rushes out, just wait. Unleash a barrage of bullets. Only heard old Tiu grumble, cowhead. With one end of the seatbelt tied on a cross-country vehicle, Trong Lap wore a prepared lifeline, picked up an iron nail, put it in a bag, and then put it on his back. Ho Duong took out 2 large climbing backpacks, the size of. The large size was given to Ka Kak, the special size was given to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wears it on his back. He also felt very heavy and asked, what's inside? Why is it so heavy? Ho Duong glared up and said, not even a little bit of strength. You are the tallest among us. It's full of life-saving items inside, don't lose it. He walked forward, just took a step, then turned his head back sharply. If you spend your life, you can't lose that bag. Lao Tiu is behind to hold Juo Mu. Kwong Ba again, seriously said, follow old Ho, maybe he wants to go see it. That thing, it's a bit risky to enter the ice cave like this, inside every step is dangerous, it's easy to get in, it's even harder to get up, you guys are inexperienced, you must definitely listen to the command of Mr. otherwise the situation will return. So it's extremely dangerous, maybe even dead. Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, I know. At this time, Ho Duong had already put on his seatbelt and carefully entered the ice cave. Only saw him pulling the rope with one hand, balancing with the other, sliding down from the cave entrance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba decided to go later. Learns from Ho Duong, but his back is wearing a large backpack, holding the rifle upside down in his hand, sliding into the loosened seatbelt holder, both. The man fell down and rushed inside. Fortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is in shape. Tall, sitting on ice, even Ho Duong reached out to grab his shirt and hold him. Looking out from the cave, the exit of the cave is an ice slope about 10 meters long. The slope is about 5 years to 10 degrees. Without this safety rope, climbing is indeed a bit difficult. Trak Mok Place. Kwong Ba standing is an ice face. Relatively flat, there are 2 ways, one leads to the left, one goes to the right, look. Inside, it's pitch black, can't see anything, if there was no Ho just now. Duong kept him, now it's hard to say where he slipped. Ka Kak, Trong Lap also slowly slid down. Trong Lap asked, which way to go? Ho Duong said, flashlight. Trong Lap immediately distributed to each person a strong light flashlight, the type with an extremely long handle, rechargeable, can also discharge a current of 100,000 volts at the tail. The battery is very strong, the light gathers and emits light. It's still a bit blinding. Hu Yang carefully looked at the ground, then said, they panicked and ran inside, unable to stop on flat ground. Hey, they must have slipped inside, they're going in a straight line. Of the 4 people who entered the cave, Chuo Mo Kwong Ba is obviously the tallest, followed by Ka Kak, about 6 feet tall, with a red, reflective face like wax, wearing a felt hat covering his ears, looking exactly like a Mongolian nomad in winter. As for Captain Ho Duong, his height was even an inch or 2 shorter than Trong Lap, but his face was aggressive, his whole body exuded murderous intent to threaten people, when he had a temper tantrum, to Trak Mok Kwong. Neither is Dad. Dare to retaliate. The whole runway is about 5 years long. 10 meters, just all right distance. Fully stretch the seat belt, underneath the frozen ice, at least you can put your foot on it without slipping. Trong Lap holds a flashlight and shines around, all. The cliffs in the cave are covered by a thick layer of ice, the flashlight shines on, and the lava inside the ice becomes brilliant. Strange, looks like countless beasts peering through the ice to judge them. Now that the top of the cave is about 50 meters above the ground, I don't know how thick the ice is, it feels like for who they are in. In a corridor made entirely of ice. From the moment I entered the ice cave, the ground below kept slanting downwards, getting deeper and deeper. Inside, the more I felt cold, but in my heart, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt even colder. The poachers had blatantly defiled the beauty of the sacred lakeside with blood, just as the four surrounding walls of ice were forcing cold air into his body. Ho Duang took off his gloves and touched with his finger. He tested the ground and said, "The ground is very dry. Based on the thickness of the melted ice, it can be seen that the ice cave has begun to melt 7 or 8 years ago. This cave slopes downward. I don't know how deep it is." "How much more?" Kar Kak found a piece of cloth torn from his clothes and said, "They slipped on. All the way to this place. Now I don't know where to hide anymore." Ho Duang said, "Go. But be careful. Try to keep the distance between the two of you not more than an arm's length. If you encounter a crack or fall, the person next to you can also help." Less than 2 steps away, Chuo Mo Kwong Ba asked, "Why a flashlight? Shouldn't we use a torch or something to see if there's enough air?" "Ha ha," Ho Duang smiled and said, "I just heard that you are an outsider with no exploration experience at all. Can't you feel anything?" "What?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still not understand. "Wind," Kar Kak explained. "This is an ice cave, not an underground cave or a limestone cave. Such caves are often sealed. The further you go down, the more likely you are to experience oxygen shortages, and ice caves are not like. The honeycomb is like that. Everywhere there are openings to the outside. The wind from all 4 directions is horizontal and vertical, bringing enough oxygen to the places in the cave, so we don't need to use fire to probe the oxygen content. Besides," Kar Kak laughed. Continued laughing, "using the oxygen torch, that was the method of the farmers from ancient times or of the completely nomadic travelers. Without careful preparation, although it is simple, but the effect is not high. If you encounter a cave with a swamp inside, the air content has a lot of combustible gases such as chlorine, ammonia, carbon oxide. The torch still burns normally, but for the human body it is a toxic gas that leads to death. Each of us is equipped with a very modern air detector, even though only 1 cubic millimeter of oxygen is detected in each cubic meter of space, when the air environment is not suitable for the environment. Human survival, they will send out a warning signal." He patted his waist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately looked at. Saw what looked like a walkie-talkie flashing a blue light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed closely behind Ho Duang, one hand leaning against the wall. Ice, one hand clutching the strap of a hiking backpack, carefully tracing each step. After a while, he asked again, "If there is a way out everywhere, then it is not easy for the poachers. Is it easy to escape?" Ho Duang shook his head. "It's not wrong to say that. In an ice cave, it can be said that it is like a honeycomb. Hundreds of thousands of holes, but the cave door is as big as the one we entered, very few, most of them are just big, just holding hands. Furthermore, you have to know the origin of these ice caves to understand. Let me think. Tell me it's easy to imagine, ice caves. This is due to the interaction between ice and water, taking thousands of years to slowly can be formed. You already know the characteristics of water. The water flows back to its place. Low-lying, so the caves here have a common feature, that is, they all slope inward, towards the mountain bed, like the entrance of the cave we entered earlier. Near the exit is a steep tunnel of ice. If the poachers don't have tools like the ice chisels used to, climbing the mountain is basically impossible to climb. But based on their escape route, most likely due to being chased too quickly, the car was stuck in the ice trench, momentarily panicked, left the car and ran into this cave. Maybe they planned to stay in the cave for a long time with the car. Kak, didn't expect us to be more and more crowded, and when they heard the car, they ran deeper into the cave. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. Surprised, he did not expect this hot-tempered captain to have such clear thinking and delicate logic. Ho Duong laughed, weird, as if mocking himself. What's wrong? Didn't expect such a rude person. I can also say it fluently. Ha, big guy, scientific research is not as simple as what you see on TV. Driving a car, measuring wind, measuring water, surveying water, just like traveling, actually surveying embankment science, we need to have very deep knowledge to make capital and survive. Zhang Lap, who was the last to go, said, "Ah, that's like archaeology, isn't it?" I remember. There was an archaeologist said, before opening. If you find an old tomb, you have to think about what might be in it before you can find those things, or else you will treat them like dirt and throw them all away. Ho Duong disgruntled. It's even more difficult. There are many archaeology. In the archaeology world, he can't think of what is inside. At most, there's nothing there, and in our situation, if you can't guess what can be is about to happen, then there is only one outcome, which is to pay with your life. The light shines on one side of the lake. The bearded shadow cast on the ice wall, reflected by the ice layer, Ho Duong's head looked like that of a fearsome beast from the wild, making Trong Lap secretly terrified. Going to the fork again, Ho Duong carefully observed it, then immediately judged, go left. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Ka Kak in. Behind him, he took out something from a bag to make a sign on the ice wall and asked, "What are you doing?" Ka Kak replied, "Mark the road, otherwise there is a turn like this everywhere in the ice cave, how can you get out?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "But I don't see anything." Ka Kak smiled and explained, "It's a fluorescent pen, you have to use special ultraviolet glasses to see it, otherwise. Don't you make a sign for the poachers too, so they can use this sign to escape, or hide somewhere near the sign waiting to ambush us. This is also because we have spent many years." Hu Yang in the front said, "Hurry up, now is not the time to explain about. Where are those devices I think about? They won't need to use these after all." The four of them walked very slowly, and Hu Yang continued to use the radio to exchange information with old Tiu outside. And the radio signal followed their footsteps deeper and deeper into the cave. The ice cave has turned into countless numbers. Branches, the wall of ice covering the cave is sometimes thick and thin, they are like the ants walk in the maze. Lake. Duong carefully searched for every trace of poachers, leading the group to the front of a crevice. The ice wall on both sides of the cave suddenly thickened, like a giant iceberg being split in half by a big hammer, creating a narrow gap just enough for one person to pass through. The ice slot in front was completely narrow, all four had to lean over to get through. On top of hanging upside down, sharp icicles, jagged cliffs, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not pass with his backpack, had to raise his backpack over his head with both hands. Countless sharp tapes were broken by the backpack, the ice surface sometimes fell on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's collar, even Ka Kak was also injured. Involved, constantly reminding, be careful, this thing falling into the body is more uncomfortable than falling into the ice cave. Ho Duong smiled and said, be careful. See, the temperature of the ice here is much more than normal ice, falling into the clothes is painful like a needle. If you are not careful, you can catch a cold. The road ahead is narrower, Ho Duong can't help but tighten his stomach, self. However, he opened his mouth to curse at the hunters. Steal another one. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very difficult. Moved, but still couldn't help but be curious, how big is this cave anyway? Ho Duong gasped and replied, no. Can't say for sure, sometimes the whole. The Malanshan glacier beds are all connected to each other. Ma Lanshan is the southern circuit of the Kunlun Range, in the geological formations of strongly eroded ancient lava that metamorphosed into Melting glaciers can create landforms such as glaciers flowing over ice, glacial forests, and ice mountains. The upper glaciation is invasive geomorphology, the lower glacial is sedimentary geomorphology, where we are now. In the middle of the upper reaches of the glacier, if we use our terminology, maybe. According to the morphology of this place, there are roughly rivers, ice fields, hollow ice troughs. The other sediments are glaciated hills, snake-shaped hills, water ice shelves and water ice wings. Ha, finally got out. Come on, give me your backpack, I'll pull you, be careful, the ground seems to be frozen, it's slippery. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally managed to get out of that narrow gap, borrowed the light of a handheld flashlight to look into the distance, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, ah! The immense cave resounded with echoes of ice wonder. Getting out of the ice, the cave suddenly expanded, and countless columns of light shone down through the top of the dome, making it possible for anyone without a flashlight to see clearly inside. The top of the dome is like an upside-down pot. The highest place is far from where Trak Mok Kwong Ba is standing. About 100 meters away, the ice shell is 1 to 2 meters thick covering the cliffs. Even the lava layer has countless holes and hollow mountains. Inside the ice cap, countless icicles poked up from the ground, and there were also many icicles hanging upside down from the top, looking like the tip of a sword poked down from the sky. Saying these are icicles then saying they are crystalline minerals might be even more similar. These pillars have many shapes, like quadrilaterals, pentagons. Hexagonal, high is like a lance sticking straight up into the sky, low is like a new shoot bud that pokes the ground, or a bud. The flower has just sprouted, and there are many pyramid-shaped icicles pointing at each other, one above and the other below, shining through the sun, becoming more and more innumerable. Colorful. Above the cold hard ground covered with a thick layer of ice, below the place where Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were standing, it was like being beaten by a fairy with a whip, which was originally a smooth surface, but was innumerable deep grooves and ragged cracks. That scene made Trak Mok Kwong Ba think of the road. Airport ice after the earthquake. At this moment, they were standing on an outstretched ice platform. The shape of this platform looked very much like a falcon spreading its tail deep into the rock. Standing upright, where are the Chuo Mo? Kwong Ba is the eagle beak. Just step forward about 2 or 3 steps to reach the broken ice wall. There the small gap is 2 or 3 meters wide. The big one is up to 10 meters deep. The bottom is invisible, streams of cold air rise up, only maybe. Sounds like the howling of wild animals can be heard. And between the radio stations, it's not. No roads, countless ice bridges, ice beams connecting them, but look. Down like nothing. The ice here is crystal clear, so pure that there is no impurities. There are a few icicles up to several meters in diameter, but standing here can see through, clearly see the scene behind, that icicles, as if only a layer of cellophane. The sunlight in the cave is brilliant, and the ice, the icicles, and the ice bridge are interlaced like spider webs spreading everywhere. Beneath the crevices, cold, snow-white air billows up on both sides of the ice bridge like. But the alcohol, being hit by the sun, creates countless rainbows across. That scene, did Trak Mok Kwong Ba dream? Can't even imagine, stab. Shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, what a wonder. Great natural monument, how can humans simulate it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly said, if only man. Here. Captain Hu Duong muttered. Me, very nice, isn't it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, oh, so beautiful, a miracle of nature. Captain Ho Duong said, I know. No, the bed of glaciers in Great Snow Mountain in Tibet is much more wonder. We call those caves in the glacier the Glass Palace. Another unique beauty of nature, it's just that there are so many Tibetans, living in Tibet all their lives have not seen such wonders. So, all of them are unique, nothing can compare, cannot be replaced. Okay. All of a sudden, Someone behind her gave a slight push. Entered Trak Mok Kwong Ba. It turned out that Kar Kak was coming out of the rift. He was. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stopped and couldn't get in, so he said in a low voice, "Kwong Ba, don't block the way." Trak Mok Kwong Ba translates people into. On the left, Kar Kak, wearing a backpack, poked his head out. His eyes immediately seemed to be fixed by magic. He couldn't even blink. He held his breath for a minute before he let out a breath, muttering, "Great. God's work is truly unimaginable." Place. Hey, so. Kar Kak hasn't finished his words yet. Zhang Lap behind is stuck to breathe. Out of breath, patted him on the back and said, "What's wrong? End of the road ahead. Why is everyone so stiff?" When Trong Lap got out of the ice crevice, he also widened his eyes and gaped like the other three. After a long time he could say, "I'm not dreaming. Not a dream." In this colorful cave, Ho Duang's sharp eyes like hawks and eagles also lost some morale. He calmly said, "This is the wonder in the ice. Do you know the cave? Silicate. It is that kind of underground cave with stalactites. Due to the heavy water containing calcium constantly sedimenting and dripping, it takes tens of thousands of years to form stalactites. If that heavy water changes to pure water, the climate is also fixed at approximately 0 degrees. The water is always in a semi-solid, semi-fluid state, will gradually gather. Once the temperature drops below 0 degrees, will form ice crystals. Next summer, the temperature will return to approximately 0 temperature. The outer layer of ice melted into the interior. After tens of thousands of years, it created a world full of strange ice pillars. This miracle. The texture of ice is originally a tetrahedral crystal, but water molecules at low temperatures have combined and expanded. Anomalies, plus locomotion effects of water molecules coagulating and then melting again. It is unexpected to create polyhedral crystals. This point alone, I'm afraid, has already made many researchers work hard to explain. Hu Duang said again in a low voice, "I always hope to see them again in my life. Just once, you will never forget them." He took out a digital video camera, greedily filming every angle he could. Can see. The four of them were breathing very lightly. The masterpiece of the great nature made people feel that this world was strange no matter what. Amazing. I'm too small, weird. The scene in the ice cave as well as the snow mountain. Pure white, making people unconsciously feel like their spirit is being washed. Everyone is ready to lower their noble heads, sincerely repent and pray. Trak Mok Kwong Ba imagines, if only Duang Man and I could see this scene together, then life has nothing to regret anymore. Trong Lap suddenly remembered an ancient poem, "Don't dare to raise your voice, afraid people in heaven hear." He feels this verse is the most appropriate to express his mood at the moment. Kar Kak and Ho Duang were also immersed in the mixed feelings of inferiority and shock. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks at the white mist. Hazy beneath the chasm, the roar. The growl was still incessantly in his ear. He was more careful, his tone was still respectful and asked, "What's underneath?" Ho Duang explains, "It's the flow. Groundwater. In other words, groundwater. Glaciers melt through this method to release water to tributaries, which then accumulate. Lake on the plateau. There are also many rivers formed from here. How deep down is not really something we can probe, but I know, once you fall into those rivers, it could be frozen in 3 minutes forever." Ho Duang turned his head, his sharp eyes stared at Zhuo Mu's face. "Kwong Ba, the glacier water below has a temperature lower than 0 degrees Celsius but does not freeze. This is also a natural phenomenon. However, traditional physics has no way of explaining it. It only takes 3 minutes. It can wet all of his clothes. Pores and blood vessels where the skin is in contact with ice water immediately shrinks. All the veins of the outer layer are frozen. The skin is lost vitality. Then the nervous system is paralyzed. The muscle cells below lose the ability to self-control. He wants to move. I can't even move a finger. I can only look at my body slowly. stiffened, froze, and died with a weak, hopeless gaze. The three of them, Duo Mok Kwong Ba, all shocked. Trong Lap's face was frozen. Looked unnatural, asked in a strange voice, "Team, what's wrong with Captain Ho? How is that clear, guys, you guys from before?" Ho Duong replied thoughtfully, "We have seen such a wonder once, the price to pay is 3 lives. Beauty has always been associated with death." God, he remembered his teammates who were slipped and fell into the underground stream before, the helpless eyes of the person standing in the water. It was clear that there was only one more step to get out of that glacier, but he remained stiff. Out there, no more movement can be seen, the only thing that can move. Those eyes filled with longing for rebirth. However, he still longs to see this beautiful scene again. The number of times they appear in his dreams is even more than the familiar faces of his teammates. That beauty, using a pen and the painting, is really indescribable. The 4 of them were silent, almost as if they were in silence for the pioneers who gave their lives for science. Ka Kak wanted to ease the tense atmosphere, jokingly said, "This ice palace is ice crystals separate. On the contrary, it is a bit like a honeycomb, just don't have a wasp nest this big. Ha ha, if it's a beehive, then the bee isn't as big as an elephant. Ha ha." Ho Duong seemed to suddenly think of something. On the contrary, he felt even more insecure. He reminded, "There are no wasps like this." "Yes, but we have to be careful, there might be some kind of small animal inside. Fluffy feathers, they're scarier than the wasp as big as an elephant." Bah. The people who heard him say that were shocked, not sure if this captain of the Ho family was telling the truth or joking, but looking at his serious face, it didn't seem like he was joking, very much. Not knowing how long it took, Ho Duong seemed to make a great determination, saying, "Don't forget our purpose, let's get to work." Ka Kak, a voice, lowering his backpack behind Trak Mok Kwong Ba down, took out the tools inside, some long strings tied with an iron ring at one end. The number 8 iron ring was large and small, like a pair of shoes with a bottom. The bottom half was full of iron claws, a sharp drill tool with shaking hands. Everything you need is available. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at all kinds of tools that he couldn't name, couldn't say what they were used for, really just wanted to ask carefully. One by one, but he knew that neither the time nor the place were appropriate, so he had to stand and watch Ho Duong and Ka Kak carefully. Kidney manipulation. First they used sharp sticks punch holes in the tape, then drive the nail on the top with a hole in it, hook it into the big pile of ropes with a hook, then wrap it around the body like wearing clothes, then use a rope to connect the body and iron nails nailed on the ice together. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap still didn't understand what was going on. Ka Kak gave each of them a big belt, and at the same time helped them tighten it, and gave each person a pair of iron claws and iron shoes. After all is prepared. After finishing, Ho Duong said, going close together in order, "I go over the ice bridge first, you guys pass one by one, we go to the ice platform in the middle first. Especially the 2 new guys, I can't help but remind, I didn't expect it before, that we will encounter this terrain, for those who have no experience. Experience like you, need to be extremely careful, when crossing the ice bridge, try to keep your eyes looking straight ahead, only using the corner of your eyes to glance at the bridge, must hold the lifting machine in your hand, if your body can. If you slip on the ice, just hold on to what's in your hand. Understand? I'm over here." Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Ho Duong holding something like a rope tied with a stick. It seems that without any effort, he got to the other side. He was the second person, exactly the way Ho Duong pointed out, trying hard to look ahead, his hand clinging to the thing. "Tie that rope, then it's safe to go through." Received an ice bridge, Ho Duong praised. "Good job." Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed, "It's easy. Those poachers won't even need a seatbelt." Hu Yang's face sank, and he said sternly, Don't think of this as a game. Crossing the ice bridge is no different from gliding through the face of death. The ice bridge looks both wide and straight, and seems to be very solid, but you have to know that if the slope of the ice is more than 1 degree, and you don't have the iron claws to pierce it, then the ice that almost absolute smoothness would make him slip away in an instant. Besides, the colder the place, the more brittle the ice bridge is right under tremendous pressure, just on the surface. There's a hairline crack in the face, enough for it to collapse at any moment. Poachers don't need our lives, we don't have to risk our lives to follow them. Trong Lap was the third person to cross the bridge. He saw Ho Duong and Trak Mok Kwong. All three of them seemed to be very leisurely, curious in their hearts, not understanding why Captain Ho Duong didn't let him look over the bridge. It's not easy to see this ice bridge clearly. Now just glance at the corner of the eye, so isn't it easier to go wrong? Halfway through, he couldn't contain his curiosity and glanced down. Trong Lap. When he saw it, on the mirror-like ice below, a face immediately appeared curiously looking around. He knew it was his face, but the side part can't see anything, and the icicles, the ice tree on the top of the head also reflect the reverse image on the bridge. Looking over the ice bridge, below is the wall thousands of meters deep. Below the stalagmites, ice crystals are also visible. Looking down again, is a dense fog, entangled around the cliff, like a white dragon flipping between the vast sky and earth. In that moment, Trong Lap suddenly couldn't distinguish whether he was standing on real ice, or floating in the air, and at the same time in this air, there were a face exactly like me, panic, bewilderment, astonishment, only one face floating in the air. Trong Lap suddenly lost his senses. Direction, only to see that my body is constantly falling down. The top of the dome above and the ground under my feet are constantly rotating. You seem as if he heard someone calling him in the distance, but he didn't seem to hear anything. His whole body's strength was almost exhausted by someone plugging a straw into his body. His limbs did not listen to orders, he himself had completely lost control. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Trong Lap. I suddenly stood in the middle of the ice bridge. No longer moving, eyes lost, immediately. Mumbled and asked, "What's wrong with Zhang Li?" Ho Duong was adjusting his seat belt. When he heard the sound, he looked up and said in horror, "Uncompleted, he's about to fall." What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked back and saw that Trong Lap had fallen limply, collapsed on the ice bridge, and fortunately had a seatbelt on his body, so he did not slip away. Ho Duong called out loudly, "Ka Kak, go give him a hand." Trong Lap, you wake me up, Trong Lap. Do you hear me? Trong Lap. With seatbelts, the last car also brought Trong Lap across the bridge. Ho Duong grabbed some ice crumbs and rubbed the top of Trong Lap's head to wake him up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "Why is that?" Ho Duong said, "This is called a lethargy." Mezzanine. Humans are a very strange animal. The brain always receives information from the body standing on a surface, then it can emit information to keep balance. Suddenly, it discovers the body being in midair. The brain will send out false signals, that is, it has ignored. In the air, it will definitely fall, but in fact, the body does not fall, but the brain has given a signal. The heartbeats, the blood circulating in the blood vessels all change rhythm and speed. In order to adapt to the falling situation, the brain with acute ischemia will cause a coma. A little rest is okay. This is the reason why I won't let you guys look below, and why we have to fasten our seat belts. The wreckage is so obvious up front. Okay, he's sober now. Ka Kak looked at the scene and said, looking from this corner, this place is even more beautiful. Kai. This is a miracle. Ho Duong again said, not good, the situation is very bad. Looking from here, the naked eye can see there must be 7 or 8 large cave gates. It is very difficult for us to find the escape route of the poachers. Quote. Ka Kak observed for a moment, then said, poachers are panicking, most. I'm going to choose an ice bridge that's both large and straight. This path should not be wrong. Ho Duang nodded. I agree. This point, but watch carefully, there, if you keep going straight ahead, I'll take care of the two of them. Can't walk. Ka Kak looked in the direction indicated. Of Ho Duang, of course, if you follow his direction, cross a few more ice bridges, there is a broken tree, in. There is a gap of about a meter in the middle, you have to jump through. If on flat ground, anyone could jump over that 1 meter distance, but below the ice bridge is a 10,000 feet deep abyss, just now Trong Lap. Standing on the ice just looking down. Which has lost consciousness, how can they jump over that 1 meter line? Yeah. At this time, Trong Lap had woken up, looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's firm face, and asked vaguely, what's wrong with me? Where is this? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, I don't. Listen to Captain Ho, just recently. Finished fainting. Ho Duang drew a circle with his hand and said, this road is fine, we can just go like this. They carefully detour. Ho Duang walks ahead constantly pinning iron nails to the ground, fastening the seat belt. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Trong Lap. Ka Kak carefully followed behind. To protect Trong Lap, the three must move forward at the same time, Ho Duang warned. The three must simultaneously remind their feet, unifying footsteps. As long as anyone makes a mistake, it is likely that all three will end up falling off the ice bridge, and the seatbelt may not be able to support the heavy weight and pull the iron nail off. The end result is all four deaths. Trak Mok Kwong Ba takes the lead. Of the three of them, the situation made him realize what it was like to tie a grasshopper to a rope. Every step has to be very careful, even the eyes don't dare to look around arbitrarily. It takes about 3 hours. The cigarette passed, the four of you considered it. Has reached the other end of this cave. The entrance is a large circular cave door. Ho Duang unbuckled the safety lock, opened his mouth to gasp. For him, carrying things following is not a burden, but a burden that comes from within. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped on the rocky ground for a few minutes before he turned his head to look, only a short distance of less than 100 meters, but he felt like he had just walked around the world. Gender. When he looked back at the other ice wonder, he still found it infinitely charming, but when he was in the middle, he didn't expect to feel beautiful at all. Ho Duang said it was not wrong, besides the beauty that made people tremble. If you move your heart, there are death traps everywhere. Zhang's face had long since lost any blood. Just now he was still constantly appreciating the wonderful hand of the Creator. Now he just wanted to end it quickly. After the trip was over, then returned to a large hospital for a psychological test to see if I was afraid of heights or not. Ka Kak collected his belongings, then helped Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap removed his equipment across the ice bridge, urging, let's go, we're in the cave again. He doesn't want to. I turn my head, afraid that I can't. Resisted the allure of the beauty here, and then fell into the eternal scene of never returning. This time the ice in the cave is relative. Thin, quite a lot of places are completely absent, revealing solid cliffs. The road in the cave is much wider than when they entered, 4 people can even line up to go. The cliff was eroded by the ice, leaving behind all shapes and sizes, looking like ferocious beasts bared their fangs and claws to greet uninvited strangers. Ho Duang looked at the cave they had just passed, and said suspiciously, there seems to be no trace of poachers. I don't know if this road is right or not. His words just finished. Deep in the cave suddenly resounded a scream. For the first time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. No, a strong male middle school can. Made such a tragic sound, making him think of the squeal of pigs in the slaughterhouse before dying. In that scream was mixed with another sound but indistinguishable. It seemed to be the voice of another person, already very weak and languid. Ka Kak exclaimed, that's right, hurry, chase them. He rushed forward. Ho Duang suddenly stretched out his hand to pull back, Unable to hold Kar Kak, he immediately turned around to hold Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was preparing to go up, lowering his voice. Careless. Under the flashlight, Ho's face. Duong is pale, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Can't ignore his bearded face. How could he be so pale? Frozen ruins. Ho Duong walked quickly. After going through a few turns, he finally caught up with Kar Kak. Kar Kak pointed to the depths of the dark cave and said, "There's no sound anymore. The scream just now must have come from here, that's for sure." Ho Duong raised his hand to block. Don't. I'm so impatient. Let's turn down the flashlight first, and then figure it out." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap also ran to the place, hearing that, curiously asked, "Why?" Ho Duong pointed at the wall. "What do you guys find out about the wall here? Is it different from somewhere else?" Kar Kak reached out his hand to touch it, surprised. Without ice, this cave seems to be a little warmer than before. Hu Yang whispered, "Not only is there no ice, all four sides are very dry, not even a bit of water vapor. Those poachers must have chosen the cave because they felt it was warm here. This cave to enter, this road must be through to the southern windbreak of Mount Malin." Zhang Lap said, "But, what does that have to do with flashlights?" Juo Mok Kwong Ba was suddenly startled and asked, "Small animals? Small animals? The fur you mentioned earlier?" Hu Duong nodded. "That's right, this type of cave, both blocking the wind and having light, is suitable for them to winter." Kar Kak said, "What is it?" Ho Duong replied, "The field mouse is a highland field mouse. More than 10,000 mice. Highlanders gather in the same cave to avoid the crowds. The consequences of their harassment are very scary. Those little monsters wake up relatively hungry, like grasshoppers in Southeast Asia, army ants in the desert. So, extremely greedy, eat it all. Every organic matter they encounter along the way." Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed, 10,000 mice in the same place. Ho Duong said, "It's not wrong, don't forget, here is Kar Kate Lai, it is not easy to spend the winter in the ice field. As you can imagine, in order to survive the winter, many animals have used all means, in some places even seen birds and mice in the countryside. In the same place, all to live safely through the cold winter." Kar Kak stuck out his tongue and said, "Well, if the mouse and bird are in the same place, then bats will definitely be born." Ho Duong's face stiffened and his voice threatened. "If they catch up with them, there's really no bone left." He lowered his voice. "It's not that I tried. I mean to scare you guys, actually I don't either. I wasn't going to say that scary truth, but this cave environment. It's really suitable for them to sleep. Crowded, I can't help but remind you." Kar Kar wondered, "We're not that unlucky, are we, Captain?" Ho Duong growled, "Can't you hear the despair in that horrible scream? What could make a person sound so desperate? I have been doing scientific surveys for many years now, and have witnessed with my own eyes that the members are ferocious beasts have bitten them to death, have also seen them slip and fall into the depths of 10,000 feet, or be crushed in the chest by a large stone. Pierced by a tree branch, they could neither live nor die, but they only let out pitiful cries. Only these monsters can make one let out such a desperate cry. That's the sound one makes when one's soul is swallowed, do you understand?" Kar Kak said, "But what if it's not? Either way, it's two lives anyway." Hu Yang glanced at the dark tunnel and said, "Therefore, we need to be fully prepared before we can enter." He took out from the backpack on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back 2 bottles as big as a fire extinguisher, one on his back, holding something in his hand. "It's like a hose, stamping your feet and saying, 'Hope this can deal with them, let's go.' The flashlight is set to the lowest setting for me." Kar Kak still grumbled, "Not worth it." They went through the tunnel. Hyang stopped in front of a slope. There is no road ahead. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded, also. immediately stopped, whispered, "Find them out." Ho Duong also lowered his voice, "Not yet. Please gather your flashlights here, so that I can see the wall in front of you. There seems to be something above it." 4 columns of light shine on the wall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ho Duong both look up. Head up, they saw, on the opposite wall, clearly the vestiges of human civilization, black drawings, proving that the ancestors of a certain race had once lived on the ice. This wilderness. Black outlines draw shapes. People who look like matchsticks, or hold hands and dance, or are praying to the gods. There are even pictures of men and women having sex, showing the cult of fertility. There is also a scene of killing buffaloes and goats to sacrifice to ghosts and gods, although the lines are simple but distinct, making people immediately understand. Ka Kak stood in the back. The flashlight shining to the left made him immediately interested in a painting of a scene. Hunting. A group of people with matchsticks, throwing stones, or using rattan ropes, were attacking a giant animal. The other animal was covered with thick hair, had a pair of long sharp teeth, and there were many people with matchsticks, crawling on the monster's back, stabbing with sharp things, smashing with big stones. The image is like a swarm of ants biting a cricket, fruit. Very similar drawing, Ka Kak exclaimed. This child looks like an elephant, doesn't it? Butter. Did Ka Tay Lai ever have an elephant? Trong Lap felt unbelievable. Not an elephant. Look at it, if it's proportional to the matchstick man. His body is several times bigger than the African elephant. Moreover, his body is all long hair, and even the curved tusks are more than twice as long as normal ivory. Make no mistake, the drawing is so similar. The author of these cave paintings is a genius. It's hard to believe, but impossible. Denied having recorded it all truthfully. Ho Duong was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. What is it? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. As you can see, it's a mammoth. Ho Duong slowly turning his head, his eyes beaming with excitement, swept over each grave. Prehistoric animals are thought to have been extinct for a few years now. 10,000 years ago. Mammoths lived in the icy lands of the Arctic Ocean several thousand years ago. Live. Places like Siberia, Canada have found fossils of mammoths. In the northeast region of our country also. But such fresco appeared in Ka Tay Lai is the first time, proving that in this place was not only inhabited, but also had a prosperous period of human civilization, which is almost the biggest discovery of this scientific survey. It is not only nutritious, complements the shortcoming of the small Stone Age at the Ka Tay Lai junction in the history of the Kung people, and furthermore pushes the ancient human civilization to the west by nearly a year. 1,000 kilometers. Ho Duong was suddenly excited and unstoppable. At this moment, he most wanted to talk to old Tiu, but unfortunately the distance was too far. The radio, no matter how adjusted, there was no signal. Ka Kak analyzed objectively, but who used to live here, and left a prehistoric monument like this? Ho Duong reflected, this is difficult to say. At that time tools were limited. Ancient people. Modern people can't draw specific characteristics of their clothes or have basically not developed to the level of wearing clothes, but from geographical distribution characteristics, very likely. Ability to be the ancient Jiang people, or pretend to be the ancestors. The Quay County Ferry in the legend. Left by the north. Come on, you guys show me, I'll take a picture. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, light. Not so good, can you turn the light up? Ho Duong did not object, he concentrated all his mind on preparing to take pictures. The 3 light adjusters grew up a bit. This time, Tronglap discovered that there was something strange on the floor of the cave. He muttered, look, the ground seems to be shaking. As he spoke, the flashlight in his hand involuntarily moved downwards. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ka Kak only now noticed. The dark cave floor is indeed like a giant worm, moving back and forth. Ho Duong was startled, panicked, and put down the camera in his hand, then shouted, Don't project it down. After flipping Tronglap's flashlight up, unfortunately, it was a step behind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ka Kak's flashlights shone on the ground in turn. They immediately saw a scene that made everyone stand up, all the hair on the back of my neck. Countless black-furred hamsters were jostling, overlapping, and overlapping each other, as if a black woolen carpet was laid out on the ground, running back and forth in panic, making the whole earth tremble. Among those rats, there were already 2 piles of humanoid rats piled high. I'm afraid it was the 2 hunters. The thief had an accident. Countless small eyes like golden peas glittered, but cold rays under the light, just a flash of a flashlight passed, the field mice immediately exploded, those little fluffy feathers rushed back. The 4 of them were like crazy. There was a steep slope ahead of them, but it was completely impossible to stop their progress. The rats in front could not climb up, their bodies turned to stone paving the way, soon being overrun by those behind, covered it, one wave after another, it surged up, and soon came close to the feet of the hoss. Positive. Are the 3 of them Duo Mok Kwong Ba yet? Never seen such a scene, they all stood there holding flashlights. Do not know what to do. This time, even Duo Mok Kwong Ba had to tremble, he. Surprised to find that when the field mice moved, the other 2 piles of human-shaped rats immediately revealed their insides. The 2 skeletons still had flesh on them, making the poachers look like Tibetan antelopes skinned by them. The remaining blood and flesh stuck to each white bone, jaw teeth clenched, bones of arms and legs. The deformed owl was still swinging in completely meaningless physiological movements. More scary. What's more, even the top bone of the head was bitten in half, the brain was sucked clean. A few hamsters were crawling around. 2 eye sockets. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand holding a flashlight could not help but tremble. His legs seemed to be rooted in the ground, he could not move. The situation of Ka Kak and Tronglap in the back is even worse. The beasts deserve to die. Come here, Ho Duong growled and stood up. The nozzle in his hand began to spew fire. The tongue of fire licked wherever the rats were. When it burned, it called willing to it. The gasoline in the tank immediately turned the whole cave into a sea of fire. Under the flickering light of the fire, everything became even more terrifying. The field mice still had no intention of retreating, and the burned comrades on the contrary made them even more mad. Even more chaotic, countless animals were still on fire, still rushing towards Ho Duong's group, and Ho Duong stepped back and shouted, "Run! What the hell are you going to do out there? No need for the net anymore." Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled himself, finally regained consciousness. He was the first to turn around and run away, and at the same time also pulled Tronglap and Ka Kak, shaking his voice saying, "Run! Scamper!" The guy who was first, now it's the other way around. Be the last runner. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran for his life, no matter what direction it was. Dare to stop, dare not look back, wherever there is a way, run there. Flood. The other hamster runs in the cave faster than a human, the sound of shit, as if always ringing right next to the ear. I don't know how long he ran, it seemed that he didn't hear the rat anymore, so he dared to turn his head to take a look. The situation is really bad. Trak Mok Kwong Ba realized that only Tronglap was behind. He hurriedly rushed out. Tronglap just moved. The place he lifted was immediately taken over by a field mouse. Tronglap had just made a step forward. The entire grey lava background behind was immediately covered black. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He didn't say anything famous. He could only turn around and continue running. In his heart he hurriedly said to himself, "Where is Captain Ho Duong? Ka? Where's the engraving? Where are they?" He couldn't imagine what had happened in the end. What happened? It was all too sudden, too sudden. The flashlight was lost on the road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to bow. Came down to pick it up, had to head to it. In the direction of the wind there is light that runs in the dark cave. The backpack on his back had torn straps. He immediately threw it away. Always, Ho Duong said something like, "Even if you die, "You can't lose this backpack," those crazy words let. It went to meet the devil. The only thing that made him feel comforted was, from now until now, he has not heard Trong Lap's pitiful cry, only the sound of torn clothes. Rips and crushed stones are trampled on, proving Trong Lap is still risking his life to run. Died right behind him. Light. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba joyfully rushed out of the cave entrance, he suddenly realized that he had run back to the giant ice cave. The icicles were running horizontally and vertically. The ice bridge was interlaced, illuminated by sunlight, down to create a magnificent scene. Immediately after that, Trong Lap also rushed out after. No time to rest. Trong Lap couldn't look closely at all, only had to take a chance, trying his best to keep his balance and step on the ice bridge. You can't walk on the ice bridge. Be fast, take 2 steps and miss 1 step, but after listening to Ho Duang's explanation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood clearly, whenever he was. If you fall down, there is no hope of living and going up again. Fortunately, on this slippery ice bridge, the rats can't run too fast, but being closely followed by them every step of the way, just looking at it is enough to make people shiver. Then, the nearest field mouse was less than an arm's length from Trong Lap's heel. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walks 2 steps fast, then 2 feet without a door. Moving, his body involuntarily slipped about a meter. Fortunately he was able to stop on a rather large ice pedestal. Trong Lap carefully followed. When he got on the ice bridge, he had absolutely no fear, because behind him, there was something that scared him much more than chasing the floor. Some field mice in the lead quickly jumped on the platform. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was quick and quick. Eyes, swinging their legs to sweep them down, but a larger crowd was still staring at him and slowly approached. It seemed that they were about to surround the entire platform. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't think. Praise, having just stood firmly on the platform, immediately ran up another ice bridge. Those rats have almost adapted to walking on the ice bridge. The speed has increased significantly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap reluctantly also had to risk speeding, although at any time there was a risk of slipping into the cold underground river below, but it was better to freeze to death in the underground river than to die in the mouths of monsters. This small carnivorous animal does not release this bone. Halfway there, Trak Mok Kwong Ba just discovered, this ice bridge is a broken tree. There is a gap in the middle. About a meter. Before there was no way. After the field mice chased him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba without thinking, lifted his leg to jump over the broken 1 meter, until he landed on the ice on the other side. I just realized that my legs were shaking, my thighs seemed to have lost tendons. Non-stop convulsions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood that he was temporarily safe, so he turned his head and saw only Trong Lap standing at the edge of the broken bridge, in the road. Despair, sometimes looking at the bottomless abyss below, sometimes looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, and the other rats were getting closer and closer behind him. In the cave, there were more field mice gushing out, rushing like a fountain. Half of the ice seemed to be covered with a velvety black color. Where they spilled over, even the sunlight was obscured. Half of this enchanting landscape has now turned into hell. Only the greedy monsters reveal cruel eyes and white teeth. Trong Lap didn't dare to turn his head. He knew in his stomach that danger was getting closer and closer, but he fell at a high place. Hey, his psyche is also under extreme pressure. Juo Mok Kwong Ba can. It looked like a few hamsters had bitten Trong Lap's heel. Some even climbed on his back. Behind him, there were countless animals rushing in, but Trong Lap still stood at the edge of the fracture hesitantly. Wait forever, don't dare to shrug. Legs overturned. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, They're going to bite you to death. Jump over here. No hesitation. Let's dance. Dance. At the same time as the last dance of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, a child. The field mouse had crawled into his collar. Trong Lap had to close his eyes, shouted loudly and jumped over. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately waved his hand to keep him from slipping. Trong Lap hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba tightly. eyes still closed, only shouting loudly, "Ah!" Trak Mok Kwong Ba snatched some field mice clinging to Trong Lap and threw them. "Go," and then panting like him. "Okay, okay, it's okay, it's okay. They can't make it, they can't make it. No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay." The rats in front realized that the road was over and wanted to stop, but the ones on the other side, after, jostled again, then pushed all of them in front down. Countless field mice fell into the abyss, the giant shadow created by each of those dark, rough bubbles became an impossible nightmare. Could be dispelled by anyone who witnessed this scene. At the same time, countless field mice also switched to other ice bridges and took a detour to run to Juo Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap. They had smelled raw meat, heard the sound of blood flowing in their bodies. That was their battle signal, the cause of their frantic hunger and thirst. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also realized the point. Hey, he helped Trong Lap up, with difficulty moving his limp legs, tried his best to stay calm and said, "Come on, we still have to go, cross 2 more ice bridges before we can safely cross to the opposite shore. Then, at that time, you can follow the old way back out, and when you reach the cave entrance, you won't be afraid anymore, they won't be able to chase you anymore. Hey, can you still go?" Shang Lap stretched his pale face, nodded like a chicken pecking rice. The corners of his mouth moved for a long time before he could say a word. "Go." The two are not powerless, but they have to rely on each other to move. The young thigh muscles are all due to excessive force during stress. Constant convulsions, at this time all soft, walking on the ice bridge, but feeling unsteady on the foot. When there is only one last ice bridge left, Trak Mok Kwong Dad cheered, "Even if we have to crawl, we have to crawl over this bridge. This is my last life with you." The two encourage each other, rely on each other, but the worst-case scenario still emerges. When crossing the middle of the ice bridge, Trong Lap's body suddenly tilted to the left, causing Trak Mok Kwong Ba to also lean to that side. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was shocked, quickly leaned back. Unexpectedly his arm, 2 people put on each other's shoulders suddenly slipped. Trong Lap's body was thrown out, and he couldn't rely on his own strength to stay firmly on the ice bridge. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly reached out to grab. Chapter 6, Secrets. Diary. 2 days dead, 2 members of the patrol. This is a very thrilling story. Ma Chen Hao immediately ordered to return to the ranger station. All had to wait until the incident. The situation is clarified and calculated later. The order has just been sent down not long. The patrol team has 3 more people missing. On the edge of life and death. In the long tunnel burned a fire, forming a wall of fire up to 10 meters long to hinder the advance of the flood. Hamsters, but there are still countless ones who risked their lives to rush through the sea of fire, but they were all. The fire was much more intense and bounced back, rolling around in the sea of fire, eventually turning into fuel for the fire to continue to rise, becoming part of the flame. But the rats that tried to rush through the sea of fire still refused to give up. Ho Duong cursed all the time, "It's a motherfucker, it can't be killed, the poodles die. Here's the car, let us know how powerful he is." He took out an insecticidal bottle from Car's backpack, threw it among the rats across the sea of fire, then held it up. "Gun up, shoot at that jar," boom. A sound, followed by a hissing sound that didn't stop. The smoke spread in all 4 directions. The rats smelled that aura. It's like encountering a great enemy, one after another. Turning to run away, seeing the rats run away, Ho Duong sat down on the ground. "Don't bother wiping the sweat off your face." Just opened his mouth to breathe, and mumbled, "So it's true that they are afraid. Now I know it, I know it." After sitting for a while, Ho Duong jumped up again, grabbed Car's collar, and loudly questioned, "Where is Trak Mok Kwong Ba? Where is Trong Lap? Where are the other 2? Where?" Car stared blankly at Ho Duong. After a long time, he still couldn't answer. Clearly he still hadn't completely calmed down after the panic. Only saw Ho Duong pacing back and forth, suddenly waking up and exclaiming, "Damn it. They are definitely. They followed the old way back out. They didn't have iron claws and sticks to poke the ice, and they didn't know how to fasten their seat belts. How can I cross the ice bridge?" He looked over the sea of fire in front of him and the rats that had run away, his eyes full of worry and anxiety, finally fell. Determined to say, let's go back and see if we can save them." Ka Kak opened his mouth and said like crying, "Oh my God. Do you have to go back again?" Trong Lap's body rotated on the bridge half a circle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not catch his arm, only caught the seat belt on his shoulder. Trong Lap again, but then suddenly realized that he was leaning back too much, his body. He also lost his balance and slid to the other side of the ice bridge. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows that it is not enough. Hurry to take advantage of the body time. I was still leaning over, wrapping the rope around my wrist. While I was in a hurry, I didn't forget to remind Trong Lap, hold on to the rope. The two ends of the rope are pulled straight. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap. Each person holds onto one end of the hanging rope. Floating in the air, swinging back and forth. The rope crossed the middle of the ice bridge. When it was about to fall off the bridge, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tied the rope. 4 years around the wrist, then wrapped again. Added 4 or 5 times to the hand, now grasped very tightly, not easy to fall off for a moment. Turning his eyes to Trong Lap, he saw that he was even tighter than the man. He wrapped the rope around both necks, hand, then turn it over, tie it into a shape similar to the number 8 handcuff. The hand holds the end of the rope tightly, so it is more difficult to fall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's weight was slightly heavier, but on his back Trong Lap also wore a bag full of iron nails. The safety rope was like hanging on a pulley made of ice. At this time, as long as one of the two is not sure of the rope, then the other will also fall down, and waiting for them below is the line. The soaked river is colder than ice and snow. The cold wind blew. Trong Lap raised his head to look at the ice bridge and said, "This is a specialized waterproof rope for climbing on the 10.5 mm diameter runway, used when I was a construction soldier." "Used it? It must be extremely. It seems that we will not fall temporarily, just don't know how long we can persist. It's just a pity that the wire is too small, can't hold on and climb up." Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also now awake. "How are they? Did you see them?" "They," Shang Li was startled and replied. "At that time, I was so panicky, I could only plug. Just run after him. But I didn't hear their screams. Moreover, by the time I took the first turn, the feeling of the rats chasing behind was greatly reduced. I guess." "Ha, that's good, then they must have run the other way. Captain Ho seems to be very experienced. I'm sure we can chase those rats away. Then, let's just wait for them to come back and save us." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said the most helpless words since he was born until now. No one knows what happened to the other two in the end, but in front of their situation, only you can comfort yourself first. Trong Lap also laughed. He raised his head to look at the ice bridge. He could clearly see the silhouettes of field rats running between the ice bridges and icicles. They were gathering in a very orderly manner. Seeing this, he mumbled to himself, "It's all over. No matter who let go of the hand first, both of us will fall together. Even if we want to say the last few words, no one can convey it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba forced a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry, I once invited a famous fortune teller to calculate my numbers. He said that before I was 50 years old, I was a heavenly general. If I don't die, I'm sure you won't either. We just need to be patient. It's okay to wait." Shang Li laughed and said, "I'm so sorry. But I also met the Buddha living in the temple. People told me not to get too close to the snow or ice, otherwise, the consequences. The most serious thing is that I will die without a body. now it seems that this sentence has been fulfilled. I don't know if my bad luck brought you along with bad luck, or if your luck helps me to be lucky too. Just I can't wait to see whose fate is better, young Master Kwong Ba. Track Mok Kwong Ba becomes serious. Relax a little, things are not bad. As you imagine, you need to persevere until the end, you will be saved anyway. Zhang Lap said apologetically, I'm really sorry, it seems that this time it was my fault. I can't relax, this is the limit for me already. Trong Lap finished his sentence, his teeth were clenched together and he said, squeaky, clearly using the last bit of strength. Track Mok Kwong Ba secretly said, Trong. Whatever Lap says, he has been specially trained, how can he be this bad? At this time, Zhang Lap's people swayed. Through a pillar of light, he realized that the blood had dyed Trong Lap's bandaged hands red. From Trong Lap's pained expression, he could tell that he had been having a hard time fighting the storm, pain where the wound is torn. 2. Track Mok Kwong Ba used his left hand to pull himself up, wrapped the rope a few more times in his right hand, and began to breathe. Calmly and then calmly say, it's not time to give up on life yet, you're a special force, just hold on for a few more minutes, you must be persistent. When Trong Lap swayed close to him, Track Mok Kwong Ba suddenly kicked his foot and kicked him hard, both of them were thrown in two different directions. When the two of you run out of momentum, started to bounce back to the same place again. Track Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his hand, intending to grab Trong Lap, but unfortunately, the distance is too far, but both of Trong Lap's hands are tied together. Only the tip of Track Mok Kwong Ba's toes reached out to touch Trong Lap's body. The arm is basically unable to hold him. But after this kick, Trong Lap reached the limit of endurance. The beads of sweat as big as peas streamed down his forehead, his cheeks were frozen, ice on his nose, under his chin, was frozen again. The white gas in the mouth spewed out and melted. Track Mok Kwong Ba had no other choice, but he still didn't give up but decided to try again. He said to Trong Lap, I'm going to try again, are you ready? How does it hurt? Absolutely don't let go. Trong Lap tried to raise his leg to coordinate with him. Track Mok Kwong Ba kicked Trong Lap's leg. The two of you fell again, and then fell back together. Trong Lap just feels like a rope is going deep into the flesh, squeezing the bones. The face darkened. In the stomach knew that his hands were about to slip out of the wraps. Right at that time, Trong Lap. I feel like my body is shaking like crazy. Something hugged tightly, then the arm also jerked, the outer rope ring also jerked, the outer rope ring was grabbed by a big strong arm. Trong Lap opened his eyes, only to see Track Mok Kwong Ba stretching out his legs, clamping them tightly on his waist. His two dragon-like hands, in turn, held the two ends of the seatbelt, as if he was hitting swing under the ice bridge, just. Unfortunately, this swing game does not have a seat. Track Mok Kwong Ba used all his strength to wrap a few more ropes around his neck. Left hand to fix it more firmly, and at the same time told Trong Lap, hurry up. Hold on to my legs, I can't hold you anymore. Trong immediately let go of his freed hands, using his armpits to grip Track Mok Kwong Ba's thighs, the two of them suspended there. A very strange position, but temporarily unable to fall. Time, every minute passes so slowly, one person bears the weight of both. Track Mok Kwong Ba also felt extremely broken, he felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall off, and your muscles were like a tight rope. As long as one thread is broken, the whole thing will come apart. Tighten the rope tight to the muscle. His flesh and blood seem to be about to freeze, his arms are also bruised. Juo Mo Kwong Ba feels very clearly, knows that his hand is gradually losing feeling. He himself knew he couldn't hold out much longer, but he didn't. Until he used up the last of his strength, he decided never to compromise. Trong Lap raised his head to look at Track Mok Kwong Ba. He was originally a powerful man. Looking from this angle he looks much taller. His muscles are even more perfect than David, almost like a Vajra protector in the temple. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba flooded. Stopped saying nothing, eyes drifting uncertainly. Trong Lap immediately asked, "What are you thinking, young Master Kwong Ba?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled wryly and replied, "I'm thinking, I don't know how Min Min is now, fortunately she has. I've been sick before, don't come with us." Trong Lap didn't say anything. After a while, he said, "Compared to Min Min, do you think we should think about our situation a little more now?" Young Master Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba struggled to say, "I will persevere until the last moment, rest assured." Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's discolored arm and understood it. "What does that mean? And also know if I fall first, Juo Mo." Kwong Ba could persist for a few more minutes. After thinking and recalculating, he finally spoke up, "Let me go, young Master Kwong Ba. You still have an unfulfilled wish, but me. I only have one small wish, please." He told my mother. Trak Mok Kwong Ba angrily interrupted. Trong Lap's supplication, raised his voice. "Shut up, forbid you not to think about it. I will not let you go, unless we both fall down there. It was I who took you to this car Te Lai. If you want to go back, we will go back together. If you can't, don't let anyone come back. If you have any wish, just keep it and tell others. It's useless to talk to me." His eyes were extremely stubborn, and his words did not let Trong Lap defend a single sentence. Trong Lap no longer hugs much. Hopefully, what's the situation with the Ho Duangs? Which is still unknown. The biggest possibility is that they can't keep themselves. As for his life and Trak Mok Kwong Ba is hanging on a rope, the other cannibals have gathered, dangerous in the area. Right next to my forehead. In my heart I understand better than anyone else, if there is anyone else who can. Arriving in time to save them, that is absolutely a miracle. So waiting for help, are just words of self-consolation, but this, in the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba must also understand clearly. Just like you, right at that moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt the light like bleak, then mumbled and asked, "Why? Does the sky change color?" Trong Lap smiled helplessly and said, "They're here, young Master Kwong Ba. I think we need to be prepared." Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head and looked up. He saw on the ice bridge above, all were covered with tiny feet, those hamsters gathered, covering the entire surface of the ice bridge. Looks like a giant beast. Jet black with countless tentacles in preparation. Devoured the two of them alive, both. Even a bone was determined not to be left. Trong Lap asked if he was ready or not. It was just that Trak Mok Kwong Ba would ever let go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed mockingly and replied, "Anyway. Any time." Now, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has only two options. One is hanging. His back in midair was treated by rats as a piece of clean sausage without any residue left. Secondly, he let go of his hand, fell into that surging underground river, frozen into a dry corpse. Other than that, there is no third choice. Trong Lap knows well that the last moment is coming. I feel extremely honored, formerly in Tibet, having heard many stories about young masters, I kept always wondered, not knowing how such a heroic character could leave on the plateau a story as good as history. Such a contest can make so many people admire. To be honest, the first time I saw him, I had the feeling that besides his tall body, he had nothing different from ordinary people, because he couldn't be compared with Kwong Ba. Young master in my imagination, I was still disappointed for a while. But, the more I interact with him, the more advantages I discover. Today, I consider myself satisfied with you, Kwong Ba, young master. If God still gives us a chance to survive, I'm the best. I intend to follow you until I die. Tears glittered in the eyes of this steely man. Tronglap felt that he was brave this time, a man showing admiration and adoration to another man. He needed greater courage than to show that even if he died, he would not surrender in front of the enemy. Hot blood boiled in his heart and body. Hotter than ever, he used to live a quiet life, but now, suddenly, he has found the meaning of his life. Perhaps, this is also the meaning that makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba young master. I want to find the legendary war clam. Only regret one thing. Just discovered the meaning of life. Tronglap had to face the end of his life. He really didn't know whether he should be satisfied or unwilling at this point. One more moment seems like a long time. Tronglap felt his body was still hanging in the air without falling. He couldn't help it. Looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Only saw the diamond statue still clenching its teeth, blue veins protruding from neck to the forehead. He is persevering. Seems to have no intention of giving up yet. Above, the rats had arrived. Some began to gnaw on the rope, some even daring to start crawling along the rope down again. What are you waiting for, young Master Kwong Ba? Shang Lap asked. Duo Mok Kwong Ba gritted his teeth and replied. I don't know, maybe I'm still not committed. He was about to use up all his strength. At this moment all the muscles in his body were shaking slightly. He turned his head hard, looking at a field mouse about to crawl up his arm. One person, one animal, so big eyes, small eyes staring at each other. He growled and said, just like that, slowly being eaten by these weak-looking monsters. It's really disheartening. The field mouse discovered that this foothold was very safe, and ran back and forth along the arms of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The mouse's tail swished back and forth on the forehead. The tip of his nose, his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was extremely angry. When the animal ran over his collar, he bowed his head, took the whole mouse into his mouth. The little monster could not make a sound, was bitten off his neck. Mok Kwong Ba spits out the rat, then sticks out his tongue and blows, spits out a bunch of black rat hair with saliva, and opens his mouth to curse. If you want to kill me, you have to exchange it with your life. But there were many that ran along the ropes and crawled down. They had been hungry all winter. No. Nothing can stop them from re-energizing. Tronglap saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba. It was hard to make a choice, so he said. Put me down first, young Master Kwong Ba, otherwise, thousands of years later people will see our bodies frozen in this position. I don't know what to think. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect in this situation, Tronglap still had a joking mind, so he smiled and replied. 1,000 years after our bodies were discovered, it would be certain that in the primitive human population in Ka Tay Lai is very popular with homosexuality and nothing more. Tronglap also burst out laughing. But only laughed twice and then stopped. The smile also gradually faded on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face. Finally he had to. Dejectedly, he said, okay, are you ready? Smile, don't let the next life see our suffering. Shang Li reluctantly smirked. Suddenly heard a hissing sound, as if a large amount of gas was escaping. Those crazy hamsters suddenly became startled, turned their heads and ran away, countless. I was also pushed out of the ice bridge by my comrades and fell into the bottomless hell below. The rats on the bridge dispersed. The sun shines down again. Tronglap did not dare to believe that such a miracle happened, kept muttering, why? What happened? Just heard a rude voice shouting loudly. Her mother, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, you have to be patient for me. Let go is my life. Did not expect to feel so close at this time. Ho Duong stood by the bridge and glanced at it, immediately understanding the situation of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. He shouted loudly, try 3 more minutes, at least you have to try for 3 minutes. After finishing his words, he immediately took out the safety device in his backpack to arrange. Ka Kak stood by his side. The two fixed the iron nail at the fastest speed, then Ho Duong took out a gun and fired. Several awls with loops hooked into one. The bar was crossed, and there were pulleys in between the sticks. Soon, a pulley system consisting of 4 static pulleys, 4 movable pulleys was formed, the seat belt attached to a D-shaped lock came down. Kar Kak worriedly said, "It is very dangerous to do so, when Trong Lap grabs it. The lock is very likely to fall off." Ho Duong shook his head, "Not in time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't stand it anymore." He aimed at the correct position, then shouted loudly, "Bite the rope, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Fighting, bite hard." Kar Kak quickly put down a rope with a seatbelt. Trong Lap put his hands and upper body inside the seatbelt, separated from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Trak Mok Kwong Ba capital. Biting on the rope, about to be pulled up. He suddenly used his hand to hold the rope tightly, then shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. Drop me, slowly, slowly. Escape from death." Ho Duong raised his voice grumpily, "Trak Mok Kwong Ba, what are you doing? Can you still keep it?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba ignored him, holding one hand. The rope, one hand reached for something under the ice bridge, then gestured to Ho Duong pulled himself up. Until both were safely back on the ground, Ho Duong breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them just hit the ground, Kar Kak and Ho Duong immediately performed first aid. Trong Lap only had his hand torn off. Bandage to stop bleeding is simple. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba is much more serious, his arms are injured. The rope is tight for too long, a lot of places. Blood vessels were stagnated. Ho Duong had to apply blood-active medicine to him, but among the two of you, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's spirit was still much better. He held up what he had just obtained from the ice wall for everyone. "See, in his hand is a pile of crystals. The color is pink and purple, but no one knows what it is. Only Ho Duong said that he seems to have seen it somewhere, maybe old Tiu knows it. All 3 people think that Trak Mok Kwong Ba is because of this thing. Asking to come back down, it's really not worth it, but he doesn't think so. He has his own way of thinking." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stored those crystals in his chest pocket, leaving Ho Duong to help him deal with his injured hands, still asking, "How can you chase them away?" Ho Duong glanced at the vase like an antiseptic on the ground and explained. "As a gas, it can cause floods. The hamsters feel scared, but can't kill them." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked around. The little monsters still did not retreat, but just stayed away, staring at the 4 of them with greedy eyes. He also looked at the vase. Then tried to take a deep breath, but didn't smell anything special. Ho Duong said, "No need to smell it. Our noses can't smell this smell." Trak Mok Kwong Ba curiously asked, "What's the matter in the end? You seem to know everything, you've already prepared everything in advance." Ho Duong nodded, "You're right. This is not my first time going into caves like this. A few years ago we conducted a survey. Discovered this ice cave on Kar Tay Lai Mountain. Except that the murals were not found, all other experiences were almost this time. We went in a total of 18 people, in the end only. The only 3 that came out alive were me, old Tiu. Another person is old Tan, he broke his spine, never. I can do scientific research." Kiki was surprised to say, "Only the 3 of you came out alive." Ho Duong said in a low voice, "Yes, old Tiu and I have been hiding this for a long time. We've talked about it before. The 3 of us fell into the glacier to freeze to death. And the remaining 10 people are the victims. That monster eats it alive and dies." 10 people, where are the other 2? Kar Kak asked. Ho Duong glared at him, then continued, "After I returned, I went to ask many experts to find out if this type of hamster living in this population is natural. Whether there is any enemy or not, the experts who listened to my narration, all agreed that these concentrated rats are the enemies of all large animals, just afraid that nothing can directly threaten them, they are. I asked the experts again about how to deal with them, most of them insisted on using fire, in addition to one. Another expert showed me a trick. He said that the white rats in the laboratory before they die will release a liquid that dissolves in the air, told me to collect that air, heard that the rats smelled this smell and ran away in panic, just don't know how to deal with these hamsters effectively. Or not. Tested it today, it seems to be very useful. 10 minutes later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to gently move his fingers. The color on the arm is also slowly fading. He stood up, looked up into the distance and said, "But they didn't run away. Looks like they're gathering again." Ho Duong said, The space is too big here, the wind blows all the smell, if this bottle is sprayed, they will come here again." Ka Kak said, "Then it's too dangerous, let's go quickly." "Can you go?" he asked Trong Lap. Shang Li nodded slightly. Ho Duong said, "There is no time, their movement speed in the cave is much faster than ours, go like this. I'm just afraid that it's not even halfway there before they catch up." "So what to do?" Ka looked impatiently at the captain. Ho Duong stroked his beard, embarrassed. Said, "There's only one way, just blow this place up." Juo Mok Kwong Ba continued, "Exploded all the ice bridges and icicles. The platform is here, those mice will not be able to climb over the ice and chase us away." Ho Duong nodded, his face appeared 10,000 times the word "do not want." Ka Kak said, "But, if you destroy this place, you will never see such a beautiful ribbon again." Ho Duong is also thinking about this, he said, "Yes, but this crystallized ice took thousands of years to form, but now I can't think too much anymore, I don't think so. If you're not a godly martial artist, you may feel guilty in your heart, but life is still more precious anyway." He looked at Trong Lap and said, "There's a fuse in the backpack, and an explosion. Sometimes we also have to use it for geological exploration, find minerals, you probably know how to use it." Trong Lap looked at the vast shimmering ice cave, which made him both love and hate, then coldly said, "Dig a hole. Go." After burying the explosives, Ho Duong stood there. In the distance, pressing the latch, followed by bang sound, the ice bridge, the ice pillar, and the ice platform collapsed one by one, falling into the bottomless abyss below. The wonder of creation in the blink of an eye has ceased to exist, and the other hamsters are now a distance from Ho Duong and Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The area is wide, can't follow any more. Ka stood on the edge of the cliff, sighing and exclaiming, "I can't see it anymore, it's a pity." Shang Lap said, "But we are safe." "No, it's not safe yet," Trak Mok Kwong Ba asserted, "from the moment I set foot in the ice cave, I always feel that we are in danger. Until now, that feeling has not disappeared, on the contrary, it is much more intense." "It's not. How is that feeling? Why can't I feel anything? The poachers are dead now, you guys. Rats are separated by the abyss, what's more dangerous?" Ka completely couldn't understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba firmly affirms. Determination, I can't say clearly, in short, it's a feeling, or you can say it's an intuition. Every time I feel danger, I'm not mistaken. Okay. Ka Kak grumbled, still skeptical. But Ho Duong spoke up, "I'm afraid he's telling the truth, Ka Kak, don't forget, even though we haven't faced poachers since entering the cave. But obviously you see 3 or 4 poachers, yet we only find 2 skeletons. Moreover, there are no backpacks or guns around the skeletons, how should this be explained?" Ka Kak said, "Or the other guy has already fallen into the abyss." Ho Duong shook his head, "Then why is the echo in the cave echoing everywhere? The sound of people's breathing can also be heard clearly, but we didn't hear any screams before. If they fell, their screams must have been terrible, right?" Ka Kak couldn't say anything. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba spoke again. "They're still in the cave, and they're further away from these hamsters than we are." He glanced into the narrow slit behind him, saw a flash of fire in the distance, then the sound of gunfire, first the clack clack, followed by bang. resounded above their heads. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head, pointing. Saw a large icicles crashing straight down from the top of the dome. He didn't have time to think. Immediately used the special technique of Tibetan wrestling, accelerated at a short distance in the blink of an eye, and knocked the other three out. The icicles fell to the brink, the ice mites splashed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba roared. Cried out, "Oh, you're so good." Then he got up and picked up Kar Kak's gun and rushed after the opponent. Ho Duong and Kar Kak crawled up at the same time. He gasped and asked Kar Kak, "Don't you want to know how the other two died?" They were crushed to death by a large ice pillar that suddenly fell down, and Lao Tan also broke his back. He added another sentence, "Take care of Trong Lap. I'll go check it out," then rushed after. Kar Kak looked at Trak's back. Mok Kwong Ba, surprised, exclaimed, "Oh. This guy's body is made of. What's up?" Just struggled on the shore. Death, the blink of an eye is as healthy as a dragon. Tiger. Trong Lap suddenly remembered a story the captain once told him, and finally Ban Jak Tuen and said. Young Master Kwong Ba got angry. Waiting for it to rush over, holding the two horns of the animal, a fist as big as a garbage can hit its head, a punch and then a punch and then a punch. Until the other male yak cow, squealed. Kneeled down and asked for forgiveness. Ho Duong chased after him, seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba getting further and further away. Couldn't help but stop to catch his breath, muttering in a low voice, "This guy, no. You need a network." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks at the figure. Tall and thin in front, it seems that the opponent has a gun in his hand, another gun on his back, runs through the left and turns right like at home. Just in time to get there, suddenly in a skewed turn a person jumped out and hugged his waist tightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only saw his hands as if they were locked with iron shackles, temporarily unable to open the door. Move, only heard the person behind shouting, "Quick, quick, shoot." The figure ahead seems to be prepared soon. Previously, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was hugged tightly. He immediately stopped, raised his gun. Look. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put all his strength to push. The person who hugged the other guy tightly did not expect someone stronger than him. His arms loosened. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't think about it. Wrapped his arms around the opponent's neck, his body leaned forward, pushing him away. From behind to in front of me, all. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, the gun exploded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw this man's eyes, thick eyebrows, narrow eyes, shaggy beard in front of him like a dead fish eyes, blood constantly gushing out of the corners of his mouth. It seems difficult to escape death. He did not have time to push him out, immediately raised his gun to shoot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba dropped his long rifle like an iron rod from an unknown time. Now holding Kar Kak's silenced submachine gun, he pushed the trigger a few times, but never heard the gunfire. The front shouted something and ran away. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba's gun did not explode, he raised his hand again. The gun shot up, but before he had time to shoot, pang pung, 2 times, the ice next to him splashed. He quickly retracted his head, then turned to run again. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard clearly, "He in progress." Cursed at him, "Your ancestors." Ho Duong held a double-barreled shotgun that was smoking, breathing heavily and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Fufu, yes, yes. Pull the insurance latch, that's it. Okay, you can use it now." Trak Mok Kwong Ba is about to chase again. But the dead man didn't expect it. Still hugged tightly, he pulled 2 or 3 times but couldn't get out. He was angry in his lap, holding the dead man's hands tightly with both hands, twisting a little, broke his arm, and then ignored Ho Duong rolling around. His eyes widened in surprise, and he ran again. The villagers of Dat Ngoa know a proverb: you should not anger a whole herd of yak cows. If they are mad, they are no different from the devil. Even more should not anger the young master Kwong Ba. He is crazy. even the devil will tremble. Ho Duang looked at the unlucky person. The dead person slid down the steep ice road, fell into another cave, leaving only a long bloodstain on the ground. Hey! Don't run so fast, hey that wound! Exclamation mark quote. When he raised his head, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had already run a long way. Unable to tolerate, brutally killing the Tibetan antelope. Unable to tolerate, even my own kind did not give up. Even more unforgivable. Yes, didn't expect him to even sacrifice his comrades as bait. Enemy, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was furious. He's like a fierce lion. Strong muscles help him rush through the cave like a predatory leopard, no matter how the figure in front runs. Anyway, he still clings to the target, through every cave, every turn. Despite the cold snow and snow, there is nothing in this world that can stop his footsteps anymore. For the crime of bloodshed, blood must be used to compensate. The human shadow in front also seems to sense a terrifying power. Contained in a giant body chasing after him, he made full use of his ability to know the terrain and zigzag places to run quickly, sometimes suddenly turning his head to snipe. But not entirely accurate. I don't know how long it took to chase. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only saw the front door of the cave lit up, then the blue sky got bigger and bigger. He now realized that he had chased the other guy to the outside of the cave. In that glacier, the poacher was really familiar with the terrain of this area, and in an instant he could easily find a way to escape. This made Trak Mok Kwong Ba even more angry. They clearly know the way. Escaped, but still stayed in the cave. The intention is clear. They want to take advantage of the dangerous terrain in the cave to permanently bury the survey team members in this uninhabited glacier. After all, why? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a long time but still could not understand. Out of the cave, it's snowy outside. Very thick, the other poacher was not very convenient to run, chased close to his back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not. Politely raised the gun to shoot. The silenced submachine gun let out a round. Tack tack tack, but the bullets splashed but not a single shot hit the poacher. In a moment, the bullets were all gone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised to raise them. The submachine gun looked up once. It seemed that he didn't expect to shoot only a few times. The ammo was already empty. He was completely unsuitable to use this light weapon with no recoil. When he practiced shooting he was usually loved to use large Browning pistols. That strength, that power, the feeling that the hand is right for him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself also has a gun. Israel's Desert Eagle. Now using this small submachine gun, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has no feeling of pulling the trigger at all. 20 bullets have been fired at once, but this time the other poacher also turned his head. Back, shoot back, shoot back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba somersaulted into a pile of ice and snow, taking advantage of the support of nature, and flying snow and ice. The other poacher discovered that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was out of bullets, so he dared to approach more. Unexpectedly, suddenly an object flew out from behind an iceberg. Big, knocked the gun out of his hand. It turned out that Trak Mok Kwong Ba threw the submachine gun in his hand. The guy who shot the gun was not accurate, but this throw was both accurate and strong. When the thief did not have time pulling down the shotgun on his back, Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumped. Came like a tiger, pressing the other to the ground. But snow and ice are two completely different places. He originally thought that this push would definitely pin him into the snow. The poacher immediately took the opportunity to roll out. While panicking, he unleashed his shock. One kick, shot snow in the face of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knelt on one knee in the snow, didn't get up. He dived again. The thief rolled around and made him jump into space. The two people fought fiercely on the white snow. The poacher was also very healthy, and he was too familiar with this snow-covered environment. Several times it was obvious that Jua Mok Kwong Ba had pressed him to the ground, but he was cunning, can get out. The snow underfoot is very slippery. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not sure legs, so he could not promote the great moves of Tibetan wrestling. and the poacher, on the contrary, was able to play all his strengths. The two sides were still struggling to distinguish between high and low when the thief suddenly jumped backwards 2 steps, luring Trak Mok Kwong Ba to rush up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't understand the inside story, only took 1 step, suddenly under his feet. It was empty. By the time he realized he had stepped on the trench, half of his body had already dropped down. Fortunately Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not afraid of danger, immediately straightened his arms, keeping his body stuck. Deep Trench, also temporarily considered not falling down, but now cannot move anything anymore. The poacher walks on the snow. Crazy, squatting in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he has bushy eyebrows, small eyes, a black face with a small beard, a leather hat on his head, a faint white puff from his mouth. Only saw him smile coldly and said, "You killed my brother. I have to chop you up into 100,000 pieces to solve it." Hate this. It turned out that the guy who just hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba was his brother. The two brothers were indeed quite similar. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sneered, "You're going to see your brother too." The unexpected poacher's reaction also belongs to the rare agile category. Just seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes is strange. Immediately rolled on the ground. Bang, a sound. The snow on the ground was plowed up by bullets. The poacher immediately abandoned everything, just crawled and ran downhill. In the blink of an eye he ran away. Ho Duang ran over with a double-barreled shotgun, opened his mouth and cursed, "Its mother, this thing fires once and has to be reloaded once more, or else. How can that kid run? Come on, I'll pull you up, you're too heavy." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Why are you so slow?" Ho Duang replied, "Who is as aggressive as you? I still have to leave a sign along the way, otherwise the car cack will never find it." Fortunately, everyone had a great accident but didn't die. He put his hand in his pocket and fumbled for a long time before pulling out another wrinkled pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette and brought it to Trak Mok Kwong in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head to refuse. Ho Duang immediately lit a cigarette, then stood at the cave is waiting for Car Kak and Trong Lap. Ho Duang turned on the radio, smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if it's broken or not, why can't I see the signal?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Perhaps because the distance is too far. We don't know how far we have gone in that glacier, it's almost dark." Ho Duang calmly looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, raised his voice and asked, "How do you see them?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "Obviously they didn't panic and ran here, but deliberately lured us into the ice cave, perhaps determined to kill us, but in the end why? I refuse to know." Ho Duang took 2 strong puffs of medicine, light. His eyes looked far away, the hook-shaped moon was hanging in the grey sky, his voice hoarse, "It's Ho Lang. Lei Ki Thap Catch Rescue Station." "Ho Lang, your brother?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. When Ho Duang heard that, he immediately choked on smoke. Medicine, coughed loudly, then returned to normal after a long time, shook his head, waved his hand and said, "It's not the Ho in them. Ho is the name of the lake in the lake. Ho Lang is the name of the Kar Tay Lai Mountain Patrol Team for a special poaching group for nearly 10 years. Their activities are very mysterious, as cunning as foxes, aggressive love, greedy as a wolf. 10 years ago, discovered some particularly large poaching of Tibetan antelopes, which attracted the attention of relevant government ministries, sent many experienced rangers here, several times to search on a large scale. Neither of them noticed them, but they were all convinced that such a group of people were active. Regular activity in the area. People in Kar Tay Lai. These people are not like ordinary poachers. The division is very strict, they are organized, and the worst part is that they seem to reside in the area. This person has been absent for a long time, so much so that he knows the topography of Kar Tay Lai more than anything. Kar Mountain Patrol Team members. Tay Lai too. According to some people in the team, At first there were only about 2 or 3 names, 7 years ago about 5 names, 5 years ago has grown to 10 to 12 names already, now finally there are how many people is difficult to say. But based on the food waste they left behind at the scene of the poaching activity, every action has about 10 people. In the beginning, when they encounter the mountain patrol or scientific survey team, they will panic and leave. Run. The later the number is more, vu. Their air is also constantly improved, now they are almost no longer afraid of the patrol team. On the contrary, the members of the patrol team every time they go on patrol feel that danger lurks. Especially this year, there have been several times when a person or a whole squad from the mountain patrol team went missing in Ka Te Lai. There is no body, no trace. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said again, it is possible. Are all buried in these ice caves? Ho Duong looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in surprise. This suggestion hit his mind for the first time. Ho Duong began to reminisce. The first time he entered the ice cave, the scientific investigation team was also led by some strange clues to go deep inside. He mumbled, is that true? They took advantage of the complex terrain and dangers spread in the ice cave to kill members of the mountain patrol and survey team. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat up straight. Wake up, fingers tap evenly. Is there this possibility? Think about it. The people they want to deal with are the members of the scientific survey team and the mountain patrol team, who are all opposed to illegal Tibetan antelope hunting. If hypothetical, they want to create giving off a dangerously deadly atmosphere in this area. It felt like anyone who enters it cannot live again. So, like that, for their poaching, they can slay spirits at will. The Tibetan Ocean in that area, Lake. Duong rolled his eyes and looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't believe what he had just heard. Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand and said, I'm just guessing. Ho Duong said, no, the possibility you put forward is very large. Maybe they really are. Think like that, because the number of troops is getting bigger and bigger. You will definitely encounter the mountain patrol. If you want to be safe from poaching, you must define an area that even the patrol team does not dare to enter. But that place is where the Tibetan antelopes must pass on their migration route to avoid the winter, then they can enjoy hunting. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, but how do you know they are Ho Lang's people, and not ordinary poachers? Ho Duong said, from some details, I think of Ho Lang. They are very familiar with the terrain. At this point we can see very clearly that they do not simply want to escape, but also want to kill us too, proving that they are not ordinary poachers, but clearly a group of daredevils. This is ruthless. They ran into the ice cave for such a long time. But don't shout, don't talk, just keep quiet. To lure us, this is the hidden ring. They want to lure us into the rat's den. Despite having to sacrifice the lives of their accomplices as bait, this is toxic. It's both cruel, both hidden, and toxic. It can only be Ho Lang. Read more again. He took the submachine gun the thief had left behind, removed the magazine, picked up one and said, this is explosive ammunition, except when the bullet hits the target, there is a period of stagnation between the warhead and the bullet body. When compressed to a certain extent, it will explode. This is a high damage weapon, even though it doesn't hit the vital point. It's also possible that his internal organs exploded. Because poachers need complete antelope skins, this ammunition should be used. Is the best choice, but this ammo is hard to find, so the poachers don't normally use it. Finally, Trong Lap and Ka Kak. Also out of the cave, Ka Kak breathes. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's finally out. Shang Lap asked, where are you? His energy has also recovered a lot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, run a guy. Die a guy, he suddenly asked Ho Duong, do you also feel that the 2 people who were bitten to death by the hamsters are their accomplices? Ho Duong said, from what Ka Kak saw, that's probably the case. Or a newcomer, maybe. Those who are suspected of betrayal by them, in short, they are too cruel, even if it is to execute people. There's no need to use such cruel means to betray. Trong Lap had to think for a while to understand, but Kha Kak still didn't. Understand? What are you talking about? Ho Duong continued. It doesn't matter what we say, the most important thing right now is to find a way to contact the old Tiu. Does your walkie-talkie have signal? Kiki shook his head. No. Should we go around and find them? Ho Duong had to face. No, it seems that there will be a blizzard coming. In this vast area of ice and snow, people go looking for. People can only find dead people. Let's stay out of the storm for now in this cave. He kicked at the cave entrance. Growled. Why doesn't the entrance of this cave slope down? 4 people light a fire in the cave. Apart from the fire, everything is still the same. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is sitting. With my back against the ice wall, I suddenly felt anger in my heart. Fate seemed to have bounced. Born a miraculous rotation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba picked up the gun and said, the thief's gun is very similar to the Hungarian AMD rifle. Both front and back have handles. The cartridge is in the middle. The barrel diameter is bigger than AMD's, little, probably for use. Use explosive ammunition. This gun is self-assembled type. It's not made in a factory, but one thing can be for sure, the guy who renovated this gun is an absolute gun expert. Ammo must be bought. I heard that you can get this type of ammo in Russia. Kha Kak said. If at that time the person holding the silenced submachine gun was Trong Lap and not Mr. Kwong, that kid would definitely run away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly turned. The other person looked at Kha Kak again. Looking at those deep eyes, it was clear that he was thinking of something. Just listening to him ask, the Ho Lang organization is not only 4 people, did he escape? That's right, so we need to prevent disaster before it happens. Ho Duong pointed to the 2 bonfires outside the cave entrance. The gasoline in my flamethrower is already low. Why do I need to burn 2 more piles? If it's a character, that's me. Th. 2, can cover the enemy's eyes, making them think we have a lot of people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and said. Meeting Captain Ho Duong for the first time. I have a feeling you are a rude person, now. I discovered more and more that the captain was a very strategic person. Ho Duong indifferently said. What strategy is it? This is just a little bit of experience. After many times grazing the dead man's shoulder, no matter what he does, he will be extremely careful. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I'm telling the truth. You are a true explorer. Of course, his physical advantage does not need to be mentioned. Let's not talk far, just look at Trong Lap. He is a special scene, specially trained. Familiarity and reactions far beyond the average person, but in a strange environment. His reaction ability and awareness are completely unmatched by him. Rank. That blink of an eye is a human instinct, not a training. To train is to train out, for example, to feel approaching danger. He was born with, but in fact, people with such bravery are indeed too few. Now he is just over 40, young and healthy, his business is also very big, he lives day by day. There's nothing better in living over and over again than joining our scientific investigation team. We specialize in conducting surveys in critical areas, and we need talents like you. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes, and after a long time smiled and said, after I return, I will think about this. At the same time, he also said in his heart, should I tell this captain? What am I doing? He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Before the fire was about to go out, the old Tiu and the others did indeed find the place. Now I just found out that this place is nearly 8 kilometers from the first cave entrance. The old Tiu and others did not encounter them. What is it? Listen to what Ho Duong tells. The story was also terrifying. When Ho Duong talked about the part, the digital camera also crashed in the cave. The wonder inside was also blown up. Everyone clapped their thighs in regret. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the opportunity to bring the pile of crystals. I picked it up under the ice bridge for Old Tiu to see, looked at Old Tiu and said, "This is Nok Ka Ka Te Lai. This area has many volcanoes, minerals such as copper, tin, zinc, cobalt, nickel, magnesium are melted and then crystallized into this, normal type, just a little special color. It's famous everywhere. If you can pick up a piece of superior Kunlun jade, it will be called a treasure." Trak Mok Kwong Ba just smiled. This is enough for him. The camper team rested outside for a night, but nothing new happened. Trak Mok Kwong Ba returned to the headquarters of the survey team and waited for a few days. But there is no trace of them. Ho Lang appeared. A few days later, they finally followed the reinforcement team to the destination of the trip, the rescue station. Lei Ki Thap Catch. Because Ho Duong was in a hurry to report an unexpected incident during this survey, he had to go to the Kacha Mok Natural Protection Station to contact the outside world, so he also went in the car with Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap, always. He pointed out the car door to introduce. Around this small mountain, you can see the Lei Kak Thap rescue station. This is also a transfer station for reinforcements for the Ka Ka Te Natural Protection Station. Li again. You can see a few bulging mounds around the corner, one which can also be considered as a feature of this frozen land plateau. You can't see it anywhere else. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't understand because about to find a diary that can point the other way, or because I'm about to meet Tang Min, who's been away for a few days. Mood. Extraordinary excitement. He lowered the car window down, let the cold air rush into the car. Excitedly said, "Min Man is right on the mountain opposite us. She's coming out to meet us. I can feel it." Trong Lap thought to himself, there is no need to be so exaggerated. There is no such thing in this world as spiritual communication. It seems that Kwong Ba lacks. You've been heavily poisoned. The car just entered the valley, the brick houses of the Lei rescue station. Thap Thap has appeared dimly, the silhouette of a person standing in the cold wind cuts flesh. Waiting and waiting, isn't it? Duong Man, who else can come in here? She wears a fox fur coat as white as snow. From a distance waved her small hands, looking elegant like a dancing swan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not wait for the car to go there, pushed the door open, jumped down, loudly called Duong Man's name and rushed over. Looking at the lovers hugging each other, Ho Duong seemed to return to his passionate youth. The two hugged each other tightly, saying sweet words to listen to without getting bored, feel each other's heartbeat, it seems. These two people are like that, they have to be close to each other to be real. Living. Trak Mok Kwong Ba Lao. Tears on Tang Min's face, caressing her snow-white cheeks. Looking at it, it's not enough to look at it forever. His facial expression is really like the feeling that if you lift it in your hand, you're afraid to lose it. If you keep it in your mouth, you're afraid to melt away. Cough. Cough. Ho Duong had never paid attention to these things. He just wanted to ask one question, too. I was uncomfortable in my heart, so I had to ask immediately to continue on the road. Child, I asked her, why did you lead him on the road through Ka Ka Te Lai like this? Position. Who were you with last time? Do you know how dangerous that road is? She almost died again. Tang Min looked at Hu Yang in surprise. This fierce bearded man looks very much like bandits in old movies. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hastily introduced. This is the captain of the Ho Duong scientific survey team, who saved the life of the three of them. Tang Min, now naively said, I don't know how dangerous that road is. Because last time I was also in Tridar, I followed a fleet of cars to Ka Ka Te Lai. That time I felt the way is very peaceful. Ho Duong asked, which fleet is that? Tang Min said, I don't know, but their captain is called Vin Trat. Wang Mu, he is very gentle. Oh wow, Ho Duong patted his thigh and said. No wonder she went that route again. Vintram Vong Mao is the wind in Ka. This Tai Lai, the Qinghai Geological Research Team, of course, understands Ka Tai Lai better than anyone. Well, spring is when they come to investigate and research. And then spent the whole summer at Ka Tai Lai, so that was it. This time, the netizens are big. I think, next time you guys won't play with your life like that anymore. Okay, I'll go first. You can wait here for a few more days, wait for your health to recover well. Then let's go. Here is the transit station of the reinforcement team. The food and furniture in the warehouse are not enough for a few people to use for half a year. Ho Duong said go and go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked. Following his back, he said to Tang Min, looking at Captain Ho so aggressive, he's a very good person, and he is very experienced in surveying the wilderness. That's right, how are you these days? Trong Lap, standing in front of the rescue station, shouted, can we talk in here, it's very windy outside. The rescue station has only 3 people, doctor and wife Din Min, Lula, both are. The Qinghai people, with boundless affection for Ka Tai Lai, voluntarily came to this unspoiled wild place. Worked in a row for 6 years, and there was another doctor named Tran Lan, who also volunteered to come here to work. Next to the rescue station is a natural protection station. Normally, there are 3 mountain patrol teams that rotate to the garrison. Actually it can also be counted as 1, because the reinforcement team also has to transshipment here. Every 3 months there is a fleet of reinforcement trucks carrying supplies. Come, only winter closes the mountain, then stops once, half a year to come. A cup of steaming hot milk tea chases away the cold in the body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap sit in the room listening to Dr. Din Min and Duong Man tell a story. It turned out to be Duong Min was also recently recovered from illness. 3 days ago he was still half asleep and half awake. As for the mountain patrol, it was from 5 days ago, sometimes 5 or 3 days. There was a time for half a month and did not come back. Since Duong Man woke up, there was only waiting for the mountain patrol and Trak Mok Kwong Ba. All 3 doctors in the rescue station had never seen the diary that Duong Man mentioned, although at that time all 3 of them joined the first aid for Tang Shou. Recalling, Dr. Din Min is still afraid, his strength is exhausted, but still struggling, that's the real risk. I still don't get it at all. What is it that can make a person so scared? As for the people in the patrol team to search for him back, that person's face is as cold as ice, it's like seeing a ghost. Later I inquired forever. But they all kept their mouths shut. Refused to mention this. It wasn't until later when I gave first aid to a patrolman that I heard a couple of sentences from him. I heard that at that time, Duong those car made people look at him. Hair on the nape of the neck. Raw hair on the nape of the neck. Trong Lap repeated this word, thinking to himself, how can a car make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? I'm not exaggerating at all. This is verbatim, he said like. So for me, they even told me not to ask anymore, saying that they didn't want to remember this, and didn't want to frighten many people. Dr. Din finished, looked at the 3 travelers, his eyes flashed, strange uneasiness, enough for all 3 to send chills down their spines. Okay, actually, we just heard about it, but we didn't know the actual situation at that time. Come on, drink some more, I'm ready. The bed is gone. Well, let's be honest, our place has not been this crowded for a long time. Lula's voice is very peaceful, living in such a harsh place, but she is always smiling. She and her husband were both full of enthusiasm for life. Trust, a car horn sounded. Everyone in the house stood up. Lula said, oh my, say Cao Cao will come right away, they must be back. Here we go again, hopefully Captain Ma's nest you're looking for. Ma Chen Hao's eyes were wide, his nose was big, his mouth was wide, his face was as black as coal, his hands were as rough as reinforced concrete. At first glance, he knew that he was a strong and generous person. After making 2 glasses of Fan Koa wine, the black face gradually turned red. What do you say people want to find? Captain Ma's voice is both hoarse and low. It sounds very much like the speaker in the jar. Diary. We are all rude people. No one is in the habit of keeping a diary. Tang Min impatiently argued. But it must be, think about it again. It's a black leather-bound diary, a little thicker than usual, like that book. What did you say? Say it again. Ma Chen Hao's face suddenly changed. So tense, pointed at Tang Min's face, stammered, and asked, Miss, you said, is it a black leather-bound notebook with gold letters on it, thick, this thick? Tang Min happily exclaimed, yes. That's right, it's my brother's diary. Have you seen it? You must have seen it, right? Unexpectedly, Ma Zhanhao suddenly grabbed Tang Min's hand and shouted, there. Is that a diary? The diary was originally your brother's. She immediately told me that the diary was original. What the hell is it? After all, what is it? 1. Due to the groundwater being compacted by the frozen soil above and the perennial glacial layer below, where the soil is weak, it magnifies and swells on the surface of the land. Death Diary. Tang Min was temporarily surprised by a sudden change. This makes me panic, I don't know what to do. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently hugged her, grabbed Ma Chim Hao's wrist tightly. Shang Lap realized that Ma Chim Hao's spirit was a bit too excited, and advised, what's wrong? Say it slowly, Captain Ma, don't get excited, what happened in the end? Can you tell us? Ma Chen Hao withdrew his hand, and then viciously grabbed Trong Lap and shook it vigorously. What do you know? What do you know? That thing has already killed 5 people. The 3 people looked at each other suspiciously. A moment later, Trak Mok Kwong asked, what's the story? The couple Din Min and Lula also ran to comfort Ma. Occupying Hao, he gradually calmed down. Ma Chen Hao painfully recalled, the first time I saw that thing was in the hands of Doi Vong. Around that time I discovered that he seemed to be separate from everyone. During breaks when out on patrol, or when he returns to the barracks, he mostly just. I like to be alone, you know, letting this happen in the patrol is extremely dangerous. Where is this Karte lie? It's also a wild beast, and poachers also hide and disappear like ghosts. Alone apart from the group will very likely become the target of attack by wild animals and poachers. When I urged him to join the team, found that he was always looking at that black thing, I thought it was a book. Later on, I loudly criticized him for a match, and at the same time forced him to hand over the book, but Doi Vong refused to admit it, so as not to affect the cohesion between the team members. Then I also let go, did not punish him at all. But early the next morning, we found his stiff body in the snow in front of the barracks. Shang Li sat up straight and asked, how did you die? Captain Ma looked at Din Min. Dr. Din immediately said, after the autopsy of Doi Vong, no wound was detected as well. What disease? He froze to death. When Doi Vong's body was discovered, it was covered with snow too. His mouth was open as if he wanted to say something. There, his clothes for some unknown reason left them all in the tent, at night. Karte lie, the temperature of -10 degrees Celsius can freeze everything in this world. Ma Chen Hao is extremely regretful. Maybe I shouldn't have scolded Doi Vong like that. He was a very good team member, but he quietly left without letting go. Another word, until now, when I think back, Ma Chim Hao is still restless. His hands were on his face, it took a long time to tell. Continued, the second person is Tran Dung Quan. This northeastern guy has been coming to our patrol for 2 years. In a hunt for poachers, he has become close friends with Doi Vong. After Doi Vong died, I didn't see that black book anymore. The diary was correct, I didn't pay much attention at that time. But Tran Dung Quan's behavior became even more cynical. Several times he saw me wanting to say something but stopped. In the end it was still silent. At first I thought it was just Tran Dung Quan's love, before the death of Doi Vong. But the next day, while on patrol, I clearly saw him hiding the notebook in. I used to suspect that he killed Doi Vong because of this book, but anyway, I can't believe that just because of a diary, Tran Dung Quan killed his life and death friend. Okay, who would have thought? The next night, Tran Dung Quan was also affected. Frozen to death, that diary has no wings to fly. 2 days dead, 2 members of the patrol. This is a very thrilling story. Ma Chen Hao immediately ordered to return to the ranger station, all had to wait until the incident. Love is clarified and calculated later. The order was just given down not long ago. The patrol team had 3 more people missing. Ma Occupy Hao was shocked. They unable to use radios to communicate with the missing members. The only way is to split up to find them. As a result, another detachment saw the 3 missing people get into an ice cave. According to the report, they caught up with the other 3, but shouting, the 3 of them not only refused to stop. On the contrary, it runs even faster. Chased them until they ran into the ice cave. The other division did not dare to continue pursuing. Those 3 people ran, and occasionally took out a black leather-bound book to flip through it. The situation was really shocking, extremely doubtful. Do you guys know, the person who entered the ice cave? No one has lived before. So I must ask you, Ms. Tang, what was written in that diary? Why did 5 members of my team go missing? Can you answer me? Ma Zhanhao finally questioned loudly. Tang Min fearfully replied, what's wrong? It's just my brother's travel diary, just recording the things he met on the road, really nothing. I think I'm deeply saddened by what happened to your team members, but it certainly has nothing to do with my brother's diary. How could it not be related? Arrive. They all watched it at the last minute. But Ma Zhanhao was very dissatisfied with Tang Min's answer. Zhuo Mo, Kwong Ba and Trong Lap looked at each other. Now the only one who understands this is afraid that it is only the 2 of them. Because they are also survivors of the ice cave. Shang Lap mumbled, so that said, that diary has gone missing along with 3 of your patrol team. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently pulled the hem of Duang Man's shirt, signaling her not to argue with Ma Chin Hao anymore. Then Trong Lap comforted Ma Chin Hao a few words, then asked, how long after you found Tang Shou? Ma Zhanhao replied, about a month. Shang Lap changed to another topic. Another, that's right, Captain Ma, I heard that after you guys found Duangdo, you also found his car. You can tell that Duangdo's chariot at that time looked extremely scary, can you tell? Can we listen more closely? Ma Chen Hao suddenly jumped. Wide eyes full of panic asked. Why ask this? What do you guys want to know? Shang Li pointed at Tang Min and said. She is Tang Shou's biological sister. She wanted to know her brother's situation at that time. The doctor said, this will help. Great for her brother's treatment. Ma Chim Hao sells trust and doubts. Tang Min then looked at Zhuo Mu again. Kwong Ba is very close to her. Said in a low voice, okay, then I'll just talk to these 2. Trong Lap and the 2 doctors immediately knew the intention to back out. Ma Chen Hao said in a low voice, I can tell you 2 what I saw that day, and you 2 can think about it. Whatever I say is the truth anyway. Tang Min nodded. Ma Zhanhao said, when I found out about your brother. He just repeated the same sentence, they're here, they're here. I still remember that panicked expression all my life. At that time we thought he had encountered Ho Lang in Te Lai. Do you know what Ho Lang is? It's a poaching organization. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded, signaling him to skip the introduction about Ho Lang. Ma Chien-hao continued, although he looks like a man. Tired and exhausted, I've run a long way, but I can't just casually rely on my feet to run around here in Ka Te Lai. We know he definitely has a car, I just don't know where that car was. One group brought him back to the rescue station, and another group continued to follow the investigation route, 2 days. We later found out that the car her brother left behind, it was unexpected that it was so far away, but, that car makes people look at it once, it's impossible. I can't forget it. Ma Zhanhao licks his parched lips. Continued, there are injuries all over the car. I don't know how many times it's flipped. The scariest part is, it seems that it has just been washed once, washed with blood. Car door, car glass, front cover, wheels, seat. Any hand that can touch it is blood. The dried blood emits a very unpleasant fishy smell. After conducting a closer inspection we discovered. Even more frightening is, that car seems to be bitten by something, steel pipe in the plate. The front and rear fenders were both torn and deformed. There were scratches everywhere on the body, sharp claw marks too. Again, the rear seats are completely scratched. Behind the driver's seat there are 3 layers of protective steel mesh that is also jerked for shape distortion. Only then did we feel afraid that it is not simply Ho Lang but an animal. I don't know where Zhuangdo brought back an animal, and let them escape from the car. When we checked the car, it was discovered that it had been renovated and installed 4 more fuel tanks. The total amount of gasoline was estimated to be 500 liters, enough for him to travel 2,000 kilometers, so I can't guess him from anywhere to her motherfucker, that scene. If you see it, you definitely won't be able to never forget. What a bloody and monstrous affair. Tang Man snuggled up in Trak's lap. Mok Kwong Ba said in a low voice, I don't want to hear it anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded in agreement, then gently ended Ma Chien-hao's long and confusing story. He knows well. This captain, if he leads the way, is probably one of the best players in the world, but wants him to tell him clearly and concisely the story they encountered that day. I'm afraid it will take a few days, let alone know that the diary cannot change anything new. Now the only thing to do is to get out of here and return to Lhasa before the weather gets worse. All 3 people. Lunch was not in time to eat, so urgently asked to go. The patrol had to send a car and 2 experienced members to take them out of the rescue station. At the same time, Chuo Mok Kwong Ba and the others left. Deep in an uninhabited area. Ka Te Lai, in a cave under a steep cliff, there are more than 10 people are gathering to discuss something. Sitting on the high chair in the middle is a green-faced character with long hair. The scar on the left corner of his eye extending to his ears makes him look even more fierce and scary than others, triangular eyes like 2 sharp blades. Hateful observation. One by one sit down. How many times have I told you, don't act on your own. The wintering period of the Tibetan antelope is when the mountain patrols have the most protection. They will send out force twice as large as usual to go on patrol. Now that the 4 of you have been gone for so long and still haven't returned, can any of you tell me what happened in the end? His voice sounds like a howling night cat, who, either standing or sitting underneath, was shaking like a plow. No one dared to cough or say a word. A bunch of idiots. 4 people who dared to act alone. Also brought 2 new guys. If they all die, they are lucky. If they are, what if the patrol caught him? The other person grinned. The scar on the triangular eye also twitched. The people below just looked at it. They were shocked. Him. It's nice here. It's windy outside. It's snowing. And it's as warm as spring when you go inside the cave. That awkward Chinese voice just spoke. 2 tall bearded men standing guard outside the cave immediately rushed out. It wasn't long before they heard voices in the cave shouting, who are they? What are you doing? Answer me honestly. Soon, one person was escorted on both sides by 2 big foxes, pushed into the cave. The guy on the right asked, "Big brother, do you need to meet it too?" Triangle's eyes looked at the tall blond man wearing black glasses, unexpectedly wearing the uniform of the honor team on Red Square in Moscow, height and body shape far beyond his two men. The blonde was pinned down. Only a low laugh asked, "Is this how you treat your guests?" His Chinese expression is very accurate, but the pronunciation is a bit clumsy, like talking with a stone in his mouth. Suddenly, the blonde didn't move, just stretched out his shoulders. The man got up. The two tall guys that were on top of him were lifted up like two little chicken. The two are still hugging the blonde's arms, but just like hugging two iron pillars, only seeing him. With a shake of his hand, the two men were immediately thrown to the sides for a few meters. "People. In the cave I just saw a strong newcomer. Being so aggressive, he took turns rubbing his hands and feet, taking a gun and a knife, while the blond man unexpectedly just snorted contemptuously. Stop it all for me, you piece of trash!" Exclamation mark quote. The triangle's eye stopped his subordinates. "My stupidity, the other party has safely entered this place, then Leibar who is guarding outside must have been defeated. People here, are there any stronger guys than Leibar? Why?" Looking at the tall foreigner in front of him, he asked, "Aren't you here to travel?" The blond man habitually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely blew out a few rounds of smoke. "A few days ago when I was hanging out in Kar-Kar-Tay Lai, I happened to hear that there was a poaching gang called Ho in this area. Lang is very active, so I wanted to come check it out soon." Triangle eyes left eye narrowed unsettlingly. "Without words, you found us, yes. Whatever it is, just say it out loud." The blonde said, "Okay, tell me, I'm about to have a big deal, just not enough people yet, so I just want to find a few people who are both ruthless enough and have the opportunity to join the gang. For the past 2 years, the Chinese government has strengthened the military command in this area of Kar-Kar-Tay Lai. The fat for you to drink is less and less. If you guys cooperate, I guarantee the next half of your life you won't need to be afraid, hiding here and hiding." Another one. Triangle's eyes cautiously said, "What business is it?" The blonde smiled and replied, "I'm afraid you won't believe it if you say it. In this case we go to the border. It can be said that it is absolutely not illegal. We will. Let's go find some things that have been abandoned for a long time, and then sell them for money." Triangle eyes laughed scornfully. "You want to invite us to dig graves?" The blonde thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "You could say gravediggers, but not quite. So, we just went to get it. Moreover, that place and the grave are slightly different. The grave has an owner, and the thing we go to get back has absolutely no owner at all." The triangle's eyes were skeptical. "If it's as simple as you say, what else do we need to do?" The blonde tapped his head. "Take a few steps forward. This is it, bro. The things inside can be taken away arbitrarily, but to get there, the road is relatively difficult. Only people all year round, living in a harsh environment like Kar-Kar-Tay Lai like you guys can take on the task." This. Triangle's eyes growled fiercely. "Stop twirling around, tell me, that's where. Come on, how many people are needed? How much will each of us get after the job is done?" "How much?" The blond man waved his hand and took a few more steps. "I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. Exactly where that place is still unclear, but the extent is roughly in the southeastern part of the Himalayas." He looked directly at the triangle eye, like a smile. "Like no." Triangle's eyes twitched. The wound in the corner of his eye secretly recurred. Thinking to himself, could it be that he wanted to go there? How did he know? What did he know after all? The blonde took a big step forward, reaching right in front of the triangle eye. He is half a head taller than triangle eye. He can't help but bend over to put his mouth close to the other's ear and whisper, "You seem to be very nervous. Of course you know that place. Next. Then he used English to say one word. Spider-Man. Triangle's eyes are shocked and surprised. Looked up at this mysterious blonde, couldn't speak for a long time. Which language? Only to hear the blonde man turn to the thugs standing around. As for the remuneration, it is difficult to say, but my guess is, at least each person gets a few thousand, that's it. There was an uproar around the place, shouting, "Her son, please clarify, it's a few thousand or how many?" 10,000s. Tell your daughter, think carefully, then say, what mother tongue are you talking about? If you don't make it clear, don't let anyone sell your life to you. You. A few thousand, several tens of millions. The blonde smiled and said. As soon as I heard this number, the blood in the thugs' bodies was as fierce as a pack of wolves. The other started to boil, his ears were burning, his eyes were shining, everyone was gaping and sniffing, mumbling calculations, tens of millions, numbers. So big, what can be done? Car, house, woman, what else can't be? The blonde added, of course, the lowest currency must be the euro, or maybe the pound. The triangle eye can no longer sit still. The exchange rate between euros and yuan is about 1 to 9, tens of millions of euros in yuan, at least more than 100 million. But at the same time, he also understands where people's hair is. How dangerous is the gold mentioned? Except for death, there's nothing else there, I'm afraid. What does this guy want to find there? Are his words believable? Even a guy with a full name didn't dare to report it himself. He coldly said, "Who are you after all? On what basis do we trust him?" The blonde finished his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, extinguished the ash with the tip of his heavy leather shoe inlaid with iron, then straightened his back like a soldier, taking off his sunglasses to reveal his blue eyes. There was a strange glint in his eyes like those of a venomous snake, and then he smiled and said, "My name is Merkin. Train to the south." What kind of person is Merkin? Triangle's eyes thought it over and didn't have any special impression, and the subordinates. His other side was even more confused, but in the end he still replied, "I am the leader of these wolves, my name is Tay. Oh, in the crowd below echo raised many cries of surprise. Many people have followed this leader for a very long time, but have never known who this leader is. What is the real name of this man called Ho Lang? It was not until today that I heard it for the first time. This name doesn't sound like a Han Chinese name. But also do not know is the ethnic minority anymore. Although Merkin felt very disappointed because Tay didn't know who he was, when he heard Tay say his name, he burst into laughter. See, my luck is not bad at all. As soon as Tay heard Merkin say that, she thought to herself, as expected, he knows everything. But in the end, how did he know that? Although he had never heard of Merkin, but this tall and terrifying foreign man, from the moment he entered the cave, every word and every gesture made him quite frightened. Before, in the army, except for his officers, there was still no one who made him feel so low. Merkin paused for a moment, then continued. It's okay if you haven't heard my name before, but for this I have prepared very carefully, and I don't mind letting you understand my sincerity and my preparation. You guys come in, it's very windy outside, master. The staff here were enthusiastic and hospitable. As soon as Merkin called out, 5 people walked in one step at a time. The 4 people in front were all dressed in field clothes on the snowy area, pure white in one color, hats covering half of their faces, black glasses and masks covering the rest of the face. The other side, compared to their clothes, the weapon in their hand. Even more eye-catching, everyone wears it. A personal rocket launcher without a recoil, one carrying 2 light machine guns, one holding a heavy gun with a cartridge, one holding a submachine gun with a grenade launcher attached, and the other hold the whole. Guns that can rotate projectiles with cameras and scopes only appeared in the Iraq War. This piece of equipment alone made the poachers in the cave uneasy, let alone and even their Western Mexican leader had never seen such weapons. Recently created gas. The only thing they feel is possible. Congratulations, luckily it didn't move. Hands and feet, otherwise the side that gets chased and killed can only be them. Stop. Merkin gave a fake smile and explained. No need to stress, here the environment is harsh, there are many wild animals, these are all used for hunting. Stop. Shimi clearly understood in his heart what it meant to use rockets to hunt, but Merkin's ability was really beyond his imagination. What kind of relationship did this guy use, how could he get the numbers? These weapons, and then how to bring them into Chinese territory again. Only. This alone was enough to make it impossible for him to think of what else Merkin couldn't do. Opposite to. Feng has brought a pile of heirloom for them. See, then there's no need to think about the consequences of refusing this offer. Also no, at the same time, Shimi also paid attention to the last person. Although he also covered his body in clothes, he was very different from the 4 people who went before him. This guy is about half a head shorter than Merkin. His bald head looks as sharp as a forehead. Rub, only the ears have a little grey hair left, the face is as yellow as the peel of a mandarin, the other parts of the skin that are exposed outside are blue-grey, the whole body is as thin as sticks, finger bones as small as bird claws, underneath the skin covered with bones, blood vessels zigzag like crawling worms, blue eyes as big and round as owl's eyes bulging outward. Shimi feels that her image has become fierce. It's so hard, I didn't expect that there would be a person with a more fierce appearance than me. This guy looked cold as ice, without any human breath, just like a zombie that had been buried for several years under the mound, just wearing underground, up that. Merkin didn't say a word to the 4 armed men. It wasn't until the corpse-like man entered that he enthusiastically walked over to greet him, saying something to him in a voice like, "May want to please." The 2 talked for a while, then saw the corpse hatch. A smile as wide as a persimmon, Tammy overheard, Merkin and the other man talking in French, the one who couldn't see the other ghostly person named Saws. Merkin and Saws had just finished talking and was about to speak to Tammy, when one of them helped another person to limp in. "Boss, Niu Nhiwa is back." After the other person finished speaking, he realized that the situation in the cave was different, and suddenly there was a group of people armed from head to toe. Tammy angrily waved her hand and told the other 2 subordinates to stand aside, thinking, there is only one way to the mountain. What the hell is this guy Laybar doing that so many people have come here and still I don't know anymore? That Niu Nhiye is clearly the poacher who escaped from Trak Mok Kwong Bar in the ice cave. His face is thin, it's clear that he has endured these days. Less humiliation, he just entered the cave, regardless. People around, with tears and noses, said, "My brother is dead. He was beaten to death by the guys on the scientific investigation team." Next, Niu Nhiye briefly told the story of her plan to kill a few people in the survey team in. How to move the tape for all of them to hear, and finally said maliciously, they must have someone who has been in the ice cave before, otherwise it would be impossible to be able to do it. Ability to escape, I definitely have to pay. Vengeance for his brother. Tammy was so angry that he felt sick, these brainless idiots. If they suddenly lost their lives, didn't say anything, and ruined all his plans in Kar. This Tay lied too, but in front of him, he doesn't have the heart to pay attention to Niu Nhiwa. The problem is much more real than it is being presented right in front of him. Unexpectedly, Merkin listened to Niu Nhiwa's story, suddenly impatiently asked to go first. He walked over and patted Niu Nhiwa's shoulder, comforting. There is a chance, you must have a chance. It's the Revenge Guild, he. Next, he took out a business card, said, I have to go see an old friend urgently, here is a way to contact you later. Finally he took out 2 piles of yuan as big as bricks, hesitated for a moment, and then said, here's 200,000, take it as your consultation fee. Please think carefully. See again. After saying that, he took a few steps back, and just discussing something with Soars, who had just come out of the cave. 4 men armed to the teeth also followed suit. The people in the cave all greedily stared at the other 2 coins, and then suddenly their eyes focused on the people of Taimi. Taimi stared at the business card with the phone number of the embassies of many countries and was dumbfounded. Merkin strode out of the cave, saying in French, "I thought he died in Tay Lai, but unexpectedly he was with the survey team." Soars said, "What did he come here for?" Merkin said, "I don't know, maybe when I found a clue, I didn't know he had the information." Nothing more, but looking at his confident expression, he must have explored a lot of things. "That's right, didn't expect there's something in Tay Lai. Such a strange ice movement, Niu Nhi. Wow, those hamsters were chased by some kind of gas, you see." Any. Soars chuckled and said, guinea pigs before they die will secrete a synthetic danger signal from many types of substances, which have been found at first, include easily dispersed substances such as uric, hormone, rat adrenaline, gamma molecule. If it were me, I could make the rats overcome their fear with that aura. Those people are definitely no one escaped. By the cliff, the roar of the engine, from below jumped into a helicopter. Merkin, sitting on the plane, muttered, "Hurry up, while the blizzard has not yet formed, quickly leave this place. The climate in this damn place is harsh." Merkin put on dark glasses, looked majestic like an army officer, only to see that he had just pulled out a cigarette, and underling behind him immediately lit a fire to please. He took a sip of his cigarette, raised his head and muttered, "Hopefully he's still on the survey team, back." After returning to Lhasa, it is not easy to find it again. An armed man in the back suddenly jumped up. The voice asked, "Boss, we have enough troops, why do we still have to find those shrimps and shrimps?" Merkin sneered, "Everything needs to be neat and clean, it's best to find the dead instead. Even if it's revealed, it won't be so suspicious." Us, understand. This time he changed to English again. "But, will they agree?" Merkin took the ashtray, the other man immediately cupped his hand and asked. Merkin flicked his cigarette butt, explaining, "Will just agree. There is a great man who once said, if there is 30% profit, people will get excited. If there's 50%, people will give your best effort. If it's 100%, one will trample the law. And if it's 300%, people will take the risk. Network, even up to the gallows. Birds die for pieces, people will definitely die for money." The other guy then said, "Then, the unit price you give them is?" Merkin said proudly, "No capital, 10,000 words." He spoke in French again to Soars beside him, "Am I right, Mr. Soars?" Soars laughed twice, like the midnight cry of a witch being strangled. Dead, a shaggy pointed-beaked badger poked its head out of his collar, glancing around in all directions. The 3 of them duo Mok Kwong Bar just. When he arrived at the Getchermu Nature Protection Station, he made an emergency call to Lhasa, then got on another car to the city of Getchermu. As soon as we reached the city, it started to snow. Heavy snow accompanied by wind reminded track Mok Kwong Bar. Kulong's car was lost in Tay Lai. He and Tronglap negotiated and decided to take the train back to Lhasa. Getting on the train at Getchermu was difficult to buy a sleeper ticket, but duo Mok Kwong Bar only made a few phone calls. That afternoon they were comfortably lying down in the south. If it weren't for this direct train that was 12 hours late due to objective factors, then they still had to wait until the next morning to have the train to the south. This is a typical tourist train. The speakers on the train constantly propagate information related to the scenic spots in the plateau. Listen to the radio, they learn about the 18 locomotives operating for the first time. On the Tibet Railway, there are 16 carriages at each end, 8 hard-bed carriages, 4 hard-seat carriages, 2 soft-bed carriages, 1 dining car and 1 generator car. Since the Tang Tang Railway was built, this is the first time that Trak Mok Kwong Ba has taken a train to this route. Now they have time to enjoy the scenery along the way with peace of mind. The train passes through Ge Ermu, enters the Kunlun Mountains without human footprints. Both sides are covered with snow. Mountain ranges of strange shapes undulating like giants. Steel in the middle of the snowy sky. Not long after the train entered the endless Kunlun range, the train began to climb slowly uphill. The announcer in the carriage gently explained, On the north bank of the Konluan River, next to the Than Tang National Highway, there is a four-season stream that does not freeze up from the ground, never drying up, called the Than Kun Luan stream. Jade Source is also using this kind of water. The three of them immerse themselves in the scenery along the way and the lecture on the loudspeaker. Tang Min is delusional, soon learns that she has a baby. On this road, no matter what she said, she would not go through Ka Te Lai like that. Duo Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man live in. Share a room. Trong Lap is next to me. Before it was time to sleep, all three were there. Share a room. On the way to Gyarmu, Duo Muchangbo and Trong Lap detailed the stories he encountered in Ka Te Lai to Tang Man. Only the part about the field mice was ignored by Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He really didn't want Tang Man to worry and then couldn't sleep well. Tang Min greatly admires the adventure of the two people, are also disappointed not to be able to participate. At this point, they again discussing where the other diary might be. It can be said that Tang Min's guess is 10%. Exactly, Tang Shou's diary accidentally fell into the hands of the patrol, and 5 of the crew, either dead or missing, were directly related to that diary. Trong Lap analyzed, too clear, the content recorded in that diary is easy to move people's hearts, at least it is something that allows people to kill each other. Tang Min said, but in there is my brother's travel diary. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, finally, have you looked at that diary carefully? Not yet. Tang Min shook her head and said, no, I just listened to my brother reread the stories in it. It's not as good to see it for myself as it is to hear him tell it. Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba signaled, then stood up and said, that's right, your brother's diary is all about his expeditions. Inside there must be written about a lot of places that other people can't go to, maybe even a grave, ancient, underground palace or something, maybe even a lot of gold and silver treasures. Tang Min said, my brother hasn't told me yet. No story like that. Besides, tell. What's wrong? There's nothing easy to do. People find that out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed. No need to argue anymore. Can't see that diary. We are just making such assumptions temporarily. It just feels reasonable temporarily. Tang Min asked, but I don't understand. Why did the 3 missing people run into the ice cave? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I think it's because in your brother's diary, there are very detailed records of the situation inside some ice cave. They do it. One is to take advantage of the dangerous terrain, in which to escape. The second is to want others to give up, not access. Chase them again, then, find a chance to escape, go find what they're really looking for. Shang Lap nodded, but still regretfully said, after so many dangers, the result is still carrying a bamboo basket to carry water, but nothing can be found. Trak Mok Kwong Ba disagrees, he said, no, we get a lot of it. His expression became dull. This experience had a great effect on him. He was helplessly isolated on the vast snow and ice, wanting to be different without any tears, also trembling legs rooted in front of tens of thousands of hungry hamsters. Thirsty, when he ran away, his limbs were soft, he could not take any steps on the ice bridge. These experiences, he had never experienced before. Track mock in the past. Kwong Ba, who knows nothing of fear, also believes that in the current period of high development of science and technology, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. As long as there is economic potential, people can feel free to enjoy life. Did not know that in places far from civilization, another kind of strength is needed to survive. Tang Min's voice pulled duo. Mock Kwong Ba came out of her contemplation. She sulked and cooed, "Okay, it's all because I'm not good, delaying everyone's time. People, can we both stop discussing this for now? I'm hungry, let's go eat." Track Mock Kwong Ba pinched her nose and said, "No one blames me. The three of you came to the car to eat, not yet." "How long has it been since I heard a frightened traveler exclaim, 'Who has taken my wallet? Who took my wallet?'" The instant food car was immediately noisy. "Up," Trong Lap whispered in Track Mock Kwong Ba's ear. "On the right, the third table, the person in the blue feather coat is the thief." Track Mock Kwong Ba glanced at him and said, "Are you wearing jeans? Isn't that wrong? He and lost people are 5 tables apart." Trong Lap replied, "It's not wrong. Look, the stolen wallet has not been hidden well. There's a corner out there. Moreover, in his pocket is a woman's purse." When the female tourist shouted, everyone in the dining car panicked. Only he remained motionless. This reaction was not normal. Usually, appears to be a professional thief, very daring as well. "I'm going to expose him." Tang Min watched Chang Lap walk away. Asked Track Mock Kwong Ba in a low voice, "Isn't that okay?" Track Mock Kwong Ba said, "It's okay. No, he can also be considered as a military police. Observe carefully, analyze. And the inference is also relatively complete. It is indeed a man of the special forces." Track Mock Kwong Ba observes, Trong Lap first patted the other few people, then the two said something. Trong Lap held up his leather wallet, then the woman who was stolen also ran over, scolding the other for a while, but that guy still seems to be trying to justify something. Track Mock Kwong Ba said, "The situation doesn't look good. Let's go and see." Just listen to Trong Lap loudly say, "Quickly give the money in this lady's wallet, don't make me move." The other refused to admit, "I don't take it. I told you, I don't know. Where did this leather wallet come from? I don't know. Why did it run into my pocket? I was blamed for it." The woman opened her mouth and scolded, "You don't even dare to accept it. People have seen you take it, fake money for me, even a picture. Do you pay? Do you pay? If not, tell me." She began to struggle. The people around are getting more and more crowded. Many tourists also suggest, "Call the police on the train, call the police. Lock him up, lock him up. Searching is knowing right away, let the police search. Hey kid, run away." While everyone was still gathering, the door of the dining car happened again. A man wearing a blue coat rushed towards a guy wearing a blue shirt. "Glasses." The guy with glasses grabbed him, twisted his wrists, crossed his legs, then put his left hand on his shoulder, turned his hand over, pressed the young man with glasses on the deck, making him unable to move. People had never seen such a bustling train before. Many people ran to see. The other man escorted the man with glasses and told the tourist who had lost money, "Sister, he stole your wallet, it has nothing to do with this guy." Someone stood up to speak. The man who was initially accused of stealing even more violently reacted, "Yes, I told you it wasn't me." The other woman still refused to let go. "Then why is my wallet in your pocket?" The man in the overcoat said, "This lady, he is really being blamed. This thief took all the money from her wallet, then stuffed the empty wallet into his pocket. Because he was wearing a feather coat, the bag was relatively large, easy to blame, and the shirt was also quite thick. It was not easy for a thief to take or put anything in it." Startled to find out, Trong Lap said, "Just now, this lady complained about losing money. The whole car was paying attention. Why didn't he respond at all? The other man smiled, pulled out a wire from the suspect's collar, and also headphones, he explained. Because he was listening to MP3s. Trong Lap turned his head. The man in the overcoat was about 25-26 years old. His square face showed a smile like. In the sunlight, under his thick eyebrows like silkworms of bright eyes, thick lips that make people feel that he is a loyal and honest person, the guy with glasses standing next to him looks elegant, dressed very much like a princess, no matter how you look at it. It's not like stealing, Trong Lap asked. So how did you find out about this person? The man in the overcoat explained. I just got into the dining car and discovered that something was wrong with him. Everyone just looked to see if there was an empty seat, what was the food area to eat. Yes, but his eyes were only on others. Just now, when this older sister said she lost her stuff, he made a ruckus as well. Other people, but take a glance at this guy's pocket, the color of his wallet and the color of his coat is very similar. If you don't look closely, it is extremely difficult to detect, but at first glance you can recognize the wallet protruding out, afraid that only people will put their wallets in there. When everyone gathered to watch, this brat wanted to play the trick again, but when people noticed, he didn't succeed, and then he tried to sneak out the door, and I caught him. The man in the overcoat took out a handful of money from his pocket and put on glasses. His other hand still locked his hands, making him. I can't even resist. He raised the money in his hand and asked, so much money without putting it in your wallet, are you not afraid of losing it? After saying that, he immediately gave the money to the stolen tourist, asking, Sister, count again to see if it is the right amount of money. Is it lost? The bespectacled man raised his head and said, There, that's my money. On what basis do you say it's hers? The man in the overcoat didn't panic, took out a bust from the banknote, used it to stick it on papers, and asked, Is this also yours? Everyone looked at it. It was the photo of the other tourist. The guy with the glasses finally had to look down. Just then, the police on the train also arrived. The passengers did not make an appointment but applauded the guy in the blue coat. The police led the sullen-faced thief away, and at the same time took the thief's bow, Trong Lap and the other guy, through which Trong Lap learned, that guy's name is Yueyang, 26 this year old. Chapter 7, BABALAMYTHERES. Survival or not. The situation after that was extremely complicated and hidden. I almost searched all my friends, listened everywhere, until now the results. Achieved roughly like that, apparently. For some reason, the map. That strangely fell into the hands of the British, in World War I was lost again. During World War II it was discovered by the Nazi Party, so it was only after that Hitler twice ordered his most effective assistant to be. Heinrich Himmler personally organized 2 expeditions into Tibet. Happy man. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also very sympathetic to Yueyang. The 4 of them sat down to eat and soon became acquainted. Zhang Lap asked, looking at the way you grabbed that guy, you must be from the army, right? Yueyang smiled and replied, yes, this time I went to Lhasa to perform a special mission. Trong Lap nodded and did not ask any more questions. He knew well what the rules of the army were. Nhac Duong said. Brother Zhang is also in the army, isn't he, stationed in Lhasa? Trong Lap surprised. How did you recognize it? Yueyang smiled shyly and said, the callus on your hand is due to frequent shooting for many years. Your back is straighter than the average person. Your steps are very precise. The pace is almost coincidental. That's the result. The results of years of practice are obtained. It can be seen that he has adapted to the environment on the plateau very well. Moreover, he recognized the tactics I used just by looking at him, so I guess he belongs to some corps stationed in the Tibetan plateau. Trong Lap was secretly surprised. This guy is even better at scouting than me. Thinking about it, he pointed to Trak Mok Kwong. Dad, asked, Do you see what he does? What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect Trong. Repeat suddenly wanted to check Yueyang, just smiled slightly. Tang man. Excited to sit and watch, Yueyang pondered for a moment, then said. This uncle has very good physical qualities, very strong, although he has been in the country for a long time, he still has distinct characteristics of the Tibetan people. If, without her, I would have guessed that you're a retired Special Forces soldier. Tang Min blushed and whispered, Sister, I'm much younger than you. Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Asked, why do you think he's a discharged soldier when you see her? Yueyang said, fox fur coat. Hers is very sophisticated, moreover, the seams are very delicate, the temperament is elegant, the new rich people don't know how to enjoy these things, then it must have been a rich person long ago, but the soldier is discharged. You can't accumulate much wealth in such a short time. Besides, this uncle has sharp eyes, as if he is always ready to accept the challenge of his opponent, so I think this uncle could be a merchant, a great merchants. Duo Mok Kwong Ba smirked, Tang Man bit him lightly. Biting her lip, listening attentively. Trong Lap asked again, wait a minute, why do you think this shirt is not yours to buy yourself? Maybe this woman's house is very rich, it has nothing to do with him. Yueyang smiled and replied, this lady seems to cherish that fox fur coat. When eating, she only fears that food will fall on her shirt. Before getting up, she also dusts on her shirt first. When sitting down again carefully spread the shirt, as if afraid of making it wrinkled. As far as I know, only gifts given by people in the heart can receive such treatment. Yueyang didn't wait for Zhang Lap to ask any more, wittily continued, not me. Trong Lap also wanted to ask me why I know the relationship between uncle and sister. As long as people with good eyesight, they can recognize it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and laughed, Ka. Very keen observation, are you a scout? Yueyang smiled, hee, shyly scratching his head. Trong Lap explained to help. There are many things in the military that cannot be indiscriminately revealed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the guy. This soldier named Yueyang said more and more. The more appropriate the story, discussing all kinds of stories about the South and the North Sea, of course also. Referring to the recent Ka-Te Lai trip, talking about the part in the cave. In the tape, Trong Lap realized, the expressive ability of the owner Trak, who did not like these words, was very strong, to the point of nervousness. Yueyang forgot to eat, and listened blankly. Yueyang also told. Let me tell you some things about the Tibetan railway line, from Kacher Mok to Lhasa. Along the way there are 45 stations, of which 38 are empty stations, 10 stations have radio. Observe the scenery, unfortunately they do not operate well, otherwise the train from the way Mok starts is almost the same. Runs all day, from after 7 in the morning to about 10 in the evening. That is the most suitable time to enjoy the view. If you are a person who comes to Tibet for the first time, then it is absolutely a visual enjoyment. Nok Chau Peak, the vast uninhabited area of Ka-Te Lai. But, Ravine Duong County Lap, Mountain Neem Than Duong County Lap. After the meal, Trong Lap did not hesitate to let Yueyang move from the car. Moved to his room in his soft bed carriage. 4 players played chess at a time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not good. Very, but also fun to play with everyone until late at night. The weather made the train to slow down. It took 18 hours to reach Lhasa. Trong Lap regretted saying, unfortunately, we have to part here. I hope we have a chance to meet again. The 4 people who were attached to say goodbye, the 3 of them, Duo Mok Kwong Ba felt curious about this funny guy's special mission, but in the end still didn't ask anything. Out of the pier, old Labar was already waiting there long ago. As soon as he saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others, he rushed out to meet him. His mouth waved a long series of words. Oh my young master is a little bit why are you going? It's been so long, and we haven't been able to communicate. We're both worried to death. As soon as I got the news in Lhasa, I'll be right here. How's it going? Did the young master go to Ka Tay Lai this time to get any big harvest? Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and replied. It can be said that nothing is harvested. It can also be said to harvest a lot. Come on, get in the car and talk later. That's right, why can't Professor Feng Tan see it? Arrive. Le Ba opened the car door and said, the professor went to make some arrangements, he told us to stay. Lhasa, wait, has everyone eaten? Let's go eat first, talk while walking. Young master, what happened to everyone in Ka Tay Lai? Did it take so long to find that diary? Trong Lap stood outside the car door and said, I guess I have to report back to the Legion, I won't get in the car with everyone. A few people waved goodbye to him. In the car, Le Ba again asked with concern, did the young master have something wrong? Your face doesn't look very good, Miss Tang. Did you guys finally find your brother's diary? Tang Min shook her head and suddenly discovered Duo Mokchang's face. Suddenly became very unsightly, so he gently touched him and asked, what's wrong, brother? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled awake, indifferently replied, nothing. It turned out that, having just returned to Lhasa, being asked a question by Le Ba, he suddenly thought of a problem, but only in Ka Tay Lai, he had encountered so many dangerous things, it could be said that he was the most deadly born that follow. What they know until now, the mysterious place is still unknown. The specific mind somewhere is definitely more dangerous than Ka Tay Lai. Now what to do? Tang Min brought back their stories. Encountered in Ka Tay Lai once, although not as shocking as. From the mouth of Duo Mok Kwong Ba, but still making old Le Ba constantly rub his chest, constantly chanting thanks. Buddha, Bodhisattva, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Sitting in the car thinking over and over, the plan to find Zikilan unexpectedly became more and more remote and wonderful. He was aware that danger was not just a word on the tip of his lips, when he actually encountered. If it's dangerous, it's too late to regret it. After listening to Tang Min's story, Le Ba sighed and said, it's too dangerous, it's even more dangerous than when we went to explore the sun. Young master, are you still persistent in finding that clam? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was silent. That's right, how's your brother's picture? Le Ba's face appeared depressed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was thinking that Ba Tang refused to agree, the old man said. He agreed, friend of the professor. Feng Tan has also completed the guarantee procedures. 2 days ago, he still wouldn't accept it. Later I tried to convince him. He slowly figured it out, as if a compensation for his crimes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately asked, then why do you still have such a frown on your face? Le Ba frowned and said uneasily, young master Kwong Ba, after experiencing the incident in Ka Tay Lai, are you still determined to find that place as soon as possible? The young master is not young anymore, he is also middle-aged, you should think carefully and then decide. I watched the young master grow up, mature, succeed step by step. The achievements of the young master in the marketplace have been seen by everyone, but this time is completely different from previous experiences. Maybe everyone will have to go deep into one place. Far from human civilization, they all had to rely on their own hands, an experience that young master he had never experienced before. In Ka Tay Lai he was saved by the survey team, but not always as lucky. So, Elder Duke Enon has only one son, you. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed and interrupted. Okay, Uncle Le Ba, I know what you mean. Everyone's life doesn't go through everything. Before, there was no one in our family who did business. No matter what it was, someone had to do it for the first time, right? I remember my father used to say this, every day we are fighting against tomorrow. You know how, every hour, every moment, We have to pass the next hour without knowing it. Human life is a process of constantly learning, accumulating, applying. I am not afraid of challenges. Listening to Le Bar's anxious words, how much melancholy in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart was, on the contrary, swept away, burning with enthusiasm and will. Le Bar said again, there is one more bad news. Anything else? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Le Bar replied, my brother. After the young master came to visit my brother, the doctor said that his condition has changed erratically, because he tried to. The urge to remember becomes more and more forgetful, maybe only when it comes. That's where he can only remember, I'm afraid. Is on the way to find that place can't be of much help to the young master and everyone else. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned. This is really bad news. Now the madman in Mong Ha is missing. If Ba Tang couldn't remember the route they needed to take, so it was like losing hope and also the last clue. He thinks. Prays for a moment, then try to sound cool and say, it's okay, memories can fade away. Recovery, we can arrange to see better psychologists. Ba Tang is a man with a strong hand and ability to survive in the wild, we need his help. He hugged Le Bar's shoulders. Said, Uncle Laba, I can accept any challenge, believe in that determination. The three of them found a normal restaurant, ordered a few random dishes, and waited for the professor. Fung Tan is on Kim Chow Street as he requested. Trak Mok Kwong Ba always verbally asked Le Bar about the situation at home and work progress. Le Bar also knew a few things, but there was still a way to go. What Trak Mok Kwong Ba wants. No very far. It wasn't until Professor Fung Tan appeared in his sight that he hatched a smile. The professor's eyes were streaked with silk lines. The blood is tiny. It seems that in a few days, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others will go to Kar Te Lai Mr. Could not sleep, forcing an old man to work so hard because of his business. In the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba also felt uneasy. Professor Fung Tan's first sentence when meeting was also, how's progress? Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently shook his head. But with a mysterious smile on his face, Professor Fung Tan also smiled and said, it seems that your trip is still fruitful, but definitely not as big as mine. The two hugged each other, patting each other on the back. Getting into the car, Professor Fung Tan said, although I have received information that you cannot imagine, you still talk to me before going to the field. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, this story is too long to tell, I don't even remember how many times I told it. Like this, our helicopter landed. At Tridar, I told the company insiders to bring the improved Kulong there. Trong Lap drove, Min Min pointed. On the way, we crossed Kar Te Lai. Tang Min pouted her lips again. Juo Mok Kwong Ba talked about them. Chased by the Hummer, paying special attention to Professor Fung Tan's face, but he just listened quietly, not showing any emotion. Surprised a little, he stopped and asked, Teacher, why do you seem like? Professor Fung Tan said, I know what you want to ask, don't be impatient, wait for you. After all, I will explain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued to speak, until the three Grey Wolf brothers, Professor Fung Tan revealed a surprised expression. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I can't imagine it, I just met wolves like that for the first time. Professor Fung Tan asked very carefully about shape, coat color and physical characteristics of the wolves, finally saying, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. From hair color and body shape. It can be confirmed that these wolves are relatively similar in appearance to the Kenyan wolf, but the shape has more features of the American wolf. American wolf, Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes. Guang Man says, there's a long way to go from America to here, isn't it? Professor Fung Tan shook his head. Just a similar appearance to me. You must know that when the ancient cat in paleontology evolved into Hesperocyon, Its descendants have spread throughout Europe and America, follow the ancient rivers, cannot be ruled out. It is possible that the land under our feet was once inhabited by a pack of American wolves. From your description of them, these wolves are probably from 2 to 3,000 meters above sea level. You are right at this point. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Teacher, why are you only interested in characteristics? In their area, isn't their intelligence beyond imagination even more amazing? Professor Fung Tan said, It is not surprising. The children you have met should not be called wolves, but rather human wolves. Look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's speechless expressions of surprise and Duangman. Professor Fung Tan smiled, laughing and continued, You can't imagine a wolf that can stand up and transform into a human on a full moon night. That's just a legend. The werewolf I speak of is a treatise in historical evolution. Faculty. Science once made an inference like this: if man has not evolved into the most advanced animal in this world, then among the animals that can take the place of man, the wolf is second. Tang Man immediately asked, What about the first? Dolphin, replied Professor Fung Tan, Th. 3 is an elephant. They have a few things in common. First, that all three species have a relatively sufficient brain volume, with an intelligence equivalent to a 3 to 4-year-old child. Then, they all live in herds, which is to lay the foundation for the accumulation of experience. Third, they all have self-consciousness, which is also a necessary factor for an animal to have its own transformation. Close. Dolphins are ranked first because they live in the sea. Scientists say, the lift of the sea makes their brains easier to think. But I don't think so. Through my research, it is the wolf that has the ability to evolve into a creature with high intelligence like humans. The reason is very simple. The bodies of dolphins and elephants don't like it. Suitable for work, the mobility and use of tools of the limbs compared to wolves are far behind even if they have thoughts, but without the auxiliary organs, they cannot do it. In the evolutionary competition between wolves and humans, they are only 10,000 years behind. If they started to evolve 10,000 years ago, by now, they would have become rule the whole world. Tang Min protested. The professor is wrong. The first line should be the big chimpanzee. Professor Fung Tan smiles and laughs. Likes, we are the great chimpanzees and nothing more. Scientists only talk about the evolutionary history of different species, not of the same species. If one day humans disappear on this planet, standing on the ground will probably be the dogs that we still nurture, not the great chimpanzees. They are destined to be eliminated because of evolution, failed. So if there's a place where dogs are lords, they've evolved to the point of what a degree we can hardly imagine, for example, where. Professor Fung Tan turned around surprised. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes widened in surprise as he looked back. Staring at him, they both thought of that land, where men and wolves lived together as close friends. Professor Fung Tan said, It's unbelievable. Is the place only in legend or does it really exist? Tro Mok Kwong Ba continued, I don't know either. Now my head is very confused. Tang Min wondered, What's wrong? What have you two come up with? Professor Fung Tan said, Nothing. Don't think about it for the time being, Kwong. Dad, keep talking. What happens after that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba told the story of how they were saved by Ho Duong's survey team. Professor Fung Tan laughed. Said, So it's the super captain that saved your life. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand, he said again. I had a chance to meet you before. That bearded guy once, he went to the South Pole, the North Pole, to the top. Jomalungma, being a daredevil. The network considers scientific survey as an entity. Extreme sports, where people dare not go, he dares to go. That guy Ho Duong is a scientist. Everyone in the industry calls him the ultimate captain. All right, let's go on. What's next? Again. Talk and talk forever. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the bone flute, quickly took it out for Professor Fung Tan to see. The professor carefully examined the flute, then said, "I'm not sure about this, but if you want to find out, I can find some friends to analyze the lakes. If Tuang has seen it, it's not too difficult. It's just a strange thing, if this is really a weapon of the ancient Tibetan religion. Great, then the odds for it to appear in Ka Te Lai is really too short. I assume these are probably his wolf friends of unusually high intelligence brought from elsewhere to Ka Just Te Lai. They are most likely wolves in Tibet." Professor Feng Tan suddenly changed his face and buried an unusual thought deep in his heart. Maybe a wolf that has evolved into a purple unicorn. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded, then talked about the strange story in the ice cave. This time Professor Feng Tan did not speak anymore. He had never experienced such a situation, only finally let go a sentence, "Father Ho. This yang is too risky. Even if the poachers make you mad, you shouldn't let you guys go with you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba defended. At that time, Captain Ho did not think. "It's so dangerous in an ice cave." "All right, teacher, now you can give." "I get it. Why did you never hear about us being hunted down? Are you surprised?" Tang Min also seemed very eager to know the answer. Professor Feng Tan now slowly said, "If you encounter this problem before you leave, I'm afraid I will be just like you. I know it's amazing, but I still remember. Not, when you were about to leave, the old man asked you to come and give the card to the Dalai Lama. Do you know what your father's intention was?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Professor Feng Tan continued, "The old man Dugenan wants to know how many parts of our trip are possible. Virtue. The Dalai Lama is a living record of nearly 1,300 years of Tibetan history." They stayed in the discussion room for 5 days and 5 nights. I was very honored to be invited to the audience. In the end, the two of them came to a surprising conclusion. I think, that's the fundamental reason you're being pursued. Under the bewildered eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Professor Feng Tan slowly explained, "Trak Mok Kwong Ba, my student and friend, do you know where the place you want to search is in the end? Do you know that you are not the first, nor the only one to search that place? Others who are looking for it call the place the Temple of Silver Bala. One also known as Dusk Dog, considered the direct ancestor of all modern dogs. Silver Bala Temple." The air in the car seemed to freeze. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only listened to the professor. Feng Tan quietly continued, "The old man Dugenan only bases on what we have discovered to make speculations. But this conjecture has been corroborated by the Dalai Lama. Bak Bala Temple. The full name is Bak Bala Enan Bak Thiet Dalai Temple. You must know what that means." Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze, seemingly forgetting all thoughts, losing the ability to function. Tang Man stamped his feet and said, "What does it mean? What does that mean?" A long time later, the new Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly said, "Bak Bala means sacred, supreme saint, Enan Bak Thiet means treasure, precious treasure. These two words are Tibetan, usually referring to the venerable ones. Supreme in the Tibetan religion, and the Dalai Lama does not need to say any more. It is a translation from Mongolian, meaning the Great Sea. These 3 words put together, the main meaning is the supreme and supreme sacred treasure as much as the Great Sea, the right. That's what it means." Tang Min was also taken aback, muttering and repeating, "The supreme and supreme sacred treasures are as numerous as the ocean, oh my God." Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly said, Teacher, quickly tell me what my father has researched in the end, please tell me clearly." Professor Feng Tan continued, "This is only natural, this is all you need to know. The earliest event can be traced back to 1844, related to an English explorer named Henry Morton Stanley. I have a few documents about him here, you can check out. The name Bak Bala Temple came from his mouth. Outside world." Professor Feng Tan took out a document from his briefcase, while Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully read and added, added, he can be considered as one of the most legendary archaeological explorers of the 19th century. His exploration stories were published many times in the newspapers, causing a great stir in public opinion. At that time there were many legends. Many people have read these stories and become explorers. The German archaeologist discovered the citadel. Troy, Heinrich Schliemann and the Americans. First to set foot in the North Pole, Robert Edwin Peary, all because of Stanley's cult, entered the path of exploration and archaeology. Stanley's archaeological view has one feature: it's also trustworthy. Heinrich Schliemann has always believed all his life. They believe that certain folklore and myths have some part of the truth, that is, the history is passed down by the oral method of the people. Professor Fung Tan took out a document and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Look at this. This is the document I just asked a friend at the British Museum to fax over." Trak Mok Kwong Ba holds the paper on hand. Tang Min also put his head in, both. The two shouted in unison, "This is." Professor Fung Tan said, "Yes. This was a weekly newspaper in England in 1844, look here." Below. Professor Fung Tan's finger, on the front page of the newspaper, wrote very clearly, "The great adventurer begins a new journey. The destination is the highest mountain in the mysterious east." Below are some pictures, and the introduction has blurred vision anymore. Professor Fung Tan continued, "Theo. What I have learned so far, this greatest inventor of the 19th century overheard an epic poem from a Tibetan artist in the Indian region. Today, it is an epic work that is even more mysterious and ancient than the epic of Kach Taya. Vong 1 Epic A Li Vong up to now seems to have been lost. Didn't know that Old Man Morton heard the transmission. Theory in the epic A Li Vong, but he was so agitated that he almost lost his mind, and the name Bakbala Temple also began to appear in his mouth since then. He had entered the Tibetan area 3 times before in search of a clue regarding the Silver Bala Temple. The last time was the biggest harvest. He was said to have found a map or something like that, but at present there is no way to verify it. Then there is a trip to the highest ice peak in this newspaper. This was also the last time the great adventurer was seen. The situation after that was extremely complicated and secret. I almost searched all my friends, listened everywhere. So far the results are roughly as follows. So, it seems that for some reason, that map fell into the hands of the British, lost again during World War I. During World War I. World War II was discovered by the Nazi Party. That's why Hitler was killed twice. Ordered his most effective assistant, Heinrich Himmler, to personally organize 2 expeditions into Tibet in 1938 and 1943. Professor Fung Tan patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was dumbfounded like, "Where is the spirit?" smiling and saying, "This is what I did my best to keep it simple. If I really wanted to explain it thoroughly, I'm afraid half a year and a year wouldn't be enough. Just like the continent of Atlantis handed down in myths. The ancient times of Western Europe. After the World War II, things changed again. Heard that the United States and the Soviet Union both had the original map of that map, whether it was split in half during the process of looting or copying, but, when China has just been established not long ago, many Soviet experts have come to China to help, including a delegation. The special expert had entered Tibet 5 times before, and of course returned empty-handed in the end. At the same time, in 1950, the 2 countries, Britain and the United States, cooperated to explore the top of the mountain Chomolungma, apparently because of that map. Later on, the map that was preserved in America seems to have been steel. Then appear recovery maps. At most times, it seems that there are dozens of maps at the same time. People coming to the no man's land in Tibet are also increasingly crowded. Scientific investigation, exploration, the reason is very different. Any kind. However, those who have that map are the same. After entering that no man's land in Tibet, they have only gone and never returned, just explorers who later discovered more and more. Just more bodies. Finally, Professor Feng Tan said. According to the memory of the Dalai Lama, the last time was in 1991, 3 foreign explorers went to Nhumbo. Find a Lama to be your guide, last. Entered the area of Hixia Bang Ma Mountain, and shared the same fate with other adventurers, disappeared forever. Trak Mok Kwong Ba mutters and repeats. Repeated, what kind of place is that? Why is that so? Professor Feng Tan chooses the solution. I know it's hard for you to accept it right now, but it's the truth. Bak Bala, the mysterious temple that has never been found by anyone, protected by the Kwe Ba tribe forever, is the place we need to go. The world is vast, nothing strange is impossible. This is an extraordinary coincidence. Even the best writer in this world cannot make up a coincidence so suitable. The Zekilan that we were looking for, unexpectedly was in the same place as the Silver Bala temple that people have been searching for hundreds of years. After the Venerable Master and the Dalai Lama studied together, although until now it is not known whether the Bak Bala temple really exists or not, but we can confirm one thing, that the person searching for the temple, this god, has always existed. They never gave up the search for the shrine. So when I heard him talk, being ambushed by someone, not at all surprised, if no one notices you for so long. Then it makes people feel weird. Damn it. Moreover, they had kidnapped the crazy Kwe Ba before, as well. That is, those people have long since let eyes on us. The professor paused for a moment, then continued. This time is different from the previous times. We follow other clues too. Looking for that place, not having a map, this is probably to our advantage. Trak Mok Kwong Ba bowed his head in contemplation. Without speaking, Tang Min didn't understand the question. We don't have a map, how can we say it's an advantage? Professor Feng Tan explained, the map has not been determined until now, whether it really exists or not, but even if it does, how many panels are there? Which plate is the original? That map. Does the meeting indicate the direction or not? All are indeterminate. Moreover, one is a map of the continent from memory, apparently pointing in the direction of the Chomolungma summit, which is clearly a wrong direction. We do not have a map, so we will not rely too much on the clues on paper. If this is not our advantage, what is it? But the problem now is, there has appeared a Kwe Ba who has never appeared before. Now, moreover, this person has been kidnapped by a group of people who also want to find the temple. I don't know if they can reach the Bak Bala temple before us. No more steps. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, I don't know, I'm so confused now, I don't understand why things have turned out like this, it's all completely beyond my expectations and imagination. Teacher, what should we do now, teacher? Professor Feng Tan said. In the immediate future, there are only two possible paths. First, is to try to find a group of people who want to find the Bak Bala temple to contact and find a common voice, because maybe they hold other very important clues. We gather the clues of both sides. If we find the legendary shrine, then everyone gets what they need, they look for treasures, and we find the purple unicorn. Professor Feng Tan has not finished speaking. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rudely interrupted. Enough, stop talking. I will not be with those who carry firearms. Goodbye. Invite me to talk about cooperation. Forever never. Sorry teacher, I'm so angry, I can't control my emotions. Professor Feng Tan smiled and said. Sympathetically, continued, so, the second way is, use the name of the country to conduct scientific surveys. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned, suspicious. Or say, please, be a little more specific. Professor Feng Tan laughed. We can do a survey project to protect the. We will then organize a team of experts to conduct survey activities and, after going through a tedious process of approval, we will organize a team of experts to conduct the survey. When the state will provide the necessary equipment, there are two problems here. What's the problem? First of all, In that group of experts established by the state, all of us are experts, but we are not. It can be said that we do not know anything about Bo Bala Temple, so we can't become members of that group of experts, we can only help. Guard, Professor Fung Tan said. What does an assistant do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Professor Fung Tan replied, take for example. Well, when the government survey team wanted to climb to the top of Chomolungma, the monitoring equipment was too heavy. The survey team members couldn't climb to the top of Chomolungma while carrying such a heavy load, so they had to hire Tibetan people in the lower part of the mountain. Erbo carries help machines. Our effect is in this group of experts, it is almost the people who carry heavy machinery. There, understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, okay, it's not just carrying things. If I can find that place, find Tu Kai Lan, I will. It's okay to be a buffalo or a horse. Professor Fung Tan said again, okay, the second problem is just a little bit difficult. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly shivered. I'm just saying that carrying machinery and furniture is just an example. In fact, our job is probably to pioneer the way for the group of experts, because I heard that the government also went to find Bo, the Temple of Bala, but all of them have failed, and some experts have not even returned alive. More, so we changed the strategy, not letting those seasoned experts take risks anymore, but wanted to organized a special scouting group, auxiliary, responsible for focusing on editing documents for the experts at home. But with our current experience and ability, I'm afraid the government won't let us start like that. So before we set out to find that place, we need to receive a special training, extremely strict on this point. Professor Fung Tan looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, did not expect him to answer very decisively. What is this problem? I am also looking forward to it. This, his voice was clear with joy. Professor Fung Tan nodded secretly. It seems that the trip to Kar Te Lai has already been. May Trak Mok Kwong Ba change a lot. It must be like he said these words first. When he went to Kar Te Lai, he must have refused without thinking twice. The professor said with satisfaction, if that's the case, we'll be there tomorrow. Trong Lap on a trip, maybe the special training team is only missing the two of us. Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was so surprised that he couldn't say a word, Professor Fung Tan showed a mysterious smile. On the second day, after the elder Enon and the Dalai Lama made a conclusion, I said my thoughts to the old man Duke Enon, and with his consent, I immediately contacted the vice captain. Enon, Duke Enon, the old man also personally called the leader in Lhasa. If you want to organize a scouting group, all members must be selected from special forces, but because of influence. Due to the influence of the old man Duke Enon and many other factors, the superiors finally approved. Before you came here, we recruited elites from all over the country, and began to focus on the place of the first person. Ba Tang also went to the special training team, is telling everything he encountered to the new experts to use to sort out some of the problems in the training curriculum. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face is full. Astonishment mixed with excitement, it seems. I just wish I couldn't go to the special training team right away, he said excitedly. So, teacher, you have already prepared everything, teacher. It's good, it's really good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is overjoyed. So much so that he kept his hands clasped together. Professor Fung Tan said, don't be happy. It's too early to be happy. This special training is very tough, and we basically don't know when we will pass. It's very likely that while we were still training hard, the opponent found the shrine and took everything away. Tang Min suddenly said, is there a third way? Still, said Professor Fung Tan. Politely said, give up. Tang Min stuck out her tongue and dared not say anything more. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I have faith, before they find the temple of Bak Bala we can complete that training. Yes, we have faith, we can definitely do it. Tang Man also said. Ha! Professor Feng Tan turned his head and said sternly, "What? Do you still want to go? Wasn't she doing enough damage this time? You almost killed all three in Te Lai." Tang Min's eyes turned red, saying. Professor Feng Tan's aura was extremely heavy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stuck between the two, not knowing how to comfort Tuang Man, nor knowing how to solve it. I like Professor Feng Tan. The awkward atmosphere enveloped for a few minutes, and at last, Tang Min, happy, burst into tears. No. It's not that I did it on purpose. Tang Man was heartbroken and cried, but Professor Feng Tan had an iron heart. A gentle word of consolation was also determined not to say. Trak Mok Kwong Ba squeezed his brain, sharpened his lips, and finally convinced the teacher. Master Feng Tan agrees. Tang Min participates in special training. Separately, as to whether it can be passed through training or not, it will be considered later. Professor Feng Tan looked at Tuang Man, put his head on the chest of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, crying in anger, sighing inwardly. He understands this student of his very well. Normally he has a cold disposition, very little touched by anyone, but once he has touched his heart, it is extremely deep, now. It doesn't seem that easy to separate him and Tang Min. Going home to meet his parents, Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely expressed his willingness to undertake this great adventure in this life. For his decision, this time the parents' attitude was completely different from the previous times. Duke N, an old man, very much agreed, became a supporter. His strength, and his mother Mai Doa was heartbroken and shed tears. The next day, before Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to attend special training, his father, Duke the old man, sternly, personally put on him the 3 amulets of the Duke N family, a bronze cross sword symbolizing auspiciousness. Professor Feng Tan has also seen the cross sword, which is the size of his hand, and he thinks that perhaps this object must have at least gone through a history of not less than 1,000 years, is a rare artifact in the world, moreover its contents. Its history function is also cannot be evaluated. The prismatic body of the sword is very symbolic. On the top is engraved 4 types of auspicious animals: roaring lions, bearing fangs, majestic tigers, flying eagles. Behind each animal there is a row of strange writings, is said to be ancient Tibetan literature. Long lost, sword governor is also an animal, proud and mighty, bearing fangs and claws, a bit like a unicorn, but with 3 corners on its head. According to the old man Duke Enon, this beast is called the Pixiu triangle, is a species hermaphrodite. Finished packing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba once again entered. Adventurous journey of his life in 1,000 words of advice from his mother. This time is different from the previous times. He will come to an unknown world. This time perhaps he will leave human civilization, or must rely on his own strength. But his footsteps is still as strong as ever, challenging destiny, pursuing his ideals, that is his belief. His whole life never changed. The special training center is in the Tung Sun Range. On the way, the snowy mountains lean against the deep blue sky. The small river under the morning sun is like a silver silk strip. On the steppe dotted with herds of cows and goats, the whole land is vast, peaceful and peaceful, full of living. The cool wind blew, bringing with it a pure white cloud that also swept away all the sorrows in everyone's hearts. No matter who it is, the gentle breeze of the plateau, the desire to kneel down, to bow down to the sacred mountain of Tuye Sun, to spread your feelings on the calm and peaceful lake. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the picture like in a fairy tale, his heart full of insecurities and expectations for this special training session. The big iron door of the training center was right in front of him, an open door. The future is dim. 1. The famous epic of the nation. Tibet, now the only epic collection in the world that is still orally transmitted, has been handed down for more than 1,000 years, 3 times longer than the Indian epic Mahabharata. 2. It is the mountain of the Tibetan god Kwong Enon Ba Ti. The elite gathers The wind in the middle of the mountain slowly blows over. Only track Mok Kwong Ba also gradually became. Should separate it more clearly, he asked, Teacher, tell me, this Bak Ba La temple and the Tu Fung temple my father mentioned last time, are they related? Professor Fung Tan expressed his praise, nodded and said, yes, I have also asked this question, why is it called Bak Ba La temple? Why does it have as many treasures as the Great Ocean? If it's the Silver Ba La temple, then it's most likely around the time of the Buddha extermination campaign. Did the holy sect transfer the treasure in the Tu Fung temple to Bak Ba La shrine or not? This is a big question. Our best. Track Mok Kwong Ba continued. Professor Fung Tan smiled and nodded softly. At this time, the three of them had arrived at a secret camp in the mountains. Standing outside the door waiting for them is Trong Lap and Ba Tang are full of stubble, while Ba Tang and Le Bar Boy is talking about something. Trong Lap excitedly said, Young Master Kwong Ba, guess who I met here? You certainly wouldn't have guessed it. Track Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Trong Lap said again, Come out, Scout. Yueyang immediately brought his bright smile like the sun, and greeted him in a military style, report. Special training team member music. Guang is present. Track Mok Kwong Ba smiled, stretched out his hand, waited for everyone to complete the introduction. Yueyang said, Doctor Tuan Enan is waiting for everyone, come in. In before. Professor Fung Tan muttered in a low voice. Oh, it turns out he is. Track Mok Kwong Ba turned his head, and Professor Fung Tan immediately said, Dr. Tuan Enan, a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a researcher at the Ancient Museum. Kung, Ph.D. in Antiquities, Standing Advisor of the National Archaeological Team of China, Advisor to the Antarctic Survey Team. Honorary President of the Society of Central Wilderness Survivor. Country. Tang Min stuck out his tongue and said, Wow, I know that when I heard his name, he was a very famous person. Professor Fung Tan said again, But this Dr. Gu is already 70 years old. He is a good friend of one of my teachers, he probably can't join the action with us. Yueyang said, You know Dr. Gu well, don't you? He's not here either, he's just using his telephony to contact us. Entering the traditional multimedia room of the barracks, there was only an old man sitting on the sofa on the screen, greeting everyone very kindly. The old man asked first, Fung Tan, Mr. Here too, heard research about. Your dog has reached the top level in the world, hasn't it? Thinking back to that year he was only loyal to biology, I told him to follow me to study archaeology. You can't, now that you're this old, you still want to go on an adventure. Remember these old bones again. Professor Fung Tan smiled awkwardly. Dr. County, this, Car, you're the best, it's just colleagues from all over the world to exchange and exchange. This time going on an adventure, it's also for academic research. Doctor's wilderness survival experience. She is very rich, with the teacher's help, we will definitely be able to harvest. Not much after this training session. Dr. County took a sip of tea, and continued, The things you sent me, I have already checked them all, they are all excellent. If this time you are successful, the value of the discovery will definitely be made. Shocked. World. I'm old now, otherwise, I'd really like to participate in this survey in person. That's right, the tall guy next to you, you're the one who initiated and sponsored this action, right? Sorry, I took your command. Eat. Dr. County changed his voice seriously and said, This survey is highly respected by the government, that's why I especially dragged him. When I was old, I became the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, also the Commander-in-Chief to train you, all necessary equipment was provided by the state, action must also be taken. Absolutely obey the commander, if anyone breaks the rules, we can expel that person from the survey team at any time. Now, I want to ask everyone a few questions. Dr. County took out a document and read it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, U. Tibet. Very well, I ask you, do you know that this journey will be very dangerous? Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, I know. Dr. County asked again, you are the first to pave the way, at any time, your life is threatened, even death. And aren't you afraid? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied like cutting nails and cutting iron, fear. Dr. County asked, then why do you still want to go? Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, because of faith. My threshold. Dr. Gu stared at Duo Mok Kwong Ba for a long time, said, very well, having your own beliefs, human life will no longer be empty and lonely. Feng Tan, I don't ask any more, he has already donated a few fingers to the study of dogs, also 7 or 8 times in life and death, why bother this one more time, right? Oh, this little girl, you too. I want to join the survey team this time. 2. Tang Min nodded. Dr. Gu asked again. Then why do you want to join the action this time? For love. Tang Min doesn't need it. Thought answered immediately. Dr. County smiled and said, haha, see, this little girl's reason is enough. Much more than the two of you. Okay, baby, I'm back for you. Spiritual side. However, this survey is more difficult than all previous exploratory surveys. Everyone's hazard factor may be even higher than the Antarctic survey team, so, based on my qualities and health conditions, I don't like it. Fit to join the action this time. Tang Min pouted her lips and said, Grandpa, you really respect men and despise women. A cooing, Grandpa, from Duang Man made Dr. County smile and narrow his eyes, quickly saying, Ka, although you are a little old, your thoughts are still new Chinese ideas, not so much that there is still a feudal concept. Haha, I don't lie to my niece, but this action is really not suitable for her. The people we need are all young men and women. Exploration is a job that requires health, cannot be. Force would be dangerous. Tang Min quickly said, you are in good health. She suddenly made up a story. In the past, I used to go on adventures with my brother. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows well, although Duang Man's brother is a passionate person. Crazy exploration, but this little sister of mine is very docile in school, never went on an expedition even for a day, but in his heart, he is very conflicted, not revealing. She only said to herself, if it is true. If not, that's okay, let's try to convince Min another day. Dr. County asked, with your brother? Who's your brother? Tang Min immediately replied, my brother is Duang Do, he often goes on adventures. Very. Tang Do, Dr. County suddenly revealed. Thoughtful expression, said, is that guy in magazines? This guy, I met him once 5 years ago, we even talked about technology. Wilderness survival and exploration. At that time, I was convinced that, among the Chinese explorers, if he didn't get in the first row, he had to take the second seat. It's true that you went on an adventure with your brother, right? Tang Min blinked her big round eyes and nodded. Dr. County murmured. Your brother is a rare genius in the adventurer world, just a heavy heart. 2. Everything wants to be owned, and those things are extremely dangerous. Adventurer, hope he doesn't run into any problems while exploring. If you said you used to go on an expedition with your brother, then just stay and practice for 2 days and see how it goes. Tang Man secretly winked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, which meant that he was lucky. Dr. Ko. I don't know that she has never gone on an expedition with her brother, and that her brother is still in a hospital in the US. Dr. County continued, because my health is not as good as before, this time. Unable to personally direct everyone's wilderness survival skills training, I have entrusted one of my students to guide you. She used to. As a training officer in the army, she understands the environment of the Tibetan plateau well. Her training method is also very unique, She is already on a plane to Lhasa, believing that she will be there soon. Hope everyone can get along, and I will stay. Hainan commanded from afar. Ka. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly asked, "No. Do you know who the commander-in-chief of this action is?" Dr. County smiled and said, as an administrative officer, people still have official duties. He was busy, now having a meeting in Beijing, but that person promised that he would definitely come to participate in this special training in time. It's not convenient for me to reveal too much, it's time. Then everyone will know, in this action, plus my student, there are a total of 3 people in the army, they will be the mainstay of the action, and you have 4 people, more than 1. Your main task is to lead the way. Is the relationship clear? In addition, there are 2 other people who also help people. One is my longtime assistant, the other is a representative of the Tibetan religious side. Anyway, this is an incident that has a great connection to the ancient teachings. Representative of the Tibetan people, believe that he can give instructions from a religious perspective that we would not have thought of. Professor Feng Tan immediately said, "Oh, the assistant that Dr. County was talking about, is it?" "I Li Qi." Dr. County nodded, and Professor Feng Tan said, "Then I'm relieved." Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked in a low voice, "Teacher, do you know him?" Professor Fang Xin nodded. "Well, I Li Qi is a very enthusiastic Xinjiang person, 10 years younger than me. You will. Let's see if he likes him." That year, he was the most prominent person awarded by Dr. Ko. Personally selected from among the young members of the survey team. Of course, once young, he was now able to independently act as the person in charge of important survey tasks. 10 years ago, when I entered Tibet for the 5th time, I used to cooperate with this guy. He really is someone with an extremely rich surveying experience. Dr. County seemed smug and said, "Well, is that so? But that's my other student. You definitely don't know, that child is my most favorite student." "All right, everyone just arrived and was asked a lot by this old man. You must be tired, now go rest first, get acquainted with everyone's circumstances and teammates, maybe later you will rely on each other to survive." Professor Feng Tan said, "Dr. County, there is one more thing." Dr. County shook his head and interrupted, "Okay. If anything happens, wait for I Luke Qi and Kan Nam to come and tell him okay, I also have to take medicine. They will keep me updated on everyone's status report. Once again wish everyone a good training, soon to complete this survey mission." The image on the screen disappeared, and the 3 people exited the media room. Trong Lap and Yueyang wait by the side. The outermost asked, "How? What monstrous questions does Dr. County ask everyone?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba nonchalantly recounted the situation one by one. He saw 2 brothers Ba Tang and Le Ba standing in the distance, immediately walked over. Le Ba instructed the 2 of them a few times. A brief sentence, and then had to hurry home to arrange for those who came to meet the old man Duke Enon. Trak Mok Kwong Ba extended his hand and said, "I'm glad you joined us." Father Tang did not accept his goodwill, only coldly said, "I am not here to help you." He followed his brothers back with his eyes, and continued, "As you who seek your own death, I am nothing more than a guide. Think of it as repaying the old man Duke Enon for taking care of my brother." Ba Tang proudly looked at some distant place. Out of all these people, he was the only one who had gone through this phase of life. That deadly journey, only he knows how scary that place is, when his bearded face is thick. His expression looked up at the sky with cold eyes. No one knew what was in Ba Tang's heart. Yueyang looked at Ba Tang and asked softly, "Who is that? Why are you so arrogant?" Trong Lap said, "As Uncle Labar's younger brother, I heard that he used to go where we needed to go, but then got too excited, leading to partial memory loss. This time of our action, we must ask him to guide us." When Yueyang heard that, he slightly raised his eyebrows. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others waited until after lunch. The coach that Dr. County had mentioned to leisurely walked over. A man and a woman. The man is about 7 feet tall, with brown curly hair. His face looks like it was stretched with a layer of buffalo skin, soon honed by harsh climates. Sandpaper, looks older than his 50s, but like Professor Fung Tan, under 2 lance-shaped eyebrows is a pair of visionary eyes, and the woman, it seems only about 20 or 30 years old, a very standard oval face, sharp eyes under willow leaf eyebrows exuding a cold look, shoulder-length hair fluttering in the wind. The thin wind blows the Buddha's part, exalting her body even more. It looks really strong and proud. Professor Fung Tan saw Luke Kak, immediately smiled and walked over to greet each other. The 2 people waved to each other from afar, while Trong Lap and Yue Yang looked at each other. Seeing that girl, they all widened their eyes, almost at the same time exclaiming, Tai Guanyin. Princess Stone. Then they both looked at each other in horror at the same time and asked, "You know her?" Then the 2 of them gloomily replied at almost the same time, "Of course, that's our training officer." Tang Min's tone was disgruntled. Why is this girl so young? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also surprised and asked, "Is she your training officer?" Yue Yang timidly replied, She used to teach us how to hunt down the enemy." Trong Lap's voice also softened. She taught us melee skills, very scary." Yue Yang said, "Do you know what people say in our place? This woman is cold as ice, has an iron arm and a scorpion's heart, and is like an enemy to soldiers. She trains almost as much as endures the punishment." Zhang Lap said in a low voice, "Where are you? You can still help." When she was a training officer at our place, everyone was startled when talking about her, and did not dare to speak loudly anymore. "I don't know if we've heard of this. This woman is celibate, she doesn't have any eyes on men at all." Yue Yang also whispered, "Oh. I've never heard of this, how do you know?" Trong Lap lowered his voice even more. "If you hear the name, you know what, Lu Kan Nam. Kan means competition, male means a man. Isn't that the will to divide men high and low?" The more the 2 spoke, the lower they spoke, like 2 bad guys secretly discussing. In the next paragraph, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man. He raised his ears and couldn't hear any more. Tang Min loudly questioned, "Why are you so cruel? No matter how you look at it, people aren't that old." "Yes." Trong Lap and Yue Yang stole a glance at Lu Kan Nam in the distance. Trong Lap said again, "Don't say it so loudly, her ears are very good." Yue Yang also said, "Woman. She's very good at maintaining her beauty. Don't think she looks young and mistaken, she's actually in her early 30s and 40. Trak Mok Kwong Ba freely said, "It turns out that she is a single old girl. Maybe she is a bit of a contrarian and a little hot-tempered, but it is definitely not scary. Like you guys said, I could only see a flicker of melancholy on that face, just a flower about to wither, waiting agonizingly for someone to pick it up in the last wind." Tang Man immediately raised his face and glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba as sharp as a knife. Zhang Lap and Yue Yang both panicked. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. His face was clearly saying, "If you think like that, you will surely die, no cure." Ba Tang stood in the distance, coldly showing a mocking smile. At this time, Lu Kan Nam was close. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not see this woman as scary no matter what. The cold look on her face on the contrary made her exude a very special aura. If it is said that Tang Min is an elegant white swan, then Lu Kan Nam is a majestic hunting falcon with fierce and powerful eyes. Not waiting for Lu Kan Nam to come in front, Trong Lap and Yue Yang have stepped up one. Walking, low and anxious like a rabbit seeing a wolf, an uneasy smile. Ecclesiastes. Training officer Lu Kan Nam gave. He looked at the 2 of them at the same time and asked, "Are you both in the army?" Not. Trong Lap and Yue Yang respectively. When he announced the name of his unit, Lu Kan Nam just said, and said, I know. Turning to look at Trak Mok Kwong. 3. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. 42 years old, 1 meter 87, weighing 107 kilograms, the general manager of the company. The Heavenly Master Dog Cultivation Center, with assets of more than 100 million. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked around. Strong woman standing next to her. Herself, she was only half a head shorter, about 1 meter 78 to 1 meter 8, her eyes blazing like. Wanted to scare people, but he was a man. Rolling in the marketplace for a long time, the spirit of. How can a woman be so dominant? Only to see him smile a carefree smile. That's right, your memory is very good. Lu Kan Nam has secretly noticed, it is rare for men to be stared at by her like. So don't back down, she asked again. Is it something that makes you think? Pine, and risking your life to organize a dangerous search like this? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Don't you know how much faith and pursuit can make people have a great ability to survive? Did she live in this world without having an ideal? Never had a record of pursuing things. What's up? Lu Kan Nam's body was cold, immediately. Understand, this man is much stronger than in her imagination. His person has the power to summon like a leader. In his words exudes majesty, although this time he acts only joined as a regular member, but who was to lead the starting team in the end, it's probably time to recalculate. Lu Kan Nam decided to carefully study Trak Mok Kwong Ba's profile before examining it. After the experiment, he humbly said, good, very good. I've been gone all day, I'm a bit tired now, I'm going to rest first. Let me introduce you to Dr. I Luke Kak, assistant. County, there seems to be one more person who hasn't come yet. Let's all get to know each other first, then I'll let you know. You know our plan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks like. Lu Kan Nam was smiling and laughing, but his face was completely expressionless. He had never seen such a smile, so strange that it made him think. I have seen hallucinations. Lu Kan Nam alone goes to the room. Rest, I Luke Ka is happy. Talk to other people, okay. Fung Tan introduced. 7 people sat in a circle listening to I Luke Kak's story. His experiences. I Luke Ki is very good at talking, come over. I'm also excited to sing for everyone to listen to Xinjiang folk songs, dancer. A melody imbued with national identity, when I. Luke Kak took a breather, and Professor Fung Tan told Trak Mok Kwong Ba to tell them. Story in Karte live for experts. However, after hearing I Luke Kak's experiences, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt hesitant. Professor Fung Tan had to urge and encourage him before he could tell it again. I Luke Kak sometimes frowned in contemplation, sometimes inhaled and cried out non-stop, sometimes as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Supplement and explain the points Trak Mok Kwong Ba said is not very clear. Out of the 7, only Ba Tang looked around nonchalantly, because he believed that the experiences these people had. Talking compared to what he's been through, it's basically not worth mentioning. After listening for a while, he was called in again by Lu Kan Nam. That afternoon, the 6 people were chatting and chatting, when a standard Beijing accent said, "Excuse me, is the special training center of the Bo Ba Temple search team here?" Everyone turned their heads, seeing that person. All of them widened their eyes. Devil's Church. The newcomer unexpectedly hangs his shirt. Rose in crimson on the outside yellow, wearing a red monk's hat, wearing a body rosary. Thread, hand holding a Vajra pestle, looking at the set. Beard and grey hair, this person is not young anymore, body. Thin, but standing in the middle of the snow, he still left his right arm bare to show respect. Although Dr. Gu had warned in advance that the Tibetan Buddhist side would send a delegate, suddenly seeing this Lama, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Lama holding a pestle in one hand on his chest, asked with Tibetan ritual, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also replied in accordance with the ordinance, "Yes, I don't know what the master has to say." Teacher. As soon as the Lama saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba's posture, he immediately knew that only Kwong Ba, the young master who grew up in Dugenan's house, could use these rituals so naturally. After I introduce myself, everyone knows this Lama is Kwiet Ban Allah, who is a believer of the Nyingma sect. For nearly 20 years, he has been living in Sakla Mahayana as the heir at Kachlo's secret monastery. This time, it was because Venerable Bodhisattva Kak Dai Lama directly informed him, almost without disturbing anyone in the Tibetan religion, about. At this point, Trak Mok Kwong Ba can understand, it's an incomplete story anyway, the Dalai Lama probably think it's not convenient to stalk too big. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba worriedly asked about Allah's age, Allah immediately said that she had just passed 50, her health had no problem. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the goods. Allah's thick white eyebrows stood up. It felt like he was even older than Professor Fung Tan. Nothing can make anyone feel secure. Not long after, Ba Tang came out. Outside with a doubtful face, then told Professor Fung Tan to come inside, and at the same time told Trak Mok Kwong Ba to wait outside the door. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is waiting. After half an hour, when I started to feel impatient, Professor Fung Tan came out. He said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "It seems it's a test. If you don't know, the answer is you don't know, don't talk nonsense." Lu Kan Nam sat behind the desk, displaying a few things on top. She gestured to Juo Mok Kwong Ba sat down, then pointed the things on the table, asked, "Can you tell me, do you know what's on this table?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba swept his eyes once, then honestly replied, "A blade of grass, a rock, an animal that is a little bigger than an ant." Lu Kan Nam looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. She wore a pair of glasses. Rectangular frame is very delicate, resting on the bridge of the nose. Can you be a little more detailed? Then quickly jot something down in a notebook. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "No." "Body." Lu Kan Nam smiled and said, "No. Need to be so rigid, take it easy." Trak Mok Kwong Ba spoke evenly, neither impatiently nor slowly. "I am not tense, very relaxed is different." Lu Kan Nam twirled the pen in his hand and asked with interest, "Could it be that the big boss of Thien Su group is normal? Is talking as dry as a tile?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba still replied, "Is there anything else?" Lu Kan Nam again looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba like a complete stranger, nodded and said, "Done, I know, you can go out." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect his question to be so simple. In his heart he wondered why Professor Fung Tan and Ba Tang took so much time. When he got up, Lu Wing Nam called him again, saying, "Wait a minute, according to the agreement between the Professor Fung Tan and we get it, so the cost for that training session is entirely his responsibility, isn't it?" Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded. The story. Money doesn't matter. For Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the only problem is not the problem of fear, it is the funding problem. Lu Kan Nam said, "How much do you know about our training content? What's included?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "No. I know, haven't you all arranged it well?" Lu Kan Nam said, "There is one thing that I feel it is best for you to find out a little in advance. Based on what they learned from Ba Tang, they were in the area of 7,000 meters down to about 500,000 meters above ground level. Seawater, passing through many types of terrain such as snow mountains, primeval forests, savannas, that is to say, our training ranged from the snowy stretches to the swamps, from the primitive deep forests to the towering mountains. It can be said to be extremely wide. Synthesize the materials of Professor Fung Tan provided. Our plan is divided into 3 steps. First, is for people to learn basic skills for survival in the wilderness, including training to Adapt to different types of climates and different kinds of environmental circumstances. The second step is for people to learn how to use tools, including weapons and some necessary self-defense techniques. The third step is for people to learn to distinguish certain types of simple traps and avoid the possibility of unforeseen dangers. From the documents in my hand now, degree. The difficulty of this action was also far beyond my imagination. The snow climbing part of the plateau alone belongs to the category of exploration. Yes, but for everyone, it's just the beginning, and then you have to go through a forest that has probably never been traced by modern humans, including venomous snakes. Interesting, some just need to meet face to be dead. Even more terrifying is that, in the forest, there may be a tribe of Quabar people living primitively. Until now we still do not know their intelligence. Maybe they know how to make simple traps, but also enough to kill people. But all is not the scariest. Our greatest enemy is also from the news you bring back. From Kar Te Lai, there was another group of people also looking for Bakbala Temple. Guys from the modern world possess weapons. State-of-the-art gas. If what he said was true, then the danger level of this journey, at least, had to be raised a notch. You are really, but no matter what. Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, yes. Lu Kan Nam said again, I heard that the last member of the team has arrived, whose name is to be. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, Decision Ban A. Lu Kan Nam still appeared indifferent on the outside. I'll go out and call that person in. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was sensitive. Closely, when he heard that name in Lu's ears. Kan Nam trembled slightly, buried his head in notes just to cover up. He opened the door, found that the Lama was waiting outside the door. He conveyed Lu Kan Nam's invitation to come inside. Luo just walked in. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately saw Lu Kan Nam, that independent woman who was as cold as ice, unexpectedly stood up to welcome. Right at the moment the door closed, she seemed to have kneeled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rubbed his eyes hard, not knowing if he was dizzy or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not dazed. It was Lu Kan Nam who knelt down. His knees touched the ground, his hands propped down, and his head did not dare to raise his head, muttering, Lord Allah, I didn't expect you to come here personally. Quiet Ban Allah, the old man who looked old and weak, gently stroked Lu's head. Kan Nam, in a low voice, said, Stand up, daughter. This is the holiest mission the Dalai Lama has given me. Lu Kan Nam stood up, and Allah said, I was listening at the door just now. Your analysis of how dangerous this action is, I'm afraid, was a bit wrong. In this action, the most dangerous enemies are not those from the gun-carrying modern world, but the Quabar tribe that I think is still in the barbaric stage of eating hair in that hole. Look at the posture attentively. Listening to Lu Kan Nam, Allah continued. What do you know about the Quabar tribe? How much do you understand about the ancient scriptures? Remember, the great sage told us, when the heart forgets one thing, it will bring darkness. Lama looked up at the white ceiling for a long time, remembering the words the Dalai Lama had said to her on the top of that mountain. These words were always like the sound of temple bells resounding in his heart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped out and was immediately asked by Professor Feng Tan. Did she show you anything? Trak Mok Kwong Ba reimagined what he saw roughly. After listening to that, Master Feng Tan thought about it for a while and then said, unlike things. I could not guess what he saw or heard, but it must have been animal specimens and mineral samples commonly found in the wild. Lukak, what are you laughing at? Surely you know what it is, right? Waved his hand and said, I can't tell you, she's very powerful. Except for everyone else was called into the office separately, and then Lu Cannon came out, shouting loudly, line up. 7 people didn't know how to line up for a while, pulling back and forth for a while. In the end, I had to put it in order of high and low. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was first, then, respectively, Trong Lap, Yueyang, Professor Fung Tan, Duong Man, Ba Tang, Orla. After each person has report your name and introduce yourself, Lu. The new Nam Wing raised a clear and resonant voice, like a falcon in the sky. Having come to this place, I don't care what you did before, as long as you understand your current status. We need to form an expedition team to investigate signs, which we need to find, not only extremely mysterious, but also extremely dangerous, at any time can cause loss of life. So if anyone wants to retreat, now is still time. Her gaze swept over. Didn't seem to look at anyone, but each one felt like she was. Look at me like that. Lu Can Nam smiled coldly. At that moment, she looked like she was even more arrogant and lonely than Ba Tang. Your courage makes me admire, but courage alone is not enough. I want to find the temple of Bak Bala. Everyone's will must be stronger than iron. Muscles are stronger than granite. Each person must be able to independently survive in the wilderness, and a collective spirit is ready to sacrifice their lives for teammates. These things are my request to you. In our team, there are no any personal relationship. After a period of training, anyone who can't pass my test will be immediately kicked out of the team, and anyone who doesn't follow orders will also be kicked out. At this point, she glared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He also glared back at her. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Lu. The south wing stands on high, the wind is light. Gently waved her shoulder-length hair, the waist-length windbreaker fluttered slightly, only seeing the white clouds and mountains behind her were completely colorless. He could only see Lu Can Nam's face, a cold smile, her arrogance, as if immersed in it. Lu Can Nam still speaks in cold language. Looking back and forth as one, recently I did a little quiz with everyone, hoping to be able to rely on it to know how far everyone's knowledge of wilderness survival really is. Very bad. By the standards of this action, my test result is, everyone's wilderness survival knowledge is 0. This action is not a mere pilgrimage or exploration, but a very rigorous scientific investigation, so I ask each of you to learn how to survive in the wilderness in a short time, best. Obviously, Ba Tang snorted with displeasure. Lu Can Nam said, it seems that among you, some people here don't think so. Tang's father immediately puffed up his chest and said, I've lived in the uninhabited wilderness for a very long time. I don't see the need to learn that wilderness survival thing you say. Lu Can Nam stepped in front of Ba Tang, looking straight ahead, said sternly, it's just you moving around like a shuttle in an unoccupied area when you're a poacher, which can't be considered survival in the wild at all. Your group of people act collectively, relying on modern equipment and weapons. If all those things were removed, you would be in. On the plateau, he couldn't stand it for a day, he was already dead. I do not believe. So I ask you, in the Tibetan plateau are there any wild animals and plants that can be eaten? What food will kill people? Do you know how to use the stars and trees to distinguish directions? Did you know the clouds in the sky can tell us what the weather will be like next? Do you know how the path of the mountain veins and underground minerals have any influence on the generated magnetic field? Do you know when solar storms affect satellite transmission? Do you know how long your heart rate, your breathing, your body temperature indicate how long you can remain on the plateau? Do you know that in the night the temperature drops to -10 degrees, how to find a place? Wind and keep warm in the wilderness. Build ice into houses, cut ice for fire, eat roots of grass and branches to maintain life, look at animal tracks on ice too. Set traps. You all don't know, you're just a guide who can find you there. Moreover, you're still carrying your guilt, you better not forget that. Tang's father was told that his face was red, his neck veins were raised, his eyes were wide like wanted to spark fire. Lu Can Nam completely ignored it, turned around and said, What, want to move your arms and legs? Relying on some of your stupid tricks? Ba Tang, regardless of the opponent's gender, roared, threw a punch behind Lu Kan Nam's back, his fist whistled in the wind, and pointed at Lu Kan Nam lightly. Tilted her head a bit, suddenly threw her leg over her shoulder, her toe kicked right on top of Ma Tang's head, then her elbow dropped, hit him right in the stomach, then threw her fist up to hit Ma Tang's face and punched him. The fist had just retracted, suddenly spread out, cutting hard into the opponent's throat. Before Ma Tang could catch his breath, Lu Kan Nam's other hand hit him on the forehead again. This punch was quite heavy, unexpectedly hitting Ma Tang's body like a steel balance to fall backwards. The whole process, Lu Kan Nam is still. Turned her back to him, not even her head turned back. Ma Tang mumbled and got up, his anger immediately disappeared like smoke. There was no more discontent and arrogance. Previously in the army he learned the morality of obeying the strong. Lu Kan Nam signaled him to return to the ranks, coldly said, "You must remember, people come here to receive my coaching. Don't think that you have a tattoo that looks like a spider. When I was a training officer for the Special Forces, I have never been defeated because the team member is male. Where's the caretaker? Any other ideas?" Lu Kan Nam turned around, her face was covered with a layer of cold frost. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not find her cute at all, only heard Lu Kan Nam continue, "We will conduct training like this, hell with everyone in military style, all actions must be absolutely submissive only. She slowly passed in front of each member of the team, and when she reached Tang Man's place, she suddenly stopped, jerking her neck. Tang Min, a piece of jewelry. During training, don't wear these things. If you don't pay attention, it will lead to that fatal danger. Lu Kan Nam took action very quickly. Tang Man didn't have time to react and was caught by her. Lost the item, had to say, "I know, I will. Put it away." Lu Kan Nam looked at the item in his hand, with a nonchalant expression on his face, said, "For the time being, let me put it away for you, after completing the training." "Give back." Tang Min hurriedly said, "Please. Please give it back to me." Curious strong lap. "Look up, that's not the thing. Nothing else, but a piece of pink and purple crystal that Trak Mok Kwong Ba risked. Died on the ice wall in the cave in Kar Te Lai. It has been sharpened. Jewelry to be worn around the neck." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly took a step forward. His eyes looked straight. "Thank you. Please give it back to her." Lu Kan Nam smiled softly. "Huh. Attitude. What kind of thing is that?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba coldly repeated. "Please give it back to her." Lu Kan Nam's intonation suddenly changed, and forcedly said, "Want to take it back? Rely on your strength." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to look at Lu Kan Nam. She is also not shy. Looked him straight in the face. Trong lap. Hurriedly said to himself, I'm done, I met the teacher. I don't know what that item means to Kwong Ba young master. Yue Yang also thought, what's wrong with the official? Every little piece of jewelry makes it so difficult. Trak Mok Kwong Ba growled, then. Sorry in advance. He leaned forward, stretched out his hand to snatch the crystal stone. Lu Kan Nam only sneered, withdrew his hand, leaned forward, and took a step back to dodge. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his hand. Lu Kan Nam turns around, but avoids it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is too embarrassed to become angry, flips his hand and punches. Lu Kan Nam tilts his head, almost not completely paying attention to his attack, dodging with ease. Trong Lap thought to himself, oh my, how can young master Kwong Ba fight back? That's a teacher. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took action more and more. Heavier, faster and faster, but basically can't touch the cross. Lu Kan Nam's shirt, he was made crazy, like an angry bull, rushing back and forth in the middle of the training ground, while Lu Kan Nam's body was drifting, like a martial artist. Skillful bullfighting. A cold smile still bloomed on her lips. She looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba rushing like a headless fly, suddenly seeing his eyes red as red. About to bleed, Lu Kan Nam breathes. For an hour long, intentionally revealing a loophole, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a mountain pressing down on her. He wrestled her back to the ground, his body completely on top of him, panting heavily, snatched the crystal piece from Lu Kan Nam's hand, and shouted, "Please. Don't arbitrarily take it. Our stuff." Lu Kan Nam calmly looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, letting the man's breath hit her face. She had never been pressed to the ground by a man like this in her life, ready to answer. "During my training, I had to prevent all violations of the rules. Your fighting method is almost the same as with this Tibetan martial art. Suitable for dealing with a single enemy, while also not really knocking the opponent down. Is it enough, isn't it? Let go of hands." At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated again. Lu Kan Nam suddenly raised his pillow. With a strong push, he threw Trak Mok Kwong Ba on his back to lie on the ground. After a while, he couldn't get up. Lu Kan Nam jumped to his feet, his eagle eyes swept over them one by one, coldly said, "If you want to survive this action, combat skills are indispensable training items. Things. You still have a lot to learn." Two aggressive-looking men, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang, were both. Teach a lesson without even a chance. Meeting, other people naturally no longer have any opinion, now everyone understands. Why did Tronglap and Yueyang say that this female training officer is like an incarnation of the devil-like position? Lu Kan Nam saw that everyone was quiet, remained silent, then continued to introduce the training content and methods, and finally said, "Because they may encounter some elements armed with unknown background, when training, it is necessary to do good preparation, so I plan to divide everyone into two groups. In theory, everyone learns together, while in practice, the two teams compete. You should not underestimate this competitive training method. Each person's performance will be related to determining the participating members and arranging the squad later. Now we will draw lots to divide the team. Here there are 8 dipsticks, 4 black, 4 red, whoever draws which color is in the nest. That's it, it's very fair. If there's one person missing from the team, don't complain." Unexpectedly, the result of the draw was that Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Ma Tang, Tronglap, and Yueyang were in the same group, and Professor Feng Tan, Lama Allah, and Tang Man live in the same group. Both Lu Kan Nam also found it hard to believe this result, had to let Iluk Ka make up for the lack of people to balance the force. Along with Lu Kan Nam's declaration, their special training has officially begun. Talking under the stars. Since the time to announce the official start of special training was already late at night, the content of the first day was to let everyone acquaintances, and at the same time announced a series of strict regulations that were militarized, such as breakfast time no more than 15 minutes, forced sleep. The bed is hard. The clothes worn must be absolutely neat and tidy, even so strict that the time to defecate has clear rules. After eating, Professor Feng Tan found Lu Kan Nam frankly said, "Officer Lu, I feel very surprised and do not understand your actions today. I think that your way is wrong." Lu Kan Nam calmly said, "Professor Feng, I respect you as a superior person. Above have wisdom. If everyone understands and has wisdom like you, I don't need to spend a lot of effort managing them to that. But as you can see, these people are a piece of sand, except 2 army soldiers who also obey orders. The others come from